Chapter 1 Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan. Chongqing Town. In the depths of the mountains, a disheveled Yin Chuan struggled to climb up from the slope by the edge of a cliff. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly surged into his mind. He could see that moment. Yin Chuan realized that he had crossed over and was reborn as an ordinary person in another world. In his previous life, Yin Chuan was a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had lived for over 300 years. However, due to his inability to break through to a higher realm, he took a risk and ventured into an immortal's tomb with other fellow cultivators. Having stepped over the bodies of his companions to successfully enter the main tomb, the only treasure found was a single orb. Yin Chuan still remembered that the moment he reached out to touch the orb, he was backstabbed by other cultivators who had rushed in afterward, dying on the spot. He thought he had perished, but unexpectedly, when he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself in another world. According to the memories that had merged with this body, Yin Chuan discovered that this place was vastly different from his original world. It seemed that the people here had never heard of cultivators. There were only rumors about martial artists in this world. The original body was also named Yin Chuan, an ordinary mortal through and through. Moreover, he was a gambling addict, originally with some savings at home. However, after his father passed away, the original body quickly squandered all the family's wealth, causing his wife to suffer along with him. He had come to the mountains today because he heard that there was a precious herb called by Sui Shun, and if he could find one, he could sell it for 10 taels of silver at the town's pharmacy. Encouraged by a few friends, he ventured into the mountains, dreaming of becoming rich. Perhaps the original body had stepped in dog feces that morning not long after entering the mountains. He indeed found one. But before he could feel happy for long, he was envied by his companions, who snatched it away and pushed him off the cliff. Despite surviving in the original body's form, Yin Chuan was not in good shape either. At this moment, he was in excruciating pain all over, with his left leg broken from the fall. It took all his strength to climb back up from the bottom of the cliff, and now, lying on the ground, he had no desire to move. Sniffing the air, Yin Chuan knew there must be some ferocious beasts in this forest. Now, this body was just an ordinary mortal, severely injured. If he stayed here, he would surely be eaten by wild animals. Thus, Yin Chuan gritted his teeth against the pain, felt around for a stick to use as a crutch, and shakily got to his feet. Following the memories in his mind, he began to slowly descend the mountain along the path he had come, each step sending sharp pain through him. Fortunately, Yin Chuan was somewhat lucky he didn't encounter any fierce beasts on his way down. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he was utterly exhausted and prepared to find a rock to sit and rest for a bit. Having been used to flying through the air, he didn't know how long it had been since he had walked such a long distance on foot. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly fainted due to exhaustion. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Yin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, expecting to still be in the wilderness, but instead found himself waking up in a wooden bed. Where's this? Yin Chuan struggled to sit up and looked around the room, feeling a sense of familiarity. The room appeared very poor, but was kept tidy. Before Yin Chuan could understand the situation, the wooden door creaked open, and a young woman in plain clothes walked in. She was quite pretty, though somewhat pale and thin, clearly a result of long-term malnutrition. "You're awake," the woman said calmly upon seeing Yin Chuan awake. "How do you feel?" Looking at the woman before him, Yin Chuan recognized her from the original body's memories. She was his wife, named He Qinglian. He Qinglian was originally the daughter of a well-off family from another region, but due to her family being framed by local tyrants, they were destroyed. In the end, she fled to Chongqing Town with her elderly mother, only for her mother to pass away from illness in a foreign land. In a desperate situation, Yin Chuan's father paid for the burial of He Qinglian's mother. To repay the kindness, and with no other options, He Qinglian agreed to marry Yin Chuan. Initially, when Yin Chuan's father was still alive, life was manageable. But after his father died, the original body began to indulge recklessly, spending days gambling and hanging out with shady friends, neglecting home life. In the 2 or 3 years since she married, He Qinglian had hardly enjoyed a good day. It seemed that He Qinglian accepted her fate, remaining by Yin Chuan's side. If it weren't for her managing the household, who knows what kind of disaster the original body would have caused. "I feel okay." Yin Chuan smiled awkwardly at He Qinglian. Although she was the original's wife, it was still their first meeting for him. "You're lucky to be alive." Thankfully, Brother Wang, who was chopping wood in the mountains, passed by and saw you he carried you back. He Qinglian sighed and continued, "We need to properly thank Brother Wang another day. He saved your life." As Yin Chuan attempted to get out of bed, He Qinglian quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Your leg is broken. The doctor said you can't get out of bed, yet you need a rest." Looking down at his left leg, which was immobilized with wooden planks and heavily bandaged, he thought, "You've worked hard." Yin Chuan smiled gently at He Qinglian. From the memories in his mind, he could tell that she was a good girl. For the original body to marry such a wife was truly a blessing he had earned over several lifetimes. However, the original body did not care for her, and with no children after several years of marriage, he grew distant from He Qinglian. Upon hearing Yin Chuan speak gently to her, He Qinglian couldn't help but stare at his face for a while. For some reason, she felt that her husband seemed to have changed into a different person. His appearance was the same, but his demeanor seemed different. Could it be that surviving a great ordeal could change a person? If he could change for the better, that would certainly be a good thing, but she hoped he wouldn't become worse. He Qinglian prayed silently in her heart. What exactly happened to you? Were there big insects in the mountains? What were you doing up there? He Qinglian complained a bit, but still pulled out a flatbread from her pocket and handed it to Yin Chuan. "Eat something. You need to eat well to recover quickly." Yin Chuan took the flatbread, which still had some warmth, not knowing where she had gotten it from. According to the original body's memories, their family had run out of food for a long time. Plus, with a gambling addiction and poor skills, the original body had lost so much money that they were deeply in debt. "I heard there were valuable herbs in the mountains and wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to fall." Yin Chuan held the flatbread in his hand, but did not eat immediately. He could see that He Qinglian had not eaten. Either her complexion was weak, and she walked unsteadily, indicating she had not eaten for a long time. "Why don't you eat it?" Yin Chuan handed the flatbread back to He Qinglian. As a man, he couldn't let the woman who followed him go hungry. Thinking about how his beautiful wife had to endure such hardship because of the original body made Yin Chuan want to slap himself a few times. In his previous life, although he had never married, he had treated dozens of women well, all living rich and fulfilling lives, and he had never let anyone down. Chapter 2: The Gambler. "No need, you eat." He Qinglian looked at the flatbread, swallowing hard. She was indeed very hungry, but still held back. This flatbread was borrowed from Mrs. Zhang next door. The reason Mrs. Zhang was willing to lend it was out of respect for Yin Chuan's deceased father. Seeing that He Qinglian was unwilling to take the flatbread, Yin Chuan could only tear it in half. "Let's share," Yin Chuan said. "Otherwise, if you starve, who will take care of me?" Hearing this, He Qinglian was even more surprised. Looking at the half piece of cake handed to her, she felt a bit dazed for a moment. It seemed as if her gambling husband had lost his mind, yet he still cared for her, and the half piece he gave her was clearly a bit more than what he kept for himself. "Take it." Yin Chuan stuffed the cake into He Qinglian's hand before putting his own half piece into his mouth. He took a bite and chewed, finding it tasteless. Ever since he reached the foundation establishment stage in his previous life, Yin Chuan often practiced fasting for months, so he rarely ate such food. Even when he did eat, it was gourmet food. A piece of flatbread like the one in his hand would have been something he wouldn't even glance at before. After hesitating several times, He Qinglian finally chose to put the bread in her mouth. She was indeed too hungry, and if she didn't eat something soon, she might starve. Although the flatbread had no taste, He Qinglian found it incredibly delicious at that moment, especially seeing her husband seemingly turning over a new leaf, which brought her some joy. As long as her husband stopped gambling, she could do some handicrafts at home to sell, and he could find any job to do. They could still get by. However, the calm and beautiful moment didn't last long before commotion suddenly erupted outside. "Yin Chuan, get out here. Come out quickly and pay us back, or we're coming in." Hearing this noise, He Qinglian's face darkened immediately, and the hope that had just ignited in her heart vanished. Yin Chuan painfully got out of bed, knowing that the visitors must be there to collect debts. Such things had happened frequently in the memories of the original owner. "I'll go take a look," Yin Chuan said, leaning on his cane to head for the door. He Qinglian's face was ashen, and she couldn't help but feel her earlier fantasies were ridiculous. "There's no money left at home. How much have you lost again?" He Qinglian felt utterly desperate. "It's fine. He'll handle it." Yin Chuan looked at He Qinglian's helpless and pitiful appearance, feeling even more reluctant. He secretly vowed to make sure this kind and unfortunate girl would have a good life. Stumbling out the door, he found 3 or 5 thugs outside, dressed like ruffians. Seeing Yin Chuan come out, the lead man with a beard sneered. I say, Yin Chuan, how come you look like you're half dead after just a few days? You can't die yet you still owe us money. Upon seeing these people, Yin Chuan recalled a fragment from the original owner's memories. These people often gambled with him, and he had lost quite a bit to them recently. How much do I owe you? Yin Chuan asked. Don't play dumb with me. The bearded man looked at Yin Chuan as if he had amnesia, pulling out a piece of paper and stepping forward. The IOU states clearly that you owe me 3 taels of silver and 25 copper coins. It'll be nice and let you off the hook with just 3 taels of silver. After reading the contents of the IOU, Yin Chuan laughed. Isn't there still half a month until the payment is due? There's no need to rush for the money. That's because I heard you're about to die. The bearded man looked Yin Chuan up and down. If you die, who am I going to ask for my money? At this moment, one of the thugs behind the bearded man, who had a pockmarked face, stepped forward to remind him, if he dies, doesn't he have a wife? She's not bad looking. With this reminder, the bearded man suddenly realized, I forgot about that. Seeing that Yin Chuan had no money, the bearded man wickedly grinned. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance if you have no money. We can take your wife as payment. As long as you lend us your wife for a few days, we won't ask for the money. Inside the house, He Qinglian heard the voices outside, and, feeling hopeless, pulled out an iron hairpin from her hair and pressed it against her throat. She closed her eyes, waiting for Yin Chuan's answer, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. If Yin Chuan agreed, she would not hesitate to take her own life. I will pay you back in half a month. Yin Chuan, however, firmly rejected the thug's rude demands. I advise you to give up on that idea, my wife. I will never lend her to anyone. The thugs were taken aback that this hopeless gambler actually refused such an offer. What if you can't pay back in half a month? The bearded man questioned, displeased. If I can't pay back, they'll give you my life. Yin Chuan stated with unwavering certainty. The bearded man had rarely seen Yin Chuan so strong-willed, which piqued his interest. All right then, the bearded man sneered. They'll give you another half a month. If you can't pay back by then, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, the bearded man turned and left with his lackeys. Once they were gone, Yin Chuan leaned on his cane and returned to the room. Upon entering, he saw He Qinglian with tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked, seeing the iron hairpin in He Qinglian's hand and daring not to come too close, fearing she might do something foolish. How are you going to raise 3 taels of silver in half a month? He Qinglian glanced at Yin Chuan and immediately turned her head away, deeply saddened. 3 taels of silver was the income of an ordinary family for several months. Trust me, Yin Chuan said earnestly, nodding. I can do it. I will definitely pay off the debts and make sure you live a good life. As he spoke, Yin Chuan slowly approached He Qinglian. He Qinglian struggled internally, her hand gripping the hairpin, trembling slightly. Don't be impulsive. Give me one more chance, okay? Yin Chuan said gently, stepping closer with his cane. He successfully took He Qinglian's hand, gently taking the iron hairpin from her grip. The useless Yin Chuan from before is already dead. Yin Chuan looked in He Qinglian's eyes, speaking with deep emotion. Your hard days are over. Give me a chance. And also give yourself a chance, okay? As he said this, he inserted the hairpin back into He Qinglian's hair and tidied up her disheveled locks. He Qinglian's life had been fiercely protected by her parents unless absolutely necessary. She still wanted to live. Looking at the seemingly completely different Yin Chuan before her, He Qinglian struggled within, but ultimately nodded. Then I'll trust you one more time. He Qinglian sighed. Yin Chuan, please don't let me down, okay? Definitely. Yin Chuan nodded seriously. After finishing the remaining flatbread together, He Qinglian returned to the side room to rest. Because He Qinglian had not become pregnant in the years since their marriage, the original owner believed she was a burden and had long since ignored her. They had been sleeping in separate rooms for some time. Night. The village was silent, with only a few dogs barking occasionally at the entrance. Yin Chuan, however, did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, remaining still. Chapter 3, another trip. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yin Chuan held his breath and focused on the technique of drawing energy into his body. The original body was already 25 or 26 years old, having long passed the best time for cultivation. Fortunately, Yin Chuan had over 300 years of cultivation experience, so starting over was a familiar process for him. Drawing energy into the body is the first step on the path of cultivation. It involves learning to perceive spiritual energy and drawing this energy into the body through specific breathing methods. This step seems simple, but can block over 90% of people. Without talent, one might never perceive the existence of spiritual energy in a lifetime. In his previous life, when Yin Chuan first began to practice cultivation, even though he had decent talent, it took him 10 days to perceive spiritual energy and over 3 months to learn how to draw it into his body. Now, however, Yin Chuan sensed the surrounding spiritual energy in less than half an hour of sitting cross-legged on the bed, although the spiritual energy in this world was somewhat thin. After another hour, Yin Chuan managed to draw the thin spiritual energy into his body. Achieving this step meant he had barely reached the first level of the qi refining realm. Having successfully drawn energy into his body, Yin Chuan immediately began to circulate the few strands of weak spiritual energy within his meridians. This step is called transforming qi to open the meridians. Yin Chuan circulated the spiritual energy around his entire body, ultimately concentrating it in his left leg, where it was fractured, using the energy to nourish and heal the broken bone. In his previous life, although Yin Chuan did not specialize in medicine, healing a fracture was not a problem. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, He Qinglian went out with a bamboo basket and sickle to gather wild vegetables. Since the farmland at home had been sold by Yin Chuan to pay off debts, wild vegetables had become one of the few things they could eat. When the sun rose, He Qinglian returned from outside, with only a small amount of wild vegetables in the bamboo basket, just enough to make a soup to barely fill their stomachs. As soon as she entered the yard, He Qinglian's eyes widened. The clearly fractured Yin Chuan was now practicing a strange form of boxing in the yard, as if nothing had happened. It was fast and slow, something she had never seen before. "How are you up and about?" He Qinglian could hardly believe it. How could he recover so quickly? Seeing He Qinglian return, Yin Chuan finally stopped. "I'm healed." Yin Chuan stomped his foot on the ground and rolled up his pant leg to show He Qinglian. His left leg was completely healed. So soon? He Qinglian scratched her head, a bit confused. After Yin Chuan was carried back yesterday, she had asked the village's veterinarian to bandage him up. That old vet had killed several pigs and cows before, so how could his medical skills suddenly become so miraculous? "Don't be surprised. Isn't recovery the best thing?" Yin Chuan smiled and did not explain much. "True." He Qinglian came back to her senses and stopped asking, then turned to go to the kitchen. "I'll make a wild vegetable soup." "Okay." Yin Chuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, going out so early." Halfway to the kitchen, He Qinglian suddenly stopped. Faced with Yin Chuan's sudden change, she couldn't help but think of some strange legends. Could it be that her man had been possessed by a demon on the mountain? Had he really turned into a different person? However, as soon as this thought arose, He Qinglian quickly shook her head to dismiss it, not wanting to think further in that direction, and instead entered the kitchen to start the fire for the soup. Let be a demon. As long as he doesn't gamble, he's a good demon. The boxing technique Yin Chuan practiced in the yard was called nourishing qi and flowing meridians fist. Practicing it twice every morning could stabilize the spiritual energy within, nourish the entire body, and enhance the body's control over spiritual energy. Even ordinary mortals who practice this set of punches regularly could strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. By the time He Qinglian finished cooking the wild vegetable soup, Yin Chuan had just completed his 2 sets of punches. The pot of wild vegetable soup contained few vegetables. Mostly it was just clear broth. He Qinglian served most of the vegetable leaves into Yin Chuan's bowl, leaving only a few scattered leaves in her own bowl, which could hardly be called a bowl of soup. Sitting at the dining table, Yin Chuan looked around at the empty house and the thin soup on the table and couldn't help but sigh. This girl was really too bitter and too foolish. Having followed such a man for so long, she hadn't run away. If it were him, he would have disappeared without a trace long ago. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt, so he picked out more than half of the vegetable leaves from his bowl and put them into He Qinglian's bowl. "You eat more. I can handle hunger." As soon as Yin Chuan finished speaking, he quickly drank up the soup in his bowl. After putting down the bowl, Yin Chuan stood up from the stool. "Sorry to trouble you with the dishes. I need to go back to that mountain." Yin Chuan told He Qinglian, "Wait for me. I'll bring you something good to eat." After saying this, Yin Chuan was about to leave, but He Qinglian, upon hearing that Yin Chuan was going back to that mountain, immediately grabbed his sleeve in a panic. Don't go. What if you get hurt again? He Qinglian looked worried. Don't worry. Yin Chuan gently patted He Qinglian's hand to comfort her. This time, nothing will happen. Trust me. He Qinglian didn't know why, but she felt that Yin Chuan's words were especially trustworthy now, so she slowly released her grip. As for why, she did not know. Be very careful. He Qinglian sat back down, holding her bowl with both hands, no longer trying to dissuade him. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded at He Qinglian, then turned and left the room. The mountain was called Tiger Head Mountain, where fierce tigers lived and had eaten many people. Later, many hunters tried to capture the tiger, but only managed to injure it and let it escape. After being injured, the tiger rarely came out, but it was still possible that it was still in the mountain. Leaving the village, Yin Chuan headed straight for Tiger Head Mountain. Since the original body had found a century-old ginseng in the mountain, there must be a second one. One plant was worth 10 taels of silver, enough not only to pay off debts, but also to buy some things for the family. When he arrived at the location, Yin Chuan did not hesitate and directly entered the mountain. Once inside, Yin Chuan sniffed the air and stretched out 2 fingers to swipe in front of his eyes. His originally pitch-black eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light. This was a technique called spirit-seeking eyes, which allowed him to see the spiritual energy points surrounding him. The precious herb known as century-old ginseng would undoubtedly have much brighter spiritual energy points than ordinary wild grasses. After searching in the forest for a long time, although he did not find a century-old ginseng, Yin Chuan discovered many other valuable herbs that could also be sold for some money. However, due to the prolonged use of the spirit-seeking eyes, Yin Chuan's energy was depleting rapidly. There was no choice. Yin Chuan could only prepare to leave while the going was good. Although the herbs he had collected were not as valuable as the century-old ginseng, they should still sell for some money. In his previous life, he had also practiced some alchemy techniques. Although he wasn't very skilled, he had some understanding of this field. However, the herbs in this world looked somewhat different from those in his memories, though they smelled similar. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, Yin Chuan suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. Using his spiritual energy again with the spirit-seeking eyes, he saw that on a distant hillside, there was a plant glowing much brighter than the surrounding vegetation. Yin Chuan immediately ran over, and indeed, upon parting the grass, it was a century-old ginseng, exactly the same as the one he had found in his memories. Just as he pulled out the century-old ginseng, before he could feel happy, his expression fell. A strong bloody scent and a whiff of tiger musk wafted through the air nearby. Chapter 4. Old Zhang now. Having just entered the first level of the Qi refining realm, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary mortal. Facing a fierce beast like a tiger alone, he had hardly any hope of winning. Even if he could win, he certainly wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. Rather than stay in the mountain to fight the tiger, it would be better to flee quickly. All the way, Yin Chuan used the little remaining spiritual energy in his body to perform the technique gentle wind steps, greatly increasing his escape speed. Once dismissed as low-level techniques, they now proved to be exceptionally useful. It was unclear whether the tiger had not pursued him or simply had no intention of doing so. In any case, Yin Chuan successfully escaped down the mountain. Upon descending, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he could only recover a bit of strength by taking deep breaths. After regaining some stamina, Yin Chuan hurried toward the town with the herbs he had collected. He needed to sell them before dark and buy some supplies to take back. He couldn't let He Qinglian down. He had to make her believe in him. From Tiger Head Mountain to Chongqing Town, there was still over an hour's journey. Yin Chuan walked while using breathing techniques to slowly replenish his spiritual energy and recover his strength. Once he felt a significant recovery, he infused the excess energy into his feet, greatly increasing his walking speed. Just as he left the range of Tiger Head Mountain and was about to step onto the main road, he encountered someone coming toward him, seemingly heading in the direction of Tiger Head Mountain. As they drew closer, the person immediately recognized Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, is that you? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing the voice, Yin Chuan looked over and quickly recognized him from his original body's memories. The man was named Zhang Laogo. Just a couple of days ago, he had stolen the century-old ginseng that the original body had dug up and cruelly pushed him off a cliff. Although the cliff was not very high, it had still resulted in the original body's death. It's you. Upon seeing the man, Chuan couldn't help but feel disgusted. He despised scoundrels like Zhang Laogo who would stab friends in the back. You went back to Tiger Head Mountain? Zhang Laogo's eyes turned greedy as he fixed his gaze on the bamboo basket filled with various herbs in Chuan's hands. Mind your own business. Chuan had no intention of dealing with such a person and just wanted to hurry to the town to sell the herbs. Let me see. Did you find another century-old ginseng? Zhang Laogo said as he tried to snatch the bamboo basket. However, Chuan dodged him with a swift sidestep. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. Chuan glared at Zhang Laogo, startling him into taking a step back. Zhang Laogo had never seen such a look in Chuan's eyes before. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. Those eyes seemed devoid of any emotion, dark and deep, as if hiding some monstrous beast in an ancient, murky pool. But as soon as Zhang Laogo thought that Chuan might have found another century-old ginseng, he became almost mad with envy, ignoring everything else. That was worth 10 taels of silver. With that money, he could go to the gambling den and turn his luck around. Thinking of this, Zhang Laogo suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and blocked Chuan's way again. Give me the bamboo basket, or you won't get anywhere today. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked ready to kill. Are you sure about that? Chuan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm joking with you? Zhang Laogo pointed the dagger at Chuan and spoke fiercely, hand over the goods or out here in these mountains. I'll kill you and toss your body into the woods. Who the hell would know it was me? Oh, Chuan nodded, feeling that there was some truth to what he said. That's right. Good to know. Zhang Laogo pressed on. Hand over the goods, and I'll spare your life. Then take it. Chuan smiled faintly and handed over the bamboo basket. Seeing this, Zhang Laogo was overjoyed and reached out to grab it. But just as his hand was about to touch the basket, Chuan suddenly let go, and the bamboo basket fell. In that moment, when Zhang Laogo was distracted by the falling basket, Chuan threw a punch that landed squarely on Zhang Laogo's nose. With a crunch, Zhang Laogo collapsed to the ground, his nose broken and blood gushing out uncontrollably. The falling bamboo basket was caught by Chuan's foot, and with a gentle lift of his toes, it returned to his hand. Zhang Laogo, now lying on the ground, still tried to struggle, reaching for the dagger that had fallen. But Chuan picked it up first. You thought you could kill me with this little knife? Chuan smiled, squatting down in front of Zhang Laogo. You useless piece of trash, you dared to ambush me. Zhang Laogo gritted his teeth. I'll find someone to deal with you. Just wait. But in the next second, Chuan plunged the dagger into Zhang Laogo's palm, pinning him to the ground. The agonizing pain made Zhang Laogo scream, his body trembling with pain. Who are you going to find to deal with me? Chuan asked coldly. Just so happens I'll take care of them too. No one. Don't kill me. I was wrong, Ingo. Zhang Laogo began to plead for mercy. Please spare my life. He could never have imagined that someone who had once been so submissive would dare to use a knife. Spare you? Chuan laughed. I like to finish what I start. If I'm going to act, I'll go all the way. If you don't cut the grass at the roots, it will grow back with the spring breeze. Just like you said, out here in the wilderness, I could kill you and toss your body into the woods. Who the hell would know it was me? Hearing this, Zhang Laogo was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder, and his pants became foul. Before Zhang Laogo could beg for mercy again, Chuan pulled out the dagger from the ground and sliced it across his neck. In an instant, Zhang Laogo could no longer breathe, convulsing on the ground, unable to make a sound. After a moment, Chuan confirmed that Zhang Laogo was dead before tossing the bloody dagger into the nearby bushes and dragging Zhang Laogo's body deep into the woods. After hiding Zhang Laogo's body, Chuan returned to the road, continuing toward the town as if nothing had happened. People like Zhang Laogo could not be left as future threats. Even if he was just an ordinary mortal, he was still a potential danger. He couldn't harm you, but could bring you trouble. When he arrived in Changqing town, after some inquiries, Chuan successfully found the largest herbal shop in town, which purchased almost any valuable herbs. He had a total of 10 different herbs, all relatively rare varieties, but the most valuable was still that century-old ginseng. It was said that consuming this as a tonic could prolong life, making it highly sought after by the wealthy who wanted to live longer. So its price was naturally quite high. After leaving the herbal shop, Chuan received a total of 12 taels of silver and 20 copper coins. This was equivalent to several months' income for an ordinary family. Chapter 5. Playing a few hands with the money in hand, Chuan went to the street, planning to buy some essential supplies to take home. Since he planned to buy a lot, he purchased a one-wheel cart at the street corner to carry the goods. 12 taels of silver was not a lot, and after a round of shopping, he bought several bags of fine rice and flour, as well as a good amount of salt and oil. To supplement his wife, Qinglian at home, he even bought a few live chickens, which would not only provide food, but also allow her to raise them for eggs. After this trip, he was left with only 6 taels. This load of food was enough for both Chuan and Qinglian to eat for over half a year. Just as Chuan was about to push the cart home, he turned a corner and was suddenly stopped by a few familiar figures. Hey, isn't that Chuan? The group blocking the way was the same bunch that had come to his house to collect debts yesterday. The leader, known as Wang Wu, was a notorious thug in the town, known for loafing around and engaging in all sorts of vices like drinking, gambling, and more. Wang Wu stepped onto the cart and looked around, exclaiming, "You struck it rich, huh? Where do you get the money to buy so many good things? Even white rice and flour are available now." Chuan's gaze darkened, and he casually said, "You don't need to worry about that. Since we ran into each other, just bring me the IOU, and I'll pay you back." Wang Wu was taken aback, then pulled out the IOU from his pocket and opened his hand towards Chuan. 3 taels of silver, cash in one hand, and the IOU in the other. Wang Wu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Chuan took out the silver from his pocket, counted out 3 taels, placed the money in Wang Wu's palm, and took the IOU. After confirming that it was indeed his own IOU, Chuan tore it into pieces, crumpled it up, and casually tossed it into the stinking ditch by the street. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Chuan said as he pushed his cart away. Wang Wu's eyes darted, and he once again blocked the path. "I said Chuan." Wang Wu changed his demeanor, wearing a broad smile. "Where did you get this fortune? You managed to gather so much silver in just one day. We're all brothers. Why not share your way to wealth with us?" The few lackeys around Wang Wu chimed in as well. Chuan smiled slightly and replied, "The 100-year ginseng dug from Tiger Head Mountain. If you want to get rich, you could try your luck over there." "Tiger Head Mountain?" Wang Wu gasped. "I heard there are man-eating tigers there, and you dare to go?" "The timid starve, and the bold get stuffed," Chuan laughed. "How can you make money without courage?" Chuan revealed this path to wealth knowing they wouldn't dare to go. Moreover, by stating it plainly, it could dispel any ill intentions they might have. Otherwise, if he kept it to himself, these guys would surely find a way to figure things out, which would only bring him trouble. If these thugs dare to go to Tiger Head Mountain, it would be just right to feed that man-eating tiger and indirectly eliminate a threat to the people. Our brother Yin is really bold, daring to go to Tiger Head Mountain. Wang Wu clearly had no intention of going there, but he gave a thumbs up in admiration and continued, "Brother Yin, since you have money now, why don't we go to the Fortune Casino and play a few rounds? Since you can find such good stuff like 100-year ginseng, wouldn't it be a pity not to go to the casino and earn a bit?" Chuan initially wanted to refuse, but feeling the 3 taels of silver left in his pocket, he hesitated. Although he had reached the first level of qi refining, the spiritual energy in this world was thin, and continuing to take risks by going to Tiger Head Mountain to dig for herbs could be very dangerous for him. Going to the casino, however, was a decent way to make money. After all, he was no longer the gambling addict Chuan he used to be, with poor skills and a love for play. "All right, let's play a few rounds." Chuan agreed to Wang Wu's request. Brother Yin is generous. Wang Wu immediately flattered. Today, Brother Yin is sure to make a fortune. Following these thugs, Chuan pushed his cart to the entrance of the casino and spent 20 copper coins to check it in, letting someone watch it. The Fortune Casino was the largest casino in the town. Many people came here to gamble because the house was known for its integrity. No matter how much you won, you could leave the casino safely without any underhanded tricks. Even people from distant places would come specifically to gamble in the town. Within the casino, smoke filled the air, and dozens of gamblers surrounded the tables, all red-eyed, excited, and creating a lively atmosphere. As soon as Chuan entered, he heard loud shouts. "Bet confirmed. Hands off. Bet confirmed. Hands off." Led by Wang Wu, Chuan squeezed to the busiest sickbo table. There were already over a dozen gamblers gathered around, and the dealer shaking the dice was a skinny man in his 30s named Su Laosi. Yin Chuan recalled from his memory that Su Laosi was a well-known gambler in the town, recruited by the Fortune Casino due to his exceptional gambling skills. Once everyone had placed their bets, Su Laosi opened the betting bowl. 1-2, too small. Su Laosi shouted, a smug smile on his face. More people had bet on big, and immediately there were cries of despair from the crowd. At the same time, a couple of people had bet correctly and cheered excitedly. Keep going, keep going. After the assistant divided the money on the table, they were ready to start a new round. Place your bets, place your bets. Su Laosi picked up the betting bowl and started shaking it again, as the sound of the dice clashing in the bowl filled the air. The gamblers at the table began a new round of betting. What about it, Brother Yin? What are you going to bet? Wang Wu, smiling, asked Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at the table. This round had a fairly even distribution of bets on big and small. After Su Laosi shook the bowl, he placed it back on the table. Bet confirmed. Hands off. Su Laosi continued to shout, urging everyone to place their bets quickly. Yin Chuan glanced at the betting bowl, then took out one tael of silver and placed it on big. Seeing this, Wang Wu followed suit and also bet one tael on big. It seemed that Wang Wu was convinced that Yin Chuan was having good luck today and wanted to share in it. Once all the bets were placed, Su Laosi opened the betting bowl. 4-5-5 big. With the announcement of the result, Wang Wu cheered excitedly. Brother Yin is amazing. Compared to Wang Wu's excitement, Yin Chuan appeared much calmer. He had secretly used the technique Ling Long Eye to see through the lid and determine the dice's results, allowing him to bet correctly. Although this technique was considered a low-tier skill in the past, it was now proving very effective. However, using it once would consume a large amount of spiritual energy from his body. Based on Yin Chuan's estimation, he could only use it 5 more times before exhausting his energy. In this round, Yin Chuan made 2 taels of silver profit from his 1 tael bet. As Su Laosi began shaking the dice again, a new round started. Bet confirmed, hands off. Su Laosi began shouting again. Wang Wu excitedly urged from the side, Brother Yin, what are you going to bet this time? Yin Chuan didn't answer, appearing calm and collected, waiting until Su Laosi stopped shaking and the dice settled on the table. Once he saw the numbers on the dice, Yin Chuan placed 3 taels of silver on big. Wang Wu, seeing this, quickly followed with the same amount. After placing the bets, Wang Wu clasped his hands together, anxiously anticipating the outcome. Though notorious as a thug in the town, he was actually quite poor. The money he earned was either lost in the casino or spent on women. If Yin Chuan hadn't given him those 3 taels, he might not have even had the capital to wander around the casino. So if he lost this time, he would be back to idling around, trying to figure out how to make money. As Wang Wu looked on eagerly, the betting bowl opened, revealing 3, 5, 6 big. Oh! Wang Wu immediately shouted in excitement. Brother Yin is awesome. Yin Chuan rolled his eyes at him. This guy was so loud it was unbearable. Back and forth. Yin Chuan had gone from having 3 taels of silver to now having 7. The speed of making money was indeed much faster than going to Tiger Head Mountain to dig for herbs. After winning 2 rounds in a row, Su Laosi glanced at Yin Chuan and smiled before continuing to shake the dice. Brother Yin, what are you betting this time? Wang Wu quietly asked in Yin Chuan's ear. After 2 consecutive wins, Wang Wu was very confident in Yin Chuan's luck today, but he was also worried that others might overhear. Once the betting bowl settled, Yin Chuan hesitated with 5 taels of silver in hand, taking his time to make a choice. This made Wang Wu extremely anxious. Brother Yin, hurry up and choose. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Chuan placed the 5 taels on big again. Seeing this, Wang Wu was suddenly uncertain. Over 20 years of gambling experience told him that the probability of hitting big 3 times in a row was low. If he followed Yin Chuan and bet 5 taels, he would incur a huge loss if he lost. So this time, Wang Wu chose to bet only 2 taels, wanting to be more cautious. After allowing everyone to confirm their bets, the betting bowl was lifted again. 266, Big Su Laosi announced loudly. Oh no! As soon as the result came out, Wang Wu immediately regretted it. Although he bet right, he earned less. The back and forth meant he lost money. At this time, Yin Chuan also had 12 taels of silver. In less than a quarter of an hour, the money spent on buying firewood, rice, oil, and salt had already been earned back. Indeed, money comes quickly through improper means. After this consecutive winning streak, the other players at the gambling table also looked at Yin Chuan with astonished eyes. when Su Lao Si rolled the dice again. Most people did not rush to place their bets. Instead, they waited for Yin Chuan to decide, wanting to follow his lead. Yin Chuan also noticed the gazes around him. The spiritual energy he had left in his body could only be used 3 more times for Ling Longmu. When the dice landed on the table, Yin Chuan focused his eyes and then took out 10 tails to bet on big again. Seeing this, the others quickly took out their silver and followed suit to bet on big. Upon seeing Yin Chuan's choice, Su Lao Si's gaze darkened. He did not expect anyone to dare to bet big for the 4th time in a row. With everyone's eager eyes on him, the gambling bowl was lifted again. 3-6 big. When this result came out, everyone present cheered. A few people who did not bet with Yin Chuan were regretting it, slapping their foreheads. Because there were relatively more people betting big in this round, the banker had to pay to cover the losses. Brother Yin, you are my god. Wang Wu this time followed Yin Chuan and bet 5 taels of silver, earning 5 taels. After several consecutive bets, Wang Wu's 3 taels of silver had multiplied several times. Holding the silver, he was extremely excited, and at the same time, his gaze towards Yin Chuan became more and more admiring. Continue. Su Lao Si shot Yin Chuan a glance, his expression becoming serious. This time, his shaking of the dice was much more intense, and everyone's gaze fell back on Yin Chuan. No one placed a bet first. They were all waiting for Yin Chuan to bet first. Bang! After a vigorous shake, Su Lao Si slammed the gambling bowl onto the table, staring intently at Yin Chuan, and said, "Gambling god, what are you betting this time?" At this moment, in Yin Chuan's eyes, it was clear that there were 3 sixes under the gambling bowl. A leopard. According to the rules of the casino, if the banker rolled a leopard, it would win both big and small bets, meaning whether you bet big or small. You would lose. However, if you chose to bet on a leopard, you could win 10 times. 10 taels of silver could turn into 110 taels. But if he bet like this, the others would definitely follow suit. In that case, the banker would certainly suffer a huge loss, and he would steal the spotlight. Winning 5 rounds in a row was not unusual. What was important was that he could guess a leopard correctly. As long as one's mind isn't foolish, they would know this was definitely abnormal. Even if this casino was known for its integrity, doing so would surely attract attention, which was not a good thing. Right now, his strength had not even recovered to 1/10, and even if this world was filled with martial artists, there was no need to take this risk. Master Yin, what are you betting this time? Wang Wu eagerly asked beside him, already prepared to bet all 10 taels in his hand. Yin Chuan glanced at Su Lao Si. Their eyes met. Yin Chuan knew that Su Lao Si was testing him, wanting to see whether he relied on luck or something else. Aren't you betting? Su Lao Si urged. The crowd of gamblers was also eagerly awaiting. Yin Chuan smiled, took out 5 taels of silver, and bet on small. Seeing this, the other gamblers also followed suit. Wang Wu wanted to bet all the 10 taels he had just earned, but he was secretly stepped on by Yin Chuan. Wang Wu felt the pain and looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Although he did not understand why Master Yin stepped on him, it calmed him down a bit, so he only chose to bet 3 taels on small. As everyone placed their bets, Su Lao Si smiled slightly and then opened the gambling bowl. 5-6 big. When this result came out, there was wailing all around the table. In this round, only one person chose not to follow the trend and bet big. Everyone else followed Yin Chuan and chose to bet small, losing all. Yin Chuan glanced at Su Lao Si and immediately understood what was going on. Just now, when Su Lao Si lifted the gambling bowl, there was a stream of energy swirling in his palm, altering the number on one of the dice. This Su Lao Si was not an ordinary person. Thankfully, although Wang Wu lost this round, he survived a disaster. He was supposed to lose 10 taels, but only lost 3, which meant he actually gained 7 taels. After this round ended, the remaining spiritual energy in Yin Chuan could only be used for one last technique. After these rounds of betting, the 3 taels of silver he had left turned into 17 taels. Master Yin, what are you betting this round? Wang Wu still wanted to continue with the silver, but Yin Chuan pretended to sigh and shook his head. It seems my luck has run out. Let us stop here for today. As he said this, he was about to leave, and Wang Wu quickly followed. Master Yin, don't go. It's just one loss. Wang Wu hurriedly persuaded him. We can win again in a few rounds. Next time, Yin Chuan ignored him and chose to walk straight out of the casino. The reason he reminded Wang Wu earlier was that he didn't want him to lose everything. This guy now called him Master Yin and Brother Yin because he made money with him. But if he followed him and lost money, he might turn against him. Preventing him from losing everything also saved him some trouble. After leaving the casino, Yin Chuan retrieved his small cart and headed home. Chapter 7. You want to gamble again? Gambling is something that can easily become addictive. Losing makes you want to recoup your losses, and winning makes you want to win more. But in the end, it's estimated that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose and end up destitute. Wang Wu was like that, and the previous Yin Chuan was like that too. Just as he pushed the cart out the door, Wang Wu's few little followers, Ma Zi and Biaoya, surrounded him. At the rich and noble casino, if you didn't have money to gamble, the guards at the entrance wouldn't let you in. So these few could only wait at the door for their boss Wang Wu to come out. When they saw Yin Chuan pushing the cart out, Ma Zi stepped forward with a mocking expression. Chuan, how come you lost so quickly? But hasn't he even warmed the seat yet? As soon as Ma Zi finished speaking, the others burst into laughter. It seemed they found the situation very amusing. Yin Chuan rolled his eyes at them, not wanting to engage, and pushed his cart to leave. Biaoya tried to interject, but Yin Chuan knew these people had nothing good to say, so he used a bit of hidden strength to nudge the cart to the side. Biaoya tripped and fell flat on his face. You bastard! Biaoya was instantly furious and got up ready to fight. But before Yin Chuan could let go of the cart, Wang Wu, who had come out with him, kicked Biaoya away. How dare you speak to our Master Yin like that? Wang Wu glared at Biaoya and Ma Zi, then turned back to Yin Chuan with a smile. Master Yin, don't take offense. My little brothers don't understand the rules. Please don't be angry. We'll come back to play another day. Yin Chuan only responded with a grunt, then quickly pushed the cart away towards home. Wang Wu stood at the street corner watching Yin Chuan's figure slowly disappear, and the smile on his face also faded away. What is going on, fifth brother? Ma Zi asked in confusion. Biaoya, who had just been kicked, rubbed his but with a grievance. But facing the tall and strong Wang Wu, Biaoya dared not express his anger or say anything. Wang Wu took out some silver from his pocket, giving one tael to a little brother. That Yin Chuan kid has been lucky lately. It's like he has become a different person. Let us not provoke him for now. After saying this, Wang Wu weighed the few taels of silver in his hand and strode away, with several little brothers following him. Biaoya, who had just felt wronged, saw the silver in his hand and immediately brightened up. A few people followed Wang Wu towards the Ningxiang courtyard on the west side of the town, and tonight was destined to be another night of carefree fun. Chongqing town was quite a distance from the village where Yin Chuan lived, and by the time Yin Chuan pushed the cart back to the village, the sun was already setting in the west. Just as he reached the door of the courtyard, a sharp female voice came from inside the house. Qinglian, you need to think this through. I just came back from the town and saw Yin Chuan going into the gambling house with Wang Wu again. Can you still expect him to change? Yin Chuan paused, his brows furrowing slightly. Inside the courtyard, Aunt Zhao was holding He Qinglian's hand, earnestly advising her. Although Butcherly looks a bit rough, he's hardworking and has a meat shop at home, so you can have meat for every meal. As long as you nod your head, he's willing to offer 5 taels of silver for Yin Chuan to sign a divorce document with you. A gambler like Yin Chuan would definitely agree to the temptation of 5 taels. He Qinglian lowered her head, tightly gripping the edge of her clothes. Her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Aunt Zhao, let's talk about this later. I still don't want to. Aunt Zhao sneered. Later? What if he loses all his money and sells you off too? Qinglian, don't be foolish. Just then, the courtyard door was pushed open. Yin Chuan walked in, pushing a cart full of goods, and calmly looked at Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao, it's so late, still visiting my house? Aunt Zhao's expression changed, and then she forced a smile. Oh, Yin Chuan is back? I just came to see Qinglian. He Qinglian looked up and was momentarily stunned by the cart piled high with rice, flour, meat, and brand new cloth. It was clear she had no idea where Yin Chuan had gotten these things, as fine rice and white flour were incredibly precious. Yin Chuan casually lifted a few pork ribs from the cart and said with a smile, Qinglian, I bought some ribs in town today. We'll make soup tonight. He then pointed to the new cloth on the cart. This piece of cloth is for you to make a few new clothes. Oh, although Aunt Zhao wore a smile, it was mocking and sarcastic. How rare. Looks like you won some money at the gambling house today, and even thought to buy your wife some things. Hearing the words gambling house, He Qinglian Chuan's eyes dimmed slightly. You went gambling again? He Qinglian's tone was somewhat disappointed. Although Chuan seemed to have won money, gambling was a habit that, if not quit, would lead to losing everything. These things weren't bought with gambling money. Chuan smiled gently at He Qinglian. Didn't I tell you this morning? I went to Huodo Mountain and dug up a century-old ginseng, which I sold for 10 taels of silver. Huodo Mountain? Aunt Zhao shivered at the mention of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't even think of going that way to gather herbs. It was simply madness. Hearing Chuan say this, He Qinglian visibly relaxed. Aunt Zhao thought for a moment and then spoke sarcastically. What Huodo Mountain? It can't be some nonsense to fool people, right? I saw you go to the gambling house with Wang Wu this afternoon. Don't deny it. Aunt Zhao's eyes are sharp. Chuan laughed after selling the herbs. I bought grains and still had quite a bit of silver left, so I did indeed go to a gambling house. While speaking, Chuan took out a money pouch from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and the sound of silver coins clinking was clear. But I was lucky and made a small profit. Before Aunt Zhao could respond, Chuan placed the pouch in He Qinglian's hand. Qinglian, you take this money. Buy whatever you need, and if it's not enough, just let me know. While saying this, Chuan glanced at Aunt Zhao and deliberately emphasized, 5 taels of silver to buy my wife? Unless you bring me 10,000 taels of gold, I won't even consider it. As for Butcher Li's 5 taels, he might as well save it for a good coffin for himself. In Chuan's memory fragments, Butcher Li was already in his 50s, fat as a pig. Just thinking about it was disgusting. Aunt Zhao pouted and replied awkwardly, I was just saying that casually. I hope young Master Yin continues to have such good luck. Sorry for the disturbance. After Aunt Zhao left in a dejected manner, He Qinglian was still a bit dazed and softly said, Chuan, can I really keep this money? Chuan approached, gently holding her hand, knowing that at this moment, He Qinglian still didn't fully trust him and lacked a sense of security. So he whispered, just take it and use it however you want. It's just a little over 10 taels of silver. In the future, we can have hundreds or thousands. He Qinglian's eyes reddened, but she still spoke with some concern. Just don't gamble anymore. This money is enough for us to start new. Facing He Qinglian's almost pleading tone, Chuan smiled gently. He understood that she was worried that their current happiness was only temporary, fearing that he might revert to his old ways of gambling. All right, Chuan nodded. I promise you I won't gamble anymore. Chapter 8. Night Attack and Killing Intent. That night, He Qinglian prepared a big meal with the things Chuan bought. She was very happy while eating, and tears streamed down her face. Why are you crying? Chuan asked with concern. I'm crying because you're silly. He Qinglian wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, feeling a bit distressed. Why did you buy such fine rice and white flour? The money for 1 bag of fine rice could buy 7 or 8 bags of rough rice. You're such a beautiful girl. You deserve to eat fine rice and white flour. Chuan smiled. If you eat this, you'll only get prettier. He Qinglian couldn't help but chuckle at Chuan's words, then sniffled, feeling a bit shy, and continued eating. While eating, He Qinglian stole a few glances at Chuan and noticed that he had indeed changed. The old Chuan used to eat like a dog fighting for scraps, careless and rough. But now, he sat up straight while eating, his demeanor much more composed. If it weren't for the same face and voice, He Qinglian wouldn't dare to believe that this was her husband. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Although she was puzzled, He Qinglian didn't want to ask about the reason. This was just fine. As night fell, He Qinglian still slept in the side room, and Chuan needed some time alone. He wanted to take advantage of the time after midnight when the spiritual energy in the world was most abundant to practice. The spiritual energy in this world was very thin, and the body's absorption of spiritual energy was slow. Today, he had left a wisp of spiritual energy and used in the gambling house because he didn't want to drain his body's spiritual energy, which would take longer to recover. He had just entered the early stage of the qi refining realm, and his body needed a lot of spiritual energy for nourishment. Fortunately, in his previous life, although Chuan only reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm, he spent decades traveling and studying to break through bottlenecks, collecting a lot of techniques to integrate and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. During this process, Chuan naturally learned many low-level techniques. Among these techniques, There was one that was very suitable for the current cultivation situation, the sixfold qi technique. It was something Yin Chuan learned from an old man in the Zhehuang prefecture in his previous life. It was specifically designed for how to utilize limited spiritual energy for cultivation improvement in places where spiritual energy was scarce, essentially allowing a wisp of spiritual energy to be used as six. Although this method took more time, it allowed for more efficient use of spiritual energy. However, in his previous life, apart from Zhehuang prefecture, most other places had abundant spiritual energy, so this technique was rarely used. Now it could exert remarkable effects. After practicing for about an hour, Yin Chuan, sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly heard a sound. There were footsteps outside the courtyard, although very faint. They were quite clear to Yin Chuan, who immediately stopped his cultivation. He tilted his ears towards the window and slightly urged the spiritual energy in his body, allowing him to hear the sounds outside clearly. It was Wang Wu's two underlings, the pockmarked one and the buck-toothed one. The two people had not yet entered the courtyard, but were hiding in a corner outside, whispering to each other. Their low conversation was clearly heard by Yin Chuan. "Baoya, are you sure you want to take action?" Ma Zi's tone was somewhat uneasy. Brother Wu said, recently not to provoke him. "Are you scared?" Baoya sneered. "If you're afraid, you can go back now. I can handle it myself. It's not that I'm scared." Ma Zi replied, "It's just that this Yin Chuan definitely hides his money well. It's not easy to steal it unless we take action." As he spoke, Baoya pulled out a gleaming dagger from his waist and said coldly, "I've been prepared for a long time. Recently, the mountain bandits have been causing trouble. Even if we kill him, the authorities will just think it was the bandits." Seeing this, Ma Zi licked his lips, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes as he pulled out the machete he had tucked at his waist. His wife, Qinglian, is really beautiful. Since we're going to take action, why not deal with her too? Ma Zi grinned maliciously. "Just what I want." Inside the house, Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in his gaze, already filled with killing intent. Ma Zi and Baoya quietly climbed over the wall into the courtyard, stealthily creeping towards the main house. Yin Chuan's yard wasn't large, and the two quickly reached the door. Baoya pushed the door first and found that it was surprisingly not locked, instantly exchanging a knowing smile with Ma Zi. One on the left, one on the right, they pushed open the wooden door. Before they could enter, they heard a whoosh, and a dark object flew out from inside, striking Baoya right in the face, causing him to faint instantly. Ma Zi was taken aback and looked down to see that the flying object was actually an inkstone. Baoya's nose had already caved in from the blow, and even if he survived, he would be left disabled for life. In the dead of night. "What do you want?" Before Ma Zi could regain his composure, Yin Chuan's voice rang out from inside. Ma Zi turned to see Yin Chuan's figure. Due to the darkness, he couldn't clearly see Yin Chuan's expression, but given the situation, he had no choice but to act. "Yin Chuan, hand over all the money you earned at the casino today, or I'll use my knife." Although Ma Zi held a knife, his confidence was clearly lacking. The sight of Baoya in such a state had made him wary. However, seeing that Yin Chuan had no other weapons in hand, Ma Zi's courage slowly grew. "Just you?" Yin Chuan showed no fear and instead walked towards Ma Zi. As Yin Chuan approached, Ma Zi quickly held the knife in front of him to intimidate. "Come any closer and I will strike. If you don't strike, I won't take you seriously." Yin Chuan's gaze was icy, staring fiercely at Ma Zi. This guy had been plotting against his wife, Qinglian, from the start. If it weren't for Yin Chuan's rebirth into this body, Qinglian would have likely met with misfortune. Especially Ma Zi's greedy desire for Qinglian made Yin Chuan even angrier. This man had to die, looking for death. Unable to withstand Yin Chuan's provocation, Ma Zi swung the knife towards Yin Chuan's head. But this seemingly full-force attack was caught by Yin Chuan, who tightly grasped Ma Zi's wrist. Before Ma Zi could struggle, Yin Chuan twisted his hand, and with a crack, Ma Zi's wrist broke. The machete fell to the ground with a clang. Ma Zi immediately felt a sharp pain and opened his mouth to scream. But Yin Chuan quickly pressed 2 fingers against his throat, silencing him instantly. Ma Zi could only writhe on the ground in agony, unable to make a sound, like a maggot squirming in a latrine. "Be careful in your next life." Yin Chuan showed no mercy stepping forward and channeling all his energy into his right foot, delivering a powerful kick to Ma Zi's head. In the blink of an eye, the Ma Zi, who had just been struggling in pain, was now a lifeless body lying on the ground. Although Yin Chuan was only at the first level of qi cultivation, dealing with these ordinary mortals was no problem at all. Chapter 9. The Man-Eating Tiger as Dawn Broke. He Qinglian emerged from the side room to tidy up and prepare breakfast. Just as she pushed the door open, she saw Yin Chuan returning from outside the courtyard. "You're awake." Yin Chuan smiled slightly at He Qinglian as he entered the courtyard. "You're up early." He Qinglian was somewhat surprised. It was the first time she had seen Yin Chuan awake so early. Yin Chuan shook the bamboo basket he was carrying, and He Qinglian noticed that it was filled with fresh wild vegetables. "I couldn't sleep, so I went out to dig some wild vegetables," Yin Chuan said, handing the basket to He Qinglian before yawning and stretching. "I'm a bit tired now. Just call me when the food is ready." "Okay." He Qinglian watched Yin Chuan enter his room and close the door, her brow slightly furrowing in confusion. In her impression, Yin Chuan had been pampered since childhood and wouldn't know which wild vegetables were edible and which weren't. Shaking her head, she decided not to think too much about it and took the wild vegetables Yin Chuan had dug into the kitchen to start the fire for cooking. Back in his bedroom, Yin Chuan also felt a bit fatigued. Last night, he had killed Bao Ye and Ma Zi and had secretly disposed of their bodies in the woods near Tiger Head Mountain. Although they had intruded into his home with the intent to kill, and he had killed them in self-defense, Yin Chuan chose to quietly handle the bodies to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, from the fragmented memories of his previous life, he knew that not everyone among the authorities in this world was a good person. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he circulated his internal energy for several cycles, recovering quite a bit of his energy and spirit. Just then, He Qinglian's voice came from outside. "Yin Chuan, it's time to eat." Yin Chuan opened his eyes and gently replied, "Okay, I'll be out soon." At the dining table, He Qinglian had prepared a porridge made from wild vegetables, along with 2 eggs and a small dish, which looked quite appetizing. While eating, He Qinglian curiously asked Yin Chuan, "Last night, I seemed to hear some strange noises. Did you hear anything?" "I heard it." Yin Chuan nodded and calmly replied, "It was a weasel trying to get into the courtyard to steal chickens. But I scared away." "I see." With this explanation, He Qinglian let out a sigh of relief and then murmured, "I heard that in the neighboring village. Some bandits went in at night to kill and rob people. It scared me." "Don't be afraid." Yin Chuan smiled slightly. "Even if the bandits come, they would just rob a few wealthy families in the village. They won't come here." He Qinglian nodded and stopped discussing the topic. After finishing their meal, Yin Chuan went back to the courtyard to continue practicing his energy cultivation exercises to stabilize his internal energy. After several days of practice, Yin Chuan had gained better control over this reborn body, and he had a vague sense of moving from the early to the mid-stage of the first level of qi cultivation. Although this progress was already quite good, Yin Chuan wanted to speed up even more. In his previous life, in a world where powerful cultivators roamed, he had only managed to survive as a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, he felt a significant lack of security. Now that his strength was still weak, he needed to improve his power quickly to avoid feeling anxious. Even though this world was filled with martial artists, it was still possible for a high-level martial artist to kill a qi cultivation realm cultivator. Therefore, after finishing both sets of martial arts forms, Yin Chuan prepared to go to Tiger Head Mountain again. Although there were fierce tigers on the mountain, the spiritual energy there was much richer compared to the village. So it was likely that some low-level spiritual herbs would grow in the mountain, although they might be scarcer than 100-year-old ginseng. As long as he could find a few and combine them with the alchemical methods from his memories, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a few qi condensing pills to accelerate his cultivation. Thus, Yin Chuan found He Qinglian, who was washing clothes, and said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back tonight." Upon hearing this, He Qinglian looked at Yin Chuan with some concern and asked, "Are you going to Tiger Head Mountain?" "Rest assured, I won't go into the mountains, just wandering nearby. I might dig up some century-old ginseng." Yin Chuan gently patted He Qinglian's head for comfort. "All right, be careful," He Qinglian said, then continued to scrub the clothes. Yin Chuan stepped out and quickly headed towards Tiger Head Mountain. Once he entered the area of Tiger Head Mountain, Chuan used his fingers to wipe in front of his eyes and activated his spiritual perception technique to begin exploring the surroundings. He searched while walking and also dug up some valuable herbs, planning to sell them in town later. Although he was reborn, with his 300 years of cultivation from his previous life gone, Chuan actually preferred his current life. It was as if heaven had given him another chance to cultivate. Perhaps this time he could break through the bottleneck in his cultivation that he had been unable to surpass. In his previous life, he had no fixed home or attachments. And while that felt free, it was like being a rootless weed, always feeling that something was missing in life. However, Qinglian's presence made Chuan feel a long-lost sense of home. After wandering around the outskirts of Tiger Head Mountain for 2 hours, although Chuan did not find the spiritual herbs he wanted, he had dug up a large half-basket of herbs. After estimating, they could sell for 2 or 3 taels of silver. Due to the limited spiritual energy in his body, Chuan couldn't use his spiritual perception technique for long periods. So he chose to rest for a while to replenish his energy before continuing his search. There were fierce tigers in the mountains, and he had to split his attention to be cautious. Just as Chuan rested for about half an hour and regained about 70 to 80% of his strength, he suddenly heard a scream and the roar of a tiger coming from the distant forest. Chuan's eyes snapped open, and he quickly focused his ears towards the direction of the sound. Someone was being chased by a fierce tiger, and it was getting closer. Not good. Chuan hurriedly picked up the bamboo basket on the ground and prepared to leave. But the next second, he stopped again because the chase had ceased. It seemed that the fierce tiger had successfully made a kill. Realizing this, Chuan chose not to leave, but instead used his concealment technique to quietly approach the direction of the tiger. He needed to refine a type of pill called bone refining pill, and tiger bones were a crucial material for it. Chuan wanted to take this opportunity to assess the strength of the tiger to plan for future hunting. After stealthily reaching the scene, Chuan saw 2 people lying on the ground in a clearing of the forest ahead. A man and a woman, both in their 30s, appeared to be a couple. The man had already passed away, while the tiger was facing away from Chuan, devouring the man. The woman was still alive, but covered in blood, and she was extremely weak. Once the tiger finished eating the man, it would be her turn. Knowing she couldn't escape death, the woman lay on the ground without struggling, just turning her head away, unwilling to witness her husband being eaten piece by piece. Chapter 10. Such a brave brother Wang. Chuan shifted his gaze back to the man-eating tiger. It looked to be at least 10 years old. Although it was no longer in its prime, it would still be challenging for Chuan to take it down. So he had no intention of intervening to save the people. After assessing the tiger's strength, Chuan prepared to leave. But just as he stood up, he suddenly stopped. In his line of sight, he spotted something he wanted. Near the clearing where the tiger was feeding, a backpack had fallen to the ground, spilling a number of herbs. Clearly, they had been collected by the couple while they were gathering herbs in the mountains. And among them were several plants that appeared to be the spiritual herbs he desired. Using his spiritual perception from a distance, he observed that the spiritual energy points on those herbs were significantly more concentrated, even brighter than the century-old ginseng he had previously found. However, since the tiger was still there eating its lunch, he couldn't disturb it. Chuan could only continue to hide nearby, waiting for the tiger to finish eating before he would go and collect the fallen spiritual herbs. At that moment, he suddenly heard a shout from ahead and immediately looked in that direction. He discovered that not far from the tiger stood a rugged man wielding a chopping axe. The man threw a bundle of firewood to the ground and boldly approached the tiger with his axe. Chuan recognized this rugged man. He was Brother Wang, who was around 40 years old, with dark skin and wearing a coarse short shirt that revealed his muscular chest. From his memories, Chuan realized that this was the same Brother Wang who had carried him back to the village just a few days ago after his rebirth. However, Chuan did not expect Brother Wang to be so brave as to confront a tiger. The tiger turned its head to look at Brother Wang upon hearing the sound. Its mouth was covered in blood and flesh, and its eyes glinted with ferocity. "You filthy beast, daring to eat humans," Brother Wang shouted at the tiger, glancing at the woman lying nearby and noticing she was still alive. He then moved closer, gripping the chopping axe tightly with one hand. Brother Wong showed no fear in his eyes. Seeing someone daring to provoke it, the tiger let out a low growl, dropped the remains it had in its mouth, and revealed its fierce gaze, its powerful tail whipping like an iron whip, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Come on, beast," Brother Wong shouted in anger, taking the initiative to attack. He lunged forward and swung his axe at the tiger's head. The tiger, agile, dodged to the side, and the axe blade narrowly missed its ear, cutting off a tuft of fur. The tiger, in pain and fury, lunged at Brother Wong, who rolled on the ground just in time to avoid it, countering with another swing of his axe, striking the tiger's leg. Roar! The tiger howled in pain, but the injury only provoked its ferocity further. Brother Wong hastily dodged, choosing to evade its attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Chuan hid behind a tree, calmly observing the battle between the man and the tiger. Brother Wong was skilled, clearly a martial artist with a considerable level of proficiency. Ordinary martial artists would have almost no chance of defeating such a tiger. However, Brother Wong was utilizing his agility and, with just an axe, was managing to retaliate against the fierce tiger. But even though Brother Wong was exceptional, he was still only human. Each dodge in the battle against the tiger consumed a significant amount of energy. As a result, he quickly exhausted himself, and his movements began to slow down with each roll and maneuver. Although the tiger suffered several wounds from Brother Wong's axe, the external injuries only seemed to invigorate the tiger's aggression. If this continued, Brother Wong would undoubtedly lose. Chuan was not someone who usually meddled in others' affairs, but he had always been grateful, and Brother Wong had saved his life. Fine, let be a repayment of kindness. After a moment of contemplation, Chuan quietly approached, using his concealment technique to gradually get closer, moving silently like a ghost towards the battlefield while drawing out a dagger from his sleeve. Just then, Brother Wong failed to dodge in time and was struck in the chest by the tiger's paw, instantly sent flying to the ground. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound on his chest, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Brother Wong picked up his axe, trying to get up and continue fighting. However, the tiger did not give him that chance. It pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. With the tiger's weight, it was nearly impossible for Brother Wong to rise again, leaving him with almost no escape. Oh no! Facing this predicament, Brother Wong did not show fear. Instead, he smiled in resignation. "You are indeed a formidable beast." The tiger opened its bloody mouth, about to bite into his throat. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and Chuan suddenly appeared behind the fierce tiger like a ghost, his dagger infused with all his spiritual power, stabbing fiercely into the tiger's skull. Thud! The dagger pierced through the skull, embedding itself to the hilt. The fierce tiger's body suddenly stiffened, and before it could let out a mournful howl, it fell heavily to the ground, landing on Brother Wong. Chuan struck successfully and immediately lifted the tiger's corpse, rescuing Brother Wong. With the tiger's massive weight pressing down on him, it could have potentially crushed him to death if left unchecked. After being saved, Brother Wong lay on the ground, wide-eyed as he looked at the suddenly appearing Chuan, then glanced at the dead tiger beside him, momentarily in disbelief. He gasped for breath, still trying to understand the situation. "Chuan, what are you doing here?" Brother Wong's eyes were filled with confusion. He had thought he was doomed when the tiger came crashing down. Chuan forcefully pulled out the dagger embedded in the tiger's head, shook off the blood, and smiled. "I was passing by while collecting herbs on a mountain." Brother Wong struggled to get up from the ground, looked at the motionless tiger, and then at the dagger in Chuan's hand. Only then did he realize that it was Chuan who had killed the tiger. He found it hard to believe, but the joy of surviving the ordeal made Brother Wong somewhat emotional. When Brother Wong reached the woman's side, he discovered she had already passed away. He was a step too late. Chuan took the opportunity to walk over to the bamboo basket that had fallen to the ground, picking up the few spiritual herbs he needed and placing them in his arms. What a pity, what a pity! Brother Wong sighed a few times, seemingly regretting not saving the woman. Chuan stepped forward to take a look, but did not share Brother Wong's compassion. Instead, he seemed somewhat accustomed to it. "Brother Wong, you're injured. You should hurry down the mountain to get treated," Chuan reminded him. Brother Wong looked down at the wound on his chest, sighed with a wry smile. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. I won't die from it." As he spoke, Brother Wong took out a small bottle from his waist, opened the lid, and sprinkled some white powder on the wound. In no time, the bleeding stopped. Chuan recognized that it was a hemostatic powder. "Thank you, Chuan." Brother Wong sighed. "If it weren't for you, I would have died here today." Chapter 11. The 10 realms of warriors worried that the smell of blood in the mountains might attract other fierce beasts. Chuan dug out a piece of tiger spine and helped Brother Wong down the mountain. They only stopped to rest when they reached the foot of the mountain. During the journey, through conversations with Brother Wong, combined with some fragments from Chuan's original memories, he had basically pieced together Brother Wong's identity. Brother Wong, whose real name was Wong Dashin, was a native of the village. He had been obsessed with martial arts since childhood and even went out to learn from a master when he was young. After several years of wandering, he learned some skills, but eventually chose to return to the village to make a living as a woodcutter. When others asked Wong Dashin why he returned to the village, he replied that the outside world was too noisy, and he preferred the peaceful life within the village. Although he returned to the village to continue as a woodcutter, he had developed a sense of chivalry. Whenever he could help, he would lend a hand, even though the previous Chuan was a despised gambler in the village. On that day, when Wong Dashin saw Chuan unconscious at the foot of the mountain, he still chose to save him. "Chuan, keep watch for me. I need to adjust my internal energy," Wong Dashin said as he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Chuan watched closely and quickly noticed a faint aura flowing around Wong Dashin's body. According to Wong Dashin, this aura was martial true energy. The more powerful the true energy within a martial artist, the higher their realm. However, to Chuan's eyes, this true energy seemed like a clumsy method of cultivation. In the eyes of cultivators, the energy of heaven and earth is divided into 2 types: spiritual energy and turbid energy. Cultivators absorb spiritual energy for nourishment, practice qi, build a foundation, and condense elixirs, step by step reaching the realm of divinity, ultimately transcending to become immortals. In contrast, the true energy that martial artists cultivate mixes spiritual and turbid energy indiscriminately into their bodies. This practice, which does not distinguish between spiritual and turbid energy, may allow martial artists to significantly improve their strength in a short period, perhaps achieving minor success in 1 or 2 years. However, over time, integrating turbid energy into their bodies can lead to stagnation in cultivation or even madness. Based on the fluctuations of Wong Dashin's aura, Chuan deduced that Brother Wong's realm was not very high at the moment. Combined with his performance in the battle against the fierce tiger, Wong Dashin's strength was roughly at the level of a 2nd or 3rd layer qi refining practitioner. Even so, Chuan was confident he could defeat him in a one-on-one challenge. After all, he had hundreds of years of combat experience. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he could make up for it with skill. After Wong Dashin adjusted his breathing for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and his complexion visibly improved. "Much better, haha." Wong Dashin stood up, grinning as if nothing had happened. "Let's hurry." Chuan had been on alert the whole time, and although no fierce beasts approached, there were still some small animals that occasionally came over, drawn by the scent of blood. On the way back, Chuan curiously asked Wong Dashin about martial arts. Wong Dashin was generous in sharing what he knew and recounted everything in detail. In this world, martial artists are divided into 10 realms. 1. First realm, body refinement, honing bones and muscles, training endurance, beginning to differentiate from ordinary people. 2. Second realm, meridian opening, cultivating true energy to become internal force stored within the body, which can be applied to fists and feet to enhance explosive power. 3. Third realm, condensing strength, solidifying internal force, able to break wood with bare hands, 1 against 10. 4. Fourth realm, transforming energy, internal force extends an inch away from the body, forming energy blasts, capable of snuffing out candle flames with a palm wind. 5. Fifth realm, minor circulation, internal force can circulate within the body, significantly enhancing endurance, able to stay awake for 3 days, capable of breaking stones. 6. Sixth realm, major circulation, Internal force permeates the entire body, forming protective energy, able to withstand ordinary weapons without injury. 7. Seventh realm. Innate. Can directly absorb and utilize innate true energy without converting it into internal force. True energy penetrating 10 feet, capable of fighting 100. 8. Eighth realm. Master. Can condense innate true energy into a physical form, such as turning energy into a shield or condensing water into ice. 9. Ninth realm. Grandmaster. Lifespan can reach 200 years. True energy endlessly flowing, capable of contending with several masters, even cutting through rivers with a sword. 10. Above the ninth realm is the 10th realm, also known as the supreme realm, which appears once in a millennium, touching the ultimate martial path, invincible in the world. It seems that no one has yet reached this realm. At this moment, Wang Dashan's realm was merely at the 3rd realm of martial artists, and he had been stuck at this level for a long time, unable to break through. After hearing Wang Dashan's description, Chuan matched these realms with his own cultivation realms. The performance of the 9th realm Grandmaster sounded like it should already be at the early stage of foundation establishment, while the Supreme Realm would not exceed the peak of foundation establishment. If that were the case, as long as he improved his own cultivation, there would not be many people in this world who could threaten him. By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. Wang Dashan needed some time to rest after his injury, so he didn't come out after getting home. After settling Wang Dashan, Chuan returned to his own home and went to the kitchen to start rummaging through things. Hearing the noise, Qinglian came over to ask, Chuan, what are you looking for? Chuan was preparing to refine medicine, so he needed a furnace suitable for alchemy. The requirements for a low-grade alchemy furnace were not high, but he at least needed a container to use. Since there was no blacksmith shop in the village, Chuan could only find a temporary substitute. Otherwise, if he went to the town now, it would take too long and it would probably be dark before he got there. I want to brew some medicine. Do you have any pots or something? Chuan asked. Brewing medicine? Upon hearing this, Qinglian immediately became worried. Did you get hurt again? No, I'm not hurt. Chuan got up and smiled. I went to the mountains to collect some medicinal herbs to heal my body. I want to boil them and adjust my condition. Qinglian was a bit surprised. Medicine can be toxic. You can't just boil anything. Don't worry, it's a prescription from a doctor in the town. It must be fine. Chuan reassured her, they're all herbs for replenishing qi and blood. Nothing toxic. Hearing Chuan say this, Qinglian finally felt at ease. After all, her husband had only just started to return to normal, and she didn't want him to drink something random and revert back. I have a jar. Qinglian nodded and quickly ran back to her room, rummaging through her things to find a jar originally used for brewing wine. Chuan looked at its size and found it just right for refining pills. However, from his memories, he recalled that this jar seemed to be a relic of Qinglian's deceased father. Although it wasn't worth much, Qinglian treasured it like a treasure. The former gambling addict, Chuan, had planned to take the jar to sell for a few coins after losing all his money. But Qinglian had threatened him with her life to stop him. It was clear how much Qinglian valued this item without any attachments. Now that she was willing to take it out, it was also a sign of her opening her heart to the current Chuan. Chapter 12. Low-level pills in the dead of night. The room was quiet, with an oil lamp flickering weakly. Chuan sat cross-legged, palms facing up, with a jar for refining pills in front of him. He gathered the spiritual energy within him, and a wisp of pale, blue spiritual fire ignited at his fingertips. Hovering in front of him, the spiritual fire flickered, casting mottled shadows in the room, and the shadows on the wall swayed as if they were alive. The spiritual energy was thin, and even the spiritual fire used for refining pills was weakened by a third. Chuan sighed lightly, but remained patient. During the day, to avoid worrying Qinglian, he had first boiled a pot of herbal soup to replenish qi and blood using other herbs. He had drunk a little himself and given some to Qinglian. Once she confirmed the soup was non-toxic and beneficial, Qinglian completely trusted Chuan's strange research. Chuan took out a few spiritual herbs he had collected that day. Although they looked similar to ordinary weeds, they had a layer of aura that was invisible to the naked eye. The spiritual herbs in this world were somewhat different from those in his previous life, but their effects could still be roughly judged by their taste. These spiritual herbs were not particularly rare. but in this world, they were valuable materials for pill refining. With a light tap of his fingertip, the spiritual fire split into 3 strands, each wrapping around one of the spiritual herbs. The herbs gradually softened in the flames, their outer layers peeling away, oozing a jade-green spiritual liquid, glistening like emeralds. After stripping away most impurities from the 3 herbs, the remaining strands of spiritual liquid were all poured into the jar. Chuan then tightened the lid and used both palms to envelop the jar with fire, precisely controlling the spiritual liquid inside with spiritual energy, beginning to let it slowly merge. As time passed, the medicinal aroma in the room grew stronger, and the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy caused the air to slightly distort, as if a thin mist enveloped Chuan. He formed hand seals, and the spiritual fire suddenly contracted. The 3 medicinal liquids converged in the jar, swirling and condensing. "Combine," he called out softly, and the spiritual fire surged. The medicinal liquid gradually merged under the high temperature, slowly transforming into a ball of azure-green pill liquid with a faint halo on its surface. Chuan focused his gaze, his fingertips moving slightly, and the temperature of the spiritual fire changed accordingly, sometimes fierce and sometimes gentle. The pill liquid slowly shrank in the flames, and the remaining impurities were gradually eliminated, ultimately condensing into a pill the size of a longan. As the medicinal liquid was completely refined, 3 delicate cloud patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the pill, as if naturally carved, profoundly mysterious. The room was filled with a sudden wind, and the medicinal aroma intensified tenfold. Even the chirping of insects outside ceased abruptly, as if they were silently feeling this aura. A flash of brilliance appeared in Chuan's eyes, and he suddenly brought his hands together. "Solidify." The spiritual fire extinguished abruptly, and a completely azure-green pill flew out of the jar, slowly landing in his palm, with clear pill patterns and contained spiritual light. Low-level chi condensing pill, success. Looking at the pill he had refined in his hand, Chuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, realizing that he was now soaked in sweat. Although it was just a low-level pill, it was still somewhat taxing for him, who was at the first level of the chi refining stage. Normally, to refine pills, one would need ample spiritual energy reserves in their body, and one typically starts learning to refine pills at the 4th or 5th level of the chi refining stage. To successfully refine pills, one would usually need to be at the 6th or 7th level. Chuan's operation was entirely based on his mastery of spiritual energy at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, allowing him to barely manage this refinement. Chuan picked up the pill and examined it closely. The pill felt cool to the touch, but he could faintly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy contained within. If taken by a mortal, it could strengthen the body and prolong life. And for him, although this chi-condensing pill was of low rank, it was enough to help him improve his cultivation faster in this world with thin spiritual energy. Although it was just a low-level pill, it was still considered rare in this realm. Chuan's lips curled slightly, and the next moment he swallowed the pill and immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to circulate his energy to digest the pill. As the pill went down his throat, it instantly transformed into a warm spiritual liquid that flowed into his abdomen. At first, it was like a trickling stream, then suddenly erupted like a rushing river, beginning to wash through his meridians. Chuan frowned slightly and immediately activated the 6 harmony chi technique, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate through the acupoints in his body. Wherever the spiritual energy flowed, his flesh and blood, like a parched land receiving a downpour, greedily absorbed every bit of the medicinal power. In this world, spiritual energy was thin, and after entering the chi refining stage, his body's spiritual energy replenishment had never reached its peak. However, the abundant spiritual energy contained in the pill was crazily filling the gaps in his body. As he absorbed the medicinal effects, a faint blue glow gradually appeared on Chuan's skin, shimmering in the darkness. Outside the window, the night was gradually fading. When the last wisp of medicinal power merged into his meridians, the eastern horizon began to show a faint white. Morning mist enveloped the forest, dampening the window sill. Yet within 3 inches around Yin Chuan, the mist strangely avoided him, as if pushed away by an invisible force. Opening his eyes, a flash of blue light flickered in Yin Chuan's gaze. Throughout the night, Yin Chuan's cultivation had stepped into the early second level of the qi refining stage. He had fully utilized 99 of the medicinal power absorbed into his body, not wasting a single bit. Under normal circumstances, being able to absorb 70 of the medicinal effect from such a low-level pill would be considered a lot. And it was thanks to the 6 harmony qi technique that he achieved such remarkable results. At the second level of qi refining, the spiritual energy in Yin Chuan's dantian had become much denser, and he recalled many more techniques he could now perform. With his current level of cultivation, combined with his experience, he wouldn't have to fear encountering ordinary warriors at the 4th or 5th level. However, although taking pills could speed up the improvement of cultivation, it was not advisable to take them continuously in a short period. The pills were pure, but would still leave behind some pill toxins that could accumulate in the body. It would require some time to gradually expel the pill toxins before he could continue taking them. Otherwise, if too many toxins accumulated, they would block the meridians and hinder the improvement of cultivation instead. Based on the current situation, it would be best to take only 1 pill within a month and not exceed 5 pills within 6 months. When Yin Chuan came out of the room, the sky had already brightened. As per his habit, he began practicing the qi cultivation and meridian opening fist in the yard. In just a few days since arriving in this world, he had already reached the second level of qi refining, which was comparable to the talents of cultivation from his previous life. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was thin, this world seemed to lack cultivators like himself, apart from warriors, which was barely sufficient. At this rate, Yin Chuan was very confident about breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment and entering the core formation stage in the future. When He Qingyan stepped outside and saw Yin Chuan up so early, practicing in the yard, she was no longer surprised. After a simple wash and tidying up, she prepared to start a fire to cook. Before Yin Chuan could finish 2 sets of movements, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside the yard. "Who is it?" Yin Chuan looked towards the door, his eyes wary. "It's me, Wang Wu." Wang Wu's voice came from outside the door, sounding somewhat anxious. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. It seemed this guy had noticed that his 2 little brothers were missing and had come looking for them. Chapter 13. Wang Wu comes to find him gathering his energy. Yin Chuan stepped forward and opened the courtyard door crack. "What do you want?" Yin Chuan glanced at Wang Wu warily, noting that he was alone and not holding any weapons. Wang Wu tried to push the door open, but Yin Chuan held it shut with his hand. Wang Wu pushed again and found he couldn't budge it, looking somewhat surprised. However, he didn't continue to push but instead asked, "Yin Chuan, have you seen Ma Zi and Baoya?" "No," Yin Chuan replied calmly. "No." Wang Wu immediately frowned and then said, "Ma Zi and Baoya are missing. Do you know that?" "Missing?" Yin Chuan pretended to be puzzled. "They went missing. What does that have to do with me? Shouldn't you be looking for the authorities? I'm not a constable." Wang Wu hesitated, then asked again, "You really haven't seen them? If there's nothing else, please leave." Yin Chuan didn't want to continue the entanglement and reached to close the door. Wang Wu, seeing this, anxiously stuck his hand in the door crack to stop him, resulting in a painful yelp as the door pinched his hand. "What else do you want?" Yin Chuan was somewhat impatient now, releasing the door and revealing a fierce expression. Wang Wu could only awkwardly smile, to be honest. "Someone told me that the night before yesterday, Ma Zi and Baoya said they were coming to find you, and then they disappeared. What do they want with me? I'm not familiar with them." Yin Chuan frowned. With over 300 years of experience from his previous life, Yin Chuan spoke lies so flawlessly that Wang Wu couldn't detect anything amiss. "Forget it. If you haven't seen them, I'll go look again." Wang Wu sighed and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and noticed a strange pattern carved into a stone outside Yin Chuan's courtyard. Wang Wu frowned. This symbol was a communication signal among their group of ruffians. Because they often engaged in petty crimes, they needed such symbols for marking spots or communicating. Looking at it this way, Ma Zi and Baoya had indeed been here and had chosen to take action, or else they wouldn't have left this mark. But as for what happened afterward, he had no idea. As Yin Chuan's courtyard door closed, Wang Wu glanced back at Yin Chuan's door, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to leave quickly. After sending Wang Wu away, Chuan wasn't worried. Their group of ruffians were all ordinary mortals, apart from Wang Wu, who might be strong and robust. The others were not worth mentioning. Moreover, he had dealt with the body that night very cleanly, without any means. It would be absolutely impossible to find it. Now, the urgent task was to continue to enhance his strength. Therefore, for the next period, apart from practicing at home, Chuan would go to the vicinity of Hutu Mountain to gather various herbs and spiritual grasses. He kept what he could use and sold what he couldn't in the town for money. More than 30 days passed without Wang Wu coming to cause trouble. Chuan's cultivation had also progressed from the second level of qi training to the late stage of the second level. Relying on his memory of cultivation, he became very familiar with the techniques of qi training, allowing for rapid progress. In addition to improving his cultivation, Chuan had also refined a considerable number of various pills during this time. He had managed to produce 3 spare condensing qi pills. Since a month had passed since taking the last pill, the pill toxins in his body had been slowly expelled with each cycle of energy. After swallowing another condensing qi pill, he digested it overnight, and his realm broke through to the 3rd level of qi training. Walking into the courtyard, Chuan casually picked up a wooden stick leaning against the wall, wielding it like a sword. With a light sweep, a sword qi burst forth, stirring up a gust of wind in the courtyard. Although his realm was rising quickly, Chuan also felt the fatigue in his meridians. After all, this body had average talent and had missed the best time for cultivation, so it needed some time to recover. It would be best to find a place rich in spiritual energy to recuperate for a while, but such places were hard to come by in this world. So he had to give up on that idea. Just then, He Qinglian came out of the inner room, cautiously walking up behind Chuan and whispering, Chuan, can I trouble you with something? Chuan turned around and, seeing her nervous and cautious demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. He asked, what is wrong? Just tell me if you need something. There's no need to be afraid. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of my mother's passing. He Qinglian said, tugging at her clothing nervously. I want to go to the town to buy some yellow paper to burn for her. I thought it was something serious. Chuan placed a hand on He Qinglian's shoulder and smiled to comfort her. Just in time. I also want to go to the town today, so let's go together. Okay. Hearing Chuan agree, He Qinglian was overjoyed and turned around to go back to her room to get ready. After a short while, He Qinglian returned wearing a brand new light lotus-colored long dress, which Chuan had specially bought for her a few days prior when he went to the town. After experiencing a significant improvement in her living conditions during this time, He Qinglian's once sunken cheeks due to malnutrition had become plump, and her skin was fair and rosy. Most striking were her eyes, which had previously been dull and lifeless, but now seemed to sparkle like stars. Her action of tying her waist belt caused Chuan to pause. How could this still be the same emaciated village woman from before? Even after a simple makeover, she looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Do I look good? He Qinglian felt her ears flush under Chuan's gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the belt of her dress. Of course you look good. Chuan smiled gently, and then said, it's just that your face could use a little more. My face? He Qinglian instinctively cupped her face, puzzled. When we get to the town, I'll buy you some rouge and powder. It will definitely make you even more beautiful. Chuan teased. He Qinglian's face turned even redder. Ever since Chuan's temperament had changed dramatically, it felt as though she had a different husband, making her feel somewhat shy. As they stepped out the door and reached the village entrance, under the old locust tree at the village's edge, several women making shoe saws saw Chuan and He Qinglian approaching and immediately began to whisper to each other. Look at her, the girl from He family. Aunt Zhang nudged the nearby Aunt Li. It hasn't been long since we last saw her, and she looks like a completely different person. Aunt Li squinted her dim old eyes. Amazed, isn't that so? That dress material must be worth quite a bit. Several young wives gazed enviously at the long dress He Qinglian wore. The fabric shimmered softly in the sunlight, highlighting her snow-white skin. Someone murmured, Chuan must have hit some big luck. However, old Zhao, who was squatting by the stone mill, suddenly scoffed coldly. Gambling fools remain fools. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Dressing up so nicely, maybe he wants to sell his wife for money. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice. As if afraid Yin Chuan and He Qinglian couldn't hear, "I just worry that some fools will be sold and not even know it." Before her words fell, Yin Chuan flicked his fingertip, and a wisp of spiritual energy quietly shot out. A branch above old Zhao's head suddenly snapped with a loud crack, falling right in front of her, startling her so much that she almost toppled off the stone mill. "Aunt Zhao, be careful," Yin Chuan said with a half-smile. "You're getting old. Speaking too hastily can cause you to bite your tongue." He Qinglian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, as she linked her arm with her husband amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The sympathetic looks that once regarded her had now turned into envy. Chapter 14. Going to the town together as they left the village entrance, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Yin Chuan, brother!" "Qinglian, sister!" Hearing the voice, Yin Chuan and He Qinglian turned to look. It was Brother Wang from the village, who made a living by chopping firewood. Wang Dashin drove a mule cart loaded with firewood, catching up to Yin Chuan and stopping in front of him. "Are you two heading to the town?" Wang Dashin asked cheerfully. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. After not seeing him for a month, the spot on Wang Dashin's chest that had been clawed by a tiger seemed to have healed, leaving only a few scars. Just in time, Wang Dashin immediately got off the mule cart, moved the firewood to another spot, and warmly invited, "Just in time. I also need to go to the town to sell firewood. Let me give you a ride." It would take at least an hour to walk from the village to the town at He Qinglian's pace. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Yin Chuan smiled in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wang." He Qinglian also smiled in thanks and lightly jumped onto the cart. After Yin Chuan helped her sit steady, he also jumped onto the cart. He Qinglian felt grateful to Brother Wang. It was he who had carried the unconscious Yin Chuan back that day, allowing her life to improve. Without Brother Wang's help, she would still be living in dire straits. "Brother Yin, I heard you've been going to Tiger Head Mountain to gather herbs recently?" Wang Dashin casually asked on the way. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. "You need to be careful." Wang Dashin sighed. "I haven't gone there lately. I heard that a fierce tiger has appeared on Tiger Head Mountain again, even younger and stronger than the previous one, and it has already eaten several people." Upon hearing this news, He Qinglian unconsciously tightened her grip on Yin Chuan's arm, feeling a bit worried. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. I'll definitely be careful." Yin Chuan patted He Qinglian's hand, then held it reassuringly. Yin Chuan knew about the tiger Wang Dashin was talking about. He had seen it once while gathering herbs. He had witnessed the tiger attacking people, who were all unfortunate souls seeking to find century-old ginseng to sell. Yin Chuan chose not to intervene and instead quietly took the herbs those people had already gathered after the tiger left. He didn't know those people and felt no obligation to save them. This young tiger was much more formidable than the previous one, and he had little chance of winning. When they arrived in the town, Yin Chuan parted ways with Brother Wang. He Qinglian, who hadn't been to the town for a long time, was very excited, feeling that everything in the town was new and interesting. "If you like anything, just tell me, I'll buy it for you," Yin Chuan said softly to He Qinglian. During this time, Yin Chuan had been digging precious herbs in the mountains to sell in the town and had earned quite a bit of money. He had saved around 30 taels of silver. Although He Qinglian was fond of everything sold along the roadside, she only glanced at them and didn't express a desire to buy anything. After strolling around, she finally arrived at a corner funeral shop, where she purchased a few sheets of yellow paper and some incense candles, feeling quite satisfied. After leaving the funeral shop, Yin Chuan watched as He Qinglian carefully wrapped the yellow paper and placed it in the innermost part of her bundle, and his heart ached slightly. This girl, who had once suffered so much, still maintained her frugal habits even after having some money. She hadn't even touched the silver he had given her last time. "Qinglian." Yin Chuan suddenly grabbed her hand and pointed to a beautifully decorated shop across the street. "Let us go check that out." He Qinglian followed Yin Chuan's finger and saw a sign hanging that red Ningxiang pavilion. Through the carved wooden windows, she could see an array of exquisite cosmetics displayed inside. Upon seeing these items, He Qinglian's eyes lit up but then dimmed again as she shook her head. "No, it's not necessary. These things aren't practical." Before she could finish speaking, Yin Chuan had already taken her across the street. The wind chimes at the shop's entrance jingled as they entered, and a rich fragrance wafted over. The shopkeeper, seeing customers, immediately put on a smile and looked at He Qinglian, exclaiming, This young lady is so beautiful. She truly matches the young master. He Qinglian felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. But Yin Chuan had already picked up a box of intricately carved rouge and gently opened it. Inside was a fine, silky red powder that emitted a faint floral fragrance. "This is nice. Let us give it a try," Yin Chuan said softly. "You have a good eye, sir. This rouge is top quality, brought in from the prefecture." The shopkeeper invited He Qinglian to sit down and gently applied a little on her face with her finger. He Qinglian looked at herself in the mirror and displayed a faint smile. It had been many years since she had used such things, and it made her feel nostalgic. "How much is this?" He Qinglian asked cautiously. The shopkeeper smiled. "Not expensive, only 2 taels for a box." "2 taels?" He Qinglian was startled and almost dropped the rouge box, quickly shaking her head. "That is too expensive. No. Wrap it up." Yin Chuan had already taken out the silver and pointed to a silver hairpin shaped like a plum blossom in another display case. "And this one too. I'll take both." He Qinglian anxiously tugged at Yin Chuan's sleeve. This is too wasteful. There are cheaper ones on the street." But Yin Chuan just smiled and said, "Those things on the street don't deserve you. These are what you should use." He Qinglian's eyes instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head, but a tear still fell onto Yin Chuan's hand, burning hot. The shopkeeper discreetly stepped aside, quietly wiping her eyes. She had seen many husbands buying jewelry for their mistresses in this small town, but rarely had she seen one so tender towards his wife. In the end, Yin Chuan spent a total of 12 taels of silver, not only buying the rouge, but also adding a silver hairpin and a pair of pearl earrings. When he carefully put the pearl earrings on He Qinglian's earlobes, several female customers in the shop couldn't help but exclaim in envy, "So beautiful!" Yin Chuan stepped back 2 paces, sincerely admiring. After leaving the shop, at Yin Chuan's request, He Qinglian had already put in the hairpin, donned the earrings, and applied the rouge, looking stunningly beautiful. Many passers-by couldn't help but glance over as they walked. "All right, let us go back." He Qinglian felt so many eyes on her for a long time and felt a bit embarrassed, urging Yin Chuan to leave. Just as they walked far, Yin Chuan's ears seemed to pick up a sound, and after passing a street, they saw Wang Dashan's figure. At this moment, Wang Dashan's mule cart was parked in front of a wealthy household, and the firewood on the cart was nowhere to be seen. Only 31. Not a single coin more. A steward at the entrance wanted to drive Wang Dashan away. But Wang Dashan argued, "What 31? It was agreed at 61 for the whole cart. How can you do business like this? You can either take this 31 or leave it." The steward was quite arrogant, and behind him stood several bodyguards with disdainful expressions. Chapter 15. "Give me some face, no, it's supposed to be this amount." Wang Dashan was a bit angry, but clearly restrained himself. "How can you change the price at the last minute? I already said, it's only 31. Take it or leave it." The steward snorted coldly. "If you keep making a fuss here, we'll have to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards behind him moved forward with their sticks, trying to scare Wang Dashan away. "I want to sell it. I want to sell it." Seeing this, Wang Dashan quickly waved his hands. "Hurry up and return my firewood. I want to sell it to you. You've already moved the goods inside. Do you think you could take them back out?" The steward laughed. "Since you don't want this 31, then you want to get a single coin." After saying that, the steward was about to lead his men into the house. Seeing this, Wang Dashan immediately stepped forward to block them. "Return all the firewood to me. I want to sell it to you. You're really being unreasonable." The steward was somewhat annoyed and waved his hand. "Teach this fool a lesson." The bodyguards who received the order immediately raised their sticks and began to strike Wang Dashan. The dull sounds hit Wang Dashan's back, showing no mercy at all. Seeing this scene from a distance, Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. Given Wang Dashan's skills, these bodyguards were no match for him at all. However, Wang Dashan allowed them to hit him with sticks without fighting back at all. If this continued, even if Wang Dashan was tough, he would be beaten to death. "Yin Chuan, isn't that brother Wang?" He Qinglian also saw this scene at this moment and couldn't help but feel worried, tightening her grip on Yin Chuan's arm. Wang Dashan is a rare good person that is hard to meet in this world. He has decent skills and is from the same village. So it's really hard for Yin Chuan to see him being bullied like this. He turned to He Qinglian and said, "You stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." Although He Qinglian was very worried about Wang Dashan, She was even more anxious when she heard Yin Chuan was going. The wealthy families in the town were already quite unreasonable, and ordinary people like them couldn't get any advantage in front of these big households. "Don't go." Yi Qinglian was unwilling to let go of Yin Chuan. She didn't want to lose the happiness she had just gained. "Don't worry." Yin Chuan gently patted Yi Qinglian's hand, which made her relax. At this moment, in the alley, several servants were still beating Wang Dashin, cursing continuously. They also found it strange that this big fool could take such a beating. Despite several people hitting him with sticks, he was still standing. "Hit harder." The steward stood aside, hands on his hips, loudly directing with a smug smile. When he wasn't paying attention, Yin Chuan had already approached from behind and lightly poked the steward's back with 2 fingers. "Who?" Feeling the movement behind him, the steward turned around. "If you keep hitting, someone will die." Yin Chuan intervened. "Who the hell are you?" The steward was extremely arrogant, sizing up Yin Chuan and sneering. "This is none of your business. Get lost, or I'll have you beaten too. I am a doctor. Give me some face and let them stop. I can save your life." Yin Chuan pretended to be profound. "What the hell is a doctor?" The steward scoffed. "Why should I give you face? You think you can save my life?" Yin Chuan began to count down, and the steward looked puzzled. 2. The steward became a bit angry. "Get lost." But before he could finish, Yin Chuan had already counted down to 1. At the same time, the steward's expression suddenly stiffened, and he clutched his large belly, his features twisting in pain. Oh! The steward fell to the ground, holding his stomach, and began to scream in agony. A few family members heard the commotion and stopped, looking over in confusion, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, the steward felt as if his intestines were twisted together and were being cut with a knife. "Help me." Remembering what Yin Chuan had just said, the steward looked up at Yin Chuan and started to plead. Yin Chuan stepped forward, reached out to check his pulse, then smiled from far away. "I could see something was wrong with your body. It's a case of excessive anger causing blockage in your meridians. If left untreated, your intestines will tie themselves in knots, leading to a ruptured intestine and a painful death." The steward's face had turned pale from the pain, and he was sweating profusely. "Help me, please, divine doctor." The steward's tone was weak, and he was trembling as he spoke. "I can help you." Yin Chuan smiled slightly, returning the 60 coins he owed him. "I'll treat you and save your life." The steward nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, and took out his money pouch, handing it to a nearby servant. "Quick, give him the money." The servant didn't dare delay, opened the pouch, and took out 30 coins, along with the 30 coins he hadn't given earlier, and handed them to Wang Dashin. Wang Dashin was a bit confused when he received the money. Looking at Yin Chuan in front of him, he was even more puzzled. "Quick, save me. I'm going to die from the pain." The steward pleaded, moaning in agony. "This 60 coins is for firewood. Since you beat him up, you should at least compensate him for some medical expenses." Yin Chuan added, Right. The steward immediately turned to the nearby servant. "Give him 1 tael of silver." The servant complied and handed over 1 tael of silver to Wang Dashin. Wang Dashin took the money and looked at Yin Chuan, seemingly asking what to do next. Yin Chuan gave Wang Dashin a look to indicate he should leave, and Wang Dashin understood immediately, hurriedly leading the mule cart out of the alley. Once Wang Dashin was far away, Yin Chuan reached into his pocket and took the opportunity to roll some dirt into small balls. "Take this calming pill, and you'll be cured." Yin Chuan pinched the dirt ball and brought it to the steward's mouth. At this point, the steward was in so much pain that he didn't care what was being fed to him and opened his mouth to swallow the dirt ball. The reason the steward was crying out in pain was that Yin Chuan had quietly sent a surge of energy through an acupoint into his body. He was controlling this energy, making it twist wildly within the steward's belly. After the steward swallowed the dirt ball, Yin Chuan released control of the energy, and the pain gradually subsided. Realizing that the pain was indeed gone, the steward panted heavily, slumped on the ground, holding his belly still a bit shaken. "All right." Yin Chuan clapped his hands and said, "From now on, remember not to lose your temper easily. If you control your emotions, you can avoid a recurrence. If you continue to be impatient, next time I might not be able to save your life." After saying this, Yin Chuan turned and left. The steward wanted to say something as he raised his hand, but he was too weak to speak and could only watch Yin Chuan leave. Once out of the alley, Brother Wang was waiting around the corner, and Yi Qinglian was beside him. seeing Yin Chuan come out safe. He Qinglian immediately sighed in relief and rushed forward to link arms with Yin Chuan. "Thank you so much, Brother Yin." Brother Wang laughed heartily. Although his face was swollen and bruised, he still smiled foolishly, seemingly unconcerned. "Don't mention it. I just happened to run into it. Let's go have a nice meal together." Yin Chuan waved his hand and headed toward the tavern in the town. Chapter 16. Let's hear it. The Fushan Tavern is in the center of the town. It's the largest tavern in the area. At this time, it was noon, and it was packed inside. However, Yin Chuan was lucky. As soon as he arrived, someone vacated a table. After Brother Wang parked the mule cart outside, he walked into the tavern a bit awkwardly. After ordering some food and drinks, the three began to eat. "I say, Brother Wang." During the meal, Yin Chuan couldn't help but ask Wang Dashan, "You clearly have decent fighting skills. Why didn't you fight back just now? With your abilities, those 3 or 4 guys are definitely no match for you." Wang Dashan laughed heartily and explained, "If they hit me, I might just suffer some superficial injuries. But if I hit them and can't control my strength, I could kill someone." Saying this, Wang Dashan sighed. "If someone dies, that would be a big problem." Yin Chuan shook his head helplessly. Wang Dashan was somewhat adorably foolish. That group of people had obviously been ruthless. If it had been an ordinary person, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. "In any case, thank you for your help, Brother Yin." Wang Dashan raised his cup to toast Yin Chuan. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten my money back." "Don't mention it." Yin Chuan clinked cups with Wang Dashan and said, "In the future, don't be so foolish. People like them love to bully the weak. The more you appear weak, the more they will look down on you. Give them some appropriate lessons to let them know you're not to be messed with, so they won't dare bully you again." Wang Dashan downed his drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yin is right. I'll change my temper in the future." While speaking, Wang Dashan took out the 1 tael of silver he had just received and placed it in front of Yin Chuan. "This money is your achievement, Brother Yin. You should take it." Wang Dashan smacked his lips, clearly satisfied with the taste of the drink he had just downed. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, but returned the silver to Wang Dashan. "This money is for your medical expenses that I fought for. You were beaten up like this. Even if it's just some superficial injuries, you still need to rest for a few days, right? During this time, you can take a good rest. What does this money mean to me?" Wang Dashan wanted to be polite, but Yin Chuan pretended to be angry and said, "Brother Wang, if you keep this up, then don't call me brother anymore. Just take it." Seeing this, Wang Dashan could only smile and, after hesitating for a moment, took the silver back. "I heard that Brother Wang has traveled around a lot before." Yin Chuan asked while eating, "Share some interesting stories with us." "All right." Wang Dashan immediately agreed, took a sip of wine, and began to speak freely. Wang Dashan left his village 15 years ago and, after many twists and turns, ended up working as a guard at a security company, escorting goods across the country with a convoy. During this time, he learned some basic martial arts techniques. But due to limited talent, he only managed to reach the 2nd realm before stagnating. Later, when the convoy was escorting a batch of goods to Qianzhou, they were ambushed by mountain bandits, resulting in heavy casualties, and the convoy leader was severely injured. Because they lost the goods, the convoy's reputation plummeted, and the leader subsequently disbanded the security company. With nowhere to go, Wang Dashan wandered outside for a few more years before finally choosing to return to the village. He still reminisced about his days escorting goods outside. After returning to the village, he continued to practice martial arts every day, but ultimately, he could only reach the 3rd realm and could not advance any further. After hearing Wang Dashan's story, Yin Chuan said to him, "Extend your hand. Let me check your pulse." "All right." Wang Dashan did not refuse and straightforwardly extended his hand in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan placed his hand on Wang Dashan's wrist and carefully felt the flow of true qi within him. Soon he discovered the issue. The reason Wang Dashan was stuck at the 3rd realm was that the qi within him was very chaotic and lacked order. This indicated that the martial arts he practiced were quite poor, even among martial techniques. Practicing martial arts is like building a tall building, layer by layer. Good techniques will create a strong foundation, building upwards layer by layer according to the method. However, poor techniques do not effectively utilize the true qi absorbed into the body. They simply know to push these things upwards blindly. Such a pile is inherently unstable and limited in height. This is also why Wang Dashan has been stuck at this level and unable to continue improving. However, if Wang Dashan were to start practicing other techniques again now, it would no longer be meaningful. He is already over 40, and the previous 20 years of practice have solidified his meridians. Changing techniques now would likely lead to going off the rails. However, he could swallow some pills to forcibly raise his realm. But considering Wang Dashan's current situation, reaching the 5th realm of martial arts would be a considerable challenge. Halfway through the meal, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the tavern. Chuan looked up and saw that it was the steward who had bullied Wang Dashan earlier, accompanied by several guards. After entering, their eyes continuously scanned the room, ultimately stopping at their table. Wang Dashan also sensed something was off and immediately put down his wine glass, saying to Chuan, "Brother Yin, you quickly take Sister Qinglian out the back door. I'll handle this. I want to see what they want." Chuan did not leave. Instead, he leisurely picked up his chopsticks and continued eating as if nothing was wrong. Qinglian, sitting beside him, looked anxious and glanced at Chuan with some fear. Chuan smiled at Qinglian and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen." At this moment, the steward and his guard approached, and Wang Dashan immediately stood up to block their way. "What do you want? If you want to fight, let's go outside." Misunderstanding. But the steward changed his attitude and said with a flattering smile, "I came because I have a request of the Divine Doctor, not to cause trouble." "Divine Doctor?" Wang Dashan looked back at Chuan, who nodded. Wang Dashan then stepped aside. The steward stepped forward and politely cupped his hands to Chuan. "Divine Doctor, I wonder if you are free this afternoon. I would like to invite you to make a house call." "A house call for what?" Chuan didn't even look up at him, just continued to pick at the peanuts. "My master's son suddenly fell ill a few days ago." The steward smiled and said, "I have invited many doctors to examine him, but they are all helpless. I want to invite the Divine Doctor to take a look. If he can cure my master's son, my master is willing to offer 100 taels of silver as a reward." Upon hearing this, Chuan became interested. Although he had not specialized in medicine in his previous life, he understood some techniques, not to mention mortals. Even cultivators below the foundation establishment stage would find common ailments no problem at all. With this 100 taels of silver, he could save a lot of time for his own cultivation. "All right, I'll go take a look after I finish eating," Chuan replied. Chapter 17. Going off the rails. The Yang family is a well-known wealthy merchant family in Chongqing town. They not only have several bustling shops collecting rent, but also have several profitable industries, making them one of the richest classes in the town. After eating, Chuan had Wang Dashan take his wife, Qinglian, back to the village first, while he followed the steward of the Yang family to see what was going on. Along the way, the steward was exceedingly polite, afraid of offending Chuan, which made Chuan find it amusing. No wonder such a person could hold a managerial position. They can adapt their responses based on different people. Upon arriving at the Yang family, Chuan was invited to a bedroom. At the door stood an elderly man dressed in splendid clothes, appearing to be in his 50s, slightly plump, with a wealthy demeanor, clearly the master of the Yang family. Upon seeing Chuan brought by the steward, Master Yang immediately welcomed him with an anxious look. "Divine Doctor, you have finally arrived." Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, feigning profundity as he nodded. "There is no need for formalities, Master Yang. First, let us talk about your son's condition." Master Yang quickly explained, "My son has loved martial arts since childhood and has always been healthy, but a few days ago, after returning home, he locked himself in his room for 2 days, and when he came out, he suddenly went mad and then fainted. In these days, I have invited many doctors to diagnose him, but they have all been helpless, even suggesting I prepare for the worst. How can that be acceptable?" Saying this, Master Yang sighed helplessly, wearing a worried expression. "If the Divine Doctor can save my son, our Yang family will certainly reward you handsomely." Chuan nodded slightly and then followed the steward into the room, arriving at the bedside. There lay a young man with disheveled hair, a dark complexion, and erratic breathing. Chuan reached out to check his pulse and infused a trace of spiritual energy for examination, instantly understanding the situation. This young Master Yang's internal qi was chaotic, clearly due to practicing martial arts and going off the rails, causing his blood and qi to surge in reverse, leading to his fainting. This situation could indeed be life-threatening for ordinary martial artists, but for the cultivator Chuan, it was merely a minor issue. He just needed to infuse some spiritual energy into young Master Yang's body and use his precise control over the spiritual energy to guide and unblock the chaotic qi within him to achieve recovery. However, if it were that simple to cure him, how could he showcase his remarkable skills? Chuan pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Young master, you have gone off the rails while practicing, and the situation is urgent." Huh? Upon hearing this, Master Yang was immediately alarmed. After inviting so many doctors, it was the first time someone said it was a case of going off the rails. Although Master Yang did not practice martial arts, he had heard of such matters and naturally understood their seriousness. Can the divine doctor cure him? Master Yang asked worriedly. Ordinary doctors would not be able to do so. Chuan smiled slightly and said, "But fortunately, you have encountered me, so of course, I have a way." That is great. Upon hearing that there was a solution, Master Yang was overjoyed. "Please, divine doctor, treat him quickly." Chuan did not immediately take action, but instead said, "Although I have a way, it is not that simple. I need to use my unique secret method to clear the meridians, supplemented with rare medicinal materials to consolidate the foundation and nurture the essence." At this point, Chuan deliberately paused and then continued. "In that case, the consultation fee will likely be considerable." Master Yang did not hesitate. "As long as my son can live, money is not an issue." Chuan replied casually, 500 taels. "If Master Yang agrees, I guarantee your son will wake up within a day." Master Yang's eyelids twitched. 500 taels is not a small sum even for wealthy people like them. But looking at his son, who was in a deep coma, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "All right, as long as you can cure him, I'll pay 500 taels." Chuan secretly chuckled to himself and said, "In addition, I need a few medicinal herbs to assist. You should quickly send someone to the pharmacy to collect them." After saying this, he took out a prescription from his pocket and handed it to Master Yang. The herbs listed on the prescription were actually what Chuan wanted to use for alchemy. They had nothing to do with curing illnesses. He just wanted to take advantage of Master Yang. Master Yang, not suspecting anything, immediately arranged for his servants to go buy them. At this moment, a servant suddenly approached Master Yang and whispered something in his ear. However, no matter how quietly he spoke, Chuan easily overheard it. The servant seemed to recognize Chuan and said to Master Yang, "Sir, this man is not a divine doctor at all. He is a well-known gambler and hoodlum in town. I have seen him before." Upon hearing this, Master Yang frowned and looked at Chuan with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Is this true?" Master Yang asked the servant. "If I lie even a little, I will be struck by lightning," the servant asserted firmly. Hearing this, Master Yang's expression changed drastically. He slammed the table and pointed angrily at Chuan, cursing, "What a scammer! How dare you deceive the Yang family? Someone, throw this scoundrel out!" With Master Yang's shout, 4 or 5 servants rushed in with clubs, surrounding Chuan menacingly. In the face of this situation, Chuan was not flustered at all. Even if they started to fight, these ordinary people could not do anything to him. Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his lips. "Master Yang, are you sure you want to drive me away?" "It's not driving you away, it's throwing you out." Master Yang's chest heaved with anger. He had already been worried sick about his son, and now someone dared to deceive him. "You say I'm a scammer. Do you have any evidence?" Chuan retorted. "What evidence do you need?" Master Yang pointed at the servant who had just reported him. "Someone in my household recognizes you. You are just a gambler pretending to be a divine doctor." Chuan glanced at the servant beside him, who looked somewhat familiar. He rummaged through his fragmented memories and found that this guy had crossed paths with him at the gambling house, but they were not well acquainted. "Yes, that's me," the servant said arrogantly. "You are a gambler. I know you. I do enjoy gambling, but that doesn't affect my ability to heal, does it?" Chuan smiled and said, "Master Yang, you need to think clearly. If you drive me away now, your son can only wait to die. There are very few people in this world who can save your son, and I just happen to be one of them. If you drive me away, you may never encounter another chance like this." Hearing this, Master Yang began to hesitate again. Chuan was too calm, and what he said made a lot of sense. Even if the other party was a gambler, there was no rule that a divine doctor couldn't gamble. In this situation, he could only treat it as a dying horse being treated as a live one. Moreover, he wasn't paying up front, so what could he possibly cheat him out of? Master Yang waved his hand, signaling the servants surrounding Yin Chuan to step back, then said, "All right, since you say you can cure my son, then do it. If you succeed, I will pay you 500 taels. But if you fail, I will break one of your legs." Master Yang's clenched fist and tone were almost threatening. Yin Chuan, however, laughed. "It's not 500 taels anymore. If you want me to cure your son, it will cost 1,000 taels. Chapter 18, 1,000 taels you. Master Yang was taken aback upon hearing this and immediately countered. "You need to think carefully about what you are saying. I was very clear." Yin Chuan replied, "Just now, I said it would be 500 taels to cure your son. Now, if you want me to cure him, it will cost 1,000 taels. Sir, he is a scammer." The nearby servant chimed in immediately. "He is raising the price because I recognized him, so he deliberately quoted such an exorbitant price to deceive you." Master Yang calmed down, chuckling twice. "I promise you, if you cure him, I will definitely pay you 1,000 taels, but if you cannot cure him, I will break both of your legs." "Fine." Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. "It's a deal." Master Yang sat down quietly, waiting. Once the servants brought back the herbs Yin Chuan needed, he checked and confirmed that they were all present. If he had gone to buy these herbs himself, it would have cost him at least several dozen taels, as they were rare medicinal herbs in limited quantity. "All right." Master Yang stood up with his hands behind his back. "Let's start the treatment now." Yin Chuan smiled slightly. "I have a rule when it comes to practicing medicine, which is that no one can watch. You all need to leave the room and close the door. Only after I have cured him can you come back in." As soon as Yin Chuan said this, the servant beside him immediately said to Master Yang, "Sir, you cannot be fooled. If he drives us all out, he definitely wants to take the opportunity to escape." "Escape? What escape?" Yin Chuan shook his head helplessly. "This is your residence. Even if you all leave, can I just vanish into thin air?" Master Yang looked at his son, who was lying on the bed, barely breathing, and with a sigh of resignation. "Could only agree. Everyone out, surround the house. I want to see if he really has this ability." After saying this, Master Yang led the servants outside and closed the bedroom door. Once everyone left, Yin Chuan leisurely packed away all the herbs he had just received. He approached the bed and reached under the pillow to take out a page of martial arts manuscript. Clearly, this young Master Yang had cultivated this martial arts technique, which had led to his current state. After taking a quick look at the content on the page, Yin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed a fragment, but Yin Chuan could roughly guess what the complete contents of this technique were like. It was indeed superior to ordinary martial arts, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was trash. This young Master Yang was quite bold, daring to cultivate with just a fragment. If he didn't go mad, who would? Yin Chuan extended 2 fingers and pressed them against young Master Yang's forehead, infusing a wisp of spiritual energy into his body. As the spiritual energy entered young Master Yang's meridians, it began to smooth out the chaotic energy within him like a street cleaner. The entire process lasted only a quarter of an hour before Yin Chuan withdrew his hand. "All right, everyone can come in now," Yin Chuan shouted towards the door. Hearing the commotion, Master Yang immediately brought everyone back into the room. As soon as he entered, Master Yang hurried to the bedside, concerned about his son's condition. "He hasn't woken up." Master Yang looked up at Yin Chuan, filled with doubt. "How could it be that quick?" Yin Chuan pouted. "He's been in a coma for so long. He needs a little more time to wake up." "Sir, he is just deliberately stalling for time." The servant chimed in again. "The young master looks like he hasn't received any treatment at all. I think we should just send him to the yamen and accuse him of defrauding us." Master Yang closely examined his son's condition and noticed that there didn't seem to be any changes, so he looked at Yin Chuan with confusion. "Kid, I warn you. I wasn't joking with what I just said." Master Yang said sternly, "If my son doesn't wake up, I will really break both of your legs. Don't worry. Your son will wake up, and my legs won't be broken." Yin Chuan replied as he sat down in a nearby chair, picked up a pastry from the table, and put it in his mouth. "What you need to do now is prepare the money. Within half a stick of incense, he will definitely wake up. Once he wakes up, I'll naturally prepare the money." Master Yang remained skeptical. "If he doesn't wake up, You won't be able to leave through that door." As soon as Master Yang said this, several servants holding clubs blocked the door. The steward who had introduced Chuan didn't dare to say a word. He had only intended to find a doctor to test his luck, but he didn't expect such a turn of events. If Chuan is really a fraud, he might suffer the consequences himself. However, that house servant remained relentless, chattering away beside them. Chuan dug into his ears and said to Master Yang, "Your son needs a quieter environment to wake up. If someone keeps making noise nearby, he might not wake up." Upon hearing this, Master Yang slapped the house servant across the face. "Shut up." The house servant covered his face, instantly silenced, and could only step back, lowering his head and looking at Chuan with a resentful expression. Time passed slowly, and Master Yang kept a concerned eye on his son. As it approached 15 minutes, Master Yang grew increasingly anxious. This was his only son. If anything happened, it would mean the end of his line. Suddenly, Yang Gongzi, who had been lying motionless on the bed, twitched all over. Seeing this, Master Yang was instantly overjoyed. Before he could step forward to check, Yang Gongzi suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath, clearly still shaken. "Ah!" Master Yang, seeing his son awake, was overcome with joy and tears. "My son, you finally woke up." Seeing this, the steward let out a sigh of relief, and then glared fiercely at the house servant who had caused trouble. The house servant was dumbfounded, never expecting that the usual gambler who lost all his money at the casino was actually a miraculous doctor. "Son, don't move around. How do you feel?" Master Yang quickly inquired with concern. After sitting up, Yang Gongzi felt a splitting headache and lay back down under the covers. Although his breathing began to calm, clearly still confused about the situation. "Master Yang, the money should be ready," Chuan reminded from the side. Master Yang, realizing, snapped back to his senses. "Thank you, miraculous doctor, for your help. I apologize for any offense just now. Please don't take it to heart." Whether he was offended or not was another matter. Chuan didn't care about the earlier doubts, only concerned about when he would get the money. Hand over the money. That's the bottom line. All right. Master Yang immediately turned to the steward. "Hurry to the treasury and bring back 1,000 taels of silver notes, quickly." The steward hurried off, returning shortly with 10 silver notes in hand. Each note was worth 100 taels, totaling exactly 1,000 taels. Chapter 19. Spirit Stone. Chuan took the money and found an excuse to slip away from Yang's residence, not wanting to stay and complicate matters. Arriving at the town's bank, Chuan first took out a silver note worth 100 taels to exchange for cash. Although silver notes were convenient to carry, the denomination was too large to use for everyday purchases, and merchants often couldn't provide change, so it was more convenient to convert it into smaller silver coins. With this money, it would be much easier to do things in the future. Then, Chuan spent over 20 taels in the town to buy a decent horse, and he also purchased some daily necessities before heading back to the village. With the horse, traveling became much easier, and he could practice his breathing techniques while riding. Just as he reached the town's entrance, Chuan was drawn to a street stall where many people were gathered, all excited. Riding his horse, he took a glance inside and saw this group of people surrounding a pile of stones, apparently gambling on them. Initially, Chuan wasn't interested, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something extraordinary among the stones, a stone emitting a faint halo, which was spiritual energy. Using his spirit's searching eye, he further confirmed his judgment. That was a spirit stone. Such things were rare in his previous life. Not only could they assist in cultivation, but they could also be used as currency. These spirit stones were products of heaven and earth, capable of automatically absorbing spiritual energy, which could be drawn upon by cultivators. Even if the spiritual energy within the spirit stone was depleted, it would gradually replenish itself after some time. They could even be buried underground to transform barren land into spiritual fields for growing various rare spiritual herbs. Even ordinary crops would grow more abundantly. Chuan tied up his horse and squeezed into the crowd. He saw a wealthy merchant dressed in fine clothes, excitedly holding a freshly cut piece of jade, shouting, "It's green! It's green!" The stall owner, a lean middle-aged man, pretended to be annoyed and slapped his thigh. "Ah, customer, you have good eyes. This piece of greenstone actually hides high-quality jade worth at least 80 taels. The crowd erupted in an uproar, with many people starting to cheer. I want to try too. Boss, pick a piece for me. Chuan watched coldly, and with a glance, he noticed that the wealthy merchant and the stall owner exchanged a secretive look. They clearly knew each other. This person was a shill. However, this was common. Without a shill to demonstrate for others, ordinary people wouldn't dare to gamble on these things. Sure enough, a young man in a silk shirt couldn't hold back and pulled out 10 taels to buy 3 stones. As a result, after cutting them open, they were all worthless, and his face turned pale. The stall owner pretended to comfort him. Gambling on stones, there are gains and losses. Chuan coldly sneered, but his gaze remained fixed on that grayish-brown stone emitting spiritual light. Let me try. Chuan seized the opportunity and stepped forward, casually pointing at a few stones. Boss, I want all 6 of these stones. Customer, you have a good eye. These 6 stones you picked are sure to yield treasures. The stall owner looked at Chuan and, stroking his chin, smiled. These 6 stones are larger than the ones just cut, so they'll cost a bit more. Let's say 30 taels. I won't take advantage of you. Chuan smiled slightly, not caring, and simply took out 30 taels of silver from his pouch to hand to the stall owner. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly accepted the money, thinking he had found another big spender, and quickly plastered on a smile. Customer, you're generous. Shall we cut the stones? Go ahead. Chuan casually pointed, deliberately selecting 4 worthless stones first. The stall owner then made 4 cuts, revealing all gray-white cores. The onlookers sighed in disappointment, and the stall owner feigned sympathy. Bad luck. What a pity. But Chuan remained calm. Continue. The 5th stone was brought to the cutting table, and, as the blade cut in a little, a flash of green suddenly burst forth. It's green. It's ice jade. Someone knowledgeable exclaimed. The stall owner's face instantly turned ashen, not expecting someone to actually find a treasure. See, customer. The stall owner wiped his sweat and approached with a forced smile, saying to Chuan, how about I buy this jade back for 20 taels? Although Chuan didn't understand jade, judging by the stall owner's reaction, this jade was definitely worth more than 20 taels. 30 taels. Chuan pretended to be pained. If it's 20 taels, wouldn't that mean I'm losing 10? Upon hearing this, the stall owner quickly agreed. 30 it is. The stall owner hurriedly handed over the money, fearing Chuan would back out. Chuan accepted the money, picked up the 6th stone, which was the spirit stone he wanted. This stone won't be cut. I'll take it back to use as a paperweight. The stall owner, still immersed in the joy of having cut a treasure, waved his hands repeatedly. Take it, take it. Chuan tucked the stone away, squeezed out of the crowd, and rode his horse out of the town. On the way, Chuan took out the stone and examined it carefully in his hand. The more he looked, the more he liked it. With this thing, his cultivation speed would increase, and it could also compensate for the thin spiritual energy in his cultivation environment. Chuan held the stone in both hands and began to connect his internal spiritual energy with the spiritual energy inside the stone. As the 2 energies vibrated, the layer of limestone covering the surface of the spirit stone began to fall off rapidly. Finally, what remained in Chuan's palm was a palm-sized transparent square stone, crystal clear and free of impurities. Inside the stone, a vapor-like energy seemed to be swirling, faintly visible, with a slight halo on its surface. Chuan held the stone in his palm and began to attempt to absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit stone. The spiritual energy within this spiritual stone is abundant. After inhaling just a few wisps of it, I felt my entire body's meridian strengthen. The spiritual energy in this stone is far more pure and rich than that absorbed from low-grade pills. And I don't even have to worry about the toxic effects of the pills on my body. With this, I am confident that I can break through to the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm within half a month. When I returned to the village, Brother Wang's mule cart was parked outside his yard, but when I reached the entrance, I found no one in the yard. Brother Wang was not there, nor was his wife, He Qinglian. Hearing some noise, I looked over at a nearby farmstead. It was Aunt Zhang's house, and it seemed there was a quarrel inside. So, I rode my horse closer and discovered that many people had gathered in Aunt Zhang's home, including He Qinglian and Brother Wang. There were also many strangers, seemingly here to collect a debt. Could you give me a little more time? I really don't have a single coin right now. Aunt Zhang, who was in her 40s, knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. The group of people standing in front of her looked fierce and did not seem like good people. A little more time? How long have I given you already? The leader, a bald man with a hairy mole at the corner of his mouth, sneered. No money? Your daughter looks good. Selling her could get you some cash. Chapter 20. It turns out to be a small squander. No. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang shook her head repeatedly. Just give me 10 more days. I'll figure out a way to repay the money, even if I have to sell everything. What are your broken pots and pans worth? The bald man persisted. 10 days? The interest alone is more than what you could sell those pots for. Selling your daughter to us is your only way out, you know? Aunt Zhang's daughter was only 16 or 17, dressed plainly, but looking quite lovely. She was currently hiding behind Brother Wang, crying, completely helpless against these debt collectors. Brother Wang, too, could only rely on his physique to intimidate them, making the debt collectors hesitate to act rashly. How much do you owe them? He Qinglian asked at that moment. The bald man glanced at her, revealing a lewd smile. He Qinglian was already beautiful, and after dressing up in town, she looked even more stunning. The bald man leered. You owe me a total of 92 taels of silver. Are you going to pay for him? Upon hearing this, He Qinglian was stunned. She thought it was just a matter of a few taels of silver and that she could help with the more than 10 taels that Yin Chuan had given her. She never expected it to be so much. Little beauty. The bald man looked He Qinglian up and down. If you want to help him pay, it's simple. Just agree to spend one night with me, and I'll consider it 3 taels of silver for that night. At the end of the month, you'll have paid off the debt. After he finished speaking, the thugs behind him burst into laughter. He Qinglian stepped back half a step, unsure of what to do. Aunt Zhang, how did you end up owing him so much money? Brother Wang asked in confusion from behind. 92 taels of silver was astronomical for ordinary farmers. Aunt Zhang covered her face and cried. My husband fell seriously ill, and we didn't have money for treatment. I borrowed money from them, initially just 10 taels, but within less than half a year, the interest compounded to this amount. I've already repaid them over 20 taels, yet it keeps increasing. I borrowed the money, but my husband couldn't be saved. He is gone, and now I'm left with nothing. What am I supposed to do? Faced with Aunt Zhang's weeping, even Yin Chuan was somewhat moved. However, the debt collectors were unrelenting. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Today, either you pay the money, or you hand over your daughter to us. The bald man showed a fierce expression. If you don't choose, we'll take matters into our own hands. Seeing that these people were about to act violently, Yin Chuan rode in from a distance. Who dares to touch them? Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look at Yin Chuan, and the bald man frowned. The fact that he could ride a horse indicated that he was not an ordinary person, as horses were quite valuable in this era. He Qinglian's eyes lit up upon seeing Yin Chuan, but then she remembered the current situation and felt worried again. Yin Chuan rode into the yard, dismounted, and walked up to the debt collectors. Who are you? The bald man couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know who I am. Just take out the IOU. Yin Chuan gestured calmly. 92 taels of silver. You're going to pay for him? The bald man scoffed. What? Can't I pay? Yin Chuan asked. He remembered Aunt Zhang well. If it weren't for her helping out, He Qinglian might have starved to death long ago. On the day he first arrived in this world, it was He Qinglian who borrowed a pancake from her family. Despite her own difficulties, she was still willing to help He Qinglian. Yin Chuan would not forget such kindness. Brother, don't listen to him. At that moment, a thug behind the bald man suddenly spoke up. This guy is Yin Chuan, who lives next door. He is a gambler. We didn't lend him money when he asked before. Upon hearing this, the bald man burst into laughter. I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a small-time loser. He then pointed at Yin Chuan, saying arrogantly, You, a loser, want to pay someone else's debt? Get lost and don't waste my time. Yin Chuan remained calm, pulling out a silver note from his pocket and shaking it open lightly. 100 taels. The silver note glimmered in the sunlight, dazzling the bald man's eyes. Is this enough? Yin Chuan asked nonchalantly. The bald man's expression changed as he reached out to snatch the silver note. Yin Chuan quickly flipped his wrist, retracting the silver note back into his sleeve, and sneered. What is the rush? Where's the IOU? The bald man gritted his teeth and pulled out a crumpled loan agreement from his pocket. Look carefully. Black and white on paper, you owe me 92 taels now. Chuan took the loan agreement, glanced at it, and then chuckled. 10 taels principal. And it's turned into 92 taels in half a year? Your interest is worse than that of bandits. The bald man grinned wickedly. It's signed in black and white. Even if the king of hell comes, he has to recognize it. Chuan stopped wasting words and directly tossed a 100-tael silver note at the bald man. Here's your money. Give me back 8 taels. I can tear up the IOU. With a rip, Chuan took the loan agreement and immediately tore it into pieces, scattering them in the wind. The bald man caught the silver note, inspected it multiple times, confirming it was real, before letting his men give Chuan 8 taels of silver. All right, you're tough. The bald man glared at Chuan fiercely and waved his hand to leave with his men. Take care, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Chuan called out, watching them leave. Thank you, Chuan. Aunt Zhang pulled her daughter and knelt down, tears streaming down her face. We will definitely find a way to repay you. Chuan quickly helped Aunt Zhang up, gently saying, Aunt Zhang, you don't have to be like this. If it weren't for your support in the past, Qinglian and I wouldn't have made it this far. The other villagers watching were stunned. No one expected that the former gambling addict Chuan could casually produce a silver note worth 100 taels. Chuan, where did you get so much silver? Brother Wang stammered. Chuan smiled. Did you forget why I went to town? Brother Wang exclaimed. You really cured that young Master Yang's illness? What else could it be? Chuan smiled slightly. Brother Chuan, you really have this ability. Brother Wang looked astonished. I've never heard you studied medicine before. Just a small trick, nothing to mention. Chuan replied casually. Qinglian looked at Chuan with admiration, taking his arm with great delight. In a corner of the crowd, Granny Zhao from the village slinked away with a dark expression, muttering, this gambler has really struck it rich. With the farce over, the crowd dispersed. As Chuan was leaving, he gave Aunt Zhang the 8 taels of silver he had just received, so she would have some capital to start over. Without a husband, it wouldn't be easy for a middle-aged woman to get by. When Qinglian returned home, she immediately got busy preparing a lavish dinner to reward Chuan. Chuan sat in the yard, holding a spirit stone, quietly cultivating, step by step working towards a breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi training. Chapter 21. Looking for trouble with the assistance of the spirit stone, Chuan's cultivation speed increased significantly. In less than 10 days, he was close to reaching the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. If he continued to practice like this, he would probably break through in another 10 days. Therefore, during these days, Chuan did not wander around, but stayed at home to cultivate diligently. One afternoon, after finishing a round of cultivation, Chuan had lunch with Qinglian. Although Qinglian was previously the daughter of a wealthy family, her cooking skills were impressive, and the meals she prepared were particularly delicious. After staying home for these days, Chuan's face had become rounder. Halfway through the meal, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Wang Dashan rushed in, looking anxious. Chuan, something bad has happened. Wang Dashan hurried forward as if he had encountered an emergency. What happened? Chuan frowned slightly. It was rare to see Wang Dashan so anxious. Wang Dashan continued without taking a breath. A group of people came to the village, saying they were looking for you, asking around for your name and address. I could see they didn't come with good intentions. They're probably here to cause trouble. Chuan, you should hurry and take Qinglian to leave. Go out and avoid the storm. Hearing Wang Dashan's words, Qinglian uneasily put down her chopsticks and looked at Chuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Chuan was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't offended anyone recently, so why would someone come to trouble him? Could it be Wang Wu, who hadn't been heard from in a month or two, or that group of lenders from before? If it was them, Chuan wasn't afraid at all. Seeing that Chuan didn't move, Wang Dashan became anxious. Chuan, as long as the green hills remain, you don't have to worry about firewood. Hurry and leave. Avoid the storm for now. There are quite a few of them. Brother Wang, haven't you eaten? Chuan asked slowly, showing no intention of leaving. I haven't eaten. Wang Dashan was pacing back and forth in frustration. But this isn't the time to eat. If we don't leave now, they will come looking for us. If you haven't eaten, then... Chuan turned to Qinglian and said, go get a pair of chopsticks for Brother Wang. We cooked extra, so let's eat together. Okay. He Qinglian, though somewhat confused, immediately complied and turned to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks. I say, Yin Chuan, you really aren't afraid. Wang Dashin paced in place, with no appetite left. What do I have to be afraid of? Yin Chuan laughed. If I encounter danger, with my relationship with you, Brother Wang, would you not help me? Of course I would help. Wang Dashin didn't hesitate at all. Then that's settled. Yin Chuan shrugged and scooped a bowl of white rice for Brother Wang. I have a Brother Wang who isn't afraid of tigers backing me up. No matter how many come, I'm not afraid. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang puffed out his chest but still looked a bit worried. But we don't know the level of the people coming. Don't worry, Brother Wang. Yin Chuan stood up, pushed Wang Dashin onto the stool, and placed the chopsticks in his hand. I haven't offended any masters. The people coming aren't that strong. Wang Dashin looked at Yin Chuan's calm demeanor and for a moment didn't know what to do, holding the chopsticks but unable to eat a single bite. Just then, a lot of footsteps could be heard outside the courtyard. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Dashin immediately put down the chopsticks and stood in front of Yin Chuan, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. With Wang Dashin's level as a third-tier martial artist, a dozen ordinary people wouldn't be his match. Outside the courtyard, Aunt Zhao walked in front, continuously saying, Yin Chuan lives right ahead. We're almost there. The courtyard doors are still open. He must be at home. Behind Aunt Zhao followed a dozen strong men, all dressed similarly, like bodyguard from a wealthy family. When they reached the courtyard entrance, Aunt Zhao successfully received a reward and stepped aside without leaving, wanting to watch the upcoming show. The other villagers who heard the commotion and dared to come over asked Aunt Zhao, What's going on? What else could it be? Aunt Zhao sneered. They came from the town. With such a big show, it's clear that this Yin Chuan lost money gambling again and is here to collect debts. This Yin Chuan still can't change his gambling ways. Change? Aunt Zhao snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Just wait and see. This Yin Chuan definitely won't have a good ending today. As the group entered the courtyard, they automatically lined up in 2 rows. Yin Chuan tilted his head to look, his eyes calm as water. Then, a young man dressed in a white robe swaggered in, looking about 18 or 19 years old, handsome, and holding a folding fan in his hand. Who is Yin Chuan? The young man called out loudly as he walked into the courtyard. What do you want? Wang Dashin stepped forward. Just say what you need. Are you Yin Chuan? The young man looked up and down at Wang Dashin with some suspicion. You can call me whatever you want. Just say what you want. I'm not afraid of you. Wang Dashin cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound, with bulging veins on his strong arms. At this moment, Yin Chuan set down his chopsticks and walked over. I'm Yin Chuan. What do you want? The young man looked at Yin Chuan and asked, Are you sure you are Yin Chuan? I'm sure. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, sizing up the young man, feeling he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite remember where he had seen him. Finally, I found you. The young man, upon receiving a positive answer, instantly ran towards Yin Chuan, not knowing what he intended to do. Yin Chuan had already gathered his energy, ready to unleash a rock-shattering palm at any moment, and even Brother Wang raised his fist, prepared to give this young man a hit. The onlooking Aunt Zhao widened her eyes even more, eagerly anticipating Yin Chuan being taught a lesson by this unexpected guest. But the young man only ran 2 steps forward before suddenly sliding to his knees in front of Yin Chuan, followed by a heavy kowtow that thudded on the ground. Yin Chuan had already half-released his rock-shattering palm, but he had to hold it back, never expecting this guy to come out like this. The sudden scene not only left Yin Chuan somewhat dumbfounded, but also left the surrounding people in shock. Wang Dashin retracted his fist and stood there stunned, exchanging puzzled glances with Yin Chuan. Weren't you here to collect debts? Someone asked Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao awkwardly smiled. Who knows? Yang Xingye pays his respects to the master. Please accept me as your disciple, the young man loudly declared, continuing to kowtow several more times. Master? Yin Chuan took a few steps back and asked the young man, Who are you? Master, it's me. The young man, who called himself Yang Xingye, suddenly looked up, beaming at Yin Chuan. I'm the young master of the Yang family from the town. You saved my life a while ago. The Yang family? Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan finally remembered. This guy was the young master of the Yang family who had gone into a frenzy while practicing. However, back then, this guy had been lying in bed with a pale face, disheveled hair, and looked completely different from now, so Yin Chuan hadn't recognized him at first. Chapter 22. Accept me as a disciple, please. Master, definitely accept me as your disciple. Yang Xingye kowtowed again, because he had already knocked his head down hard several times. Yang Xingye's forehead had swollen red. He was indeed sincere in his kowtowing, without a hint of pretense. Stop knocking. Yin Chuan was afraid this kid would knock himself unconscious, so he had to stretch out his foot to give him a little lift. Then does that mean the master agrees to accept me as your disciple? Yang Xingye looked up expectantly at Yin Chuan, full of admiration. I don't accept disciples. Yin Chuan flatly refused. You've come to the wrong place. If the master doesn't accept me as your disciple, I'll keep knocking my head until I die, Yang Xingye said, and was about to continue kowtowing, even stepping back a bit to avoid hitting Yin Chuan's foot. This silly kid was banging his head loudly. Even if he practiced martial arts, he couldn't withstand such knocking. And if this continued, it would definitely cause problems. Let this kid kneel to death in his own home. Although his wealthy father poses little threat, he is still a nuisance. Yin Chuan sighed and immediately called for a stop. No more kneeling. First, tell me why you want to worship me as your master. I don't have any remarkable skills. Only then did Yang Xingye stop, as he had knocked his head too hard while kneeling, causing it to bleed. Master, you have great powers and profound skills. Yang Xingye knelt on the ground, cupping his fists and saying, I was already doomed due to practicing martial arts improperly. But Master can easily help me remove the obstacles and restore me. Such skills are rare in the world. Master must be an extraordinary person. Yang Xingye was very excited, kneeling on the ground with a silly smile. Yin Chuan sighed lightly. The kid made some sense, given how he had gone astray in his practice. If another martial artist were to help, it would be impossible to control the qi as skillfully without a master at the 8th or 9th level. Yang Xingye understood this, so he probably considered himself to be at the level of an 8th or 9th realm martial artist. Although Yin Chuan was currently only at the 3rd level of qi training, which equated to the strength of a 5th or 6th realm martial artist. If it came to a life-and-death battle, based on his experience, defeating a 7th realm martial artist would still be feasible. What will you do if I don't accept you as my disciple? Yin Chuan asked. Yang Xingye immediately replied, I will kneel here until Master is willing to accept me. Yin Chuan smiled and said, It's not impossible to take you as a disciple. But if you become my disciple, you must listen to me in everything. Can you do that? As long as Master is willing to accept me as a disciple. Yang Xingye exclaimed, I will definitely follow Master's orders in everything and never go against them. Good. Yin Chuan nodded. Then I will accept you as my disciple. From now on, you will be my eldest disciple. Really? Yang Xingye was suddenly overjoyed. Of course. Yin Chuan nodded. Next, I will give you your first task. Please instruct me, Master. Yang Xingye asked eagerly. Take your people back home. Yin Chuan said, From now on, you are not allowed to come here without my command. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye's smile instantly vanished. Master, are you trying to drive me away? What? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Didn't you just say you would listen to me in everything? Are you going to go against that in the very first task? Yang Xingye was momentarily at a loss, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly stood up, took a few steps back, and told his accompanying servants, Listen to Master. Go home. The servants immediately complied and exited the courtyard one after another. Yang Xingye looked back at Yin Chuan, reluctantly leaving, but not daring to go against his earlier promise. He could only clasp his fists and turn to leave. Just as Yang Xingye's right leg was about to step out. Wait! Yin Chuan's voice rang out. Yang Xingye immediately perked up, quickly retracting his leg and turning around expectantly to look at Yin Chuan. Does Master have any instructions? Come here alone tomorrow morning. Yin Chuan said, If you want to be my disciple and learn the art, there's no need to bring so many followers. Yes. Yang Xingye was overjoyed and quickly bowed again. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and Yang Xingye happily exited the courtyard, carefully closing the door behind him. Once Yang Xingye was far away, Yin Chuan called Wang Dashin over to continue eating. Eat, eat, the food is getting cold. Yin Chuan picked up his chopsticks, acting as if nothing had happened. Wang Dashin, coming back to his senses, asked in confusion, Brother Yin, are you really going to take that kid as a disciple? Of course, why not? Yin Chuan smiled. There won't be any problems, right? He Qinglian asked with some concern. What problems could there be? Yin Chuan replied calmly. That silly kid may seem like a playboy, but he is quite sincere. Since he wants to worship me as a master, then I will accept him. If I refuse, that fool won't easily give up, and it would only create more trouble. Accepting this kid will also bring me some convenience. The next morning, as soon as Yin Chuan stepped out of the courtyard to prepare for some morning exercises, he heard some sneaking noises outside. When he opened the door, he saw Yang Xingye curled up on the ground at the entrance, shivering from the cold. Hey! Yin Chuan didn't expect this kid to come so early and immediately shouted, fearing he would freeze to death at his doorstep. Yang Xingye opened his eyes and, upon seeing Yin Chuan, immediately jumped up from the ground, cupping his fists in greeting. Disciple Yang Xingye greets master. When did you arrive? Yin Chuan asked. Just arrived. Just arrived. Yang Xingye chuckled foolishly. Come in. Yin Chuan sighed, realizing this fool was even more difficult than he had imagined. Just as they entered the courtyard, He Qinglian came out of the room, holding vegetables and preparing to wash them for cooking. Upon seeing her, Yang Xingye rushed over. Mistress, let me do this heavy work. He Qinglian was startled, and the basket of vegetables fell to the ground. Come here. Yin Chuan immediately scolded. Are you here to be a helper, or what? After being yelled at, Yang Xingye scratched his head and laughed. I just saw Mistress was working hard. If you want to do these things, you will have plenty of time in the future. Yin Chuan rolled his eyes at Yang Xingye, then turned back to comfort He Qinglian. He Qinglian picked up the vegetables and then slipped into the kitchen to prepare slowly. Finally, Yin Chuan took Yang Xingye to an open space outside the village and asked, Since you want to worship me as your master, what do you want to learn? I want to learn martial arts from master. Yang Xingye answered decisively. Martial arts, huh? Yin Chuan sighed. I'm not particularly good at that. Master, don't pretend. Yang Xingye chuckled. Your cultivation level is at least above the 7th realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to help me remove my demonic deviation in just a quarter of an hour. Yin Chuan was amused by Yang Xingye. This guy genuinely wanted to learn martial arts, but he was not particularly skilled in it, as he was more accustomed to cultivating immortality. Chapter 23. Strengthening Bones After Consumption. After Yang Xingye introduced himself, it turned out that although his family was wealthy and didn't worry about food and clothing, he didn't like doing business and didn't want to inherit his father's industry. He just wanted to become the ultimate hero in stories, to truly become the hero in his heart. He had been seeking martial arts masters to learn from since he was 10 years old. However, due to the limited skill level of martial artists in the town, even though Yang Xingye had practiced martial arts since childhood, after 8 or 9 years of training, he was only at the 2nd realm level. A few days ago, Yang Xingye encountered a mysterious person in a tavern who had a fragment of a martial arts scroll, claiming it was an unparalleled skill. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye was excited and immediately spent a large sum of money to buy it. He began practicing according to the fragment, but unexpectedly, he accidentally went astray and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Yang Xingye encountered Yin Chuan early enough, being only 18 or 19 years old. Although he wasn't at the ideal age, he could still correct his path. If he waited a few more years and continued to practice recklessly, he would only reach the level of a 3rd realm martial artist, no different from Wang Dashan. Since you want to worship me as your master, I need to tell you a few things in advance. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yang Xingye nodded, waiting for Yin Chuan to continue. Yin Chuan stated, Since you are my disciple, you must listen to me first, and secondly, do not cause trouble. If you commit a serious mistake, I will expel you from the sect and destroy your martial arts. But if one day you no longer want to be my disciple and have a better option, just let me know, and I will not stop you from leaving. After hearing Yin Chuan's words, Yang Xingye clasped his fists and bowed. What master said, I will definitely be able to do. All right. Yin Chuan nodded, then took out a small bottle from his pocket and poured a pill into his palm. This pill is called Bone Strengthening Pill. After consuming it, it strengthens your bones and is immensely beneficial. Yin Chuan handed the pill to Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye hurriedly received it with both hands, overjoyed. Can I take it now? Yang Xingye asked excitedly. Of course. Yin Chuan nodded. After taking the pill, immediately sit down and then circulate the breath through the meridians for 2 cycles. If you feel any discomfort, Tell me at any time. Yes, master. Yang Xingye raised his head and swallowed the medicinal pill in one gulp, then sat down on the ground as instructed by Yin Chuan and began to circulate his energy. Yin Chuan carefully observed Yang Xingye's changes from the side. The reason he made Yang Xingye take a bone-refining pill first was mainly because, although the pill had been refined, Yin Chuan did not dare to take it himself. So he could use this fool to test it. Last time, after digging up the tiger spine bone, Yin Chuan added other materials and refined a jar of bone-refining pills. Since the herbs in this world looked somewhat different from those in his previous life, he didn't know how effective they would be after refining. He originally wanted to let Wang Dashan try one, but since Brother Wang had a deeper friendship with him, he couldn't bear to harm him if something went wrong. This fool was strong and healthy, and even if there was a problem with the pill, as long as it didn't kill him, Yin Chuan could still save him. As the bone-refining pill gradually digested throughout his body, Yang Xingye, sitting on the ground, began to sweat profusely, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Yin Chuan did not stop him, as this phenomenon was normal at this time. Although this pill was not pure enough, it could be very beneficial for someone at the early stage of cultivation. Although it was named bone-refining pill, it could also strengthen the meridians. The stronger the meridians, the harder the bones would be, allowing for a greater intensity of cultivation and naturally leading to faster progress. Seeing Yang Xingye's discomfort while digesting, Yin Chuan began to impart some energy circulation techniques in his ear. Although they martial artists were currently using martial arts true energy, many principles were very similar. Some cultivation rules for circulating spiritual energy also applied to them and were even more advanced. Yang Xingye was somewhat talented. After hearing Yin Chuan's description, he immediately began to follow along, which helped to calm his previously chaotic breathing. The time lasted for nearly half an hour before Yang Xingye finally felt the heat in his abdomen gradually dissipate. He stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. How is it? How do you feel? Yin Chuan asked. It feels amazing. Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly as he got up from the ground. I've never experienced such a feeling before. It's truly mysterious. I even feel like I'm about to break through to the third realm. Not so fast. Yin Chuan chuckled. According to your cultivation speed, you'll need at least another month to break through to the third realm. Really? Yang Xingye was even more excited upon hearing this. He had been stuck at the second realm for 3 years and had never been able to break through to the level of a third realm martial artist. Now hearing that he could break through in a month made him even happier. As long as you listen to your master, breaking through is not a problem. Yin Chuan looked at Yang Xingye's expression and knew that the bone-refining pill he had refined was definitely not a problem. With this, breaking through to the fourth layer of Qi training was just around the corner. Yin Chuan then verbally imparted some basic mental techniques to Yang Xingye. Although these mental techniques were merely foundational in the journey of cultivation, using the same methods to mobilize true energy in this world would be more efficient. Thus, upon hearing these mental techniques, Yang Xingye was extremely excited, repeatedly reciting them to avoid forgetting. Master, Master, after trying out the mental techniques that Yin Chuan taught him, Yang Xingye took out a high-priced martial arts fragment and presented it to Yin Chuan. This fragment of an ultimate skill looks quite good. Although I accidentally practiced it wrong and went astray, I feel like it was my method that was wrong, which led me to the wrong path. Does Master have any way to study this fragment? Yin Chuan merely glanced at the fragment in Yang Xingye's hand. He had only seen it a few times when it was used to treat him, and to him, it was not a good item at all, nor was it useful. If I were you, I would burn that broken thing. Yin Chuan replied calmly. In my eyes, this thing is worthless. Even if it's used in the bathroom, I would still find it uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye looked at Yin Chuan with even more admiration. I knew I didn't choose the wrong master. Today's training ends here. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Come back tomorrow. Yes. Yang Xingye nodded respectfully, in a great mood, bouncing away toward the town. After Yin Chuan returned home and had a simple lunch, he went back to his room. He took another bone-refining pill, held a spirit stone in front of his dantian, and began to cultivate. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had already set. At the same time, Yin Chuan felt that he had stepped into the fourth layer of Qi training. This speed surprised Yin Chuan. It was faster than he had anticipated. Chapter 24. the list of masters of heaven and earth in the following days. Every morning, Yang Xingye would arrive punctually outside Yin Chuan's door to wait. The things Yin Chuan taught him were merely some boxing and kicking skills that aligned with what he wanted to practice. After all, Yang Xingye said he wanted to become a martial arts master, not that he wanted to cultivate immortality, so there was no need for Yin Chuan to teach him that. This matter must not be disclosed. At least at this stage, it must not be revealed to anyone. If others found out that he was not practicing martial arts, but cultivating immortality, it would undoubtedly bring him a lot of trouble. Currently, Yin Chuan preferred to remain low-key and quietly improve his strength, at least until he reached the foundation establishment stage, to have absolute security. The boxing and kicking skills Yin Chuan taught Yang Xingye were all low-tier martial techniques that he had mastered in his previous life. Techniques like stone-shattering palm, diamond fist, and light wind step were things he himself found unworthy of use, so they were perfect to pass on to Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye practiced diligently, showing no signs of laziness. Indeed, as he claimed, he was truly a martial arts fanatic. One day, after finishing a set of stone-shattering palm and circulating his energy, Yang Xingye came over to chat with Yin Chuan. Master, you're so amazing. I wonder who my master-s master is in the martial world? Yang Xingye asked curiously. You don't have a master. Yin Chuan shook his head. It seems your master has already passed away. Yang Xingye sighed and shook his head. Yin Chuan didn't explain. After all, in his previous life, he had indeed never had a master and had relied on himself to explore step by step. Master, you're so powerful. I wonder if you know those big names on the list of masters of heaven and earth? Yang Xingye asked again. What is the list of masters of heaven and earth? Yin Chuan frowned. Master, you don't know the master list? Yang Xingye was somewhat surprised. I don't know. Yin Chuan shook his head. Why don't you tell me about it? Master, look. Yang Xingye took out a small booklet from his pocket, resembling a flipbook. This is the list of masters of heaven and earth. Yang Xingye opened the booklet, and on each page, there was an illustration of a character along with relevant introductions. The heaven list has a total of 15 people, all of whom are masters above the 8th realm. Yang Xingye explained while holding the booklet. And then there's the earth list with 50 people. Combined, the list of masters of heaven and earth includes a total of 65 experts, each of whom is a remarkable figure. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan became somewhat interested. There's actually such a thing. I wonder who drew it. The heavenly secret pavilion. Yang Xingye replied. That's the most mysterious organization in the martial world. This list of masters of heaven and earth was created by them, and it's updated once a year. The people on the list also change every year. Some rise in rank, some fall, and some are removed from the list because they have died. As Yang Xingye spoke about this, he became even more excited and began to actively introduce some of the figures on the list to Yin Chuan. Master, look, the first person on the heaven list is named Shun Tu Yang Wan. Yang Xingye introduced. He is known as the #1 sword in the world, and some also call him the sword immortal of chaos. It is said that he has topped the list since the first year it was published, and for over 20 years, no one has been able to shake his ranking. Sword immortal of chaos? Yin Chuan frowned. That title is a bit strange, because this senior sword immortal used a sword technique called the chaotic sword technique. Yang Xingye continued to introduce. The moves looked chaotic, yet they were invincible, with no defeats ever recorded, undeniably the #1 in the world. It is said that this sword immortal senior has entered the legendary 10th realm of martial arts, known as the Supreme Realm. Moreover, this senior has not appeared in the Jianghu for 8 or 9 years, leading some to speculate that he might have ascended to immortality. However, Yin Chuan merely smiled slightly upon hearing this. In this world, where spiritual energy is so thin and everyone is a martial artist, no matter how high the realm, it cannot reach great heights. To aspire to ascend to immortality is simply a pipe dream. Then Yang Xingye began to introduce the other 14 people on the Tianzi master ranking. Yin Chuan memorized their names one by one, as they might encounter them in the future. They were considered the top combatants in this world, and it was prudent to understand them in advance, whether they turn out to be friends or foes. According to Yang Xingye, the 15 individuals on the Tianzi master ranking were the most formidable people in the world. Among them, the first place, Shun Tu Yang, was unbeatable, with no one able to shake his status. The 2nd to 5th places were all at the peak of the 9th realm, while the others were at the peak of the 9th and 8th realms. The 50 individuals on the die ban were all 7th realm experts and early 8th realm experts. With one exception, the last person on the die ban was at the peak of the 6th realm. Speaking of the master rankings, Yang Xingye spoke endlessly, seeming to know the figures on it like the back of his hand, enthusiastically introducing them to Yin Chuan. After finishing, Yang Xingye tentatively asked, "Master, it's normal for you to remain hidden in the village and not be on the list. The people on the master rankings are well known. Otherwise, even with the intelligence of the Tianji Pavilion, they wouldn't know about hermit experts like you. I wonder where you would rank if you were on the list." Yin Chuan chuckled and replied, "Such rankings are merely empty names. What does it matter whether one is on the list? If one becomes obsessed with rankings, it can easily affect their cultivation. But if you're on the list, the whole world will know." Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly, "My dream is to one day be on the Tian-D master ranking. Even being on the die ban would satisfy me. Don't aim too high. When your strength improves, many things will naturally fall into place." Yin Chuan, however, was not concerned about this ranking. Being on the list, as Yang Xingye said, would make it known to the world. At that time, there would only be more trouble, and Yin Chuan was precisely someone who disliked trouble. So he didn't want his name to appear on it. He only wished to cultivate and ascend to the heavenly realm. That was his true dream. And to cultivate, the most important step was not to be entangled too much in the mundane world, especially with such boring lists. For more than half a month, Yang Xingye came to the village every day to seek out Yin Chuan for practice, and his progress was quite evident. Originally, it was planned for him to break through to the 3rd realm in a month, but he already showed signs of a breakthrough in just over 20 days. This also showed that the kid had some talent. Coincidentally, Yin Chuan had recently refined a few self-made qi recovery pills. Unlike the condensing qi pills, the gathering qi pills contained much less spiritual energy and were not as refined. However, the advantage was that the pill's toxicity was relatively less, and taking one or two could quickly restore spiritual energy. But since these were homemade, Yin Chuan was unsure of their exact efficacy. So he gave one to Yang Xingye to test. Chapter 25. A great teacher produces great disciples. Taking this 10 full nourishing pill will definitely help you quickly break through to the 3rd realm. Yin Chuan spoke with great certainty, looking at the pill the size of a soybean in his palm. Yang Xingye's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I'll take it." Yang Xingye swallowed the pill in one gulp, immediately sitting down on the ground and starting to circulate his technique to digest the pill. Yin Chuan, as before, quietly observed from the side. As the medicinal power of the pill slowly dissipated within Yang Xingye's body, he began to feel a burning sensation, and even wisps of white smoke faintly rose from his head. Seeing this, Yin Chuan felt a bit nervous. Why is there smoke coming out from taking a pill? This situation was rather abnormal, but aside from that, Yang Xingye didn't show any other discomfort. So Yin Chuan did not interrupt him and continued to wait and see how things developed. About a quarter of an hour later, Yang Xingye suddenly opened his eyes, coughed violently, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was backfired by the medicinal power, Yin Chuan thought to himself. But before Yin Chuan could step forward to check, Yang Xingye jumped up and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he showed no signs of discomfort, looking very excited, clenching his fists and constantly examining his arms. "How do you feel?" Yin Chuan asked cautiously from the side. "I feel great." Yang Xingye cheered excitedly. "Moreover, master, it seems I really have broken through to the 3rd realm. A 3rd realm martial artist can solidify their inner strength." Yang Xingye tried to concentrate the inner strength within his body into his fists, solidifying it continuously. And after confirming he could indeed do it, he became even happier. "Is there any other discomfort?" Yin Chuan asked again, as he had just seen him spit out blood. "I'm fine." Yang Xingye was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, not caring about his body's discomfort. "I just felt short of breath. After coughing up that blood, I feel much better." "I see." Yin Chuan nodded slightly. "It seems that the pill I refined needs to be diluted a bit more. Otherwise, the medicinal power is too strong and could easily damage the meridians." Master, look, I'll show you a move. Yang Xingye picked up a tree branch from the ground and struck it with his bare hands. The tree branch, as thick as 5 fingers, was indeed cracked by his palm. Not bad. Chuan stepped forward and patted Yang Xingye on the shoulder, then placed a green pill in his hand. Now that you've just broken through, take a solidifying yuan pill to stabilize it. All right. Yang Xingye showed no hesitation and directly swallowed the pill. The so-called solidifying yuan pill was actually an ordinary pill that healed internal injuries. Although Yang Xingye seemed fine now. Once his excitement wore off, he would likely feel unwell, so it was better to have him take a pill for treatment. Sure enough, not long after taking the pill, Yang Xingye's face began to pale, clutching his chest as he felt weak, and his head felt a bit dizzy. Yang Xingye approached Chuan for help. Master, can you take a look at what's wrong with me? Am I sick? You're fine. Chuan smiled awkwardly. It might just be that your breath is unstable after the breakthrough. You'll be fine after resting for a few days. Oh, I see. Yang Xingye patted his chest, constantly trying to adjust his breathing. Chuan then waved his hand. Since you've temporarily broken through to the 3rd realm, go home and rest for now. When your body has recovered, come back to continue your training with me. Okay, I'll listen to you, Master. Yang Xingye clasped his fists in a bow, said goodbye to Chuan, and rode home. After sending Yang Xingye off, Chuan returned to his home and began to dilute and refine the qi recovery pills he had previously made. Having Yang Xingye test the medicine for him made things much easier. However, 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Xingye hadn't T come back. This made Chuan a bit worried. Did that guy worsen his injury after going back? If that were the case, it wouldn't be good. Although he used him to test the medicine, he never intended to harm him. Just as Chuan was contemplating whether to go to the town to check on Yang Xingye, he suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums outside the village. This sound was getting closer, seemingly heading toward his home. Before long, Wang Dashan burst in. Brother Chuan, that young kid from the town is here. Yang Xingye? Chuan questioned. Yes. Wang Dashan replied with a smile. That guy made quite an entrance today, bringing several teams and a lot of big and small boxes. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was proposing to someone. Chuan's lips twitched, unsure of what Yang Xingye was up to. A moment later, the sound of gongs and drums stopped outside Chuan's courtyard. Yang Xingye strode into the courtyard, his expression already back to normal, and he appeared very excited. Upon seeing Chuan in the courtyard, Yang Xingye immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. Disciple Yang Xingye pays respects to the master. What's going on? Chuan asked in confusion. At this moment, a group of people stood outside the courtyard, just as Wang Dashan had said. They were dressed in colorful clothes, as if they were bringing a lot of gifts to propose marriage. Come in. Yang Xingye clapped his hands towards the entrance. With a sound of applause, 2 people entered from outside, one on the left and one on the right, carrying something covered with a red cloth. Yang Xingye went up and pulled off the red cloth, revealing that the 2 were actually holding a plaque, made of black wood with golden characters. Famous master produces talented disciple. Upon seeing the content on the plaque, Chuan was momentarily speechless. This Yang Xingye was being too ostentatious, making such a big commotion as if he were afraid others wouldn't know. Now all the villagers who heard the noise rushed over to watch, leaving Chuan unsure what to say. This plaque looks really impressive. Wang Dashan exclaimed beside him. There's more. Yang Xingye shouted to the outside again. Bring everything in. With the order given, those outside the courtyard brought all the items they had carried in and neatly placed them in the center of the courtyard. There were about 30 to 40 boxes of various sizes, filled with all kinds of items, including precious ornaments, silk fabrics, grains, fruits, fine wine, and good meat. What's this all about? Chuan couldn't help but ask. Master, these are all things I specially bought from various shops in the town. Yang Xingye began to explain. They're all good items from the town. I specifically brought these to thank you for helping me break through to the 3rd realm warrior. Chuan was somewhat annoyed, but as the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. Although this kid Yang Xingye acted rashly, it was still a good deed. Don't do this next time. I prefer peace and quiet, Chuan advised through gritted teeth. Okay. Yang Xingye immediately nodded upon hearing this. Next time, I'll send it quietly. Chapter 26. Butcherly Yang Xingye sent so many items that even half a fresh pig was included. with just Yin Chuan and a few others. They couldn't finish it all, and it would spoil if left for too long. So, Yin Chuan simply asked Wang Dashan to cut the excess meat into several pieces and distribute it to the other villagers who had come to watch. They chose to keep the items that could be stored to avoid Yin Chuan having to buy them in the town. It was not like in the previous life, where there were no storage artifacts. Everything had to be carried by oneself, which was very inconvenient. Most of the villagers who received the distributed meat expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Only Zhao Posey received the meat without a word and directly turned to leave. Subsequently, Zhao Posey arrived at a household on the west side of the village. At this moment, someone was holding a butcher's knife, skillfully breaking down a freshly slaughtered pig in the yard. He was clearly an experienced butcher. The butcher's surname was Li. He was 46 years old, tall and plump. "Hey, old Li, are you still here butchering pigs?" Zhao Posey waved a piece of pork in front of Butcher Li on purpose. Butcher Li looked up and asked, "Isn't this the pig I slaughtered? Where did you buy it?" "Buy?" Zhao Posey laughed and said, "This is not bought. It was given to me." "Given?" Butcher Li frowned. Which family is so generous to give away such fresh pork? "Guess who?" Zhao Posey smiled. "It's that Yin Chuan." "Yin Chuan?" Butcher Li's hand suddenly paused. The knife's edge embedded deep into the cutting board. His expression darkened, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. "That gambler? Where did he get the money?" Zhao Posey curled her lips and said sarcastically, "He has become prosperous now. A few days ago, he casually took out 100 taels of silver to help widow Zhang pay off her debts. And now the son of the Yang family in town personally came to deliver gifts. Just that half pig is worth several taels of silver. Not to mention silk and pastries, TSK. Butcher Li grew angrier as he listened, the veins on his forehead bulging. He had long had his eye on He Qinglian, and when Yin Chuan was still a gambling addict, he secretly gave Zhao Posey 2 taels of silver to help him get them together. Just when success seemed within reach, he didn't expect Yin Chuan to suddenly turn his luck around and become what he was today. "Zhao Posey." Butcher Li suddenly grabbed Zhao Posey by the collar, angrily saying, "You took my silver back then, and the matter didn't work out. Now you come to tell me this? Are you trying to anger me on purpose? Hurry up and return the money." Zhao Posey was choked and hurriedly patted his hand. "Let go. I'm here to help you." Butcher Li snorted coldly and released her. "What help? Yin Chuan is now richer than I am. How could He Qinglian still look at me? A pig butcher?" Zhao Posey rubbed her neck, a trace of malice flashing in her eyes. "If the overt method doesn't work, then we can try the covert one." At this point, Zhao Posey lowered her voice. "Isn't your cousin in the mountains as a bandit? Just invite him to take action." Butcher Li's pupils constricted. "You want me to find bandits?" "Sure." Zhao Posey quickly covered his mouth, looked around, and whispered, "If the bandits kill someone, the government won't care at all. By then, if Yin Chuan dies, He Qinglian will be left helpless, and won't you have the upper hand?" Butcher Li's breathing grew heavy, staring at the piece of pork on the cutting board that had yet to be fully butchered, and suddenly swung the butcher's knife down hard. Crack! The pig bone broke with a sound, and the knife blade embedded deeply into the wooden block. "Good." Butcher Li gritted his teeth. "I'll go to the mountain stronghold right now, on Yin Chuan's side, because Yang Xingye sent so many items." He called over several nearby neighbors with good relations to gather in the courtyard. After drinking a couple of small cups of wine, they became spirited. Yang Xingye learned that Wang Dashan was also a third realm warrior, so he actively proposed a spar with Wang Dashan. Yin Chuan was also interested in seeing their duel, so he did not stop them. The crowd cleared a space in the middle of the courtyard, and Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye took their stances, preparing to fight. The surrounding villagers sat around, eagerly waiting to watch the match. "Young Master Yang, please." Wang Dashan cupped his fists in salute, then sank his waist and assumed his usual mountain opening stance, his fists like iron, steady as a rock. Yang Xingye smiled slightly angled his body. His right palm extended forward, and his left palm pulled back, displaying a graceful starting posture, which was the light wind step stance taught by Yin Chuan. "Go!" Wang Dashan was the first to strike, launching a straight punch that cut through the air with great force. Yang Xingye, however, did not meet it head-on. His footwork suddenly changed, his body light and agile as he spun like willow catkins, effortlessly dodging the punch and slipping to Wang Dashan's flank, striking his ribs with a backhand palm. So fast, the villagers exclaimed in surprise. Wang Dashan was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew to defend. But Yang Xingye struck and retreated immediately, not giving him a chance to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged over 10 moves. Wang Dashan's punches were powerful and straightforward, each strike carrying a fierce momentum. Meanwhile, Yang Xingye moved like a butterfly, his form unpredictable, dodging heavy blows at critical moments, occasionally countering a couple of strikes, but always managing to put Wang Dashan in a fluster. Chuan watched from the side and felt satisfied with Yang Xingye's comprehension. In just over a month, he had mastered the light wind step so skillfully. Although it was only a low-level technique, his speed in mastering it was indeed quite impressive. However, after 30 moves, Yang Xingye's breathing gradually became heavy. After all, he had just entered the third realm, and his internal strength was not as solid as Wang Dashan's. Although he could use his agility to land a few punches on Wang Dashan, such strikes were nothing to him. Wang Dashan keenly sensed Yang Xingye's decline and suddenly changed his tactics. He pretended to throw a punch that missed, exposing a gap, and Yang Xingye fell for the trap, attempting to strike Wang Dashan's neck with a knife hand. Bang! Wang Dashan chose to endure this blow while simultaneously locking Yang Xingye's wrist with his arms like iron pincers, and suddenly executed a shoulder throw. Yang Xingye was lifted off the ground and slammed down heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thank you. Wang Dashan reached out to pull Yang Xingye up, grinning broadly. Yang Xingye rubbed his sore back, but showed no anger. Instead, he excitedly said, "Brother Wang, your skills are impressive. I was careless." Chuan nodded slightly from the side, thinking that Yang Xingye was a good prospect, and he could teach him more in the future. After a hearty meal, the neighbors around them returned home. Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan helped to clear the dishes, and Aunt Zhang from next door along with her daughter also joined in, which made things much easier for He Qinglian. Once everything was tidied up, Chuan gave Yang Xingye a chi-replenishing pill. This was a product of his own recultivation, and this time, after taking the pill, Chuan's forehead did not sweat. Aside from feeling a bit hot, he had no other discomforts. This meant that the pill was successful. In the following days, Chuan taught Yang Xingye the chi-nourishing and meridian flow fist. Although this set of martial arts was more focused on health, mastering it to a high degree could also have practical effects. Initially, Yang Xingye thought the style was too gentle and did not want to learn. But after practicing a few sets, he discovered its intricacies. Successfully breaking through the third realm deepened Yang Xingye's admiration for Chuan. To improve his cultivation, Yang Xingye decided not to run back and forth between the town and the village every day. So he bought a separate yard in the town and voluntarily handed over the land deed to Chuan. "Take this back, I don't want it." Chuan set upon seeing the deed, but chose not to accept it. Compared to the town, Chuan preferred the tranquility of the village. "Master, please don't be polite with me," Yang Xingye insisted. "Consider it a token of filial piety from your disciple." Chuan glanced at Yang Xingye and couldn't help but laugh. "You wouldn't be too lazy to run such a long distance every day, would you?" "Of course not." Yang Xingye scratched his head. "I ride back and forth. It doesn't take long. Is that so?" Chuan nodded and continued, "From now on, no riding. Use the light wind steps to come and go every day." "Ah." Yang Xingye was instantly speechless. "To improve, one must not be lazy." Chuan said, "You can feel the wonders of the light wind steps yourself. Right now, your level has only mastered the third layer at most. Daily practice will make you more proficient. If you want to reach the expert ranking you have in mind, you can't afford to be lazy." After hearing this, Yang Xingye's expression became serious. "Yes, master. I will remember." Today happened to be Wang Dashan's birthday. So after finishing their training in the evening, Chuan asked Yang Xingye to invite Wang Dashan over. He Qinglian prepared a lavish feast at home. Wang Dashan had just returned from chopping wood in the mountains and was already hungry, planning to munch on a couple of steamed buns. But when he saw the spread prepared by He Qinglian, he couldn't help but drool. Chuan also opened 2 jars of good wine, ready to enjoy a drink. "I say, Brother Yin, how can you be so generous?" Wang Dashan said as he set down the firewood, but his body was already on the stool. "What is there to be modest about? Eating and drinking well is the most important." Yin Chuan laughed. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yang Xingye was also excited. Even though he was used to delicacies, he found his appetite stimulated by He Qinglian's feast. Seeing her cooking so well received, He Qinglian was also very happy. Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll add a couple more dishes. That's enough. Wang Dashan was not polite, grabbing a chicken leg and putting it in his mouth. Sister Qinglian's cooking is simply more delicious than what gods eat. Have you ever eaten food from the gods? Yang Xingye joked. Yin Chuan raised his wine cup and said to Wang Dashan, let's toast to Brother Wang. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. He Qinglian and Yang Xingye echoed. Wang Dashan hurriedly lifted his wine bowl. Cheers. Because they were having a good time, they ate until it was dark. Yang Xingye had drunk a little too much. So Yin Chuan prepared an empty room for him to sleep in, while Wang Dashan was sent back to his own home. As night fell, after cleaning up everything, the yard was left with only the sound of insects and the occasional barking of dogs in the distance. Yin Chuan and He Qinglian lay side by side in a wrought-tan chair, gazing up at the starry sky. The cool night breeze brushed past, carrying a faint scent of wine and the earthy aroma of grass and soil. He Qinglian had also had a few drinks, and her cheeks were flushed, looking particularly lovely in the moonlight. Staring at the starry night sky, He Qinglian hesitated for a long time before finally softly asking, Yin Chuan, are you really Yin Chuan? Hearing her question, Yin Chuan turned his head to meet her shimmering gaze. She had held this question in her heart for far too long. The current Yin Chuan had changed so much from the old Yin Chuan that it was almost like he was a different person entirely. I am Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan gently brushed her hair, but I am indeed not the Yin Chuan I used to be. That Yin Chuan died the day I fell from the mountain. His voice was deep and firm. The current me is the reborn Yin Chuan. He Qinglian seemed to understand but felt that these things didn't matter much when she looked into Yin Chuan's deep eyes. The moonlight spilled over them, and the effects of the wine quickened their heartbeats. It was unclear who moved closer first, but the moment their lips touched, He Qinglian felt as if the entire world had quieted down. Just then, the sound of Yang Xingye's snoring from the next room provided the most comical background noise. As the kiss deepened, Yin Chuan lifted He Qinglian into his arms. She let out a soft gasp, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yin Chuan carried her into the master bedroom. The wooden door closed, and amidst the flickering candlelight, their clothes gradually fell away. As night deepened, the village was silent. But suddenly a few dogs at the village entrance barked into the darkness. Lying in bed, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at He Qinglian, who was sleeping soundly. Gently getting out of bed, Yin Chuan felt a sense of unease in his heart. He put on an outer garment and walked into the yard. The barking of the village dogs stopped abruptly, which only added to Yin Chuan's unease. He recognized the bark of this dog. It had never stopped so abruptly before. At the same time, in another direction of the village, a dog had been shot dead by an arrow, lying in a pool of blood. Shadows flickered throughout the village, each holding sharp weapons. Attack! With the command of the bandit leader, the slaughter began. There were nearly 100 bandits, divided into several teams, storming into the homes of villagers. Many villagers who heard the commotion had no time to react before being killed by the bandits. The men were hacked down, the women publicly violated, and even young children were not spared. The cruelty of their methods was appalling. Wang Dashan, who lived on the other side of the village, woke up from his sleep and pushed the door open, only to find the village engulfed in flames. These bandits were not only killing and robbing, but also setting the village on fire. Damn it! Wang Dashan grabbed the axe he usually used for chopping wood and rushed out. Bursting into his neighbor's house, he found old Xia lying on the ground, dismembered. A horrifying sight, with his young child also lifeless nearby. Inside, a woman was screaming in despair as several bandits were assaulting old Xia's wife. Wang Dashan roared, rushing forward and cleaving one bandit in half with a single swing of his axe. The other bandits paused upon seeing this and quickly armed themselves to attack Wang Dashan. But Wang Dashan was a martial artist of the third realm and could take on several bandits at once. The bandits, unable to withstand his strength, could only call for reinforcements. Hearing the commotion, several other groups of bandits rushed over to assist, and soon 30 or so bandits surrounded Wang Dashan. Chapter 28. Li Biao of Blackwater, stronghold, you beasts. Today, I will kill you all and rid the people of this menace. Wang Dashin charged into the bandit group with an axe in hand, swinging left and right, and for a moment, he managed to keep the bandits at bay. However, the sheer number of bandits eventually wore him down. After a fierce battle, Wang Dashin was covered in blood, his axe blade was chipped, and 7 or 8 bandit corpses lay at his feet. His stamina had reached its limit. With a deep wound on his left arm exposing bone and his right leg struck by an iron rod, making his movement sluggish. Brothers, keep going. He can't hold on much longer. A one-eyed bandit grinned as he raised a ghost-headed knife, aiming for Wang Dashin's neck. Wang Dashin gritted his teeth and raised his axe to block, but was heavily struck on the back by a side-swinging iron rod, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground. The one-eyed bandit stepped forward, stomping Wang Dashin underfoot, who was now too weak to resist. I didn't expect there to be a third realm martial artist in this broken village. The one-eyed bandit sneered, resting his knife on his shoulder. You've killed so many of my brothers. I'll take your head to honor them. Just as he finished speaking, he raised his knife high and aimed for Wang Dashin's neck to bring it down. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver flash cut through the night sky, accurately piercing the one-eyed bandit's temple. The dagger maintained its momentum, piercing through the throats of 2 more bandits behind him before finally embedding itself in the earthen wall. The bandits had yet to react when a blue figure descended like a ghost, landing with a shockwave that forced the surrounding bandits to retreat. Yin Chuan? Wang Dashin's blurred vision saw Yin Chuan propping him up with one hand and shoving a pill into his mouth. As the medicinal pill went down his throat, a warm current flowed through his body, and the wounds began to stop bleeding and scab over. Brother Wang, you rest here. Leave these rabble to me. Yin Chuan's voice was as cold as ice. The bandits regained their senses and, seeing only Yin Chuan, immediately shouted and surrounded him. Another one comes to die. Everyone, attack together. Faced with the swarm of bandits, Yin Chuan's gaze turned cold as he raised his palm and suddenly struck forward. Boom! An invisible wave of energy surged out like a roaring tide, sending the first 5 or 6 bandits crashing back as if struck by lightning, their chests caving in as they spat blood and fell over the rest of the bandit group. What kind of martial arts is this? The remaining bandits retreated in fear. True Chi, another bandit exclaimed. Could he be a 6th realm master? Yin Chuan did not give him a chance to breathe, his figure flashing as he charged into the crowd. His fingers pointed like swords. With each jab, a bandit would explode in blood at the forehead. As the gusts of his palm swept through, bandits flew out in all directions, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Everyone retreat. A thunderous shout suddenly rang from behind. The bandits, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly made way. A giant man, standing 9 feet tall, strode forward. His bare torso was covered in scars, muscles bulging like iron, and his fists were like 2 copper hammers. The big boss is here, a bandit shouted excitedly, as if this person's appearance could turn the tide. Yin Chuan wiped his fingers in front of his eyes, using the spirit-seeking eye to examine the man. The giant's aura was vigorous, indicating he was at the 5th or 6th realm of martial arts. I am Li Biao, the leader of the Blackwater village. The bandit leader's voice boomed like thunder. Boy, state your name. I do not kill nameless ghosts. Yin Chuan sneered. What does it matter to a dying man? Arrogant. Li Biao immediately erupted in fury and hurled a punch at Yin Chuan, the fist generating a sonic boom. Yin Chuan sidestepped to avoid it. The punch struck the ground, creating a deep pit. What strength? Yin Chuan frowned slightly. This guy was indeed a tough opponent. Li Biao laughed wildly. You dodged quite well, but won't be so easy next. Before he finished speaking, he swung his fists like hammers at Yin Chuan, attacking in a storm. Yin Chuan used the light wind steps to dodge, avoiding each attack while occasionally countering, but found that his ordinary palm strikes could not break through this guy's defenses. Although his martial arts were inferior, he still lacked the strength to defeat Li Biao. The fact that this person could condense protective chi indicated he was at least a 6th realm martial artist, a top-tier combatant in this world. Yin Chuan seized an opportunity and kicked toward Li Biao's face. Li Biao blocked with his arm. Yin Chuan put all his strength into this kick, managing to push Li Biao back a few steps while he himself used the momentum to perform a flip and landed steadily in front of Wang Dashin. "Brother Wang, leave this to me," Yin Chuan suddenly said. "You go to my house and protect my yard." Wang Dashin understood the gravity of the situation and, without asking any further questions, gritted his teeth and got up to rush towards Yin Chuan's home. A bandit tried to block Wang Dashin, but was instantly felled by his axe. Seeing Wang Dashin leave, Yin Chuan felt no more hesitation. With Yang Xingye, a third realm martial artist, guarding the home, and with Wang Dashin, also at the third realm, joining him, the average bandits were no match for them. Now, he only needed to deal with Li Biao, and the remaining bandits would be no concern. "What are you thinking?" Li Biao shouted, enveloped in his qi, and charged at Yin Chuan with another heavy punch. Yin Chuan's eyes sharpened. He no longer chose to evade. Taking a half step back, he suddenly rooted himself and launched a punch to meet the bandit leader's heavy fist. "You're overestimating yourself." Li Biao's eyes turned red as he tried to crush Yin Chuan with his fist. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, Yin Chuan was sent flying backward. But after soaring a distance of 10 feet, he landed steadily, his clothes slightly dirted. Li Biao, relying on his size, remained rooted in place after the punch. But his right arm trembled in pain, feeling unsteady even to grip his fist. What kind of boxing technique is that? Li Biao's eyes widened. It was the first time he and T gained the advantage in a fist fight. Not only that, but it seemed his right arm had also sustained a serious injury. Yin Chuan placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand slightly. A low-tier martial skill, the 8 cracking fist. Unfazed, Li Biao forced himself to stabilize his trembling right fist, but a hint of caution arose in his heart. The previous exchange had clearly penetrated the protective qi surrounding him. To accomplish this, his opponent had to be at least a 6th realm martial artist. He was not afraid of anyone at the same realm, but Yin Chuan's calm demeanor left him uncertain. "Give me a knife." The bandit leader called for a thick blade and shouted to the surrounding bandits, "Brothers, let's go together. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 taels." Upon receiving the order, the surrounding bandit henchmen grew excited and began to wield their weapons, slowly closing in. Chapter 29, Blood Battle to Protect the Yard. Meanwhile, outside Yin Chuan's yard, a group of 10 bandits arrived at the entrance and kicked the gate open. This must be Yin Chuan's house. The leading bandit stepped into the yard, a long knife on his shoulder already stained with blood. "Second in command, I scouted the place earlier." "It's right here," a bandit henchman immediately replied. "Very good." The second in command stroked his goatee, his eyes scanning the various rooms before locking onto the master bedroom. "Go." With a wave of his hand, the bandits behind him rushed toward the master bedroom door with their knives. But before they reached the door, there was a whoosh, and the leading bandit suddenly fell to the ground, struck by an unknown object. The other bandits halted, looking toward the direction for which the object had come. A figure emerged from the side room, holding a brick. It was Yang Xingye. Bold bandits in broad daylight. Yang Xingye paused, then shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out of here, you little brat." The second in command sneered coldly. "Such arrogance. I want to see how strong you really are. Come on." Yang Xingye immediately took his stance. Facing the besieging bandits, Yang Xingye's gaze sharpened, his steps suddenly changing, his figure as elusive as willow catkins. Whoosh! A steel knife grazed past Yang Xingye's clothing, only to slice through an afterimage. Taking advantage of the momentum, Yang Xingye spun around, his right palm slamming fiercely into a bandit's chest. Crack! The sound of a rib breaking was clearly audible. The bandit's eyes bulged as he spat blood and flew backward, knocking over 2 others behind him. This move was the shattering stone palm taught to him by Yin Chuan, although Yin Chuan said it was only a low-tier skill. It was the most profound palm technique Yang Xingye had practiced in all his years of martial arts training. The explosive power was astounding, but its only drawback was the considerable internal energy it consumed. The remaining bandits were astonished and immediately drew their weapons. Yet they couldn't even touch the hem of Yang Xingye's clothes. Relying on the speed advantage of the light wind step, Yang Xingye faced the siege with ease. He darted through the flashes of knives and swords, and with each palm strike, a bandit would collapse with a crushed rib, wailing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, several rounds had passed, and many lay sprawled on the ground, while the remaining bandits retreated in terror, not daring to advance. Useless trash. All of you get back here. The second in command, watching from the side, suddenly snorted coldly, drawing his long knife with a clang. Upon receiving the order, the other bandits hastily withdrew. If they continued fighting, they would undoubtedly be no match. The second in command also recognized Yang Xingye's level and chose to take action himself. Kid, I underestimated you. The second in command sneered. I didn't expect you to have reached the third realm at such a young age. But it's a pity. I'm already in the fourth realm. To die by my hand would be no loss. Before he finished speaking, the second in command suddenly moved, his knife slicing through the air. Yang Xingye's pupils constricted, and he quickly dodged to the side. Although he barely avoided it, he was still grazed by the knife's energy, tearing his sleeve. After landing, Yang Xingye quickly retreated a few steps to create distance, his heart sinking. The speed and strength of this bandit were indeed at the level of a fourth realm warrior. But before Yang Xingye could react, the second in command's knife came slashing again. Clang! Yang Xingye could only pick up the steel knife on the ground to block. Sparks flying as he felt his palms burst with pain, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. The second in command, not giving him a moment's respite, accelerated his attacks like a storm, each strike heavy as 1,000 pounds. Yang Xingye gritted his teeth, pushing the light wind step to its limit, his figure weaving and dodging in the courtyard. After several exchanges, Yang Xingye realized he was not the opponent's match. If this continued, he would likely face dire consequences. If he chose to escape now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if he did so, the master's wife in the room behind him would be in danger. Just thinking of this made Yang Xingye's gaze turn resolute. The master's wife was still inside. He absolutely could not retreat. After feigning a strike with his knife, Yang Xingye suddenly changed tactics, using his palm instead of the knife, unleashing the air-splitting palm taught by Chuan towards the second-in-command's face. The second-in-command's brow furrowed as he quickly crossed his knife to block. Under the powerful palm wind, the second-in-command was actually forced back a few steps. Interesting, he sneered. A mere third-realm warrior can actually use such a brilliant technique, but unfortunately, your internal energy is too weak to hurt me. As he spoke, the second-in-command suddenly changed his knife's momentum and attacked again, leaving Yang Xingye hurriedly defending. At this point, the second-in-command clearly had put in all his strength, and Yang Xingye was already exhausted from fighting beyond his level. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, the second-in-command's knife came slashing toward him, and Yang Xingye could only do his best to dodge backward, trying to create distance. But it was too late. The second-in-command's knife struck him directly. A wound over a foot long cut diagonally from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, blood instantly soaking his clothes. Yang Xingye staggered back, crashing into a stone mill in the courtyard, his face as pale as paper. It's over, Yang Xingye gasped. The knife he had just picked up dropping out of reach, his whole body in excruciating pain, barely able to stand. This was it. The second-in-command approached, dragging his knife, laughing wildly. Little brat, I'm going to send you to see the king of hell. He raised his knife, ready to execute Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye looked at the shimmering long knife, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He hadn't yet become a hero. How could he die here? Young brother Yang. At the critical moment, a tall figure suddenly leaped over the wall from the side and swung an axe at the second-in-command. The second-in-command hurriedly brought his knife up to block, and with a loud clang, he was actually forced back several steps. Wang Dashan took the opportunity to stand in front of Yang Xingye, pulling out a medicine bottle from his pocket. Quick, apply this. Yang Xingye tremblingly poured the hemostatic powder on his wound and swallowed the healing pill given by Chuan earlier. As the medicinal power spread, he barely managed to save his life. Another third-realm warrior. The second-in-command laughed, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect such a broken village to have 2 third-realm warriors. But it's a pity, with your current state, you're still no match for me. The second-in-command pointed his knife forward, a smirk on his face, seemingly not taking the 2 in front of him seriously. I hate bandits the most in my life. Wang Dashan brandished his axe, his gaze fiery. Today, I'll risk my life to take you down with me. You can only be my stepping stone. The second-in-command spat on the ground, then dragged his knife forward. Chapter 30. Set fire to burn. The second-in-command held nothing back, charging forward with a flurry of wild slashes. Faced with the pressure of a Fourth Realm warrior, Wang Dashan could only defend, completely unable to retaliate. Clang, clang, clang. Each knife strike from the second-in-command sent vibrations through Wang Dashan's hands. He was already injured, and now he was forced to retreat repeatedly, his feet sinking into the ground, creating deep ruts. I'll help you. Suddenly, Yang Xingye picked up the steel knife and joined the fight from the side, completely disregarding his injuries. Using the light wind step to leverage his agility to distract, Wang Dashan used his strength to block the attacks head-on. The two, one fast and one slow, managed to temporarily engage the second-in-command in a fierce battle. Not bad. The second-in-command sneered, accelerating his attacks once more. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of a knife cut through the air, catching Wang Dashan off guard as he was struck on the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Wang Dashan grunted, staggering to half-kneel on the ground, and the next moment, he was kicked in the chest by the second-in-command, sent flying out and crashing into several water barrels in the courtyard, finally being buried under the debris, unmoving. Brother Wang, Yang Xingye, saw Wang Dashan lying still, his heart racing with anxiety. But the second-in-command's knife was already coming at him again, and Yang Xingye could only raise his knife to block. The moment the knives clashed, sparks flew. At the same time, Yang Xingye felt his wounds tear open under the force, and in the next second he was struck by the knife, flying back and crashing into a chicken coop. Falling silent. Useless trash. The second-in-command flicked the blood off his knife with a cold laugh, then strode toward the main bedroom. But just as he reached to push the door, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, sending him flying back several feet. What the hell is this? The second-in-command was furious and shocked, standing firm after landing, but still in disbelief. Yet, looking closely, he could see an invisible light shield enveloping the main bedroom, faintly shimmering. Attack! The second-in-command waved his hand, and the bandits surged forward. They tried slashing and hacking with knives and axes, even bringing heavy stones to smash, but the door remained unmoved. This was a formation set up by Yin Chuan when he had just left. However, since Yin Chuan was only at the Qi refinement stage at the moment, although he had the memory and skills to set up the formation, its power was limited. Facing the bandits' violent attempts to break the formation, it began to shake. Burn it. Burn this cursed house down. The second-in-command's face twisted with rage, instructing the bandits to change tactics. As the bandits ignited torches and set the house ablaze, the flames began to engulf it, causing the formation to flicker ominously under the scorching heat. With a soft sound, the protective barrier enveloping the entire house shattered like broken glass, vanishing completely. Go in. The second-in-command continued to direct from behind, and the other bandits immediately rushed forward, kicking the door open and entering. However, the first bandit who rushed in, having just stepped inside, suddenly fell backward as if struck hard, clutching his nose and screaming in agony. He Qinglian slammed the door bolt onto the bridge of that man's nose. Blood instantly smeared his face. Bitch! The other two bandits lunged at He Qinglian, roughly dragging her out of the house and finally throwing her to the ground. After all, He Qinglian was a woman and had no power to resist against these bandits. Managing to launch a sneak attack was already quite a feat. Seeing He Qinglian, the second-in-command's eyes lit up. Under the glow of the fire, He Qinglian's messy hair, drenched in sweat, added to her breathtaking beauty. This woman is actually so beautiful. The second-in-command's lips curled into a lewd smile. Just right for me to have some fun. The second-in-command had just taken 2 steps forward when Li Butcher suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked his path. Cousin, we agreed that you robbed the money, and she belongs to me. Hearing this, the second-in-command's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly raised his hand to slap Li Butcher down. Get lost. A beauty like this. Isn't it a waste for a fat pig like you? Let me have my fun first, then I'll take her back to the lair. If you want to share the spoils, you can totally join our gang. Maybe when we're tired of her, we can let you have a go. After saying this, the second-in-command ignored Li Butcher and walked straight towards He Qinglian. Li Butcher covered his face, his eyes flashing with anger, and suddenly grabbed a steel knife from the ground, stabbing it towards the second-in-command from behind. But the second-in-command reacted extremely quickly, turning around and blocking Li Butcher's attack with a knife, then thrusting forward, piercing Li Butcher's heart. "You bastard, you actually dare to sneak attack me." The second-in-command pulled out the knife and kicked Li Butcher away, then turned back to grab He Qinglian. "Don't come over." He Qinglian wanted to escape, but was surrounded by bandits with no way out. "Little beauty, don't be afraid. I'm very gentle." The second-in-command grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Just as he reached out to grab He Qinglian, he suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, and then leaped back. Just as he dodged, a dark object came crashing down from a distance, landing right where he had just stood. The second-in-command focused his eyes and was immediately shaken. That dark object turned out to be a severed head, Big Boss Li Biao. Li Biao's eyes were wide open in terror, staring blankly. The second-in-command looked up and saw a blood-soaked figure standing on the roof opposite, with a crescent moon behind him. Cold sweat broke out on the second-in-command's forehead. He knew Li Biao's strength very well, having just broken through to the 6th realm a few days ago. There were very few people in the world who could match him, and the person standing on the roof was Yin Chuan. "Annihilate," Yin Chuan whispered, and a whirlwind spread out from him. The howling spirit energy whirlwind instantly extinguished the raging fire beneath him, and sparks floated away like fireflies. Yin Chuan looked down at the tragic scene in the courtyard, his face turning ashen. Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye were lying on the ground, unconscious. His wife, He Qinglian, was slumped on the ground, her hair disheveled. "They all must die." Yin Chuan's eyes turned red, resembling a god of death. The second-in-command swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. He was definitely not a match for someone who could kill Li Biao. Now, only a few lackeys were with him, and together they were not enough to deal with Yin Chuan. Thinking of this, the second-in-command turned to flee. The other bandit lackeys followed suit. Suddenly, electricity surged through Yin Chuan's body, concentrating in his hands and feet. Thunderbolt. With a low shout, Yin Chuan shot forward like lightning, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The second-in-command suddenly felt a chill on his back and turned to look behind him. The lackeys following him had all been pierced by lightning, and a streak of lightning was already approaching him. Before the second-in-command could react, Yin Chuan had already grabbed his throat tightly, the electric current in his palm rendering him completely unable to move. The second-in-command wanted to resist, but found his body completely immobilized. Yin Chuan exerted force again, and the electric current burst forth, followed by a crack, as the second-in-command's head and body separated. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no other bandits, the electric light flowing from Yin Chuan finally dissipated. Just as he returned to normal, Yin Chuan's knee buckled, and he knelt down, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from him. Swallowing a chi-replenishing pill, Yin Chuan hurried back. This battle had consumed too much energy, and he was nearly exhausted. Back in the courtyard, He Qinglian rushed over and tightly embraced Yin Chuan. "Yin Chuan, you're okay." "That's great." He Qinglian buried her head in Yin Chuan's arms, reluctant to let go. For her, it had just been a near-death experience. If Yin Chuan hadn't arrived in time, she would have chosen to end her life immediately rather than let these bandits do anything improper to her. Yin Chuan also felt a sense of relief holding He Qinglian. Thankfully, he had returned in time, where the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I'm fine, and you?" Yin Chuan supported He Qinglian's shoulders, carefully examining her with worry in his eyes. "I'm fine too." He Qinglian wiped away her tears and said anxiously, "But what about Xiao Yang and Brother Wang? I don't know how they are." Hearing this, Yin Chuan released He Qinglian and immediately ran to Yang Xingye's side. Dragging Yang Xingye out of the chicken coop, Yin Chuan quickly pressed his finger against his neck and discovered Yang Xingye still had a heartbeat. He immediately took out a small jar from his pocket, retrieved a pill, and stuffed it into Yang Xingye's mouth. "Water!" Yin Chuan shouted. He Qinglian quickly ran into the kitchen and filled a wooden ladle with clean water. After giving Yang Xingye a mouthful of water to help the pill go down, Yin Chuan then moved to Wang Dashan's side, clearing away the debris that was pressing on him, finding that he still had a breath left. Using the same method, he gave Wang Dashan a pill as well, and then Yin Chuan rushed into the house, dragging a bathtub into the courtyard. "Qinglian, hurry and boil a pot of hot water," Yin Chuan said urgently. In this situation, Both Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan were on the brink of death. If they didn't get treated quickly, they would definitely lose their lives. He Qinglian immediately dashed into the kitchen to start a fire and boil water. Yin Chuan dragged both of them to the edge of the bathtub, stripped off their clothes, and tossed the two naked men into the tub. The bathtub was a bit small. It was only meant for one person to bathe, and now two people crammed inside, their positions appearing somewhat ambiguous. Next, Yin Chuan rushed back into the house, bringing out several baskets of herbs, selecting a few, and starting to grind them. By the time, He Qinglian had boiled the water, mixing it with cold water to create several buckets of warm water. Yin Chuan poured all of it into the bathtub. Both men were still bleeding, and the water quickly turned a bright red. Yin Chuan moved swiftly. Once the water was full, he immediately tossed all the ground herbs into the tub and stirred them evenly. He also took out a few pills, dissolved them in the hot water, and mixed them into the medicinal bath. After doing all this, Yin Chuan finally stopped. He Qinglian, holding a towel, wiped the sweat off Yin Chuan and said with concern, "Take a break. I'm not tired." Yin Chuan shook his head slightly. "Just don't know if they can hold on." He Qinglian brought a chair for Yin Chuan to sit down and rest, anxiously asking, "There aren't any other bandits left in the village, right?" "Don't worry. There isn't a single one left." Yin Chuan glanced at his bloodied right hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Should we report this to the authorities?" He Qinglian asked again. "No need." Yin Chuan shook his head. "The bandit problem has already been resolved by me. There's no use in calling them over. It might even bring trouble." In the latter half of the night, He Qinglian stayed by Yin Chuan's side, feeling uneasy in her heart, and picked up a steel knife for self-defense. Yin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the two people in the bathtub. He did not want Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan to die. After all, both of them had turned out this way to protect their wives. Time passed second by second, and only their heads were above water in the bathtub. After a whole night of soaking, the water in the bathtub had turned murky, and the eastern sky was beginning to show the light of dawn. Yin Chuan threw all the bandit corpses from the yard outside and continued to wait for the two to wake up. As he felt their breathing becoming steady, Yin Chuan knew that the most dangerous moment had passed, but he still needed to lend a hand. He placed his hands on both of their heads and infused his spiritual energy into them, using his energy to stimulate the recovery of their original breath. After another half an hour, Yang Xingye suddenly coughed, his body reacting, and he slowly began to open his eyes. At the same time, Wang Dashan also regained consciousness and opened his eyes wide. For a moment, the two locked eyes. Due to the small size of the bathtub, they were almost face to face, making the position very awkward. Yang Xingye twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to get up, but found his whole body was in severe pain and he couldn't exert any strength. Seeing that the two had woken up, Yin Chuan withdrew his spiritual energy. "You two shouldn't move yet. Your wounds have just scabbed over, so don't break them," Yin Chuan said sternly. Yang Xingye dared not move, maintaining the strange position and turning his head to the side to avoid eye contact with Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan, however, didn't care about that. He leaned against the bathtub and sighed. "I didn't expect to survive like this. I even saw the King of Hell and got pulled back." At this point, Wang Dashan glanced around and couldn't help but ask Yin Chuan, "Brother Yin, what about the bandits?" "They're all dead," Yin Chuan replied honestly. "All dead?" Wang Dashan was a bit surprised. "One is a 6th realm master, and the other is a 4th realm master. Brother Yin, you truly are a hidden talent." Yin Chuan did not respond, but instead prepared some pills for them to swallow, allowing them to get out of the bathtub one after the other. Since their original clothes were soaked in blood, Yin Chuan found his own clothes for them to wear. Wang Dashan, being large in stature, found the clothes somewhat short. "You two will need at least 2 months of rest to fully recover," Yin Chuan said. "During this time, don't move around." Yang Xingye looked at Yin Chuan's house. Although the fire had been extinguished by Yin Chuan, half of it was still burned and had become a dangerous building. "Master, it seems like your house can't be lived in anymore," Yang Xingye said. "Why not move to the town? After all, I've already bought a yard for you." Yin Chuan sighed helplessly as he looked at the charred house. "I guess it can only be this way." Chapter 32. The constable of the village was indeed quiet, but it was relatively unsafe. Having been in this world for only a few months, he had already encountered several similar crises. One was when 2 of Wang Wu's lackeys attempted a home invasion, and now this bandit attack. If they moved to the town, the bandits would naturally not dare to attack. After all, there were still town soldiers stationed there, and patrols at night would ensure greater safety. Now, after the bandit night raid, most of the houses in the village had been burned to the ground, and the villagers had suffered heavy casualties. Remaining here no longer offered the peace of the past. Just as Chuan was preparing to pack up and move to the town, he suddenly stopped his actions upon hearing many footsteps coming from the village entrance. At this moment, at the village entrance, Zhao Posey had brought several constables into the village. As soon as they entered, the constables were taken aback, not because of the village's tragic state, but because of the numerous bandit corpses scattered everywhere, all in horrific conditions. The head constable, Chuan Sandow, stood at the village entrance, his face pale. Dozens of bandit corpses lay in disarray on the village road, some with their throats slit, others with crushed chests as if struck by a heavy object, and a few were charred all over, looking as if they had been struck by lightning. Their deaths extremely tragic. Even more chilling was a bloody head casually discarded in the middle of the road. It was actually the head of the second-in-command of Heishui's stronghold. Not only that, among the corpses nearby was the head of the bandit leader, Li Biao. Li Biao is dead? Chuan Sandow tightened his grip on the knife at his waist, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew that Li Biao was a sixth realm martial artist, notorious within 100 miles, and the government had failed to subdue him despite multiple attempts. But now his head was just lying there, eyes wide open in death. Chuan Sandow crouched down to inspect the wound where the head had been severed. The wound was all charred, as if burned by high temperatures. "Sir, look over there," Zhao Posey shouted from behind. "It seems like there's someone in that yard." Everyone followed her pointing direction, and it was Chuan's house, because they had fought all night. He Qinglian had cooked a pot of lean meat porridge for Chuan, hence the rising smoke. "Let us go take a look." Chuan Sandow frowned slightly and led the other constables over. The constables carefully navigated through the corpse-filled village path and arrived outside Chuan's yard. Inside the yard, Chuan was calmly packing his belongings. He Qinglian was drying herbs, while Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan were sitting on a bench, cultivating to heal their injuries. "Excuse me." Chuan Sandow stepped into the yard with his team and questioned. "Last night the bandits attacked the village. What exactly happened? How come all the bandits are dead?" Chuan raised his head, his expression indifferent. "Last night, a passing expert came to our rescue, killed the bandits, and then left." Chuan Sandow squinted, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. "An expert? Someone who can single-handedly kill this group of bandits must be at least a 7th realm master. A person on the expert list. How could such a person happen to appear in this small village at midnight, killing all the bandits and saving you?" At this point, Chuan Sandow pulled his knife out half an inch. "How about you all come with us to the yamen to clarify?" Upon seeing Chuan Sandow draw his weapon, the atmosphere in the yard instantly became tense. Chuan's right hand was behind his back, already gathering a breath of energy in his palm. Chuan Sandow and his group were only about 8 or 9 constables, and Chuan had quietly used his spirit-seeking eye to check them. Chuan Sandow was merely a 3rd realm martial artist, while the other constables were only 1st or 2nd realm. As long as he acted quickly, he could kill them all and then frame it on the bandits. Going with them to the yamen would certainly not lead to anything good. Just as Chuan was about to make a move, Yang Xingye suddenly spoke up. "Captain Chuan, long time no see." Yang Xingye stepped forward with a cold smile. Although his face was pale, his aura was not weak at all. Upon hearing Yang Xingye's voice, Chuan Sandow recognized him, and his expression changed. "Young Master Yang, what are you doing here? This is my master's house." Yang Xingye coughed lightly. "Last night, we had an encounter with the bandits and barely survived. Now you want to take us to the yamen. Isn't that inappropriate? If my father finds out, he will definitely go to find the county magistrate to discuss it, which is inconvenient." Chuan Sandow's mouth twitched. The Yang family was one of the major wealthy merchants in Chongqing town and had connections with the county magistrate. How could a small constable like him dare to offend them? "I wouldn't dare." Chuan Sandow quickly smiled, sheathing his knife. "It's just that so many people have died. There has to be an explanation." "An explanation?" Yang Xingye coldly snorted. "All the bandits that disturb the area are dead. This is a great piece of news. What further explanation do you need? Should I have my father personally go to the county office to discuss it? Chun Sandao's face changed colors, finally gritting his teeth and clasping his hands. Since young Master Yang has said so, then let's drop this matter. It's a misunderstanding. We'll take our leave. After saying this, Chun Sandao left the courtyard with his men, and Zhao Pozi slipped away with the constables as well. Yin Chuan looked at Zhao Pozi's retreating figure with a cold gaze. What a coincidence! The constables arrived just as dawn broke. The speed of reporting to the authorities was too fast. Moreover, the bandits had surrounded the village last night and killed their way in from outside. Zhao Pozi's home was located in the middle of the village, making it impossible for her to avoid the bandits' attention. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Zhao Pozi was not in the village last night. Thinking of this, Yin Chuan recalled what He Qinglian said about the butcher Li, who was clearly in collusion with the bandits and very likely brought them to the village. Zhao Pozi had a close relationship with the butcher, so it was evident that she must be involved in this bandit invasion. As Zhao Pozi walked further away, Yin Chuan gathered a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips and gently flicked it forward. A spiritual energy projectile the size of a soybean hit Zhao Pozi at the back of her neck. Zhao Pozi felt as if she had been bitten by a mosquito on her neck, rubbed it, and didn't think much of it, quickening her pace to catch up with the constables. But just a few steps later, her whole body suddenly stiffened, as if she had suffered a stroke, and she fell straight to the ground, drooling uncontrollably, her body beginning to convulse. Coincidentally, at the spot where Zhao Pozi fell, a few corpses lay by the roadside. When Zhao Pozi saw the faces of the corpses, her expression turned to one of terror. It was actually the butcher Li's face. "Captain, that old woman has fallen," a young constable suddenly reminded. But Chun Sandao, who was walking in front, completely ignored it. "Don't mind her, split up and count all the corpses in the village." "Yes." The other constables immediately agreed and then split up. The stroke-stricken Zhao Pozi was completely ignored. Chapter 33. Relocation half a month later. Yin Chuan moved into the house that Yang Xingye had given him. This courtyard was located in the east of the town, only a street away from Yang Xingye's home. Considering that Yin Chuan preferred peace and quiet, Yang Xingye chose this location to avoid the bustling market, and it had a large backyard. However, such a large house seemed a bit empty for just Yin Chuan and He Qinglian. So he asked Yang Xingye to hire a few maidservants to help take care of the household affairs. He couldn't let He Qinglian do everything inside. She wouldn't be able to manage it alone. Previously, He Qinglian was the daughter of a wealthy family, and it was time to let her regain her former status. In addition to 6 or 7 maidservants responsible for laundry, cooking, and cleaning, Yin Chuan also called Wang Dashan from the village to live with him. This large house needed someone to guard it, so he paid Wang Dashan a monthly salary of 3 or 2 silvers to help watch over the house, and hired 4 younger guards to be under Wang Dashan's command. With that, the Yin residence was finally fully equipped. Just after moving in, Yang Xingye wanted Yin Chuan to hold a grand event, but Yin Chuan refused. He had never liked to act too high profile. Perhaps it was a habit formed from his previous life as a low-level cultivator, being cautious about everything. Although he had moved into a new home, the expenses had also increased significantly. However, it was fortunate that he had tricked Yang Xingye's father out of 1,000 silvers for treatment before, so he wasn't short on money for the time being. In the days that followed, Yin Chuan focused on improving his cultivation. After the battle with the bandits, Yin Chuan knew the dangers despite his victory. That night, he swallowed several pills at once, forcibly raising his realm by several levels to eliminate those bandits. Without the enhancement of the pills, even if he could kill those bandits, wouldn't be so fast, and he might even get injured. A martial artist just entering the 6th realm was roughly equal to someone in the mid-stage of chi refinement, which had brought him such trouble. If he encountered 7th, 8th, or even 9th realm experts on the heavenly ranking in the future, it would be even more difficult to handle. Therefore, he needed to quickly enhance his strength to feel secure. After Yang Xingye's injuries healed, he came to Yin Chuan's house every day to practice martial arts. And he was indeed very serious and diligent. After spending some time together, Yin Chuan realized that Yang Xingye was a good seedling. Although he was a bit of a playboy, after becoming his disciple, he treated Yin Chuan very well, respecting his teacher and valuing the way, even risking his life to protect his teacher's wife, which left a deep impression on Yin Chuan. Therefore, Yin Chuan made a simple modification to a qi gathering technique and combined it with the principles of martial arts training to compile a martial arts scripture. He named it Wuxiang Yin Qi Jing, specifically written for Yang Xingye to suit his physique for cultivation. Although the name was randomly chosen, it was intentionally made to sound mysterious, so that Yang Xingye would think it was a martial arts masterpiece and cherish it even more. Sure enough, when Yang Xingye saw this scripture, he was so excited that he knelt down and knocked his head on the ground several times for Yin Chuan. And after flipping through its contents, he couldn't put down. Yin Chuan also specially formulated a few pills to enhance Wang Dashan's cultivation based on his physique. After Wang Dashan took one, although he didn't break through immediately, he was incredibly excited because he saw a chance to break through to the fourth realm. The cultivation that had been neglected for a long time was picked up again by Wang Dashan. As autumn turned to winter, 3 months passed. The entire Chongqing town was preparing for the new year, with decorations everywhere and a lively atmosphere. The Yin residence was also busy preparing for the new year goods. In Yin, Chuan generously gave red envelopes to the maidservants and guards, 2 silvers each. For Yin Chuan, 2 silvers were nothing. But for these ordinary people, it was equivalent to several months' wages, making them admire Yin Chuan even more and work with greater enthusiasm. After 3 months of cultivation, Yin Chuan's realm had already reached the peak of the 5th layer of qi refinement, preparing to break through to the 6th layer. Just a few days after the new year, Yang Xingye excitedly ran to the Yin residence again. Yin Chuan originally wanted to take a few days off under the pretext of the New Year holidays, but he didn't expect Yang Xingye to come so early again. Thinking that Yang Xingye was here to pester him about cultivation, Yang Xingye instead excitedly brought a booklet. Master, the expert rankings have been updated. Yin Chuan also held the newly bought expert ranking booklet, feeling thrilled. Oh, Yin Chuan was sitting in a chair drinking hot tea and didn't take it seriously. Master, you made the list, Yang Xingye added, nearly making Yin Chuan choke on his tea. What? Yin Chuan frowned. What list am I on? The expert ranking, Yang Xingye said excitedly. You are ranked 45th on the Earth-level expert ranking. As he spoke, Yang Xingye opened the booklet for Yin Chuan to see, and indeed, the name ranked 45th on the Earth-level list was his own. Yin Chuan was already somewhat surprised, but upon seeing the description above, he couldn't hold back any longer. The most prominent words on this page were, reclusive gambler, Yin Chuan. The description below stated that Yin Chuan was a reclusive gambler who was rumored to have reached the level of a 7th realm expert, and then embellished his achievements in a night battle against the bandits, emphasizing that the 6th realm bandit Li Biao was merely a plaything in Yin Chuan's hands, thus indicating that there was at least a 1-realm difference. After reading the description on this page, Yin Chuan couldn't help but frown even deeper. Getting on this so-called expert ranking was not something he wanted. According to Yang Xingye's previous description, the updated expert ranking would definitely attract attention from people all over the world, especially as they would compare the changes in rankings. Who rises and who falls would be a topic of discussion. Especially for someone like Yin Chuan, who is newly listed, he would be the focus of their attention. As a result, there would undoubtedly be some people coming to seek him out, whether with good or bad intentions, which would be trouble for Yin Chuan. In contrast to Yin Chuan's anxiety, Yang Xingye was incredibly excited. I knew Master would definitely make the list. Yang Xingye was dancing with excitement. I've compared the Master rankings, and only Master has made it to the list, pushing the previous 50th place. That's Shun Wingqiu, who is said to only have reached the peak of the 6th realm, out of the rankings. Although being on the list is not necessarily a good thing. What is even stranger to Yin Chuan now is why the events of that night were known to the Tiangong Pavilion that issues the Master rankings. Could it be that their information network is already so powerful? If that's the case, it's a bit terrifying. We need to keep a low profile for now. Yin Chuan said to Yang Xingye. Trouble might be coming our way. Chapter 34. Shun Wingqiu. More than half a month later, in Chongqing town. Shun Wingqiu stood in front of a window of an inn in the town, tightly clutching the latest Master ranking list, his knuckles turning white from gripping it too hard. Yin Chuan. Shun Wingqiu gritted his teeth as he recited this name, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He, Shun Wingqiu, 37 years old, a peak 6th realm martial artist. 3 years ago, after a life-and-death battle, he defeated the 7th realm martial artist Tai Zhang Zhoutong, who was ranked 48th on the Earth rankings at the time, thus entering the Earth rankings as a 6th realm martial artist. In these 3 years, wherever he went, he was admired by all. Major families vied to recruit him. Many martial arts schools offered him hefty sums to sit in as their master, and even the authorities had to give him a bit of face. But now, all this glory was taken away by a suddenly emerged hidden gambler. What a ridiculous hidden master. Shun Wing-Qiu threw the list on the ground. Killing a few insignificant bandits can get you on the list? Then what about the 7th realm masters I've defeated? Are they just decorations? The more Shun Wing-Qiu thought about it, the angrier he became. He gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor. A fierce look flashing in his eyes. This is Chongqing Town, right? I want to see what qualifications you have to replace me. Shun Wing-Qiu initially thought that with Yin Chuan's status as a master on the Earth rankings, he would be well known in the town. But oddly, after inquiring around in tea houses and taverns, he found that hardly anyone had heard of Yin Chuan's name. After all, this master ranking list is quite valuable, and ordinary people wouldn't spend money to buy it. Even if the storytellers spread the word, it would take some time. And even if someone knew of Yin Chuan, they didn't know where he lived. He had already visited the previous village and found that Yin Chuan had moved away. Excuse me, is the Yin Chuan you mentioned the young master, Yin living on East Street? The tea house waiter asked cautiously. Shun Wing-Qiu's eyes lit up. That's right. Where does he live? The waiter shook his head. I don't know. This young master rarely goes out. I just know he lives on East Street. So Shun Wing-Qiu quickly settled the bill and went to East Street to inquire. After asking a few people, he saw a tall man, nearly 2 meters tall, carrying a sack of rice approaching, with a short axe at his waist, looking quite robust. Shun Wing-Qiu stepped forward to ask, Brother, I need to ask you something. Wang Dashan stopped walking, eyeing the unfamiliar man with caution. What is it? I am a friend of Yin Chuan. I haven't seen him for many years and came specifically to visit, but found that he has moved. Shun Wing-Qiu cupped his fists in a polite manner. Do you know where Brother Yin lives? Wang Dashan glanced at Shun Wing-Qiu's hands, noticing he was holding a gift box, which indeed made him look like he was here to pay a visit. Wang Dashan scratched his head. Friend of Brother Yin? I haven't heard him mention it. Shun Wing-Qiu had prepared for this, pulling out a jade pendant from his bosom. This is a token given to me by Brother Yin back in the day. He said seeing this is like seeing him. The jade pendant was something Shun Wing-Qiu casually bought on the road, but a straightforward man like Wang Dashan wouldn't think too much about it. Since that's the case, then follow me. Wang Dashan immediately became enthusiastic. Brother Yin has moved to a new house. He hired me as a guard. I'm just about to head back. You can come with me. Hearing this, Shun Wing-Qiu was overjoyed. After searching for a while, he finally found the place. So he followed behind Wang Dashan all the way to Yan's residence. When Shun Wing-Qiu stood under the plaque of Yan's residence, he felt even more jealous. Such a house would cost a pretty penny even in the town. How long has it been since a gambler made it onto the rankings? And he could buy a house? Brother Yin, your old friend has come to see you. Wang Dashan shouted as soon as he entered the door. In the courtyard, Yin Chuan was teaching He Qinglian to sense spiritual energy, wanting her to start cultivating, so she would have some self-defense ability. Since He Qinglian had never practiced before and had not been tainted by turbid energy, she was considered a piece of uncut jade. Hearing Wang Dashan's voice, Yin Chuan turned to look and immediately spotted Shun Wing-Qiu, who was following behind Wang Dashan. Noticing this unfamiliar face, he became vigilant. You go back to the house first, Yin Chuan said softly to He Qinglian. Although He Qinglian didn't know what was going to happen, she trusted Yin Chuan and didn't ask a word, returning to the house. However, she was still a bit worried, so she opened a small gap in the window to quietly observe outside. Wang Dashan had been smiling, but upon seeing Yin Chuan's wary expression, he realized something was off. He turned around and blocked Shun Wing-Qiu. Who are you exactly? Heavenly Earth Master Rankings. Year 18 of Wu-Da. Earth Rankings Master 50. Flying Leaf Sword, Shun Wing-Qiu. Shun Wing-Qiu stepped forward, giving a slight bow to Yin Chuan. I come to challenge you and reclaim my ranking. You actually deceived me. Wang Dashan placed the sack of rice aside and immediately called out. Someone has scored him out. Upon hearing the call, Several guards who had been pruning potted plants nearby immediately surrounded Shen Wenqiu, wanting to drive him out. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. Wang Dashan rolled up his sleeves, ready to push Shen Wenqiu out. But before he could grab hold of Shen Wenqiu's collar, Shen Wenqiu easily sidestepped and then struck Wang Dashan's chest with a palm. This seemingly gentle palm sent Wang Dashan flying back several feet, where he was finally caught steadily by Yin Chuan. The other guards, seeing Wang Dashan being hit, picked up their sticks and were about to rush in. But they were met with Shen Wenqiu using his sword sheath to knock the weapons out of their hands, kicking each of them away. Damn it! Wang Dashan was furious and wanted to charge again, but was stopped by Yin Chuan grabbing his arm. You all step back. I will deal with him. Hearing this, Wang Dashan, though unwilling, chose to step back. You're Yin Chuan? Shen Wenqiu looked Yin Chuan up and down, noticing he was only in his 20s, and sneered. You are the one called the hidden gambler, Yin Chuan? I am Yin Chuan, but I'm not some hidden gambler. Yin Chuan laughed. You came to find me to reclaim your ranking, but you came to the wrong place. What do you mean? Shen Wenqiu frowned. The one who killed all the bandits that night was not me, but a passing expert. Yin Chuan explained. I happened to be there as well, and took care of a few bandits. But the Tiangong Pavilion mistakenly thought I single-handedly took down dozens of bandits and a sixth realm expert. So all of this is a misunderstanding. Even if you defeat me, it won't change anything. Yin Chuan originally wanted to avoid trouble, hoping to dissuade Shen Wenqiu. But upon hearing this, Shen Wenqiu let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect your luck to be this good, allowing you to make it onto the rankings. But even if the ranking is a misunderstanding, you still push me out. Shen Wenqiu's expression turned serious, filled with deep resentment. Accept my challenge. No matter if you're real or fake, as long as I defeat you, I can return to the rankings. Chapter 35 Duel. All right. Yin Chuan sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. You can go out now and announce to the world that you defeated me. After all, I can't beat you anyway. So why not skip the battle process? No way. Shen Wenqiu coldly rejected, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. That would be cheating. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his voice deep. Although I, Shen Wenqiu, am only at the peak of the 6th realm, I have the strength to defeat 7th realm experts. If word gets out that I cheated, wouldn't that ruin my reputation? With the tip of his sword pointed directly at Yin Chuan, Shen Wenqiu's fighting spirit surged. So, accept my challenge. I want to defeat you fair and square. Seeing Yin Chuan silent, he snorted coldly. Even if you don't accept, I will take action directly. You have 15 minutes to consider. Sighing, Yin Chuan knew this confrontation was unavoidable and said, This place is too small. Let's go to my backyard. It's spacious there. Shen Wenqiu sneered. Let's go. Even if you play tricks, I won't be afraid. The backyard was empty, with a gentle breeze stirring a few fallen leaves. Yang Xingye was meditating in the pavilion, completely unaware of the commotion outside, while he Qinglian, Wang Dashan, and a group of servants stood at a distance, watching nervously. Can we start? Shen Wenqiu stood in the center of the open space, his long sword pointing diagonally to the ground, true energy swirling around him, his robe fluttering without wind. Yin Chuan glanced at He Qinglian, who was filled with worry. Retracting his gaze, he had made up his mind. Since they were going to fight, he couldn't afford to lose. In the face of someone like Shen Wenqiu, there were only two outcomes that would make him give up. Either he would suffer a crushing defeat or achieve a great victory. A crushing defeat would certainly save him a lot of trouble, just a bit of face lost. But this was also a rare opportunity for Yin Chuan to battle with a top expert, a perfect chance to gauge his own level. Come on. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, then gently extended his right hand forward, signaling his opponent to attack first. Empty-handed? Shen Wenqiu sneered. Weapons have no eyes. So you better be careful. But don't worry, I will leave you alive. Before his words fell, Shen Wenqiu's toes touched the ground, and his figure shot forward like an arrow, the tip of his sword gleaming coldly, aimed straight at Yin Chuan's throat. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and the spiritual energy within him instantly converged between his hands. Golden jade hands. Under a faint golden light, his hands had become translucent like jade. With a metallic clang, Yin Chuan surprisingly caught Shen Wenqiu's sword with just 2 fingers. I knew it. Shun Wengqiu, seeing this, was not angry but delighted, withdrawing his sword before launching a fierce barrage of strikes. In the face of this violent onslaught, Yin Chuan remained completely calm. His golden jade hands acted like an impenetrable barrier, accurately deflecting each sword strike, the sounds of metal clashing ringing continuously, sparks flying. Seeing he couldn't break through Yin Chuan's defense, Shun Wengqiu suddenly took a large step back, his inner power expanding, and a whirlwind suddenly formed around him. Yin Chuan did not take the opportunity to strike, wanting to see what tricks he was planning. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were caught in the whirlwind, floating before Shun Wengqiu. Each leaf pointed like a blade at Yin Chuan. Do you know why my title is the Flying Leaf Sword? Shun Wengqiu's lips curled slightly, the tip of his sword pointing forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with flying leaves, shooting toward Yin Chuan like a torrential rain. Yin Chuan frowned slightly, flipping over to evade, while wrapping himself in a whirlwind of spiritual energy to alter the trajectory of the incoming leaves. After dodging one wave of attacks, he didn't expect Shun Wengqiu to slash his sword in the air, causing the leaves to make a sharp turn and shoot back toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan flipped again to dodge. Although he avoided being hit by the leaves, the robe he wore was torn in several places. Seeing his clothes damaged, a flash of anger crossed Yin Chuan's eyes. This robe was specially made for him by He Qinglian and had just been worn for less than half a month. Shun Wengqiu's attack was not over yet. He once again controlled the flying leaves to change direction and shoot toward Yin Chuan. Blazing palm. The moment Yin Chuan released the golden jade hands, his palms were enveloped in spiritual fire. Facing the renewed onslaught of flying leaves, Yin Chuan suddenly pushed his palms forward, two fire columns roaring out like angry dragons. The moment the flying leaves touched the fire columns, they all turned to ashes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shun Wengqiu frowned, unsure of what method Yin Chuan had used to ignite flames out of nowhere. Just as he was puzzled, he saw flashes of lightning flickering within the dust. Thunderbolt charge. Just as Shun Wengqiu was about to react, Yin Chuan had already broken through the smoke and reached for him with a palm. Just as he was about to grab Shun Wengqiu's throat, Shun Wengqiu, being a peak 6th level martial artist, reacted quickly and swung his sword a block. Yin Chuan quickly changed his trajectory, retracting his hand and flipping in midair, delivering a heavy kick to Shun Wengqiu's chest. Bang! Shun Wengqiu flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a pear tree before finally stopping. The pear tree also shed a large number of leaves due to the violent impact. Cough! Shun Wengqiu coughed violently, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wanting to get up and fight again, he suddenly saw a stone flying toward him. The force was terrifying. Shun Wengqiu wanted to dodge, but found it too late. So he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Bang! With a loud noise, the stone missed his head. Shun Wengqiu turned his head to the right and saw the stone embedded deep into the tree trunk, just 3 inches away from his head. If that stone had hit him, his head would surely have burst open, ending his life. You lost, go. Yin Chuan stood at a distance with his hands behind his back, looking extremely proud. Shun Wengqiu slumped to the ground, panting heavily. You're not going to kill me? Shun Wengqiu asked, confused. Why would I kill you? Yin Chuan laughed. Killing is against the law. I don't want to deal with those constables. You will regret this. Shun Wengqiu supported himself against the tree and slowly got up, glancing back at Yin Chuan. Although there was reluctance in his eyes, he knew he was outmatched and could only leave awkwardly. Brother Wang, see him out. Yin Chuan called out. Wang Dashin immediately stepped forward, surrounding Shun Wengqiu with a group of people and escorting him out of the courtyard. Watching Shun Wengqiu's unsteady back, Yin Chuan secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining a few days ago, and with the spiritual energy absorbed from the Spirit Stone, he could continuously use mid-level techniques without the need for medicinal pills. The reason for letting Shun Wengqiu go was partly because Yin Chuan was genuinely worried about the trouble that killing would bring. And another reason was that this person was a good training partner. A slight smile appeared on Yin Chuan's lips as he thought to himself that with Shun Wengqiu's temperament, he would surely come back after healing. In the path of cultivation, besides daily practice, sparring and fighting with experts could accelerate the speed of one's training. Especially for many people, the bottlenecks they struggle to break through for a long time are often overcome when pushed to the brink of life and death. Chapter 36, Spirit Stone Pendant Master. You're so amazing. Just after sending Shun Wenqiu away, Yang Xingye jumped out from the side. What's so amazing about it? Yin Chuan replied calmly. Isn't this amazing? Yang Xingye joyfully followed behind Yin Chuan. That person should be the 51st on the last issue of the Earth-level expert ranking. Flying Leaf Sword, Shun Wenqiu, right? Something like that. Yin Chuan nodded. Master, defeating him so easily, the Tiangong Pavilion ranking you at 45th is too low. Yang Xingye said, next year, you might even rise a few ranks. Yang Xingye pulled out a booklet from his pocket, excitedly saying, Master, look at this person named Xiao Ku from the 36th on the Earth-level list, the white sword among the black and white twin swords. Yin Chuan glanced over. The illustration showed a person called White Sword Xiao Ku, dressed in black with disheveled long hair. It was said that Shun Wenqiu challenged him to improve his ranking. Yang Xingye said, the two fought for dozens of rounds, and in the end, Xiao Ku narrowly won. Master, since you can greatly defeat Shun Wenqiu, your rank will definitely surpass that Xiao Ku. Yin Chuan shot a glance at Yang Xingye. I told you before, don't pay too much attention to these expert rankings. It affects your cultivation. Yes. Yang Xingye nodded in agreement, but his face couldn't hide his excitement. When Yin Chuan returned to his room, He Qinglian immediately came forward with concern. Are you okay? He Qinglian had witnessed the earlier duel. Although she was just an ordinary person, she could see the dangers involved. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yin Chuan smiled gently, then took out a jade pendant from his pocket. What is this? He Qinglian looked at the pendant, which was a milky white jade carved with exquisite patterns. This is for you. Wear it and don't take it off. Yin Chuan personally put the jade pendant around He Qinglian's neck. He Qinglian looked at the jade stone with some joy. From now on, every day when you wake up, feel the aura of heaven and earth according to the heart method I taught you. Yin Chuan continued, saying that if you are lucky enough, you should be able to gain some insights in 3 to 5 months. The pendant Yin Chuan gave to He Qinglian was made from a small piece cut from the spiritual stone he obtained. After Yin Chuan's frenzied absorption over the past few days, the spiritual energy inside the stone had been depleted and needed some time to recover. Therefore, Yin Chuan divided the stone into 2 pieces, carving them into pendants, one for himself and one for He Qinglian. The patterns carved on it were not random, but a type of rune carving he learned in his previous life, which could speed up the absorption of spiritual energy from the stone. During the following days, Yin Chuan continued to practice at home, rarely going out. He either guided Yang Xingye in his training or tinkered with alchemy, while also paying attention to He Qinglian's cultivation, wanting to help her perceive spiritual energy as soon as possible. Under the nourishment of Yin Chuan's elixirs, Wang Dashan managed to barely break through the bottleneck of the 4th realm, significantly increasing his strength, and he was very happy every day. His several bodyguards also made progress in their martial arts under his guidance. As expected, the defeated Shun Wenqiu did not disappoint Yin Chuan and returned to challenge him again after more than 20 days. Upon learning that Shun Wenqiu was back, Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan stood guard at the door, one on each side. Wang Dashan was very cautious, knowing that Shun Wenqiu was formidable and having suffered last time. He wasn't foolish enough to attack first this time. What are you here for? Wang Dashan asked, gripping his short axe and blocking the entrance. Of course. I'm here to challenge Yin Chuan. Shun Wenqiu replied, his voice full of confidence, clearly having recovered from his injuries. If it weren't for my master sparing your life last time, you would have been dead. Yang Xingye mocked from the side. Are you here to make a fool of yourself? What happened then is in the past. Now is now. Shun Wenqiu appeared confident. Back then, I was misled by your master, mistakenly thinking he wasn't capable, which led to my underestimating him and losing. Now, I am fully prepared, and my strength has improved. Who knows who will win? To challenge my master, you must first get past me. Yang Xingye, not knowing what got into him, suddenly leaped and struck towards Shun Wenqiu with a palm. Wang Dashan was taken aback and wanted to intervene, but was already a step too late. Shun Wenqiu, seeing Yang Xingye attack, merely smiled disdainfully. With a loud thud, Yang Xingye, who had just lunged at him, was kicked back by Sun Wenqiu, finally being caught by Wang Dashan to stop his fall. Yang Xingye rubbed his chest, painfully grimacing but still trying to maintain his composure. All right, I admit you're strong. Yang Xingye had intended to test the gap between himself and these experts after his hard training, but did not expect to be defeated in a single exchange. The gap between the third and sixth realms was indeed too great. Let him in. At that moment, Yin Chuan's voice came from inside the door. Hearing the order, Wang Dashan and Yang Xingye stepped aside. Sun Wenqiu smiled, leaping inside, eager to redeem himself. Just as he flew through the door, with a loud thud, he was kicked out by Yin Chuan, crashing to the ground and rolling a few times before stopping. After getting up, Sun Wenqiu rubbed his chest, feeling pain but still trying to act calm. Shameless, you sneak attacked. Sun Wenqiu cursed. You came back after more than 20 days, and you haven't improved at all. Yet you dare to challenge me? Yin Chuan stepped out from within, mocking, you are too eager for success. I was careless just now. Come again. Sun Wenqiu suddenly drew his sword and charged at Yin Chuan. However, this seemingly fierce strike was easily caught by Yin Chuan's golden jade hand with just 2 fingers. Still using this move? Yin Chuan continued to mock. Seeing this, Sun Wenqiu quickly withdrew and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. But Yin Chuan caught them all effortlessly with just 1 hand. Boring. Yin Chuan muttered, suddenly pushing forward with his golden jade hand, directly striking Sun Wenqiu's chest. Sun Wenqiu was sent flying again, crashing into the wall before stopping. The force was so great that it cracked the wall across the street. Cough. Sun Wenqiu coughed up blood again, not expecting that after practicing his swordsmanship so hard, he would be defeated even more thoroughly than last time. What Sun Wenqiu did not know was that in reality, his slight improvement over the past 20 days was negligible compared to Yin Chuan's progress. In those 20 days, through taking elixirs, Yin Chuan had advanced from the initial stage of the 6th layer of the Qi, refining realm, to the mid-stage level. Go back and practice some more. Yin Chuan turned to leave. Don't waste my time. Sun Wenqiu looked unwillingly at Yin Chuan's back, feeling unsatisfied but could only turn and leave. Chapter 37. Challenge or Free Meal Bang. Sun Wenqiu fell heavily onto the blue stone slab in the back courtyard of the Yin residence, his long sword slipping from his hand and sliding far away. Still want to fight? Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped, his breath unruffled. Yes. Sun Wenqiu sprang up like a carp, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Wait until I go back and think for a few days. Next time I will definitely break your move. Wang Dashan leaned against the door frame, cracking sunflower seeds. Old Sun, this is the 7th time. Why are you still not giving up? What do you know? Sun Wenqiu glared. In martial arts, persistence is key. Yang Xingye came out from the side. Brother Sun, why don't you change your master to my master? I see you have quite a bit of perseverance. Being my junior brother wouldn't be bad. Nonsense. Sun Wenqiu's face turned red. How can I, Sun Wenqiu, a dignified expert on the list, bow to your master? Former expert on the list Yang Xingye reminded him. Sun Wenqiu wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, turning to leave just as his stomach growled suddenly. The courtyard fell silent. He Qinglian walked out from the kitchen with a plate of freshly steamed meat buns and called out to the courtyard, Hero Sun, why not come and eat something first? No, I don't need it. Sun Wenqiu held his neck high. I'm going back. Come on. Wang Dashan pulled his shoulder. You said the same thing last time. And in the end, you ate 8 buns in one go. Yang Xingye counted on his fingers. Last time, you ate 5 bowls of rice. And the time before that, shut up. Sun Wenqiu was furious, but he was still pushed to the dining table. Yin Chuan held back his laughter and served him a piece of braised pork. Try this. It's our Yin resident's specialty. Sun Wenqiu muttered, next time, I will definitely defeat you. But when the meat was in his mouth, his eyes lit up, and he ended up finishing 6 bowls of rice. After the meal, Wang Dashan teased Sun Wenqiu. Old Sun, you're not doing this on purpose to get a free meal, are you? Nonsense. Sun Wenqiu jumped in anger. How could I? Sun Wenqiu, be that kind of person. After sending Sun Wenqiu off, Yang Xingye and Wang Dashan stood at the door watching him leave. Brother Wang, how many days do you think it will be before Sun Wenqiu comes again? Yang Xingye asked with a smile. Wang Dashan scratched his head. I guess he'll come again in 5 or 6 days. Your master went easy on him this time and didn't injure him, as spring turned to summer. In the back courtyard of the Yin residence, Shun Wing-Qiu fell heavily to the ground again, his long sword slipping from his hand and embedding itself in the nearby soil. He gasped for breath, sweat mixing with dust rolling down his forehead. This was already his 15th defeat at Yin Chuan's hands. Still want to fight? Yin Chuan stepped forward to ask, as calm as ever. Shun Wing-Qiu gritted his teeth, pushing himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Today I was careless. Next time, right? Yin Chuan shook his head with a smile. You've said that 14 times already. Shun Wing-Qiu lay on the ground, staring at the sky, for the first time feeling the thought of giving up. He couldn't understand why, despite exerting all his abilities to the utmost. He still couldn't defeat the man before him. In fact, Shun Wing-Qiu even felt that this man was stronger than he had been the first time he challenged him a few months ago. In the past few months of continuous challenges, Shun Wing-Qiu discovered that Yang Xingye, who often joked around, had unknowingly broken through to the fourth realm of martial artists. And Wang Dashan was showing signs of reaching the peak of the fourth realm. Suddenly, Shun Wing-Qiu crawled up from the ground and knelt in front of Yin Chuan. What are you doing? Yin Chuan frowned. It's useless to kneel if you can't defeat me. I want to be your disciple. Shun Wing-Qiu suddenly bowed his head to the ground, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye, who was watching the excitement, couldn't sit still. From now on, the flying leaf sword Shun Wing-Qiu will be my junior brother. Seeing that Yin Chuan didn't respond, Yang Xingye stepped forward to urge, Master, hurry up and agree. But Yin Chuan did not agree. Instead, he asked, Why do you want to be my disciple? I want to become stronger. Shun Wing-Qiu replied, What do you want to do after you become stronger? Yin Chuan asked again, I want to defeat you and reclaim my ranking on the Earth ranking. Shun Wing-Qiu answered directly. Yin Chuan couldn't help but laugh at Shun Wing-Qiu's response. Am I just sitting around doing nothing to let you become stronger to defeat me? Besides, aren't you a bit mistaken? What am I mistaken about? Shun Wing-Qiu looked up in confusion. On this master ranking, it seems I'm not the only one, right? Yin Chuan laughed. If you want to reclaim your ranking, there's no need to keep butting heads with me. Besides, with your current state, you will never be able to defeat me. At this point, Yin Chuan had already broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm a month ago. Calculating the time, it had been about a year since he arrived in this world. Breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm in 1 year was already very fast. In his previous life, it took him a full 10 years to reach that level. Although Shun Wing-Qiu was rejected, he still knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Change your reason, and I might agree to take you as my disciple. Yin Chuan said, No change. Shun Wing-Qiu did not back down. My goal is to defeat you. Ha. Yin Chuan was amused by Shun Wing-Qiu's stubbornness. It was no wonder he could persist in challenging him several times. Failing each time, but still not giving up, most people really couldn't do that. I beg you to take me as your disciple. Shun Wing-Qiu lowered his head and pleaded again. Even if I take you as my disciple, you still won't have a chance to defeat me. Yin Chuan asked if this goal is destined to be unattainable. What use is your persistence? This question left Shun Wing-Qiu briefly silent. After a moment, he raised his gaze and said, Even if this goal is destined to be unattainable, I will still try to approach it step by step, going as far as I can. Some things, how can you know if you don't try? Looking at Shun Wing-Qiu's serious eyes reminded Yin Chuan of his own persistence in his previous life. Back then, he was stuck at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm and couldn't establish a foundation for a long time. Everyone said he couldn't do it, but he didn't give up and eventually succeeded in establishing a foundation. Therefore, even after being stuck at the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm for over 100 years, he still did not give up looking for a breakthrough opportunity. If he hadn't been ambushed by others in the immortal S-tomb back then, he might have already broken through. All right, I agree. Coming back to his senses, Yin Chuan surprisingly nodded. This surprised Yang Xingye, who was standing on the side. It was the first time he had seen someone asked to be a disciple like this. Disciple Shun Wing-Qiu pays respects to master. Shun Wing-Qiu didn't expect Yin Chuan to agree, and he was so excited that he immediately bowed. Although I agree to take you as my disciple, I won't teach you anything immediately. Yin Chuan said, First, follow Brother Wang and guard the door for 3 months. Yes. Shen Wingqiu nodded in agreement. After Yin Chuan left, Yang Xingye immediately joked, "Junior brother Shen, from now on, I'll be your senior brother. Hurry up and call me senior brother." Shen Wingqiu was somewhat unwilling, but had to accept this fact. "Big senior brother." Shen Wingqiu turned his head and gritted his teeth to call out, "Hey, good junior brother." Yang Xingye laughed heartily, very pleased. In the following days, Shen Wingqiu changed into the guard's uniform of the residence and became an ordinary guard beside Wang Dashan, helping to guard the door. During this time, Yin Chuan really didn't teach Shen Wingqiu anything, simply letting him guard the door. Shen Wingqiu also did not complain, diligently treating himself as a gatekeeper. In the alley of Jinshi, Wang Wu was secretly conversing with several people. "Are you crazy? You want me to kill Yin Chuan for 20 taels of silver?" A masked man retorted to Wang Wu. "That's not a small amount," Wang Wu countered. "The introducer said you only need 10 taels to kill an ordinary person." "Of course. I charge 5 taels for ordinary people." The masked man said, "Don't you know who Yin Chuan is? What kind of person? Isn't he just an ordinary person?" Wang Wu asked in confusion. "I really want to slap you." The masked man said, somewhat speechless, "This Yin Chuan is ranked 45th on the Earth ranking. With my 5th realm level, Tenemy wouldn't be enough for him." Hearing this, Wang Wu was even more puzzled. "You must be mistaken. I've known Yin Chuan for a long time. What Earth ranking master? Are you trying to swindle me?" The masked man was somewhat speechless. So he took out a booklet from his pocket, flipped to the page with Yin Chuan's information, and showed it to Wang Wu. "Open your eyes and see. Is this person Yin Chuan?" The masked man gritted his teeth. Wang Wu glanced at the drawing in the booklet and then said, "They must have made a mistake. I saw the official notice at the time. It wasn't this Yin Chuan who killed the bandits. Yin Chuan didn't even claim the bounty on the bandits, saying that a master passed by that night and killed those bandits. Wasn't this Yin Chuan?" Seeing that the masked man didn't believe him, Wang Wu had to continue explaining. "I've known Yin Chuan for almost 10 years. He's just a gambler, a hoodlum like me. More than a year ago, this guy cursed at me, and I beat him down. He couldn't even fight back. How could he be a master?" The masked man found this a bit strange. When he first saw the master ranking, he thought it was odd that Yin Chuan suddenly appeared on the list. He was originally from this town and had never heard of such a master. After Wang Wu's explanation, it made sense. "You're not lying to me, are you?" The masked man still felt uncertain. "What I lied to you about?" Wang Wu said somewhat speechlessly. "If it weren't for this guy hiring a martial artist like Wang Dashan to guard for him, I would have gone in to deal with him myself." "But why do you want to kill him?" The masked man asked in confusion. "Because this guy killed my 2 brothers," Wang Wu said, his eyes filled with resentment. "These 2 brothers grew up with me. We are like family, but they were killed by this Yin Chuan. If I don't avenge them, how can I be their elder brother?" Saying this, Wang Wu couldn't help but recall the hardships of the past few months. In order to find the whereabouts of his missing 2 younger brothers, he spared no expense to find someone to get in touch with the Blood Moon Tower, and only then used their methods to find the bodies of his 2 younger brothers. When he discovered them, only 2 skeletons remained, discarded in the deep mountains, and fortunately, their clothes were still recognizable. After thinking it over, only Yin Chuan had the motive and time to act. That night, the 2 men, Matsi and Baoya, must have entered Yin Chuan's house, but unfortunately, they were killed by Yin Chuan in return. He originally planned to take revenge himself, but then bandits attacked the village. And Yin Chuan moved to the town and hired Wang Dashan from the village to guard for him. Wang Dashan he knew. He had once beaten him up, so Wang Wu didn't dare to act rashly. He could only save money to hire assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to help him take revenge, which is why it took until now to afford it. "Are you sure this Yin Chuan is just an ordinary person?" The masked man pinched his chin, still somewhat worried. "I'm really sure." Wang Wu nodded emphatically. "If you don't believe me, you could go ask around at the casino. Everyone there basically knows Yin Chuan. You'll find out what kind of person he is with just a few inquiries." "All right." The masked man, upon hearing this, took the money pouch from Wang Wu's hands. "Let me investigate first. If the situation is true, I will kill this person for you. But if you dare to deceive me, I want to return your money." Wang Wu swallowed hard and could only nod. "You can rest assured. I definitely didn't lie to you." After leaving Wang Wu, the masked killer did not rush to act, but instead spent 3 days secretly investigating Yin Chuan's background. He first went to the town's casino, pretending to casually inquire. I heard there used to be someone named Chuan here, and he has recently become prosperous. The regulars at the casino burst into laughter upon hearing Chuan's name. That kid, spat a gambler with a face full of pockmarks. He just got lucky. He used to lose everything, even his pants, and now he is acting all high and mighty. The other gamblers chimed in, making it clear that the Chuan they spoke of was just an insignificant gambler. The killer then went to a tea house, where he happened to encounter a few bailiffs drinking tea. He deliberately approached them to chat. Sir, I heard that Chuan killed the bandits that attacked the village recently. Nonsense. One of the bailiffs slammed the table. Didn't you see the county office's announcement? It was a passing expert who did it. Chuan is just a lucky waste of space, getting the Yang family's favor and picking up a big house for free. After multiple confirmations, the killer came to a conclusion. Wang Wu indeed did not lie. Chuan was just an ordinary person. If that was the case, then it was perfect. Their Blood Moon Tower specialized in killing people for others. As long as the price was right, anyone could be killed. If he were to kill this Chuan, he would gain immense glory. Even if Chuan was a fake master, he was still on the list of masters. The thought of assassinating someone on that list excited the killer. So he chose a moonless night to prepare for his attack. The night was dark and windy, with the autumn wind howling. The killer, clad in dark clothing, leaped over the walls of the Yin residence like a specter, landing without disturbing even a fallen leaf. At this moment, the courtyard was silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. The killer felt the poisoned dagger at his waist, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he imagined the moment he would become famous. Chapter 39. Where did this thief come from? It was already midnight, and there was no sound or light in the mansion. The killer crept along the shadows by the wall towards the main building, intending to complete his assassination quietly. Just as he was about to approach the main house, a sudden creak came from the side room. A man dressed in guard attire stepped out while yawning, holding a night pot in his hand. The killer's eyes sharpened, quickly retreating into the darkness. According to Wang Wu, there was only one martial artist in the mansion, Wang Dashan, while the other guards were ordinary people. Having done his reconnaissance beforehand, the killer knew this person was not Wang Dashan. Besides, even if it were Wang Dashan, he wouldn't be his match. Perfect, let us test my blade on you. The killer sneered inwardly, stealthily approaching from behind. The poisoned dagger glinted with a cold blue light in the dark. As long as he was struck by the dagger, he would surely die. But just as the blade was about to reach the guard's back, the guard suddenly sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow strike aimed directly at the killer's face. Bang! The killer hastily blocked but was sent staggering back several steps, his arm numbing from the impact. Realizing his surprise attack had failed, the killer was startled but quickly calmed down. Although the person in front of him had some skill, he did not seem extraordinary. Now that his stealth had failed, he had to eliminate this person quickly. Looking for death, the killer shouted, his body lunging forward like a ghost. The short dagger slicing through the air with several cold blue arcs aimed at vital points. The guard who had been ambushed was none other than Shen Wengqiu, who had gotten up in the middle of the night to relieve himself. Shen Wengqiu, still groggy from sleep, was now fully alert, his drowsiness gone. Although he wasn't T-armed, as a peak 6th realm martial artist, his skills were equally formidable. Facing the killer's fierce onslaught, he shifted his steps, his figure flickering unpredictably, managing to avoid all the blade strikes. Bang! Shen Wengqiu seized the opportunity presented by the killer's reckless attack, landing a heavy punch on the killer's ribcage. The killer let out a muffled groan, staggering back while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The killer was horrified. This guard's movements were remarkably agile. But refusing to back down, the killer pressed forward again, aiming his short dagger at Shen Wengqiu's throat. Shen Wengqiu did not dodge. Having briefly engaged in combat, he understood the killer's patterns and strength. He swiftly clawed with his right hand, accurately grabbing the killer's wrist. Crack! The sound of shattered bones echoed eerily in the silent night. The killer cried out in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Where did this thief come from? Shen Wengqiu chuckled coldly, raising his leg for a knee strike, hitting the killer squarely in the abdomen. Wow! The killer spat blood, collapsing to the ground. It was only at this moment that he truly realized he had kicked an iron plate. The person in front of him was at least a sixth realm expert. Otherwise, he would possess such strength. As Shun Wing-Q was about to move forward, the killer, in a moment of desperation, suddenly threw a wax pellet from his sleeve. Bang! The wax pellet exploded, releasing a thick purple smoke that quickly enveloped the area. Shun Wing-Q noticed the smoke was poisonous and quickly retreated while striking forward with his palm, using the gust from his palm to disperse the smoke. When the smoke cleared, the killer had already fled far away, climbing over the wall. Trying to escape? Shun Wing-Q had no intention of letting him go. Just as he was about to chase after him, he was suddenly stopped by a hand pressing down on his shoulder from behind. There's no need to chase. Yin Chuan's voice came from behind, startling Shun Wing-Q. He had no idea when Yin Chuan had appeared behind him, and he hadn't sensed it at all. The next morning, the killer, clutching his broken wrist, staggered through a dark alley. His chest burned with pain. Every breath felt like being cut by a knife. Worse still, his right hand was nearly useless. Shun Wing-Q's claw had crushed his wrist bone, and he had lost his dagger. Damn Wang Wu. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. 20 taels of silver. Just for this measly 20 taels, I almost lost my life. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door was kicked open, startling Wang Wu, who was lying on the bed counting money. He jumped in shock, scattering copper coins all over the floor. Wah! Before Wang Wu could finish his sentence, the killer grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. You dare to play me for a fool? The killer's voice came out through clenched teeth. There's a sixth realm expert in the Yin residence. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What's sixth realm? Wang Wu looked utterly confused, still pretending to be foolish. The killer punched Wang Wu in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Wang Wu, in pain, felt his vision darken. Before he could recover, he was kicked in the stomach, sending him crashing into the table, shattering dishes everywhere. I'll return your money. I'm not taking this job. The killer pulled out the money pouch and slammed it against Wang Wu's face. Wang Wu curled up on the ground, gasping in pain, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Ha! Wang Wu wiped his nosebleed and sneered. The rules of Blood Moon Tower state that once a job is accepted, either the target dies or the assassin dies. If you return the money to me now, are you trying to break your own rules? The killer's movements suddenly froze. You can't be serious. He stared incredulously at Wang Wu and questioned, how do you know this? Wang Wu struggled to get up, revealing a sinister smile. The introducer told me everything. If you don't want to do it, I'll go find him right now. I think you should know the consequences. The killer's face instantly turned pale. He knew better than anyone how Blood Moon Tower dealt with those who violated the rules. The methods were 100 times worse than death. The room fell into a deathly silence. The killer clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He wished he could stab Wang Wu to death right now, but he couldn't. The Blood Moon Tower strictly forbids assassins from retaliating against their employers. Violators face being skinned alive. Great. The killer took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and terrifying. I'll take this job, but you have to pay more. Wang Wu scoffed. I don't have any money left. You have to do it, whether you like it or not. The killer stared at Wang Wu for a long time, feeling somewhat helpless. In this situation, it was indeed hard to back down. Fine, just wait for me. The killer could only leave after throwing down a harsh remark. Wang Wu was left sitting on the ground, laughing maniacally. In the dilapidated room, the killer bit down on a cloth strip and forcibly realigned his dislocated wrist bone. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, but he didn't make a sound. He had thought this assassination would be just an ordinary job, but unexpectedly, he had run into a tough opponent. With his current abilities, it was practically impossible to assassinate Yin Chuan, a master of the sixth realm. Just when the killer felt powerless, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Who? The killer alertly looked toward the door, instinctively reaching for his waist, only to find his weapon missing. Junior brother, it's been a long time. A woman in black entered, her voice soft, her figure tall, and her face covered. Senior sister? The killer's pupils constricted, and his body instantly tensed, but he relaxed when he recognized her. What are you doing here? He asked. The woman walked into the room, leaning against the back of a chair, her fingertips casually twirling a stray lock of hair. Of course, I'm here to kill someone, she replied, her red lips curling slightly. but there was no hint of a smile in her eyes. The killer's breath caught. Are you here to kill Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan? Not really. The woman suddenly chuckled, her voice sweet yet laced with poison. I'm here to kill Shen Wenqiu. The killer's head shot up, his throat tightening. Shen Wenqiu. The peak of the Earth ranking's 6th realm. He's also in Chongqing Town. That's right. The woman nodded. Someone paid 3,000 taels for his life. And the one who hurt you should be him. Hearing this, the killer's face turned pale. Senior sister, are you saying that Shen Wenqiu has become a guard in the Yin household? He couldn't believe he had managed to escape alive. Take this. The woman suddenly tossed a porcelain vial at him. The killer fumbled to catch it, finding a green pill inside. Take this restorative pill. It will help you recover quickly. The woman smiled lightly. The killer's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly swallowed the pill. Such a pill could rapidly heal injuries and was very expensive. However, after swallowing it, the killer gasped for breath and said, although Shen Wenqiu is no longer an Earth-ranking master, he is still at the peak of the 6th realm. He might be difficult to deal with. Do you know why you always rank at the bottom? The woman's tone turned cold as she asked. Because of you, senior sister's high talents. The killer sighed and lowered his head. The woman sneered. Wrong. It's because you always act out of fear, worry, and hesitation. As assassins, we never confront them head-on. She suddenly produced a slender silver needle from her sleeve, glimmering with cold light. We lurk, disguise ourselves, find opportunities, and then strike to kill. Help me with one thing, and I can help you kill that Yin Chuan too. The killer looked at the woman before him, his pupils trembling. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Days later, on E Street, Shen Wenqiu and Wang Dashan were chatting at the entrance, discussing various martial arts tales. Although Wang Dashan had faded from the martial world for a long time, he was still very interested in its affairs. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a scream suddenly came from afar. Help! Let go of me! Shen Wenqiu and Wang Dashan turned to look in the direction of the sound, seeing a disheveled woman cornered by 3 thugs, the leader gripping her wrist with a lecherous grin. Miss, let's have some fun. The thugs restrained the woman's arms, ready to tear off her clothes. Stop! Shen Wenqiu stepped forward and shouted angrily. The thugs turned around, and upon seeing Shen Wenqiu dressed as an ordinary servant, they sneered. Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. You should be the ones to leave. Shen Wenqiu's gaze sharpened, and his aura surged, instantly stirring up a whirlwind. The thugs were instantly frightened, fleeing in a panic. The woman collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips. Although her clothing was plain, it couldn't hide her natural beauty. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, adding to her pitiful appearance. Thank you for saving me. Her voice was soft and trembling, seeing that she was barely covered. Shen Wenqiu took off his outer robe and draped it over her. Where do you live? I'll take you back. The woman looked up, tears falling. My name is Lu Ying. I am from a different region. Due to a disaster back home, my parents have died, and I came here to seek help from relatives, but they have long since moved away. Now I have run out of money and have nowhere to go. By the end of her story, she was choked with sobs. Scratching his head, Shen Wenqiu didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he thought of He Qinglian, who had a kind heart, and said, if you don't mind, you can come back with me. My master's wife is very kind and will surely take you in when she hears about your situation. Lu Ying looked up, a flicker of something imperceptible flashing in her eyes. Is that really okay? Come with me. Shen Wenqiu helped Lu Ying up and walked toward the gate. Meanwhile, one of the thugs who had just been driven away was secretly watching this scene from a distance. The same killer who had failed in his assassination attempt a few days ago. Upon arriving at the manor, He Qinglian felt pity upon hearing Lu Ying's plight. Her story was quite similar to He Qinglian's, so she said coincidentally, we are short on help at the manor. If you don't mind, you can stay here for now. If you have other plans in the future, just let me know. Lu Ying knelt and bowed her head. Thank you, my lady. Lu Ying will never forget your kindness. Yin Chuan stood in the corridor, observing coldly. Seeing He Qinglian happy, he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he didn't oppose her. Lu Ying quickly adapted to life in the Yin household. She was diligent and skilled in embroidery, making several embroidered skirts for He Qinglian within half a month. Winning her even more favor, Lu Ying was especially attentive to Shen Wenqiu, bringing him tea and water daily, asking about his well-being, and even sewing him a pair of thick-soled boots. Brother Shun, you must be very tired standing guard all day. Lu Ying offered the shoes with both hands. Her ears slightly flushed, her voice soft like a feather brushing by. Shun Wing-Qiu, who was straightforward, had never experienced such tenderness. Having previously wandered the martial world to enhance his strength and rise on the rankings, he was completely unprepared for such gentleness. Feeling flustered, his ears turning red, Wang Dashin teased from the side, Brother Shun, don't be shy. This is a gift from Miss Lu, so you should accept it. Shun Wing-Qiu accepted the boots with a smile. Thank you, Miss Lu. You're welcome. Lu Ying smiled shyly and ran away. The next morning, Lu Ying took a shopping list and went out to buy things. Exiting through the back door, she headed toward the main street. Just as she passed an intersection, she suddenly slipped into an alley. In the depths of the alley, the killer was waiting inside. Senior sister, it's been over half a month. When can we make our move? The killer was growing impatient. Lu Ying smiled lightly. What's the rush? I won't act unless I'm absolutely certain. That's why I can complete all the tasks I take. You must be patient. How much longer do we have to wait? The killer asked. Not long. I've basically gained the trust of everyone in the manor, Lu Ying said, suddenly exhaling as if releasing a burden, feeling much more relaxed. Chapter 41. Dissolving qi in the evening at the Yin Manor. The kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Today happens to be Shun Wing-Qiu's birthday, and he Qinglian, knowing this, specially prepared a feast. At this moment in the kitchen, Lu Ying, wearing a coarse cloth apron, skillfully chopped scallions, occasionally wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Looking quite virtuous. Lu girl, you've worked hard. He Qinglian entered the kitchen with a plate of fruits, speaking gently. Today should be my responsibility. Madam, you flatter me. Lu Ying smiled modestly, her ears slightly reddening. Big brother Shin treats me very well on ordinary days. If it weren't for him saving me back then, I wouldn't know what my fate would be now. Today is his birthday, so I naturally want to repay him well. This little thing is nothing. As she spoke, she lifted the soup pot and took a spoonful to taste, a touch of colorless powder sliding into it unnoticed. This was the Huai sand from Blood Moon Tower. For martial artists below the 8th realm, consuming it would render them powerless and collapse to the ground for a short time. He Qinglian remained completely unaware, instead feeling sorry for her and brushing aside her scattered hair. Good child, don't tire yourself out. Lu Ying, with her back to He Qinglian, nodded in agreement while a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. When the dishes were ready, Yang Xingye, who was practicing martial arts in the backyard, as well as Wang Dashin, who was guarding the gate, and Shun Wing-Qiu all took their seats. Dinner is served. Everyone, try my cooking today. Lu Ying came over with a steaming clay pot, a bit of stove ash still on her face. She specially placed the steamed base, which had double the Huai sand, in front of Shun Wing-Qiu. Big brother Shun, this is your favorite. Shun Wing-Qiu was pleasantly surprised, stammering, How did Lu know I like base? Lu Ying smiled slightly without answering, her eyes swirling with youthful shyness, making Shun Wing-Qiu blush even more. Then she turned around and served a bowl of chicken soup to Yin Chuan. Old master, please have more of this chicken soup. Yin Chuan took the soup bowl and lightly tapped the rim with his fingertip. Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat, thinking she had been discovered, but saw that Yin Chuan was just leisurely blowing on the steam before drinking it all down. Seeing this, Lu Ying couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Regardless of whether Yin Chuan was a true or false top expert, after drinking this soup, he would all be fish on her chopping board. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Xingye suddenly shook his head. Strange, why do I feel so weak? Before he finished speaking, he thudded onto the table. Following closely, Wang Dashin and Shun Wing-Qiu also collapsed, and He Qinglian slumped over the table and fell asleep. Seeing that everyone had fallen victim, Lu Ying sighed lightly. Her voice no longer gentle. It's finally happening. She took off the wooden hairpin from her hair, and as her black hair fell, the hairpin cracked open to reveal a half section of a needle glowing blue. Still, senior sister's methods are impressive. A masked man jumped over the courtyard wall, exactly the assassin who had escaped that day. He kicked the collapsed Shun Wing-Qiu and sneered. Even someone as strong as Shun Wing-Qiu is now at our mercy. Lu Ying's smile suddenly froze, but she turned to the only one still sitting, Yin Chuan, frowning. Strange, why hasn't he fallen yet? Yin Chuan put down his chopsticks and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. I must say, your cooking tastes quite good. He looked up at Lu Ying, his dark eyes showing no signs of intoxication. But the drug you put in seems to have no effect on me. No effect? Lu Ying frowned. This wise San. When taken by those below the 8th realm, it's impossible to avoid its effects. Even an 8th realm master wouldn't be like you, unaffected. The assassin's pupils contracted sharply, and his short knife was drawn in an instant. Stop pretending. Let's kill him first. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted towards Yin Chuan's throat. But just as he was about to succeed, Yin Chuan unexpectedly grabbed the blade with his hand. Golden J hand. How is that possible? The assassin was astonished. With a snap, Yin Chuan exerted force, directly breaking the assassin's short knife. Before the assassin could react, Yin Chuan threw the broken blade forward, piercing through the assassin's chest and flying towards Lu Ying behind him. Lu Ying immediately sidestepped, glancing at her unconscious junior brother on the ground. She instantly realized Yin Chuan's strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, she quickly retreated several feet while 12 bone-piercing nails shot out from her sleeve. However, Yin Chuan waved his sleeve, and those hidden weapons froze in midair as if blocked by an invisible barrier. True Qi solidified as reality. Lu Ying exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. An 8th realm master. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and pushed forward with his hand. The hidden weapons that were suspended in the air immediately turned around and flew back, and Lu Ying, unable to dodge in time, was pierced by 3 bone-piercing nails in her right shoulder. She let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, knowing she was no match for him. Thus, changing to a pitiful expression, "Please spare me, old master. I was forced." As she spoke, her collar unknowingly loosened, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, curvaceous, and her eyes shimmering with tears like a frightened little deer. In such a posture, any man who saw it would soften 3 points. Yin Chuan chuckled lightly, stepping forward and reaching out to touch Lu Ying's head. "Speak, who instructed you?" Yin Chuan asked. Lu Ying pointed at her unconscious junior brother and accused. "It was him who threatened me." "He could threaten you?" Yin Chuan sneered. "I remember when he entered. He called you senior sister. Moreover, your strength is obviously higher than his. How could he threaten you?" Realizing she had been exposed, Lu Ying had no choice but to plead, "Old master, my target was not to kill you. Actually, I was here to kill Shinwen Q. I really admire you." As she said this, Lu Ying pulled down her clothes 3 more inches, revealing more skin. Yin Chuan glanced down and indeed saw she had a good figure. Seeing Yin Chuan distracted, Lu Ying suddenly launched a sneak attack, her fingertip pinching a long silver needle, aiming to stab. However, her movement suddenly froze in midair, as if she had become stiff and unable to move. Yin Chuan firmly grasped her crown, infusing his spiritual energy into Lu Ying's body, blocking all her meridians and acupoints, thus rendering her immobile. "It's not easy to hear the truth from you assassins," Yin Chuan murmured. "Since that's the case, I can only use this move, soul-searching technique." A shrill scream pierced the night sky as Lu Ying convulsed all over, her eyeballs rolling back to reveal large areas of white, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. A large amount of memory fragments were violently extracted by Yin Chuan and gradually unfolded in his consciousness. When Yin Chuan released her, he already knew the identity of the employer. At the same time, Lu Ying lay like a puddle of mud on the ground, her pupils unfocused, drooling at the corner of her mouth like an idiot, her soul-searching technique completely destroying her sanity. "So it's like this." Yin Chuan shook off the bloodstains on his hands and checked the fallen people one by one, finding that everyone was only drained of strength and not seriously harmed. He felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 42. Blood Knife Sect. After a bowl of warm water mixed with chi replenishing pills was consumed, everyone gradually regained some strength. He Qinglian, being the weakest, still felt a bit dizzy, so Yin Chuan personally escorted her back to her room to rest. Wang Dashan led several guards to patrol around the residence, swords drawn, vigilant against any lurking assassins. In the hall, Yang Xingye slumped in a chair, his face pale, muttering, "So Lu girl was actually an assassin?" Recalling the gentle smiles Lu Ying had shown him over the past few days, he felt a chill run down his spine. Behind those seemingly affectionate eyes lay a murderous intent laced with poison. Shen Wenqiu held his forehead, his brows furrowed. Who exactly wants to kill me? Having been in the martial world for so long, Shen Wenqiu naturally had many enemies, and several possible suspects flashed through his mind. The elder of Blood Knife Sect. Yin Chuan answered. From Lu Ying's memories, Yin Chuan had extracted the identity of the employer. So it's him. Shen Wenqiu, upon hearing this, suddenly realized and recounted the backstory of this enmity. A year and a half ago, a young man wielding a knife sought out Shen Wenqiu, wanting to challenge him to climb the rankings of the Earth ranking. That person had exceptional talent, having stepped into the 6th realm at a young age. Although Shen Wenqiu was only the last name on the master list at that time, he could suppress other 7th realm experts with his peak 6th realm strength, proving his extraordinary abilities. After a fierce exchange, the young man ultimately lost to Shen Wenqiu. Shen Wenqiu showed mercy and did not take the opponent's life, but unexpectedly, this person attempted a sneak attack after admitting defeat. In a life-or-death situation, Shen Wenqiu had no choice but to kill him, only to discover that this man was the son of an elder from the Blood Knife Sect. The Blood Knife Sect was notorious in the martial world for its evil deeds, so it was no surprise that the man attempted a sneak attack after his defeat. It was in line with the sect's usual style. The Blood Moon Tower took on the task and vowed to pursue Shen Wenqiu until death. Clenching his fists, Shen Wenqiu gritted his teeth and said, if one assassin dies, 2 more will come until the target is dead or the employer withdraws the order. At this point, he suddenly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, Master, I cannot implicate everyone, so I will leave tonight. Yin Chuan chuckled lightly, took out a small blue porcelain bottle from his bosom, and pushed it in front of Shen Wenqiu. Since you have bowed to me as your master, your troubles are now my troubles. Saying this, Yin Chuan lightly tapped the bottle. This pill can help you break into the 7th realm. Shen Wenqiu's pupils constricted sharply. How precious are martial arts pills? Even prestigious families find it hard to obtain one. There are very few alchemists in the world capable of producing such pills, and most have already been recruited by various factions, making it rare to find one in the ordinary world. Looking at the porcelain bottle, Shen Wenqiu's throat moved, and his voice trembled. Master, this is too precious. Although he did not dare to reach out for it, Shen Wenqiu couldn't hide his excitement. Ever since he broke through to the peak of the 6th realm, he had been stuck at this level for 8 years, never feeling any chance of breakthrough. Just thinking about taking this pill to break through to the 7th realm made his breath quicken. Just take it. However, the pill is ultimately an external item. Yin Chuan took out a book of heart methods and placed it on the table, continuing, after breaking through, forget everything you learned before and cultivate this method. Looking at the book, it was indeed the myriad phenomena inducing chi scripture that Yin Chuan had previously given to Yang Xingye. You have 10 days to memorize the content of this scripture. Yin Chuan added, no copying or transcribing. Once you memorize it, return the scripture to me, and remember, do not pass it on. Shen Wenqiu knelt heavily, his forehead touching the ground. Disciple thanks Master for his grace. After that, Shen Wenqiu took the pill and the scripture into a side room to attempt his breakthrough, while Wang Dashan guarded the door to protect him from disturbances. Meanwhile, by the herb field in the backyard, Yang Xingye dragged the assassin's corpse, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Master, are we really burying it here? Although Yang Xingye had always longed for the martial world, it was his first time handling a corpse, and he felt a bit scared. Yin Chuan pointed to a piece of land and said, dig 3 feet and 1 inch deep and lay it side by side. This herb field grew some spiritual plants needed for his alchemy, and using a warrior's flesh and blood as fertilizer could promote their growth. However, this method was sinister. Yin Chuan had never used it before, but now it was just right for dealing with the corpse. But this method should not be abused, as overuse could cause the herbs to become tainted with malice, harming their medicinal properties. After dealing with the corpse, Yin Chuan told Yang Xingye to return home quickly. It was already late at night. After ensuring that there were no other assassins around the house, Yin Chuan quietly left the residence. The night wind wailed, and in a dilapidated small courtyard in the town, Wang Wu was sprawled on a wooden bed, snoring loudly. In his dreams, he was counting the silver he won from the gambling house, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed in, and Wang Wu woke up with a start. In the darkness, a figure sat quietly at the table, rhythmically tapping on the wooden surface. Hood, hood, hood. Did you succeed? Wang Wu jolted upright, joy shining in his murky eyes, thinking the person was the assassin he hired. Did Yin Chuan die? Snap! The figure snapped his fingers, and the candlelight on the table flared bright. In the dim yellow glow, Yin Chuan's face appeared like a ghost. You! A strange cry escaped from Wang Wu's throat. Upon seeing Yin Chuan, his hand instinctively moved toward the dagger under his pillow. But in the next moment, a chopstick shot out like a steel nail, pinning Wang Wu's wrist to the wall. In excruciating pain, the dagger clattered to the ground. Ah! Wang Wu screamed in horror. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Yin Chuan. I underestimated you. You actually managed to hire an assassin to kill me. Yin Chuan's gaze was like fire, scorching Wang Wu uncomfortably. You killed my brother. Is it wrong for me to seek revenge? Wang Wu was drenched in cold sweat, but still gritted his teeth in defiance. So you know those two guys died at my hands. Yin Chuan sneered. You admit it. Wang Wu forced a bitter smile. I knew my guess was right. What if I admit it? Yin Chuan countered. Now that I want to kill you, I just need to lift a finger. Then just kill me. Why all this nonsense? Wang Wu gasped for breath, the intense pain in his wrist leaving him unable to resist. Quite tough. Yin Chuan smiled. Since you don't want to live, I'll grant you your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Chuan reached out and seemingly grasped Wang Wu's throat from a distance. The air around Wang Wu's throat twisted, and his throat deformed as if an invisible pair of hands were tightly gripping his windpipe. Yin Chuan increased his strength, and with a crack, Wang Wu's neck was directly broken by the immense force, and he instantly stopped breathing. Chapter 43. Then you may go. The pill Yin Chuan gave to Shen Wenqiu took a full night of cultivation for him to completely digest and absorb. By dawn, Shen Wenqiu pushed open the door and had already become a 7th realm warrior. Upon reaching the 7th realm, he could directly circulate his true energy, eliminating the cumbersome process of converting true energy to inner strength and inner strength to true energy. Shen Wenqiu drew his sword and slashed at a distant point, instantly releasing a sword chi that accurately struck a stone several yards away, leaving a sharp sword mark on it. Seeing such a change, Shen Wenqiu was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he had broken through the bottleneck that had held him back for so long. That was quick. At this moment, Yin Chuan appeared nearby and knew from Shen Wenqiu's performance that he had succeeded in his breakthrough. Thank you for your master's grace. Hearing Yin Chuan's voice, Shen Wenqiu immediately turned and knelt on the ground. Remember what I told you before? Yin Chuan said, from today onwards, you must forget the heart methods you practiced before. Otherwise, you will remain stuck in the 7th realm for the rest of your life and never move forward. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. Shen Wenqiu nodded earnestly. Yin Chuan originally wanted to discuss the matter of going to the Blood Knife sect with Shen Wenqiu, as the Blood Moon Tower was elusive, and all the assassins did not have a specific location. Finding them would not be easy, but locating the Blood Knife sect would be much simpler. According to the description on the Heavenly and Earthly Masters rankings, the head of the Blood Knife sect was only ranked 42nd on the earthly list, not much stronger than Shen Wenqiu. To stop the assassins from coming after him, killing the employer would naturally prevent them from returning, making the problem easier to solve. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wenqiu preemptively said, Master, now that I have broken through to the 7th realm, let me personally resolve the enmity with the Blood Knife sect. Are you sure? Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. I'm sure. Shen Wenqiu nodded earnestly. The martial world is vast. If I let Master handle it, who knows how much time it will take for you to go back and forth. Please rest assured, I will definitely solve this trouble and then return to report. Seeing Shen Wenqiu so determined, Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. In that case, you may go. With the approval, Shen Wenqiu felt a surge of joy in his heart, then took out the scripture Yin Chuan had given him the night before. Master, I return this to you, Shen Wenqiu said. I have memorized all the content in it, And in the future, I will definitely diligently cultivate this scripture without any slack. Chuan took the scripture, somewhat surprised. The entire scripture contained thousands of characters. He didn't expect this guy to memorize all the content in just one night. He truly was a good seedling. Master, I will leave now. Shun Wenqiu cupped his fists again. Go. Chuan did not try to keep him, and simply nodded before turning to leave. Shun Wenqiu watched Chuan's departing figure, bowed respectfully, and then turned to leave the Yin residence with large strides. In the days that followed, the residence returned to its previous tranquility. Wang Wu, who had hired assassins, was dead, and the assassins from Blood Moon Tower would naturally not continue to seek trouble. After Shun Wenqiu left, the assassin's target would shift to him, and it would depend on whether he could resolve his troubles on his own. Half a month later, Wang Dashan successfully broke through to the 5th realm after taking a new pill refined by Chuan, significantly increasing his strength. A few days later, Yang Xingye, who had fully mastered the Wuxiang Qi induction technique, also broke through to the 5th realm. Although both had broken through consecutively, in reality, their circumstances were vastly different. Wang Dashan relied entirely on the forced boost from the pills given by Chuan to move from the 3rd to the 5th realm. Reaching the 5th realm was already his limit, and no matter how many pills he consumed afterward, it would be difficult to break through to the 6th realm. It could be said that this realm was already Wang Dashan's limit. In contrast, Yang Xingye had much greater potential. At his current speed, combined with the pills researched by Chuan, he might break through to the 6th realm within a year. Such speed in the martial arts world could be considered a terrifying existence. However, while they each broke through, Chuan encountered trouble. Since entering the 7th level of Qi refining, his cultivation progress had slowed significantly. On one hand, the spiritual stone he had obtained by accident had depleted its spiritual energy, and on the other hand, Chuan felt that the accumulated pill toxins in his body were somewhat excessive. So he had not taken any pills to boost his realm for a long time. The spiritual energy in this world was still too sparse. Relying solely on the operation of his mental methods to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation was indeed too slow. If only he could find another spiritual stone, it would help him break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Thus, Chuan began to wander around the town during his free time, occasionally checking out several vendors selling stones, but he found no spiritual stones at all. As expected, these things were indeed rare in this world. One day, after returning from wandering around the town, as soon as he entered the gate, he heard a few barks from a puppy. Looking into the yard, he saw He Qinglian squatting on the ground, playing with a little yellow dog while holding a bone. Upon seeing Chuan return, He Qinglian immediately came forward to greet him, and the little dog happily ran over behind her. Husband is back. He Qinglian smiled joyfully. Since moving into the town, their relationship had gradually warmed. Now, He Qinglian no longer directly called Chuan by his name, but referred to him as husband. Looking at the little dog rolling around at his feet, Chuan asked, "Where did this come from?" "I saw this little dog being chased away on the street today. It looked so pitiful." He Qinglian sighed lightly. "If I hadn't taken care of it, it probably wouldn't have lived for many days." Seeing He Qinglian's worried expression, Chuan smiled slightly and picked up the little dog from the ground, examining it closely. It was indeed just a little mutt, nothing special, looking thin and small, as if it had never had enough to eat. The only special thing was that this little dog was too lively. When lifted into the air, its 4 little paws kept flailing about. After Chuan set it down, it began to roll and run around again, seemingly tireless. "Husband, you should give a name," He Qinglian said. "Having a dog in the yard will also be safer, right?" "Okay." Chuan nodded. Since He Qinglian wanted to keep it, they would keep it. After thinking for a moment, Chuan said, "This little dog loves to bounce around so much. Let's call it Bong Bong." "Great." He Qinglian seemed satisfied with this name and immediately tossed the bone to the little dog. "From now on, you'll be called Bong Bong." "Woof woof." Bong Bong barked twice and then happily picked up the bone and started bouncing around again. However, Chuan did not yet know that this little dog would prove to be quite useful in the future. Chapter 44. Being able to eat is a blessing, master. "I brought you what you wanted." Yang Xingye cheerfully ran into the backyard with a shoulder pole, with freshly picked herbs still glistening with morning dew in the bamboo basket. Chuan was bent over weeding in the herb field, with his pant legs rolled up to his knees, looking like an old farmer, while the little dog Bung Bung was frolicking beside him, its muddy paws messing up the freshly tilled rows of earth. Chuan looked at Xingye, who was carrying 2 baskets of herbs, all the items Chuan had specifically requested a few days ago. So quick. Chuan straightened up and wiped the sweat from his brow. He took the bamboo basket from Xingye and examined it closely, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he noticed that the leaves of these herbs were emanating a faint spiritual light. Master, how could I be negligent with what you wanted? Xingye laughed heartily. Just so happens that my dad knows a few herb sellers. After asking them, I could get everything you wanted. Good, good. Chuan nodded in satisfaction, picking up a green herb to study it. He then said to Xingye, move all of this to my alchemy room, and also dump that basket of waste herbs into the field for fertilization. As you command, master. Xingye quickly agreed and hurriedly carried the 2 baskets of herbs to Chuan's alchemy room. After setting them down, he immediately came back with a basket of waste herbs, took Chuan's hoe, and began to spread the waste herbs in the field as fertilizer. These waste herbs were the result of pills Chuan had refined but was not satisfied with. Although they still had medicinal properties, they were not perfect. Therefore, Chuan decided to bury all of them in the ground, which would also help in growing better spiritual plants. Xingye worked diligently beside him, while Chuan continued to study the herbs in his hands. Although these herbs had not yet reached the level of spiritual herbs, they contained significantly more spiritual energy than ordinary herbs. This indicated that the place where this herb was grown had much more abundant spiritual energy than elsewhere. Where did you dig up these herbs? Chuan asked. Xingye, who was working in the field, looked confused. Why didn't he ask about that? If master wants to know, I can ask when I go back. All right. Chuan nodded. Ask clearly where it came from and tell me. Sure, Xingye replied, then continued to dig. Since breaking through to the 5th realm, he felt an endless supply of energy. With one strike of the hoe, he could dig 3 feet deep, and his admiration for Chuan deepened. He realized that all those years he had wasted were completely unnecessary, and he was fortunate to have met his current master. Otherwise, he would have wasted many more years. Xingye worked hard and swiftly. While he was hoeing and fertilizing in the front, Bung Bung had dashed onto the freshly spread waste herbs, sniffing eagerly. Before Xingye could stop him, the greedy dog had already started gobbling up the black waste herbs. Realizing something was wrong, Xingye turned around and was furious. He picked up Bung Bung and ran to Chuan to report. Master, this stupid dog is eating poison as if it were food. Is it going to die in a few days? Xingye gasped in anger. Oh. Chuan turned to look, reached out to take Bung Bung, and held it in his hands for examination. He noticed that in just a few days, this little dog had gained several pounds, its body noticeably plumper. Evidently, it had snuck into the field to eat while Chuan wasn't paying attention. Interesting. Chuan smiled slightly. Let it eat. Being able to eat is a blessing, and if it eats itself to death, that's its fate. After saying this, Chuan set Bung Bung down and ignored it. Xingye had no choice but to return to work in the herb field, while Bung Bung still wanted to sneak in to eat the waste herbs. Xingye's eyes turned, and suddenly he grabbed a handful of the waste herbs and threw them in front of it. Eat up, if you can finish it all. Bung Bung tilted its head to look at him, but only took a few big bites before stopping, as if it were full, and then turned to run to the water tank for a frenzied drink. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, the silly dog shook its wet tail and sneezed before swaggering over to lie on the bluestone slab to bask in the sun. Seeing the dog oblivious, Xingye sighed helplessly and had to continue his work. A few days later, Xingye learned about the origins of these herbs. I found out. Xingye approached Chuan. The herbs I brought last time were all dug up from Sanan Mountain by a medicine dealer. Where exactly? Chuan asked again. Not far. Xingye kindly brought over a map that had already marked the location of Sanan Mountain. Xingye pointed to the location on the map and introduced. Just head south out of the town, and you'll be there in less than 80 miles. But there aren't many people around, except for herbalists and hunters occasionally going there to gather herbs or hunt. Basically, no one goes there. Looking at the location on the map, Chuan seemed deep in thought. If you still want those herbs, I can help you buy some. Yang Xingye quickly said, There's no need to go in person. The mountain roads are rugged and inconvenient. All right, Chuan nodded, and then said, You find someone to dig more herbs from that mountain, and also have those herbalists bring back some stones. Stones? Yang Xingye was momentarily confused. Yes. Chuan continued, The stones I want don't need to be too big. About the size of a fist will do. Master, what do you need the stones for? Yang Xingye asked, somewhat puzzled. They have their uses. Chuan smiled slightly, not explaining further. Since the herbs growing in that mountain were more spiritually rich than those from other places, it was very likely that there were spirit stones in that mountain. Spirit stones are actually stones that have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus undergoing a transformation, containing pure spiritual energy. Moreover, the stones that can become spirit stones are generally not too large. The larger the stone, the harder it is to transform into a spirit stone. Yang Xingye's efficiency remained high. Just a few days after telling him, he sent several baskets of stones to Chuan. These stones were of various strange shapes, but all strictly matched Chuan's requirements, with sizes not being too large. Chuan picked up each stone, using his keen eyesight to probe through the surface to investigate the internal conditions. However, most of the stones were ordinary, with nothing special inside. But after examining all the stones, Chuan concluded that he was right. Indeed, there were spirit stones among them. Although their quality was not very good, they were still rare. Among the more than 300 stones, 2 contained spirit stones. Upon obtaining this result, Chuan wanted to personally visit Sungnan Mountain to see if there were any special discoveries. So early the next morning, Chuan borrowed an excuse to take Yang Xingye out for training, and the two of them set off from the town on horseback, heading south along the road. The 2 spirit stones that had been extracted from the stones yesterday were each the size of a jujube, which Chuan held in his palm like a walnut, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy within for cultivation. Chapter 45. Entering the mountain at the foot of Sungnan Mountain, where the morning mist had not yet dissipated. Chuan stood with his hands behind his back in a blue robe, while Yang Xingye followed behind with a backpack, beads of sweat already visible on his forehead. They had actually arrived nearby yesterday, but decided to rest overnight at an inn by the main road as it was getting late, and set off early today to prepare to enter the mountain. Master, the road to enter the mountain is just ahead. Yang Xingye pointed to the misty mountain path. The people at the inn said this mountain is a bit sinister. Although Yang Xingye said this, he seemed somewhat excited, clearly interested in such an unknown place. What is so sinister? Chuan smiled slightly. Although the spiritual energy in this mountain was much richer, it had not reached the level where monsters could be born. Before he finished speaking, several villagers carrying herb baskets turned from a fork in the road. The leading old herbalist saw the two and quickly inquired, Are you 2 gentlemen planning to enter the mountain? Yes. Yang Xingye nodded. But you can't go in. The old farmer waved his hands repeatedly. Didn't you just come out of the mountain? If you can go in, how come I can't? Yang Xingye retorted. The old herbalist put down his herb basket and wiped his sweat. This Sungnan Mountain is very sinister. Last month, 3 young men from Lijiazwang went in to gather herbs, and they haven't come out until now. Then the old herbalist sighed and continued, Although we go into the mountain, we only wander around the outskirts, digging some herbs and collecting stones to sell to the city people. But we never dare to go too deep. If we accidentally wander too far in, we might not come out. Someone beside him started to complain. It was fine to gather some herbs before, but now the city folks want to buy stones from the mountain. This stuff is not only heavy, but also worth very little. I don't know how those foolish people in the city think they need these worthless stones, causing us to go deeper into the mountain. Just thinking about it is frightening. Yang Xingye felt a bit angry upon hearing this, but was stopped by Chuan, who pressed down on his shoulder. Thank you for the warning, but we really have business in the mountain. Chuan smiled slightly. We won't disturb you any further. Seeing that Chuan and the other refused to listen to advice and insisted on entering the mountain, the old herbalist shook his head and did not continue to persuade them. Good words can't convince a stubborn ghost. Let us go. Yang Xingye looked back and reminded Chuan. Master, they seem to be cursing you. Yin Chuan merely smiled slightly. Do not let the words of others affect your mindset. This is also a step in cultivation. Just as they walked a short distance away, a voice suddenly called from behind. You two wait. A young herbalist, carrying a backpack, ran up behind Yin Chuan. He looked to be in his 30s, with dark skin and a somewhat slick appearance. Is there something else? Yang Xingye turned to ask. This person was one of those who had just followed the old herbalist. Since you two insist on entering the mountain, the man grinned. How about spending a little money to hire me as a guide? I'm very familiar with this mountain. Even if we go deep inside, I can still bring you out. Yang Xingye glanced at Yin Chuan and, seeing his expression was calm, turned back to inquire, how much do you want? How about 10 taels of silver? The man made a gesture with his hands. This price is very reasonable. Yang Xingye took out a bulging pouch from his pocket, giving it a gentle shake that produced the crisp sound of silver coins clinking together. Seeing such a bulging pouch, the man couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes fixed on the pouch without blinking, suddenly regretting asking for less. He expected these two to be so wealthy. I'll give you 20 taels. Just lead the way well. Yang Xingye took out 2 10-tael silver coins from the pouch and handed them to the man. The man accepted the silver with great delight, and after confirming it was genuine, quickly tucked it into his bosom, replacing his expression with a smile. Follow me, gentlemen, the man said as he stepped forward to lead the way, starting to introduce himself. My name is Zhao Sanhai. I've lived around here since I was little and often play in the mountains. It's not as scary as those outsiders say. There are just a few snakes, insects, mice, and leopards in the mountains. As long as you're careful and avoid these wild beasts, nothing bad should happen. As Zhao Sanhai spoke, he pulled out 2 yellowish lumps from his waist pouch, which looked like 2 stones. You each take one of these, Zhao Sanhai said as he handed the 2 items to Yin Chuan and Yang Xingye. What is this? Yang Xingye took it and sniffed, quickly pulling it away as the smell was particularly pungent. Sulfur, Zhao Sanhai said. Wild beasts and snakes in the mountains are most afraid of this. If you carry one on you, they won't come near us. I see. After hearing this, Yang Xingye stuffed the sulfur into his waist pouch. Yin Chuan also took one, but he smiled lightly. Ordinary sulfur doesn't have that great of an effect. It's just psychological comfort. If an ordinary person really encounters a fierce beast in the wild, relying on this small thing is not as good as running faster. Once they entered the mountain, the surrounding mist thickened. The forest was dense, and sunlight could hardly penetrate, making the mountain forest indeed look eerie. Zhao Sanhai led the way while using a sickle to cut down any herbs along the path that could be sold for money or were useful, placing them in the backpack behind him. Yin Chuan followed closely, remaining composed, lightly brushing his fingers in front of him, and his pitch-black eyes instantly glimmered with strands of golden light. The spirit-seeking eye allowed him to see the points of spiritual energy carried by all things. As the golden light flowed in Yin Chuan's eyes, he walked slowly while scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous patch of grass by the roadside. The edges of the grass leaves shimmered with faint golden lines, emitting spiritual energy points several times denser than those of other plants in his spirit-seeking eye's vision. At this level, it had already become a spiritual herb, perfect for alchemy. What an unexpected gain! Yin Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and reached out to pick it. However, a dark hand snatched the grass stem first. Zhao Sanhai grinned and said, My lord, this grass isn't worth much. I'll take it back to brew some tea to soothe my throat. Yin Chuan's fingers remained still as he calmly replied, Since it's not worth much, how about I buy it from you for 5 won? Zhao Sanhai's eyes rolled, suddenly changing his expression. Oh no, I made a mistake. This is golden threadgrass, which can cure 100 diseases. It's worth at least 10 taels of silver. Yin Chuan was about to get angry when Yang Xingye stepped in first. 10 taels? You think we're fools? I've already given you 20 taels just for guiding us. And now you dare to ask for 10 taels for a worthless grass? Zhao Sanhai, feeling choked, still insisted, This is truly a treasure. Let go, I can't breathe. Xingye. Yin Chuan gently pressed his disciple's shoulder and pulled out 10 copper coins from his sleeve. This is the price. Take it or leave it. Zhao Sanhai stared at the copper coins, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. He suddenly broke free from Yang Xingye's grip, took the coins, and then sneered. "Take this worthless grass." Saying that, Zhao Sanhai angrily threw the herb to the ground and turned to continue leading the way. Yang Xingye was about to explode, but was stopped by a glance from Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan bent down, picked up the spiritual herb, gently dusted it off, and tucked it into his sleeve. Chapter 46. The maze after the interruption. Zhao Sanhai continued to lead the way, muttering unpleasant words under his breath. He deliberately led the two into a path overgrown with thorns, occasionally using his sickle to hack at the obstructing branches, venting his anger. As they went deeper, the fog grew thicker, and Zhao Sanhai's figure began to fade from view, eventually disappearing completely. "Master, he's gone." Yang Xingye frowned immediately. Yin Chuan looked around and noticed the fog had become abnormal, far too dense. "Forget him, let's keep going," Yin Chuan whispered. "This mountain is indeed unusual. The deeper we go, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. There must be something extraordinary at the center." After walking a few more steps, Yin Chuan suddenly pulled Yang Xingye, who was clearing the way in front. Yin Chuan lightly tapped with his fingertip, and a flash of spiritual light appeared. A hidden animal trap in the grass snapped shut with a click, its sharp iron teeth missing their target. Just in time, Yang Xingye's foot was hanging above the trap. If Yin Chuan hadn't pulled him back, he would have been caught. "Phew!" Yang Xingye exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he looked at the deadly trap that could crush bones. Still shaken, Yang Xingye was about to say something when Yin Chuan made a silencing gesture, his gaze sweeping through the thick fog. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air came. An arrow shot out from the mist, and Yin Chuan gently stepped back, narrowly avoiding it. After the first arrow missed, several more arrows shot from the depths of the fog. Yin Chuan quickly pulled Yang Xingye behind him. All the arrows suddenly stopped just 3 inches away, as if hitting an invisible wall, and then all snapped and fell to the ground with a loud crack. A startled cry echoed from the mist. "How is that possible?" Yin Chuan snorted coldly, waving his sleeve, and the surrounding fog immediately parted. There stood Zhao Sanhai, hiding behind a nearby tree, still holding a hunting bow, his face full of disbelief. "Good lad." Yang Xingye quickly understood and stepped forward, pinning Zhao Sanhai to the ground. "Hero, spare me, spare me," Zhao Sanhai pleaded, his face pressed into the mud. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be not just a herb farmer, but also a professional hunter." Yin Chuan chuckled lightly. Only a skilled hunter could set these traps deep in the mountains. "Master, this guy's up to no good," Yang Xingye said. "He asks after our money. Wanted to kill us for profit." Yin Chuan replied with a smile. "At least you're not foolish. Do you know what to do now?" "I know." Yang Xingye nodded. "Bind him and take him to the magistrate." Yin Chuan's lips twitched. "Kill him." "Kill him?" Yang Xingye swallowed hard. He had never killed anyone before. The last time they encountered bandits in the village, he had only acted out of desperation, injuring them without taking lives. "Don't kill me, don't kill me," Zhao Sanhai shouted anxiously. "We've already entered the deep mountains. If you don't have me to lead you out, you'll be lost forever. Kill." Yin Chuan still spoke coldly. Yang Xingye raised his hand, gathering his internal energy, preparing to use the stone-crushing palm. With this palm strike, Zhao Sanhai would surely die. But Yang Xingye hesitated and didn't act. Learning to kill those who deserve it is also a part of cultivation. Yin Chuan said, "If you can't kill others, others will dare to kill you. If you want to reach the top of the expert list, you'll need to kill along the way. If you can't even dare to kill, then it's better to give up early." Yang Xingye's trembling hand finally came down after a moment of hesitation. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhao Sanhai's head shattered like a watermelon, and the air was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. "Well done, let's keep going." Yin Chuan nodded slightly and continued forward. Yang Xingye stood up, shaking the blood off his hands, taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions before following closely. However, after walking for a long time, the thick fog still did not dissipate. Even if they used a gust of wind to temporarily blow the fog away, it would quickly reassemble moments later. After going around in circles, Yin Chuan stopped and found they had returned to their starting point. Yang Xingye looked at Zhao Sanhai's corpse on the ground, his stomach churning. Just now, The body with a shattered head was now mangled and gnawed upon, clearly eaten by some wild beast in the mountains. Master, how we circled back again? Yang Xingye asked, somewhat frightened, his voice trembling. Yin Chuan's expression was calm as he scanned the surroundings. This mountain has been set with a maze. Ordinary people will only go in circles here. If the correct route isn't found, they will indeed be trapped here forever. What should we do? Yang Xingye swallowed hard. Should we go back? Go back. Yin Chuan laughed. Since we're in, we must find the source. After saying that, Yin Chuan squatted down, lightly tapping the ground with his fingertip. A wave of spiritual light rippled out, causing the surrounding fog to twist slightly, and faint patterns began to emerge. So that is how it is. Yin Chuan stood up and clapped his hands. This formation isn't superb, but it's more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Yang Xingye was confused. Master, what should we do now? There are two ways to break it. Yin Chuan raised two fingers. One is to follow the rules of the formation to find a correct route. The other is to break the formation directly with force. Yang Xingye's eyes lit up. Then can't you just break the formation, Master? Yin Chuan shook his head. Forcing a way through makes too much noise. And you also need to find a formation's eye. At this point, Yin Chuan paused, looking around. Moreover, this formation looks like it has been maintained for hundreds of years, which means there must be spiritual objects supporting it at the center. Breaking it directly would be a waste. Yang Xingye nodded, somewhat understanding, and quickly followed. Let us go. Yin Chuan stepped in another direction. After circling around a few times, I have already figured out the pattern of the formation. From now on, Yin Chuan no longer walked randomly, but occasionally turned left, sometimes backtracked, and occasionally stopped to close his eyes and sense for a moment. Yang Xingye followed behind, feeling that the surrounding mist was becoming denser, clearly indicating that they were no longer wandering in place, but were moving deeper into the forest. He could even vaguely hear a low, hissing sound around them, as if some wild beast was lurking in the dark. Master, Yang Xingye couldn't help but whisper. Don't make a sound. Yin Chuan replied without turning his head. Stay close to me. Yang Xingye immediately fell silent, but his heart grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise behind him, which scared him into turning around to check. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shape passing by. Master! Yang Xingye turned to alert Yin Chuan, but to his horror, he found that the master who had been leading the way had vanished. Chapter 47. The Rumored Place Master. Please don't scare me. Yang Xingye panicked, standing frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his back. The mist around him was so thick that he could hardly see the ground beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xingye tried to call out again, Master, are you still there? But there was still no response. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and some subtle sounds, like scales rubbing against the ground, heightened the terror. Gulp! Yang Xingye swallowed hard, pulling out the dagger at his waist and holding it defensively in front of him. Suddenly, hissing, a cold breath came from behind him, causing Yang Xingye's hair to stand on end as he spun around. In the mist, two crimson eyes were staring at him, the size of fists. Then a massive shadow slowly emerged. It was a giant python, as thick as a barrel, its black scales glistening with a metallic sheen, and the stench of its breath hit him. Master, help! Yang Xingye's legs went weak, and he unconsciously took a few steps back, nearly collapsing to the ground. The giant python suddenly opened its enormous mouth and lunged at him. Despairing, Yang Xingye closed his eyes, realizing there was no way to escape. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, but the anticipated pain did not come. Trembling, Yang Xingye opened his eyes to see that the giant python's head was being firmly held down by a long hand, smashing heavily against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. What's the panic? Yin Chuan's voice came from a mist, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Master? Yang Xingye's eyes widened in surprise as he discovered Yin Chuan had appeared beside the giant python, one hand pressing down on the snake's head, and the other holding a dagger, calmly slicing open its belly. The giant python thrashed wildly, its thick body slamming against the ground. But it could not break free from that seemingly casual hand. As Yin Chuan exerted more force, there was a crack, and the snake's head stopped moving, as if it had died completely. This snake has already gained intelligence. If it continued to cultivate for a few more decades, it would probably become a spirit, Chuan said while retrieving a fist-sized dark green snake gallbladder from its belly, which shimmered under the sunlight. Good stuff, perfect for alchemy. Chuan smirked and stored the gallbladder away. Xingye finally came to his senses, stammering, "Master, why did you suddenly disappear? You scared me to death." The snake was hiding in the mist, waiting to ambush. I dealt with it casually. Chuan continued to slice the snake's body with a dagger. "Don't just stand there. Come over and help me skin it. This snake's skin is tough and can be made into soft armor. The bones also contain spiritual energy and can be used for alchemy or brewing liquor. It's all good stuff." Trembling, Xingye moved closer, looking at the giant python's fierce head. Unable to help but take half a step back. "Is it dead?" Chuan chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, it's completely dead." Just as he finished speaking, the giant python's eyes suddenly opened again. Xingye was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Chuan frowned and delivered a heavy punch to the snake's head. Still not dead? With a muffled sound, the snake's head was completely crushed down. And this time it was truly dead. Xingye opened his mouth, taking a while to stammer out, "Master is so powerful." Chuan shook his head and tossed the dagger to him. "I'll take the snake gallbladder. You handle the rest. Clean the bones and skin and bring them back." Xingye took the dagger, looking at the massive snake corpse, feeling like crying without tears. "Master, this is too big. On the path of cultivation, where is it easy?" Chuan glanced at him. "Hurry up. There might be good stuff ahead." Xingye took a deep breath, resigned to his fate, and began to skin the snake, silently shedding tears in his heart. How can there be such terrifying places in this world? After much effort, Xingye finally managed to peel off the giant python's skin completely and clean the bones thoroughly. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked at the basket full of snake skin and bones, unable to help but mutter, "With so much stuff, we can definitely refine a lot of pills." But Chuan came over, rummaging through the basket, and soon tossing out more than half of the snake bones. "Too much is useless. This is enough," Chuan said, and continued walking forward. Xingye's mouth twitched, quietly complaining, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" But seeing that Chuan was already walking far ahead, Xingye could only feel the weight of the basket on his back and hurried to catch up with Chuan. Continuing forward, the mist around them remained thick, but Chuan could vaguely sense the spiritual energy becoming richer. Occasionally, rustling sounds would emerge from the surroundings, as if something was watching them from the shadows. But it never dared to approach, seemingly afraid of Chuan. Xingye nervously looked around, fearing that some monster would jump out again. After walking for about half an hour, the mist ahead suddenly thinned and visibility opened up. A clearing surrounded by thick fog appeared before them, with an ancient stone door standing in the center, covered in intricate runes, most of which had been obscured by moss, indicating it had existed for at least 100 years. The most eye-catching feature was the stone tablet in front of the door, on which were carved several bold and vigorous characters that remained striking even after all this time. Residents of the Xiankai Taoist. Xingye's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. "Master, this is actually the residence of the Xiankai Taoist mentioned in the rumors of the martial world." Chuan stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone tablet. "What rumors?" Xingye was so excited he almost jumped. "I once read about this in some martial arts stories. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a supreme being closed off here, leaving behind a manual for breaking through the supreme realm. This predecessor called himself the Xiankai Taoist, and it is rumored that shortly after reaching the supreme realm, he ascended to immortality. Whoever finds this place can obtain his legacy and also break through to the supreme realm." Xingye excitedly continued, "But it is said that 8 treasures must be gathered to find this place. I didn't expect we would get in so easily." "Interesting." Chuan smiled slightly. "The 8 treasures in this legend should be the key for ordinary people to break through the mist. Otherwise, they would be lost within it. However, this particular mist formation was not complicated, so entering was not that troublesome for him." Xingye wanted to say more, but suddenly a loud roar shook him. A deafening growl came from a mist, followed by a slight tremor in the ground. Xingye's face changed dramatically, and before he could react, a massive black bear, charged out of the thick fog. This black bear was over 10 feet tall, its fur standing up like steel needles, its eyes glowing red, fangs bared, drooling on the ground, and even emitting hot steam and white smoke. Chapter 48. The Mad Old Man Master. Yang Xingye's heart raced. This black bear clearly was not an ordinary beast, but a ferocious creature that had gained intelligence. Yin Chuan's expression hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "Get behind me." Yang Xingye scrambled to hide behind Yin Chuan, finding a large rock to use as cover. Yin Chuan stood in place, his robe billowing without wind, and a faint blue light flowed around him. The black bear roared angrily and suddenly pounced towards Yin Chuan, its massive paw slamming down with a whistling wind. Yin Chuan did not dodge or evade, raising his hand to meet it with a palm strike. Boom! The shockwave rolled, scattering the mist around them. The black bear staggered back several steps, while Yin Chuan also retreated slightly. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. The strength of this black bear was surprisingly fierce, even closer to that of a demon beast than the giant snake he had just encountered. The black bear, feeling pain, became even angrier and charged again. This time, it was smarter, no longer confronting head-on, but using its massive body to continuously collide, trying to force Yin Chuan into a corner. Yin Chuan moved like a ghost, able to dodge the black bear's attacks at the last moment each time. While circling, he observed the bear's movements, searching for a flaw. Finally, when the black bear missed its mark again, Yin Chuan seized the opportunity, condensing a sharp golden light at his fingertips, aimed straight at the bear's throat. Golden light finger. Puffed. Blood splattered, and the black bear let out a mournful howl, staggering back, finally showing fear in its eyes. Just as Yin Chuan was about to pursue, the black bear let out a low growl and spat out a puff of black gas that forced Yin Chuan back a few steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the black bear immediately turned and fled into the dense fog, quickly disappearing from sight. "You run fast." Yin Chuan shook his hand and did not pursue further. "Master!" Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. It was Yang Xingye. The cry startled Yin Chuan, and he turned back to see a disheveled old man had appeared behind Yang Xingye, his bony hand tightly gripping Yang Xingye's throat. The old man's eyes were bloodshot and red, and his disheveled hair barely concealed a ferocious face. "Hand over the treasures." The old man's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, "otherwise I'll strangle him." Yang Xingye's face turned red as he desperately tried to pry the old man's fingers apart, but to no avail. The old man's strength was astonishing, far beyond that of an ordinary warrior. Yin Chuan's gaze darkened, and he said coldly, "What treasures? Don't play dumb with me." The old man laughed madly, saliva flying. "Without those 8 treasures, how could you possibly find this place? Hand them over. Hurry up and hand them over." Yin Chuan then understood that the old man had likely come here seeking the ruins many years ago, and it seemed he had been trapped here for a long time. His mind now unclear. "Senior, calm down." Yin Chuan softened his tone. "We truly do not have the treasures you mentioned." "Nonsense." The old man roared sharply, increasing his grip, causing Yang Xingye to struggle to breathe, his face turning purple. "You want to hand them over? Huh? Then I'll kill him first and slowly search your body." Just as Yang Xingye was about to be strangled to death, Yin Chuan suddenly pulled out the snake gall he had just dug up, now looking like a precious pearl in his hand. "Wait, the treasure is here." A glimmer of greed flashed in the old man's murky eyes, and his grip loosened slightly. "Throw it over." Yin Chuan pretended to throw it, but in the instant the old man was distracted, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward, a flash of golden light appearing at his fingertip. Whoosh! A sharp beam of golden light shot straight at the old man's wrist. "Ah!" The old man cried out in pain, instinctively releasing Yang Xingye. Yin Chuan moved like lightning, pulling Yang Xingye behind him, while simultaneously raising his palm to strike at the old man's chest. Although the old man was mad, his fighting instinct remained, and he twisted his body in an eerie way, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. He staggered back several steps, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yin Chuan. "You dare to deceive me, boy?" Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Although this mad old man seemed mentally unstable, his movements were agile, and, judging by the aura around him, He was likely at the 8th level of a warrior's realm. Boy, just now I called you senior, and you still dare to be so presumptuous. Chuan laughed coldly, although he now appeared to be in his 20s. He had lived for over 300 years in his previous life. The old man let out a savage laugh, his hands forming claws. A current of air swirling between his fingers, seeking death. Before his voice faded, the old man lunged at Chuan, his claws like a dragon, aiming for Chuan's throat. Chuan dodged to the side, but saw the old man change his attack, his claws shadowing him, each strike targeting vital points. This man was indeed worthy of being an 8th-level warrior, each claw accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Chuan kept evading, watching from a distance, as Yang Xingye trembled in fear. The old man's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the shadows of his claws enveloping Chuan, trying to block all his escape routes. Faced with such a strong offensive from the old man, Chuan remained calm, his footwork shifting as he moved through the shadows of the claws. Intentionally testing the old man as strength, he only defended and did not attack. After 30 exchanges, the old man, frustrated by his inability to break through, suddenly roared, his claws glowing with a strange red light, his speed suddenly doubling. Blood Dragon Claw. This claw came extremely fast. Chuan could not evade in time, and his shirt was torn open along his chest. Hee. The old man sneered, stepping on the ground and lunging at Chuan again. However, Chuan smiled at the corner of his mouth. After their previous exchanges, he had seen through the old man's techniques. Although they could be considered advanced martial arts, in Chuan's eyes, they were at best low-level techniques. Golden Light Finger. At the moment the old man closed in, Chuan gathered his energy at his fingertips and suddenly struck while avoiding an attack. The golden light shot like lightning, piercing the old man's shoulder. The old man hastily dodged, but was still hit, blood instantly gushing from his shoulder. The old man cried out in pain, his eyes growing even bloodier, disregarding his injury as he charged again. Chuan suddenly rooted himself in a horse stance, his movements slowing down as he unleashed the already mastered, nourishing chi and circulating meridian fist. This fist combined softness and hardness, perfectly countering the old man's attack. As the old man lunged with a claw, Chuan easily dodged to the side, locking the old man's arm with both hands, then twisting his body to use the old man's strength to slam him down onto the ground. Before the old man could get up, Chuan stepped forward and struck a palm toward the old man's face. With a tremendous impact, the old man was instantly sent sprawling, blood gushing from his nose, stars flashing in his eyes, and he fell into a daze on the ground. However, Chuan did not immediately kill him, as this old man had been here for so long and must know many things he was unaware of. Cleansing Heart Spell. Chuan stepped forward and pressed his hand against the old man's forehead, infusing a stream of spiritual energy into his body. After being cleansed by the spiritual energy, the old man's mind slowly began to recover, and his reddened eyes gradually became clear. Where am I? The old man came to his senses as if waking from a dream. Chapter 49. Inside the stone door, the old man's name is Moya. 6 years ago, he gathered 4 tokens and, through his own reasoning, managed to find this place, but later became lost in the mist. He fought against beasts in the mist for several years before accidentally passing through the fog to reach the center of the stone door. However, Moya lost his sanity after inhaling too much of the miasma in the mist. But those 6 years were not entirely wasted, at least in this place. He managed to break through to the 8th level. After hearing Moya's account, Yang Xingye exclaimed in surprise, "You are the Iron-Clawed Dragon King Moya, who ranked in the top 10 of the Earth Character Masters 6 or 7 years ago." Yes. Moya, still a bit dizzy, held his forehead and tried to recall. "I think I've been on that master ranking." After a moment of recovery, Moya's lost memories slowly returned. He trembled as he took out 2 items from his robe, a jade pendant and a bronze ring, both intricately carved with patterns. "These are 2 of the tokens I found back then." Moya's voice was hoarse. When the patterns on the 8 tokens are pieced together, they form the map of this mountain and the method to pass through the mist and open the stone door. Although I initially found only 4 items, I still deduced the location of this mountain. I just didn't have a way to pass through the mist and open the stone door. And the other 2 items were still lost in the fog. Yang Xingye curiously leaned over. Senior, this pattern looks really complicated. Yin Chuan took the jade pendant and ring, carefully examining the patterns on them. Those lines twisted and turned, seeming chaotic, yet they faintly followed some kind of rule. Suddenly recalling something, Yin Chuan turned and walked to the stone door, discovering that the entire stone door was also engraved with similar maze-like patterns, only more complete and intricate. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding crossed Yin Chuan's eyes, and he placed his palm on the center of the stone door, slowly infusing a strand of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy meandered through the patterns, exploring like in a maze, and after several attempts, he understood the principle of opening the stone door, the so-called 8 tokens. Yin Chuan retracted his palm and explained, each pattern on the items is part of the correct route. Mo Wuyo was taken aback, a hint of shock flashing in his murky eyes. You mean? That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. When the 8 tokens are pieced together, they not only reveal the map to this mountain, but also the correct route through the stone door maze. By following the correct route along the patterns on the stone door with the energy from within, the stone door will naturally open when you reach the end. Mo Wuyo's excited expression turned despondent. But now there are only 2 tokens. We still can't open the door. Just because you can't open it doesn't mean I can't. Yin Chuan's lips curled up slightly, as if he already knew how to open the stone door. Saying this, Yin Chuan once again placed his palm on the stone door. And surprisingly, he divided dozens of strands of spiritual power, as thin as spider silk, that spread along every pattern on the stone door like a web. For ordinary martial artists, accurately emptying a strand of energy is already difficult, hence they could only walk along the correct route. However, Yin Chuan was different. With his physical strength spiritual energy, he could precisely control the energy and completely fill all the passages of the stone door with it. This way, he could naturally find the only correct route among thousands. The spiritual energy swiftly traveled through the maze, dissipating when it encountered dead ends, while the correct path grew increasingly bright. In just a moment, the patterns on the entire stone door lit up brightly, resembling a star map. Found it. Moments later, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power in his palm suddenly condensed. All the scattered spiritual power instantly converged into a torrent, rushing along the one correct path. Boom! As the only correct passage was found by Yin Chuan, the heavy stone door began to emit a dull sound. After a violent shaking, it slowly opened, revealing a deep passage. Mo Wuyo trembled with excitement at the open stone door, kneeling on the ground in tears of joy. 6 years, 6 years. This door has finally opened. Looking at the seemingly endless passage inside the stone door, Yin Chuan did not rush in, but instead picked up a stone and threw it into the passage. The stone rolled for a while, making a clattering sound, and did not activate any mechanisms or traps. Seeing the passage was safe, Yin Chuan led the way into the cave passage. Yin Chuan discovered oil lamps on both sides of the passage, pointed, and ignited one of them. Immediately, all the oil lamps seemed to be connected, igniting one after another, illuminating the deep passage. Yin Chuan walked in front, with Yang Xingye closely following, while Mo Wuyo brought up the rear, still looking somewhat weak after just recovering. The walls of the passage were covered with ancient runes, shimmering with a strange glow under the light. Master, these symbols. Yang Xingye curiously reached out to touch them. Don't. Yin Chuan grabbed his wrist. These appear to be protective restrictions. Touching them might trigger mechanisms. Yang Xingye quickly retracted his hand in fright. Mo Wuyo looked at the runes, a hint of excitement flashing in his murky eyes. These are definitely not marks left by ordinary people. After passing through the long passage, the 3 arrived at a spacious stone chamber. In the center of the chamber were a stone table and stone chairs, and in the corner was a stone bed, on which sat a skeleton draped in a faded robe. This is... Yang Xingye's voice trembled as he excitedly moved forward to observe and found a jade pendant hanging around the skeleton's neck, engraved with the words Xian Kai. Master, this is Xian Kai Dao Run. Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly. However, the entire stone chamber, apart from the skeleton, was a mess, with all the shelves empty and the tattered boxes already opened, leaving nothing behind. It seemed as if a group of people had come long ago and cleaned everything out. Imo looked around, his face growing increasingly grim. Empty? How could it be empty? He frantically searched every corner, turning over the already empty boxes everywhere. Where are the secret books? Where are the treasures? 6 years of waiting had resulted in nothing. Unable to bear such a shock, Imo suddenly erupted in anger, striking the skeleton with a palm. Fraud. All of it is fraud. Stop! Yang Xingye shouted, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. The skeleton was struck from afar, shattering and scattering everywhere. Senior. Yang Xingye squatted down in pain, looking at the scattered bones with sorrow. This is the remains of Xian Kai Dao Run. I read about him in stories when I was a child. He was a hero in my heart. Yin Chuan glanced at the seemingly about to collapse Imo, sighing helplessly. The thing he had pursued his entire life ended up in such conclusion. It was impossible to accept so calmly. Meanwhile, Yang Xingye was trying to piece the bones back together, but after being shattered, it was not so easy to reassemble them. Just when Yin Chuan thought it was all in vain, Yang Xingye discovered something beneath the pile of bones. Chapter 50. Once you make a move, don't hesitate. What is this? Yang Xingye removed the bones on top and found a hidden mechanism button in the spot where Xian Kai Daoren had sat, which was slightly raised compared to the rest of the stone bed. Driven by curiosity, Yang Xingye pressed the mechanism down, and immediately the entire cave began to shake violently. What is going on? Yin Chuan exclaimed, immediately becoming alert. However, the cave only shook without any sign of danger. Moments later, Yin Chuan sensed something and suddenly turned to look in another direction, discovering that there was another hidden stone door in the stone chamber, which was now slowly opening. What did you just press? Yin Chuan approached Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye pointed at the mechanism on the stone bed, looking as if he had made a huge mistake. Watching the stone door slowly open, Yin Chuan prepared himself, fearing that some monster might spring out. As the gap of the stone door widened, a rich spiritual energy surged out like a tide, instantly invigorating Yin Chuan and filling him with joy. Behind this hidden stone door was a much larger cave. Inside the cave, piles of spirit stones emitted a shimmering glow, and several exquisite jade boxes were neatly arranged on shelves. The most eye-catching was a small spiritual spring in the center, with clear water that sparkled, exuding alluring spiritual energy. Yin Chuan was astonished, not expecting such a hidden paradise. Imo, who had originally been disheartened, stood rooted in place, his face full of surprise, and upon discovering this surprise, could not help but rekindle hope. This is the real treasure. He was stunned, and for a moment his head buzzed, thoughts swirling. If he could obtain these treasures, he would certainly be able to break through to the 9th realm, and even reaching the supreme realm wouldn't be impossible. This was a tremendous opportunity. Although he was already in his 70s or 80s, if he could break through to the 9th realm, his lifespan would be extended. And if he broke through to the supreme realm, he could even gain over 300 years of lifespan. If calculated this way, what did his 70s or 80s even mean? As long as I break through the supreme realm, I will be in my prime. Thinking of this, Imo suddenly came back to his senses and glanced at Yin Chuan, who was staring intently at the stone door. He couldn't help but start muttering to himself again. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. There are others here. What should I do? Do I have to share these things with them? No, I have to kill him. Only by killing them can I keep this secret. Yes, first, I'll stabilize them and say we'll share these things, letting them lower their guard. Right now, I'm still too weak. I probably can't take this young man in a direct confrontation. I can only take the opportunity to strike suddenly when they are not paying attention, to deliver a fatal blow. This place is secluded. Even if I kill them, no one will know. Only by killing them can I monopolize everything. With these things, I will be the #1 in the world. Although Imo thought so much, in fact, only a brief moment had passed. After making up his mind, Imo squinted and smiled, a false grin appearing on his face. He slowly turned around to face Yin Chuan, just about to speak, when suddenly he saw a flash of blue lightning shooting towards him. In an instant, Imo's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. The distance was too close. And he was still very weak, unable to react in time. The sound of Mo Wuyo abruptly stopped. The lightning accurately hit his forehead, piercing through a round hole, still emitting wisps of black smoke. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, his body thudded to the ground. Scalding blood and pale brain matter mixed together, splattering everywhere. Hesitating to act, Chuan glanced indifferently at the corpse on the ground, then shifted his gaze back to the stone door. Master, how could Wang Xingye be stunned by this scene, not expecting so much to happen in such a short time? This place must not be known to others. Chuan's expression was calm, but he looked extremely imposing. This old thing has ill intentions. Keeping him alive is a disaster. Yang Xingye nodded slightly, feeling a bit scared. This was the first time he saw such strong, killing intent from Chuan. Chuan confirmed that Mo Wuyo was completely dead before stepping into the cave. Yang Xingye cautiously followed behind, glancing back at Mo Wuyo's corpse from time to time, his face still a little pale. The scene inside the cave was shocking. Piles of spirit stones emitted a glossy light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daytime. Yang Xingye's eyes widened as he stammered, Master, what are these glowing stones? They're all good things. Chuan briefly explained, his gaze already fixed on the exquisite jade boxes. Let's take a look at these first. He casually opened one jade box, inside which were neatly arranged a dozen bottles of pills. Pulling out a bottle and sniffing it, Chuan frowned slightly, looking disappointed. They are just ordinary chi-nurturing pills, useful for martial artists, but they are trash for me. Yang Xingye picked up a bottle, and upon seeing the words engraved on it, was overjoyed. Master, this is the legendary Xian Yuan pill. It is said that one can help a martial artist break through a small realm. Not much use, just leave it there. The time has passed too long, and the efficacy has already faded more than half. Chuan pouted and continued to check the other jade boxes. Most of the other boxes contained similar martial artist pills. Although precious, they had limited value for him as a cultivator. Master, there are secret manuals here. Yang Xingye excitedly flipped through the ancient books on the shelf, muttering, Xintian sword art, 9 transformations golden body. These are all legendary lost arts in the martial world. Chuan casually picked up a book, flipped through it, and shook his head. Just shallow martial arts, not even mid-level techniques. Although these secret manuals appeared exquisite, they still remained at the martial artist stage, offering no significant use for him. Many techniques, Chuan had higher-level immortal techniques to replace, so naturally he lost interest. Yang Xingye's hands holding the secret manuals froze in mid-air, looking at his master in disbelief. But they are all trash. Chuan evaluated mercilessly, suddenly narrowing his eyes, picking out an inconspicuous bronze ring from a pile of jewelry. Huh? Chuan raised the ring to his eyes for a closer look, seemingly discovering something unique about it. Although it looked ordinary, it actually concealed mysteries. Gathering a trace of spiritual energy at his fingertips, he injected it into the ring, and the surface of the ring suddenly shimmered, while intricate patterns appeared. It turned out to be a storage artifact. Joy finally appeared in Chuan's eyes. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 51. Sealed spirit here, Yang Xingye curiously leaned over. Master, what treasure is this? Chuan put the ring on his hand and explained, a storage artifact. It has an internal space. Saying this, he casually waved his hand, and the spirit stones on the ground surged into the ring like a stream. Yang Xingye stared, dumbfounded. This is simply a miracle. Soon, all the spirit stones in the secret room were completely stored. Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Although most of the spirit stones are of average quality, their quantity makes it quite good. Turning around, seeing Yang Xingye still holding on to those secret manuals, Chuan helplessly said, I already said these secret manuals are of no use. I have deeper techniques here. Hee. Yang Xingye chuckled. These are the legendary martial arts I heard about in my childhood. I want to take them back to study. What if I make some new discoveries? Chuan, seeing how much Yang Xingye liked them, smiled lightly. Since you like them so much, take them back. I will improve the contents later. Practicing them for fun is not a problem. Great. Yang Xingye quickly agreed, immediately stuffing all these secret manuals into his arms, treating them as treasures. Then Yin Chuan packed all the gold, silver, and jewels from the shelf into the storage ring, and he also took some of the various martial artist pills. Although they were not very useful, they could still be of some use after being refined again. The remaining portion of pills, which did not catch Yin Chuan's eye, he simply left behind. After packing these items, there was very little space left in the storage ring. Although this storage ring is an artifact, the space inside is not large, roughly the size of an ordinary person's bedroom. In his previous life, it could only be considered a mid-level artifact. Then Yin Chuan walked to the spiritual spring in the middle of the cave, gazing at the clear water. The surface of the water shimmered with a faint blue light, and spiritual energy rose like smoke and mist. Yin Chuan crouched down and extended his finger, gently stirring the spring water, feeling the flowing spiritual power within. The reason this mountain is rich in spiritual energy is largely due to the existence of this spiritual spring. Yin Chuan extended his finger in front of him, activating the spirit-seeking eye to observe the spring water. In the vision of the spirit-seeking eye, a dazzling spiritual light faintly emerged from the bottom of the spring. Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened, gathering spiritual power at his fingertips, gently clearing away the rubble and silt at the bottom of the spring. A fist-sized blue spiritual pearl gradually revealed itself, with natural patterns flowing on its surface like water. Yin Chuan carefully lifted the spiritual pearl out of the water. As soon as the pearl left the water, the entire pool of spring water instantly lost its luster, and the spiritual mist that had risen from the surface vanished without a trace. Yang Xingye gasped, "Master, why did the spring water stop glowing?" Spirit vein pearl. Yin Chuan gazed at the treasure in his hand, feeling overjoyed. A rare object formed naturally from the world's spiritual energy. This is the source of the mountain's spiritual energy. The pearl trembled slightly in the palm of his hand, as if it had a life of its own, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Suddenly, Yin Chuan frowned, noticing an almost invisible scratch at the bottom of the pearl, clearly a mark left by someone. Something is not right, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. This pearl was not naturally formed here. It seems to have been deliberately placed here by someone. Yang Xingye's eyes widened. Could it be Shinkai Taoist? Yin Chuan shook his head, standing up to survey the cave. Look at these stone walls. Yin Chuan pointed to the chisel marks on the rock face. The chiseling technique is ancient, at least a trace from 10,000 years ago. However, the stone chamber of Shinkai Taoist would not exceed 400 years. Yin Chuan turned around in the cave, carefully observing his surroundings. More details slowly emerged, such as the ancient runes remaining in the corners, which were already blurred, the traces of the array etched into the sunken ground, and even the scattered fragments of spirit stones embedded in the rock crevices all indicated that this place had once been a cave for cultivating immortality. It seemed that there had once been practitioners of cultivation in this world. Yin Chuan sighed inwardly. It must have been after the depletion of spiritual energy and the severing of the Tao lineage that led to the rise of martial arts. Yin Chuan rubbed the marks on the spirit pearl. This pearl must have been left by the previous owner of this cave. Yang Xingye was looking around in a frenzy on the other side when he suddenly pointed to a spot and shouted, "Master, there seems to be some writing over there." Yin Chuan immediately went forward to check. He saw a hidden rock wall where a few lines of blurred inscriptions were almost fused with the stone. Yin Chuan brushed away the dust and discerned the incomplete content. A great calamity is imminent, sealing spirits here to wait. Aside from these few, barely recognizable characters, the other writings had become indistinct. Yin Chuan pondered. Indeed, it truly is the work of a practitioner of cultivation. However, aside from this location, there were no new discoveries elsewhere, confirming that there was nothing else useful in the cave. Yin Chuan put away the spirit pearl without any lingering attachment and turned to walk out of the cave. "Let's go, it's time to head back." Yang Xingye nodded and immediately followed. Once they exited the cave, Yin Chuan again summoned his spiritual energy to close the heavy stone door, making it seem as if no one had ever entered. Yang Xingye shouldered his backpack and began to follow Yin Chuan as they prepared to traverse the mist back. With the experience of coming in, their speed of leaving was much faster. By the time they emerged from the mountain, the sun was already tilting in the west. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and just as Yin Chuan and Yang Xingye reached the small path at the foot of the mountain. Two women suddenly rushed out from behind the bushes, blocking their way, one in front and one behind. "Stop!" The leading woman, around 40 years old, with mud stains on her coarse clothes, shouted with her hands on her hips, "Are you the ones who hire my husband as a guide?" The other, younger woman had red-rimmed eyes, staring fixedly at the backpack on Yang Xingye's back. "Where's Sanhei? Why didn't my husband come out with you?" Yang Xingye's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan's expression remained calm. "We got separated shortly after entering the mountain. The mist was too thick, and we couldn't find him." "Nonsense." The older woman spat suddenly. "My Sanhei has hunted in this mountain for 20 years. He could walk out with his eyes closed. If he hasn't come out by this late hour, something must have happened. Did you harm him?" As she spoke, she suddenly lunged to grab Yin Chuan's collar. Yin Chuan slightly sidestepped to avoid her, frowning. "Sister-in-law, be careful with your words. The mountain is dangerous. We barely escaped ourselves." "It can't be. You must have harmed him." The younger woman was equally relentless, grabbing Yang Xingye's hand and shouting that she wanted to report to the authorities. Seeing that these two were so difficult to deal with and that there were other herbal farmers watching from a distance, it would be unwise to use force. Yin Chuan could only rummage in his pocket and take out a money pouch. "Stop arguing. Where's your husband?" "I truly don't know, but I won't shortchange you on the reward. I still have the 50 taels of silver I promised him." Just as the two women heard this, their eyes simultaneously turned to the money pouch in Yin Chuan's hand, and their targets shifted to each other. "Give it to me." The older woman's eyes lit up, rushing forward to snatch it, but the younger woman quickly grabbed her arm. "It should be mine. You vixen." The older woman seized the younger woman's hair. "It's a miracle I didn't kill you back then. How dare you fight me for it? You old hag." The younger woman, though in pain, clung tightly to the older woman's hair. "If it weren't for my kindness, Sanhei would have divorced you long ago. The money is mine." The two women lunged at the money pouch like hungry wolves. The older woman, relying on her strength, pinned the younger woman to the ground. "You little wench," she spat. "How dare you fight me for money?" The younger woman screamed in pain, but held on to the older woman's hair, her nails digging deep into the older woman's wrist. "You old hen. When Sanhei comes back and finds out you dare to hit me, you're dead." With that, she suddenly raised her leg, driving her knee hard into the older woman's stomach. "Ouch!" The older woman cried out in pain, but her grip only tightened, tearing out a strand of the younger woman's hair. The two rolled together, dust flying, their coarse clothes ripping apart with a loud sound. The herbal farmers watching not only did not intervene, but instead laughed. Zhao's wife is at it again. This time they're fighting fiercely over silver. Someone might get hurt. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yin Chuan threw the money pouch to the ground, and the silver coins scattered everywhere, shining enticingly in the sunset. "Mine. It's all mine." The older woman, with her hair disheveled, lunged for the largest silver ingot. The younger woman, seizing the opportunity, grabbed 2 pieces of broken silver and stuffed them in her bosom. "Pa, you old hag blinded by greed." The two women fought over the money, scratching each other's faces until blood drew, completely oblivious. One tugged an ear, the other bit a finger, resembling 2 hens with their hackles up. Yin Chuan exchanged glances with Yang Xingye, and the two quietly slipped away. After walking more than 10 paces, they could still hear the sounds of the scuffle and the vicious curses behind them. "You whore, may you die 1,000 deaths. You old beast, may lightning strike you." Yang Xingye looked back and said softly, "Master, your methods are truly remarkable." Yin Chuan smiled slightly, but did not respond, continuing to walk forward, completely unconcerned about the fight between the two women. They walked until deep into the night before finally finding the inn where they had previously stayed. However, because there weren't many rooms in this inn and they arrived late, there were no vacant rooms left. Left with no choice, Yin Chuan had to bring Yang Xingye to find a clearing in the woods by the roadside to sleep under the stars. They gathered firewood, lit a bonfire, and borrowed a pot from the inn to boil soup. The snake bone soup was made from the bones of the giant snake they had hunted in the mountains. Due to Yang Xingye's poor knife skills, he had surprisingly left behind a lot of snake meat, which they added to the pot along with some spiritual herbs and wild vegetables they collected in the mountains, mixing it all together and adding just a bit of salt, resulting in a fragrant aroma. This was Yang Xingye's first time eating such a thing, and he was a bit apprehensive. Seeing Yin Chuan eat first, he then imitated him, taking a piece of bone to chew on. "You should eat more." Yin Chuan smiled and said, "This snake bone soup is a waste if not consumed." After eating it, practicing your breathing techniques will help your cultivation. Hearing that it would aid in his cultivation, Yang Xing didn't hesitate anymore and ate piece after piece, wishing he could chew the bones to bits and swallow them whole. After they had eaten their fill, Yang Xingye was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Unable to resist, he took out a book of secrets and began to read by the light of the bonfire. 9 transformations of the golden body. The cultivation had 9 stages, from the first transformation to the 9th. When practiced to perfection in the 9th transformation, one's true energy would emit golden light, making it impossible for ordinary martial arts to break through its defenses. It could be said to be the strongest defensive supreme skill in the path of martial arts. Yang Xingye stared at the content, trying to practice the cultivation methods within, but he couldn't grasp the intricacies after a long time. This left him scratching his head, unsure of what to do. Seeing that Yang Xingye was having trouble, Yin Chuan took the book, carefully looked at the contents, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. With his right hand in front of him forming a seal, he casually tried it, and golden light radiated all around him. "Huh?" Yang Xingye was instantly dumbfounded. "Master, you knew this move before?" "I didn't know before. It's my first attempt." Yin Chuan calmly replied. "You could use it on the first try?" Yang Xingye exclaimed in surprise. "Master, are you the legendary martial arts genius that is 1 in a million?" "Perhaps." Yin Chuan smiled slightly, not explaining further. In Yin Chuan's eyes, this martial art is not difficult. It's basically something that can be learned quickly. Moreover, Yin Chuan has more advanced techniques that can perfectly replace this martial art, and their effects are several times stronger. For example, the golden light finger he used before is somewhat similar to this 9 turns golden body. However, this martial art is only for defense, while Yin Chuan can use this golden light not only for defense but also to attack enemies. Subsequently, Yin Chuan returned the manual to Yang Xingye and provided some guidance on the key points in the manual. After hearing this, Yang Xingye immediately began to try it out. And indeed, after changing his method, he quickly grasped the techniques within. After several rounds of practice, he finally managed to demonstrate the basic effect of the 1 turn golden body. However, to directly produce the 9 turns golden body like Yin Chuan, Yang Xingye would need to practice diligently. Yang Xingye is indeed a martial arts enthusiast. He couldn't stop practicing at the beginning. It wasn't until his internal energy was exhausted and he was panting that he reluctantly put away the manual. The next morning, Yin Chuan and Yang Xingye redeemed their horses from the post station and began their return journey. This trip to Cangnan Mountain was immensely rewarding for Yin Chuan. Not only did he obtain a large number of spirit stones, but he also got a spirit pearl. These items could completely ensure that Yin Chuan wouldn't have to worry about the issue of thin resources in the future, enough to support his cultivation from now until the golden core stage. Moreover, there were also a large number of gold and silver treasures. If all of them were sold, they would definitely be worth a lot of money. Yang Xingye understood this quite well. He roughly estimated that selling all the gold and silver treasures would yield at least 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver. It's worth noting that Yang Xingye's family, despite being wealthy, had only around several tens of thousands of taels of assets. Thus, it could be said that Yin Chuan is now the richest person in Chongqing town. However, regarding these gold and silver assets, Yang Xingye preferred the manuals he obtained. According to Yang Xingye, these lost martial arts secrets, if any one of them were taken out, could stir up turmoil across the world. If sold, even one could fetch 1,000,000 taels of silver. And there were a total of 6 manuals obtained from the cave, which would amount to 6 million taels. Just thinking about it made Yang Xingye grin from ear to ear, especially since all these techniques were ones that Yin Chuan didn't care for, and he had obtained them all. Throughout the return journey, Yang Xingye couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 53. Another sparring session. The round trip from Chongqing town to Cangnan Mountain took only 3 to 4 days. Upon returning home, everything remained unchanged. With Wang Dashan, a 5th-level martial artist stationed at home, ordinary people couldn't pose a threat. Seeing Yin Chuan return, He Qinglian immediately stepped forward to greet him. Although it had only been a few days, she missed him greatly. This was the first time Chuan had been away for so long since his transformation. And that evening, he had the cooks prepare a grand feast. After a hearty meal, the next day, Chuan buried the average quality scattered spirit stones from his storage ring in his spiritual field, providing spiritual energy nourishment for the spiritual plants. The remaining high-quality spirit stones were not used lightly. He first utilized the spiritual vein pearl to replenish the energy needed for his body during daily practice. With this pearl, Chuan's cultivation speed increased significantly, and it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the 8th level of the qi refining stage. Now, at the 7th level of the qi refining stage, he already possessed the strength to crush an 8th level martial artist. He believed that once he reached the 8th level of the qi refining stage, even the 9th level masters of this world would pose no threat to him. Yang Xingye, who returned from Sannan Mountain with him, got up every day before dawn of practice at Chuan's home. He was diligently studying the 9 turns golden body, preparing to master one secret technique before moving on to learn other manuals. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. After this period of training and under Chuan's guidance, Yang Xingye was now able to perform the 4 turns golden body. The few guards at home were only at the 1st or 2nd level. When they teamed up to attack Yang Xingye, they couldn't break through his golden light defense, which made Yang Xingye very happy. Coincidentally, Yang Xingye remembered his previous defeat against Wang Dashan. After mastering several secret techniques, he sought out Wang Dashan for a spar. After all, both of them were now at the 5th level with not much difference in strength. Wang Dashan did not refuse. He also wanted to stretch his limbs. So the two began to spar in the backyard. Chuan watched from a nearby room through the window, curious about which of the two was more skilled. Brother Wang, although I lost you last time, you better be careful this time. Yang Xingye took his stance, confidence shining in his eyes. Wang Dashan chuckled, wearing a sleeveless shirt that revealed his bulging muscles. Young Master Yang, feel free to come at me. I won't hold back. Before he finished speaking, Yang Xingye shot out like an arrow, launching a stone-shattering palm aimed directly at Wang Dashan's face. The palm wind was fierce, creating a whistling sound in the air. Wang Dashan remained calm, crossing his arms in front of him, and his skin began to gleam with a metallic sheen. Bang! The palm collided with his arms, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Yang Xingye felt a tingling in his palm and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a hard defense." Hee. Wang Dashan chuckled. This move was taught to me by Brother Yin. It's the secret technique, Iron Arm. You better watch out. Yang Xingye shook his hand, not daring to be careless. He immediately changed his strategy, moving like a fish to Wang Dashan's side. This was a set of boxing techniques taught to him by Chuan, called the flowing body fist, which was agile and versatile. Yang Xingye focused on attacking the joints and vital points with a flowing body fist. But Wang Dashan seemed to anticipate this. He immediately lowered his stance to block, and then executed a powerful 8 collapse fist. Look out! The fist wind was like a hammer, forcing Yang Xingye back 3 steps, causing the watching guards to gasp in surprise. Yang Xingye steadied himself, his fighting spirit intensifying. He had been so focused on his own training that he hadn't noticed Wang Dashan had learned so many techniques. Taking a deep breath, he utilized his agile footwork advantage, opting not to continue attacking head-on, but to engage Wang Dashan in a dance of movement. Chuan taught his students differently based on their strengths. Yang Xingye, with his agile movements, was taught the flowing body fist and light wind steps, while Wang Dashan, who was strong and robust, learned the defensive iron arm and the offensive 8 collapse fist. The two exchanged blows, and for a time, it was hard to determine who was superior. Yang Xingye couldn't break Wang Dashan's defense, and Wang Dashan also found it difficult to land a hit on the nimble Yang Xingye. They went back and forth, and soon over 70 exchanges had passed. Dust filled the courtyard, and the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously. However, after such a prolonged battle, Yang Xingye's stamina began to wane, and his speed noticeably slowed. Sensing this, Wang Dashan deliberately left an opening, and Yang Xingye immediately took the bait. Just as Yang Xingye thought he had seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy punch, Wang Dashan suddenly sidestepped, grabbed Yang Xingye's wrist, and executed a shoulder throw, sending Yang Xingye flying into the air. Just as he was about to face defeat again, Yang Xingye suddenly turned in midair and landed steadily, avoiding a repeat of his previous mistake. A collapsed fist. Seeing that Yang Xingye was unscathed, Wang Dashan lunged forward with a punch that struck like a thunderbolt, aiming for Yang Xingye's chest. In a critical moment, golden light suddenly enveloped Yang Xingye's body as he activated the 9 turns golden body he had recently comprehended. Although he could only barely utilize the 4 turns at this moment, his defensive power was still astonishing. Clang! The punch hit the golden light, producing a sound like a bell ringing. Seeing that he had taken the hit without any issue, Yang Xingye felt great joy. How about that? My 9 turns golden body is pretty good, right? Yang Xingye smiled proudly. However, Wang Dashan's punch didn't lose momentum. A hidden force suddenly burst forth, forcing its way through the golden light and heavily striking Yang Xingye's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Yang Xingye took 7 or 8 steps back and sat down on the ground, clutching his chest in unbearable pain. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Even in 9 transformations, golden body couldn't withstand it. Wang Dashan withdrew his fist and stood there, scratching his head in a simple-minded way. Your master said that the 8 cracking fist is specifically designed to break through protective energy, with each crack stronger than the last. Chuan, who was by the window, nodded slightly at this outcome. Wang Dashan also had some insight. Although he had only taught him 2 moves, he used them so skillfully. If it weren't for his old age, having missed the opportunity to train again, he would be suitable for focused cultivation. Although he won, Wang Dashan did not act arrogantly and went over to help Yang Xingye up. After being defeated by Wang Dashan again, Yang Xingye could only smile wryly. It seems that I still haven't trained enough. I must work harder in the future. Continuous defeats are not scary. What is scary is losing the courage to overcome failure. Fortunately, Yang Xingye was not afraid of failure. On the contrary, losing to Wang Dashan repeatedly ignited his competitive spirit. This was a good thing. Here, take this. Chuan shouted at Yang Xingye and threw him a pill. Hearing the sound, Yang Xingye immediately turned around and caught it. The snake bone pill, which can heal injuries. After Chuan finished speaking, he ignored them. Yang Xingye quickly swallowed it. The pill melted as it went down his throat, instantly turning into a warm current that enveloped the painful area in his chest. Moments later, the pain for being hit by the 8 cracking fist had disappeared, as if he had never been struck at all. This snake bone pill was made from the bones of the giant snake hunted in Sangnan Mountain, and it was very simple to treat such minor injuries. Chapter 54. Something big happened in order to quickly gain the strength to defeat Wang Dashan and break through to the 6th realm of martial artists. Yang Xingye began to stay at Yan's residence every day. For this, Qinglian even specially prepared a room for him to rest and sleep in. He was practically living at Chuan's house. Although Yang Xingye's father did not oppose his son's martial arts training, he was not very supportive either. Now, Yang Xing didn't even return home to train, making his father anxious every day. However, he was very fond of his only son and couldn't bear to be harsh. So he could only let Yang Xingye have his way. Yang's father originally wanted Yang Xingye to inherit his vast fortune, but now he had slowly changed his mind. He knew very well that Yang Xingye was not cut out for business. If he were to inherit his possessions, he would probably squander it all in just a few years. So now, Yang's father only thought about making more money to save for his foolish son, so that even if he was gone in the future, he could leave some money for his son to squander. One day, Yang Xingye was practicing martial arts in the backyard as usual, with the little dog bouncing running around him playfully, causing Yang Xingye to get angry several times and wanted to teach a lesson. However, Bouncing was quick to react and always managed to run away just in time, as if it was deliberately teasing Yang Xingye, running out of breath yet enjoying itself. Just as Yang Xingye was focused on his punching practice, an old servant from the Yang family stumbled into the backyard, sweating profusely and shouting, Young master, something's happened." Yang Xingye was in the middle of a crucial moment in his practice, and without turning his head, he waved his hand. "Even if it's a big deal. Wait until I finish this set of punches." The old servant was anxious and stamped his feet, quickly advising, "Young master, you should hurry back. Something big has happened at home. Your father is in serious trouble, and you need to get back as soon as possible." "Oh." Yang Xingye was interrupted and finally stopped, but still a bit impatient. What trouble? Let him solve it himself. I don't understand business matters. What can I do by going back? The old servant looked around and then whispered a few words into Yang Xingye's ear. After hearing this, Yang Xingye's expression became serious, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead before hurriedly following the old servant back home. In the distance, Chuan frowned slightly. Although he didn't know what had happened at Yang's house, it must be serious if it made Yang Xingye so anxious. This was also a test for Yang Xingye. A person cannot grow if everything goes smoothly. Encountering some setbacks and difficulties on the path of growth and overcoming them is actually a good thing. Therefore, Chuan did not intend to intervene unless Yang Xingye asked for help. Yang Xingye returned home and had no news for 3 days. On the 4th day, he rushed into the residence early in the morning and knelt in front of Chuan. Master, please help your disciple. After 3 days without seeing him, Yang Xingye looked much more dejected, and his whole demeanor was somewhat disheveled and listless. What happened? Chuan asked. My father is now being held in the dungeon of the rich and noble casino, and they said that if the money isn't paid back in 3 days, they will cut off his hands and feet. Yang Xingye was in tears. I really have no way out and can only come to ask Master for help. Please help me. Your father is being held in a casino? Chuan frowned. I remember your father doesn't like to gamble, and your family is so wealthy. How would he not be able to pay? This matter is complicated. Yang Xingye could only recount the events in detail. It turned out that a few days ago, Yang's father had secured a big business deal and, in his excitement, drank a few more cups. The steward, Chao Meng, took the opportunity to persuade the drunken Yang's father to go to the rich and noble casino. As a result, he almost lost all his family assets overnight. When Yang's father woke up from his drunken state, he realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The money that had been lost could not be recovered. Moreover, that was not the most critical issue. It was because he had just secured a business deal that required a large amount of capital to purchase materials. Yang's father had no money to turn over, leading to the creditors demanding an explanation, and according to the agreement, he needed to compensate 3 times the amount. That was nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Even if Yang's father sold all the property and houses, it would still be a drop in the bucket. The most crucial part was that the person who bought the Yang family's old house was none other than the former steward, Chao Meng. It was clear that this person, along with the casino and the buyer, had set up a scheme to bring the Yang family to ruin. Because he couldn't pay the money, they locked Yang's father in the dungeon of the casino and forced Yang Xingye to borrow money to pay off the debts. However, although Yang Xingye had previously enjoyed the privilege of his family's wealth and had people flattering him everywhere, when he truly encountered trouble, no one was willing to help. So, Yang Xingye could only seek help from Chuan. After learning the general situation, Chuan's face remained calm. What do you think I should do? Chuan asked curiously, wanting to know what his disciple was thinking. Master, since we are in Sangnan Mountain, didn't you acquire a lot of gold, silver, and jewels? Yang Xingye said, lowering his head. If we just take out a portion to pay off the debt, we can rescue my father. But don't worry, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Yang Xingye was so humble that he didn't even dare to raise his head, fearing that Chuan would refuse. That's one way, Chuan said expressionlessly. But if you do that, won't it play right into their hands? Huh? Yang Xingye was somewhat confused and looked up at Chuan in bewilderment. Since your father was framed, those people are after your money. Chuan explained, you give them what they want, and while it might rescue your father, how will you take revenge for this great enmity? Then what should I do? Master? Yang Xingye asked. Everything they gained from framing your family must be returned. A glint of light flashed in Chuan's eyes. Not only should they return it, but they must also pay double. Yang Xingye kowtowed again. Please help me, Master. That night, at the rich and noble casino in the town, Chuan followed Yang Xingye into the casino. At this time, the casino was still very lively, with people gathered around various gambling tables. After walking around the casino, Yang Xingye quickly found Chao Meng, who was drinking and boasting with people in the casino. At this moment, he was quite pompous, already eager to wear an expensive brocade robe, adorned with various gemstone rings and draped in many jewels. After seeing Yang Xingye, Chao Meng seemed to have found some amusement and began to tease him. Young Master Yang, You're back so soon? Did you find money to redeem your father? Yang Xingye glared at him with red eyes, and if it weren't for the crowd around, he would have loved to beat this bastard up. I don't have money, but I brought someone, Yang Xingye said through gritted teeth as he stepped aside. Chuan slowly walked up, shaking a few banknotes in his hand. Chapter 55. The Leopard, ha ha ha. Chao Meng slapped the table and laughed, spraying Chuan with his breath of alcohol. With just these few broken silver notes? Not even enough for the change. The casino erupted in laughter, and several thugs surrounded them, cracking their knuckles. Chuan calmly slapped the banknotes on the gambling table. ISNT, this a casino? If I win, 1T I have money? Chao Meng squinted his drunken eyes and looked Chuan up and down, unable to help but laugh. What a boastful tone. Don't think I don't know that you, Chuan, are just a gambling addict. Just because you gained recognition from young Master Yang after curing him, you think you can change your fortune? A gambling addict is ultimately just a gambling addict. Do you really think you can win much with these few banknotes? Chuan didn't care about that, a slight smile on his lips as he took a seat. Enough talk, let us start. Chuan placed 500-tael banknotes on the table and urged them to begin. Chao Meng sneered. Interesting. I want to see how you win. Soon, the gambling table was cleared, and a new banker came over to shake the dice. Chuan looked at him. It was Su Laosi, whom he had met at the casino before. As his strength gradually recovered, Chuan could clearly sense Su Laosi's realm. It seemed he was only a 5-stage martial artist, able to use inner strength to change and control the dice's outcomes. Su Laosi walked to the table, exchanged a glance with Chao Meng, which Chuan keenly noticed. These two were in cahoots. No wonder they managed to swindle old Master Yang out of his fortune. What are we playing? Su Laosi asked with a sinister smile. Let us keep it simple. We'll play the most popular game in your casino, guessing high or low. Chuan tapped the table with his fingertip and said to Chao Meng, What do you say? Aren't you joining? Of course I will. Chao Meng coldly snorted and sat down across the table. Bet high, bet low, bet and leave it to fate. Su Laosi saw both of them seated and picked up the dice cup to start shaking. The 3 dice rattled inside before coming to a heavy rest on the table. You two make your choices. Su Laosi glanced at Chao Meng, who nodded in understanding. Chao Meng immediately took out a 500-tael banknote and placed it on high. According to the casino's betting rules, whatever I bet, you must bet the same. Chao Meng grinned slyly. And since I bet on high, you can't bet high. You can bet low or even on a leopard. Hurry up and choose. Yang Xingye stood anxiously behind Chuan, not daring to breathe. Chuan only glanced at the dice cup, his keen eyes already seeing the numbers. 4, 5, 6 high. Then I'll bet on a leopard. Chuan placed his 500-tael banknotes on the leopard. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chuan's choice, Chao Meng couldn't help but laugh. I see you're really going crazy for money. Daring to bet on a leopard? If it really comes up as a leopard, I'll have to give you 5,000 taels. Nice calculation, but it's impossible. Chao Meng waved his hand. Open the cup. Su Laosi smiled slightly and opened the dice cup. 4, 5, 6 high. Seeing this result, Chao Meng's smile became even brighter. I told you, Dr. Yin. Do you still have money? Chao Meng picked up the 500-tael banknotes from the table, mocking. Don't tell me you only brought these 5 banknotes. Otherwise, this game would be over. Master, Yang Xingye was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. He only had a few copper coins left and couldn't put anything forward. Good luck. Chuan's face showed no signs of regret from losing. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 500-tael banknotes. But I still have some money here. Let us continue. Chuan didn't wait for Su Laosi to shake the dice and place the banknotes back on the leopard position. Seeing Chuan's move, Chao Meng laughed even more. Looks like I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to take out another 1,000 taels. You got guts. Still wanting to bet on a leopard? Chao Meng laughed and combined the 500-tael banknotes he just won with his own, putting a total of 1,000 taels back on high. Since you bet on a leopard, I'll still bet high. After Chao Meng finished speaking, Su Laosi picked up the dice cup and began shaking again. As the stakes got higher, other gamblers in the casino gathered around to see who would win or lose, quickly forming several circles. Su Laosi shook the dice in the air, a breath flowing from his palm into the dice cup, controlling the movement of the dice. As the dice cup landed on the table, Yin Chuan's keen eyes had already seen through the dice numbers. 446 high. Su Laosi touched his nose and spoke. Do you two want to raise your bets? No more raises, just open it. Yin Chuan suddenly slapped the table, seemingly weak. But a stream of spiritual energy flowed along the table into the dice cup. Then let us open it. Su Laosi took off the lid of the dice cup, and everyone present gasped at the sight of the numbers. It really is a leopard. 3 4s, no doubt a leopard. Oh my God. Chao Meng's smile instantly froze. Staring at the 3 4s, undeniably a leopard. Su Laosi, who was responsible for shaking the dice, was even more dumbfounded. He clearly controlled it to roll 4 4 6. How could it come up as a leopard? This simply made no sense. Master, you won. Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly. In this round, Yin Chuan won. Moreover, because he hit the leopard, Chao Meng lost a total of 10,000 taels in this round. Oh, looks like I got lucky this round. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. You don't need to pay me the money you lost. Just deduct it from his family's debt. Yin Chuan pointed at Yang Xingye behind him, his tone indifferent. Good. Chao Meng narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, even if you won this round by luck, his father still owes me 20,000 taels. Let us continue, shall we? Yin Chuan laughed and took back that 1,000 tael banknote. All right, let us continue. Chao Meng coldly snorted and quickly took out 2 banknotes, both 500 tael, large denominations. This time I'll bet first. After Chao Meng said that, he placed a total of 2,000 taels on low. At the same time, he glanced at Su Laosi, who gulped awkwardly and nodded slightly. Good. Seeing Chao Meng actively raise the stakes, Yin Chuan took out 2 more 500 tael banknotes and again chose to bet on the leopard. Then I'll bet on this. I see you're really crazy. Chao Meng couldn't help but curse. Do you think a leopard can come up twice in a row? What is impossible? Yin Chuan laughed. As long as you dare to think, anything is possible. I'll see how this round can come up as a leopard. Chao Meng angrily slammed his fist on the table. Although it hurt, he gritted his teeth and endured. But glancing at Su Laosi, he felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. If he lost this round again, Su Laosi would definitely betray him. Chapter 56. Supreme Leopard Su Laosi had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath and picked up the dice cup again. Then he looked at Yin Chuan. He knew his own skills best, and he was certain that it wasn't his mistake earlier. It was clear that this person had used some means to change the outcome. So to be safe, he decided to use his ultimate skill. 3 talents locked dice with a flick of his wrist. The dice cup traced an unusual arc in the air, the 3 dice inside making clear sounds as they collided, each one wrapped in his precise inner strength. Bang! The dice cup landed heavily on the table. Su Laosi secretly channeled his energy, firmly locking the 3 dice on the numbers 1, 2, and 3. To be safe, he also placed his hand on the table, setting up an internal energy barrier at the bottom of the dice cup to prevent anyone from cheating. I'm about to open it. Su Laosi grinned sinisterly at Yin Chuan. Go ahead. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, lightly tapping the edge of the table with his right hand. A pure stream of spiritual energy flowed along the table towards the dice cup, effortlessly penetrating the internal energy barrier and silently changing the numbers on the dice. When the lid was opened, it showed 3 3s. Another triplet. The casino erupted in an instant, and the crowd watching let out deafening gasps, with some even excitedly banging on the table. Impossible. Su Laosi turned pale, trembling as he picked up the dice to check. I clearly. Smack. Chao Meng pointed at Su Laosi's nose and shouted, You Su Laosi, you're colluding to cheat, aren't you? Su Laosi looked at Yin Chuan in horror, knowing this must be Yin Chuan's doing. But how is this possible? Controlling the dice numbers with spiritual energy? A seasoned gambler like him would need long practice and close contact to achieve this. Yet this person was so far from the dice cup. How could he silently accomplish this? Even a master of the 9th realm couldn't control the dice so precisely. You can't say that carelessly. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. We all know that the Fortune Casino is famous for its integrity. How could their people cheat? Moreover, even if there was cheating, you need to present evidence, right? To say such things without evidence is slander. Yin Chuan sat calmly in his chair. According to the rules in this round, you owe me 20,000 taels of silver. His family's debt has been settled. Chao Meng was left speechless. He absolutely could not let others know about his bribery of Su Laosi. He could only swallow this bitter loss himself. Otherwise, if he angered the casino's behind-the-scenes owner, he would be in trouble. All right, Chao Meng said defiantly. But do you dare to continue? At this moment, Chao Meng was clearly blinded by anger. The gambler psychology was at work. What is there to be afraid of? Chuan smiled slightly. But before we proceed, shouldn't we release the imprisoned Mr. Yang? After all, you no longer have any debts to you. Release him. Chao Meng gritted his teeth and spat out one word. Xingye, go fetch your father. Chuan waved his hand lightly, allowing Yang Xingye to follow Chao Meng's subordinates out. With Yang Xingye's level as a fifth realm martial artist, those few thugs posed no threat to him. Continue gambling, but we need a new dealer. Chao Meng roared, glaring at the still-dazed Su Laosi. Having rolled 2 triplets in a row, Su Laosi also lost his confidence and could only retreat slightly. Then let me take over. A plump middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. He had a round face and a smile, looking just like a Mithra Buddha, but his small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. I am Xie Guanglin, the #1 dealer at the casino, and I guarantee that the dice I roll will be fair and just. He smiled as he bowed and took his position, picking up the dice and the cup to check them thoroughly. After confirming there were no issues, he spoke. According to my rules, I will roll the dice, and neither side may touch the table. Chuan smiled and pushed 1,000 taels of silver back to the triplet area. Then I still bet on triplet. The crowd stirred. Betting on triplets 3 times a row was simply unheard of. You. Chao Meng slammed his fist heavily on the armrest of the chair, glancing at Xie Guanglin. This person was essentially the face of the casino. No one had ever been able to bribe him. The Fortune Casino was currently managed by him. With him rolling the dice, there was much more assurance. I want to see if you can roll another triplet this time. Chao Meng placed a silver note on the small bet and watched the outcome. In this round, as long as no one cheated, rolling triplets 3 times in a row was simply impossible. In other words, if a large number was rolled, it would be a tie. If a small number was rolled, he would win. Seeing both sides firmly place their bets and neither touch the table, Xie Guanglin's eyes sparkled, and only then did he pick up the dice cup. His technique was completely different from Su Laosi's. Unlike Su Laosi's forceful shaking, his seemed gentle yet rhythmic. Bang! The dice cup hit the table, and Xie Guanglin lifted his hands from the surface. Do you want to raise the stakes? Chuan's keen eyes penetrated the cup, seeing that the numbers inside were 3, 4, and 6, a large number. Although touching the table was not allowed, Chuan was not anxious. He simply tapped his right foot lightly on the ground. A stream of spiritual energy crawled up the table leg and transferred to the tabletop, silently changing the orientation of the dice inside the cup. Then I'll open the cup. Xie Guanglin confidently lifted the lid. 666, Supreme Triplet. The entire casino erupted in excitement, and the onlooking gamblers frantically rushed forward, wanting to witness this once-in-a-century event. 3 consecutive triplets rolled, and the last one was a supreme triplet with 3 sixes. No one had ever seen such a situation, according to the casino's rules. The supreme triplet paid 100 to 1. Chuan's 1,000 taels instantly turned into 100,000 taels. Chao Meng's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he slumped in his chair. Xie Guanglin's smile also froze. Although he hadn't intentionally altered the dice numbers, he knew what he had rolled after the dice settled. Now that the numbers had become so outrageous, there was definitely something wrong. He trembled as he picked up the dice to check, but found no flaws. He could only look at Chuan in shock, knowing that no one would believe it wasn't cheating. But how was this done? He couldn't understand. If the previous 2 triplets were manipulated by Su Laosi, then how could this third round be explained? This is impossible, Chao Meng muttered to himself, his face filled with despair. He knew he had used all his wit to swallow the Yang family's wealth, yet it was only a few thousand taels. But now he was losing 100,000 taels. How could he pay that back? All right, it's time to settle up. Chuan smiled slightly, looking at Chao Meng with the keen eyes of a detective. No, this is not right. Chao Meng shook his head repeatedly. You must be colluding with the casino to frame me. As soon as he said this, Xie Guanglin, who had originally looked friendly, suddenly shot him a glance that revealed a murderous intent. You can't say such things carelessly. Chapter 57. do things according to the rules. Chow Meng's face turned red, and he slammed the table, standing up and pointing at Yin Chuan, shouting, "This is definitely a fraud. I've never seen anyone roll 3 triplets in a row. And the last one was a supreme triplet. You must have colluded." His shout instantly made the atmosphere in the casino tense, although the surrounding gamblers also found it unbelievable. Xie Guangling's casino had always had a great reputation, and for a moment, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of whom to believe. Xie Guangling's eyes turned cold. The smile on his face completely vanished, and his voice became low. "Chow Meng, if you can't afford to gamble, then don't. If you lose money and slander the casino for cheating, are you tired of living?" Cold sweat broke out on Chow Meng's forehead, but at this point, how could he come up with 100,000 taels? He could only brace himself and continue to deny. "Manager Xie, your casino's rules may be great, but you still have to be reasonable, right? Rolling 3 triplets in a row is such an abnormal thing. Who could believe that?" Xie Guangling's originally kind face suddenly turned fierce, and Yin Chuan glanced at him. This person was at least a 6th realm martial artist. "Someone." Xie Guangling frowned and waved his hand. Instantly, 7 or 8 burly thugs surrounded Chow Meng, their eyes glaring fiercely at him. One of them sneered, "Mr. Chow, you know the casino's rules. Either pay up, or we can only deal with you according to the rules." Chow Meng's face turned pale, his legs weak. Even if he had plundered the Yang family's wealth and gained a lot, he ultimately couldn't compete with the casino. It was just that in this situation. He finally realized he was completely done for. "I give, is that not enough?" Chow Meng collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. The last few thugs helped Chow Meng leave the casino to get money from his residence. Just a quarter of an hour later, Chow Meng was brought back by the thugs again. Trembling, Chow Meng took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, his voice shaking. I only have more than 40,000 taels of silver, the rest. Just use the house and shops that the Yang family just pledged to me to make up for it." After finishing, Chow Meng took out a stack of land contracts and placed them all on the table. Xie Guangling took the banknotes and land contracts, roughly estimated, and said indifferently, "This is still not enough. No matter how you calculate it, there is still a shortage of more than 30,000 taels of silver." Chow Meng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Kneeling down directly, he cried out, "This is all the money I have on me. I really can't produce any more. If it's still not enough, can I get a promissory note first? I will find a way to pay it back slowly later." Xie Guangling looked expressionlessly at Yin Chuan. "Mr. Yin, what do you think? I don't want a promissory note. I need the money now." Yin Chuan sat there unmoving like a mountain, his tone unyielding. Upon hearing this, Xie Guangling smiled slightly and said to Yin Chuan, "If Mr. Yin insists on getting the money, and he can't pay it back." After pausing, Xie Guangling continued, "According to the casino rules, those who do not repay their debts will have their hands and feet broken. 1 hand is worth 1,000 taels, and breaking hands and feet is worth 4,000 taels. As for the remaining shortage, how about our casino covers it?" Yin Chuan's expression was calm. His gaze swept across Chow Meng's terrified face, with no trace of pity. "In that case, let's follow your casino's rules." No, don't do this." Chow Meng rolled and crawled to hug Xie Guangling's leg. "Give me one more chance. I will find a way to pay back the owed money as soon as possible. You said to break hands and feet. My life is worth more than 40,000 taels of silver. Begging me is useless. Go beg Mr. Yin." Xie Guangming didn't even look at Chow Meng. With no alternative, Chow Meng could only crawl to Yin Chuan's feet, begging for mercy. "Mr. Yin, please have mercy and spare my life. I will definitely find a way to gather the money to repay the debt." "What will you use to repay?" Yin Chuan retorted. "Are you going to switch to another family to manage things? Or use the old method to ruin someone else's family? I will think of other ways." "There must be a way." Chow Meng wanted to hug Yin Chuan's leg, but was kicked down by Yin Chuan, falling to the ground. "Stop thinking of ways. Just follow the rules." Yin Chuan remained unmoved. Seeing that Yin Chuan had said so, Xie Guangling waved his hand. The thugs immediately understood and dragged Chow Meng to the casino's backyard. No, don't." A scream abruptly stopped, and soon, a heart-wrenching wail came from the backyard, followed by complete silence. The casino was silent, and everyone was intimidated by this ruthless method. With the farce over, the gamblers began to leave one after another. Soon, Xie Guanglin brought a few stacks of banknotes, paid off Chao Meng's debts, counted the amount accurately, and Yin Chuan put the banknotes and land contracts into his pocket. He then stood up. Since everything has been settled according to the rules, I will take my leave. Just as Yin Chuan was about to leave, Xie Guanglin suddenly stepped forward and whispered, "Mr. Yin, my house's master is very interested in you and would like to invite you upstairs for a chat. May I ask if you would honor us with your presence?" "Not interested," Yin Chuan coldly replied and was about to continue walking. But at the same time, several thugs immediately blocked the doorway, clearly not planning to let Yin Chuan leave so easily. "What? Are you not letting me go after I won money?" Yin Chuan shouted loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the gamblers who had just dispersed. "Mr. Yin has misunderstood." Xie Guanglin put on a friendly smile. "It's not that we won't let you go, but our house's master indeed wants to meet you. Just a brief chat upstairs. It won't take much of your time." If Yin Chuan wanted to leave at this moment, with these thugs on home turf, it would be impossible for them to stop him. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for violence. After all, solving the trouble with the Yang family could be considered relying on the casino for help. Since they lived in the same town, there was no need to create too many enemies for himself. "Then let's meet." Yin Chuan nodded slightly. Hearing this, Xie Guanglin immediately smiled and led the way. "Then please follow me, Mr. Yin." Following Xie Guanglin upstairs, they soon arrived at the door of a private room. "My house's master is inside." Xie Guanglin gently pushed the door open and stepped aside. Yin Chuan glanced inside the room, confirming there was no danger before stepping in. As he entered, the door was quietly closed by Xie Guanglin from the outside. Yin Chuan walked around the screen and saw the so-called master. Having long heard of the name of the reclusive gambler, seeing them today was indeed not an exaggeration. A bright female voice suddenly sounded, and the so-called master in the room turned out to be a woman who looked around 30, dressed in a red dress, with a charming and alluring appearance. "You are the master she spoke of?" Yin Chuan chuckled lightly, casually finding a chair to sit down, a few steps away from the woman in red. The woman was warming a pot of wine on the table, pouring a cup for Yin Chuan and another for herself. "Why are you sitting so far away?" "I won't bite." The woman smiled lightly. Chapter 58. The Red-Clad God of Wealth. Yin Chuan's expression was calm, his gaze steadily fixed on the alluring woman in the red dress, showing no sign of being swayed by her tempting smile. "You are the master that the fat man mentioned?" Yin Chuan stepped forward, raised his glass, and took a gentle sip. The wine was fragrant and rich, indeed good wine. The woman's red lips curled slightly, her eyes holding a hint of playfulness. "What's wrong? Doesn't it look like it?" Yin Chuan put down the wineglass, his eyes sharp, directly asking, "The master of Blood Moon Tower?" The woman was taken aback, then covered her lips and laughed lightly. "Blood Moon Tower? Those shady assassins? I'm not interested in getting involved with them." The woman leaned slightly, her voice lazy. "I am the master of the Gold and Silver Tower. This rich and noble casino is just one of my properties." "Gold and Silver Tower?" Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter? Haven't you heard of it?" The woman blinked, feigning disappointment. "It seems my nickname as the Red-Clad God of Wealth is not loud enough." "Red-Clad God of Wealth?" Yin Chuan smiled lightly. "That nickname is quite impressive." The woman giggled, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "My name is Li Hongyuan. The people in the martial world have kindly given me the nickname of the Red-Clad God of Wealth." Yin Chuan nodded and directly asked, "What does Master Li want to see me for?" Li Hongyuan rested her chin on one hand, looking at Yin Chuan with great interest. "I heard that a master ranked 45th on the earth ranking emerged from Chongqing town, known as the reclusive gambler. I originally thought it was a mistake by the Tianji Pavilion. After all," Li Hongyuan smiled meaningfully, "your previous reputation was not very pleasant." Yin Chuan's expression remained unchanged, the corner of his mouth rising. "So, you came to confirm whether the Tianji Pavilion made a mistake?" "Exactly." Li Hongyuan nodded. "After seeing you today, I realized that the Tianji Pavilion indeed has a discerning eye. You truly possess the strength of an earth-ranking master." Yin Chuan stood up. "Since the confirmation is complete, I will take my leave." "Wait." Li Hongyuan quickly called out to him. "Why is Mr. Yin in such a hurry to leave? I still have a matter to request from you." "Not interested." Yin Chuan continued walking, not turning back as he headed for the door to leave. But as he reached for the door handle and was about to pull it open, he found the door completely immovable, as if it was bound by an invisible force. At this moment, a voice full of amusement came from behind. "Mr. Yin, I've set up a formation on this door. Without my permission, you cannot get out." Yin Chuan's lips curled up, his inner power quietly surging. He said lightly, "Whether I can go out or not is not up to you to decide." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Chuan tightened his 5 fingers, and the power surged out like a tide. With a crack, a faint sound of cracking echoed in the air, and then the formation on the door shattered like thin ice. Yin Chuan gently pulled, and the door opened readily. Li Hongyuan's pupils constricted, and the smile on her face instantly froze. Although the formation she set up is not top-notch, it is certainly not something an ordinary warrior can break. Yet, Yin Chuan actually dismantled it so casually. By the time she came to her senses, Yin Chuan's figure had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. Interesting, Li Hongyuan chuckled lightly, a trace of excitement flashing in her eyes. It seems that this time, I have truly encountered an extraordinary person. Yin Chuan walked out of the casino, the night breeze slightly cool. Not far away, Yang Xingye was supporting his father, waiting at the street corner, accompanied by the old servant who had come to report to the Yin residence earlier. Seeing Yin Chuan come out, Yang Xingye hurriedly approached. "Master." Although old Master Yang was weak, he still forced himself to kneel. "Mr. Yan's great kindness, our Yang family will never forget." Yin Chuan waved his hand. "There is no need for old Master Yang to do this." As he spoke, Yin Chuan took out a stack of silver notes and a land deed from his bosom, handing them to Yang Xingye. "Take these back and reorganize your family business." Yang Xingye's eyes turned red, his voice choked. "Master, this money is what you won. How can we shamelessly accept it?" Yin Chuan smiled. "Since I have accepted you as a disciple, your matters are my matters." Saying this, Yin Chuan took out a pale green pill from his storage ring. "This pill can heal external injuries. Use hot water to dissolve it and give it to your father." Yang Xingye trembled as he accepted it, bowing deeply. "The kindness of the master, I will never forget." Yin Chuan patted Yang Xingye on the shoulder. "Hurry back. And once you've finished with matters at home, come find me." "Yes." Yang Xingye nodded in agreement. Then, together with the old servant from the residence, helped his father away. At the entrance of the Yin residence, He Qinglian was pacing back and forth in her outer garment, her face filled with worry. At her feet, a small yellow-brown dog was circling around her, occasionally rubbing its head against the hem of her skirt, making soft, whimpering sounds of comfort. "Madam, it's getting late. You should go back inside," Wang Dashan advised in a low voice. He Qinglian shook her head. "Let's wait a bit longer." Just then, the little dog, Bouncing, which had been lying at He Qinglian's feet, seemed to sense something, suddenly perked up its ears, barking twice towards the street corner, then excitedly wagged its tail and dashed out. He Qinglian looked up and saw Yin Chuan's figure appear at the street corner. Bouncing rushed to Yin Chuan's feet, affectionately rubbing against his boots, its rear end wagging nonstop. "Husband." He Qinglian quickly walked forward, her worry finally dissipating. "Are you all right?" Yin Chuan bent down to pet Bouncing's head. This little fellow had been growing rapidly and was already knee-high to him. "What could happen to me?" Yin Chuan smiled, taking He Qinglian's slightly cool hand. "But you waiting outside so late." He Qinglian softly replied, "I heard you went to the casino, and I really couldn't rest easy." After a pause, she asked, "Did everything get resolved? Is Xingye's family all right?" Yin Chuan nodded. "Don't worry. Everything has been resolved. All is well." "That's good." He Qinglian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Chuan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and they walked back inside together. "Let us go. It's time to rest." Once they entered, Wang Dashan finally closed the door and locked it from the inside with a bolt. In the still of the night, after confirming that He Qinglian was sound asleep, Yin Chuan quietly made his way to the backyard. The moon was full tonight, casting a silvery glow, making it a perfect time for cultivation. He took out a dozen or so spirit stones of similar size from his storage ring, arranging them on the stone platform according to specific positions, his fingertips circulating spiritual energy as he etched complex array patterns on the ground. Gathering spirit array, activate. With a low shout, the The spirit stones lit up with a faint glow, and the spiritual energy in the air began to slowly converge into the array. Chuan sat cross-legged at the center of the array, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing, his spiritual energy circulating like a stream. Time passed, the moonlight shifted westward. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within Chuan's body violently surged, the cyclone in his dantian spinning rapidly, with spiritual energy frantically pouring into his body. Boom! It felt as if a barrier inside him had been broken through, and the spiritual energy instantly soared. Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within. Finally, I have broken through to the 8th layer of Qi training. Chapter 59. The Wuxian Ghost Market the next morning. The red-robed god of wealth. Ranked 21st on the Earth list. Chuan looked at the master list that Yang Xingye had given him earlier, finding information about Li Hanyuan. The master list stated that this person is one of the 3 major gods of wealth, wealthy enough to rival nations. There is another god of wealth, known as the black god of wealth, and one referred to as the white god of wealth. However, these 2 did not appear on the master list, so there isn't much information about them. Chuan closed the master list and sneered. With your methods, what else is there that requires my help? Just as he was pondering, Wang Dashan hurriedly walked into the courtyard, cupping his fists. Brother Yin, there's a woman outside who wants to see you. Chuan didn't even lift his head, not seeing her. Wang Dashan showed a troubled expression, but before he could finish, a commotion came from outside the courtyard. There, Li Hanyuan in a red dress gracefully approached, followed by several guards from the Yin residence who were flustered but dared not really stop her. On one hand, they couldn't overpower her, and on the other, this Li Hanyuan was too beautiful, and the guards couldn't bear to truly act against her. Mr. Yin, being in such a rush to chase guests away is not the way to treat visitors. Li Hanyuan smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over the courtyard, finally landing on He Qinglian, who had hurried over at the sound. He Qinglian was still holding the meat bone she had prepared for bouncing, and upon seeing this, she furrowed her brows slightly. This young lady is I am Li Hanyuan, here to visit Mr. Yin. Li Hanyuan performed a graceful bow. He Qinglian turned to look at the approaching Chuan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Chuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Miss Li, barging into a private residence is rather rude. I assent to it? What? Li Hanyuan covered her mouth and laughed. I don't believe Mr. Yin would report me to the authorities. If the officials could capture you, I would indeed want to report it. Chuan frowned. Li Hanyuan chuckled softly, then continued. If I have disturbed you, I hope Mr. Yin can be magnanimous. It is truly an urgent matter that brings me here. Speaking of which, you left in such a hurry last night that we didn't have a proper conversation. I came today hoping to talk to you privately. If you're worried about being in my territory, I'm here at your home, so we can surely have a chat. Chuan saw her serious demeanor, which didn't seem fake, and could only say to He Qinglian, Madam, you go back inside first. He glanced at Wang Dashan. Keep an eye on the door. Taking Li Hanyuan to the open space in the backyard, Chuan spoke coldly. Speak, what is it? Li Hanyuan retracted her smile and said seriously, I would like to invite Mr. Yin to accompany me to a place. Where? Chuan frowned. To Xie Valley. Li Hanyuan said, the Wuxian Ghost Market, held every 3 years, is opening next month. I need several experts to accompany me. I wonder if Mr. Yin is interested? Wuxian Ghost Market? Chuan showed some interest upon hearing this name. What kind of place is that? Li Hanyuan covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Yin, you truly deserve your reputation for being elusive. It seems you know very little about the secrets and affairs of the martial world. That is not important. Chuan said. First, tell me what this ghost market is for. Should we stand here and chat? Li Hanyuan pretended to feel uncomfortable, glancing toward a nearby pavilion. Chuan rolled his eyes at her, then turned and walked into the pavilion to sit down. Li Hanyuan smiled lightly and followed him inside. Continuing to explain, the Wuxian Ghost Market is held once every 3 years, and people from the martial world can attend, whether to sell or buy. The Ghost Market is located in Xie Valley, and the Valley Master is the 9th-ranked expert on the Heaven list, Zhu Wuzha. This place is remote, beyond the jurisdiction of the court, and every time it opens, you can buy good things that are usually hard to find. rare treasures, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, everything you can think of. After finishing, Li Hongyuan looked up at Yin Chuan. So, are you interested in going with me? You were originally an expert on the Earth list, so there shouldn't be many who can match you, right? Yin Chuan asked. Would you still be afraid to go to such a place? I am just a small woman, and being so beautiful, how could I not be afraid? Li Hongyuan gently touched her face, making a fearful expression. You should know that once the Wuxiang ghost market opens, aside from the market where disturbances are not allowed, the outside is a lawless place. Murder, robbery, looting, and rape happen every time. Li Hongyuan sighed lightly. Although I am a master on the Earth ranking, the number of people who can defeat me can be counted on 2 hands. If I don't bring more helpers, how can I feel at ease? You just mentioned that you need a few masters to accompany you. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I wonder how many more people you want to bring besides me? Li Hongyuan held up 5 fingers and then retracted her thumb. I need 4 companions besides myself, and we just need one last person. If Mr. Yin agrees, then our team will be complete. Who are the other 3? Yin Chuan asked. They are all masters I hired at high price. Li Hongyuan began to introduce them. Earth ranking 38, by Jian Xiao Ku. Earth ranking 41, Fei Dao Wuing Kong Di. Earth ranking 49, Qing Tianshou Su Sanjin. At this point, Li Hongyuan paused, then blinked her eyes and continued. As long as Mr. Yin agrees, with me we will have 5 Earth ranking masters. And this trip will surely be well prepared. Yin Chuan remained calm after hearing this. But what if I insist on not going? Li Hongyuan could only express regret. If Mr. Yin does not go, then I will have to spend more time finding someone else. However, although this place is accessible to people in the Jianghu, if one doesn't know the location, it's also impossible to go, right? Yin Chuan thought for a moment. He indeed could make a trip. The gold and silver jewelry he obtained from Songnan Mountain needed a place to be disposed of. Previously, to save Yang Xingye's father, he exchanged 2,000 taels of silver at the pawn shop in the town, which caused quite a stir. Selling everything at this ghost market at once would be a good method. Moreover, if there are some extraordinary treasures in the ghost market, he could take the opportunity to buy them. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Mr. Yin, how are you considering this? Li Hongyuan asked flirtatiously. Yin Chuan glanced at her, unfazed, and after a moment said, If I agree to you, what can you give me? Li Hongyuan leaned forward, whispering in Yin Chuan's ear. Me, do you want me? Yin Chuan smelled the faint fragrance of rouge from Li Hongyuan. Based on years of experience, he could tell that there was a hint of an aphrodisiac in that scent. Although the concentration was not high, combined with the rouge scent and Li Hongyuan's own seductive techniques, not many men could resist it. Chapter 60, I Want a Mountain. Yin Chuan's lips curled slightly, and his internal spiritual power quietly circulated, a calming spell flowing through his meridians, instantly dissolving that enchanting power into nothingness. Li Luzhu. Yin Chuan maintained a normal expression, slightly leaning back to create distance. This kind of trick should be put away. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Hongyuan's eyes, and she smiled lightly as she returned to her seat. Mr. Yin is indeed extraordinary. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued. Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. What do you want? As long as I have it, we can negotiate. Yin Chuan lightly tapped the stone table, pondering for a moment. I want that mountain north of Chongqing town. Oh. Li Hongyuan raised an eyebrow. That barren mountain? What does Mr. Yin want it for? You don't need to worry about that, Li Luzhu. Yin Chuan said lightly. Also, I want you to help me build a villa on that mountain. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Hongyuan's eyes, and she smiled broadly. That's easy. That mountain is unowned land, and with my Jean Lu's connections, obtaining the land deed will be a piece of cake. She extended her delicate fingers. How about this? Within 3 days, the deed will be delivered to your residence, and within 2 months, the villa will be completed. By the time we return from the Wuxiang ghost market, the villa will surely be built, and we can move in. Yin Chuan nodded. Deal. The reason for choosing that mountain is precisely because it is far from the hustle and bustle, and the spiritual energy is relatively abundant. It is inconvenient to cultivate in the town, and the spiritual herbs planted in the backyard are far from enough for the amount used in daily alchemy. Having his own villa would not only allow him to cultivate in peace, but also to open up medicinal fields and set up formations. This way, He could minimize interruptions from others. Then we've settled this. 10 days later, at Chuan, see you at the entrance of the Fuguei gambling house. Li Hanyuan stood up, her red dress fluttering. By then I will have everything ready. Mr. Yin won't need to prepare anything. Just come. Chuan also stood up. All right. Then I won't see you off. Watching Li Hongyuan's departing figure, Chuan's gaze was deep. This woman is definitely not simple. But if she is so cautious about going to the ghost market, it must be because there are indeed some things worth seeing. That night, Chuan informed He Qinglian about this matter. However, he did not tell He Qinglian about the ghost market, only mentioning that he would help escort some goods. How long will it take? He Qinglian asked softly, sorting out Chuan's belongings. It should take more than a month. Chuan held her hand. Don't worry. I will return as soon as possible. He Qinglian nodded, taking out a newly sewn inner armor. I added silk cotton to this soft armor. It can keep you warm. Remember to wear it underneath. All right. Chuan nodded, placing the inner armor aside, then blew out the candle and pulled the bed curtain. 10 days later, at dawn, Chuan bid farewell to He Qinglian and arrived at the front of the Fuguei gambling house. Originally, Yang Xingya also wanted to follow Chuan to have a look. But since the family matters had not been settled yet, he had to give up. However, he promised Chuan that he would take good care of the master's wife and wait for the master to return. Upon arrival, Li Hanyuan had been waiting for a long time, with 3 masters of different temperaments standing beside her. A stern man in black, carrying a long sword with disheveled long hair, must be by Jian Shaoku, whom Chuan had seen in the album before. Behind Shaoku, a tall and thin man with 7 flying daggers at his waist should be Fei Dao Wuing, Kong Di, who looked rather unremarkable, sporting a pair of mustaches. He didn't seem like a master, but rather a shrewd merchant. The burly man with hands like fans was naturally Qing Tian Shou, Su Sanjin. Mr. Yin is indeed punctual. Li Hongyuan smiled charmingly, pointing to a black horse behind her. Shall we set off now? Chuan scanned the group and nodded slightly. Moments later, 3 horses and a carriage left the town. Fei Dao Wuing, Kong Di, rode at the front of the group, while Bai Jian Shaoku rode at the back. The big man, Su Sanjin, drove the carriage in the middle. Li Hongyuan sat inside the carriage, lifting the curtain to look at Chuan, who was riding beside her. Her eyes meaningful. She believed herself to be the most beautiful in the world and had not encountered a man who could ignore her like this. The sun set, painting the sky with a shade of orange. The group traveled along the official road all day and finally arrived at an inn by the roadside before sunset. The sign hanging in front read Fu Lai Inn. Although not luxurious, it was clean and tidy. Let's rest here tonight. Li Hanyuan poked her head out from the carriage and said to the group. Kong Di was the first to dismount, stretching. Finally, I can rest. My waist is about to break from all the bumps on the road. Bai Jian Shaoku remained silent, simply tying up his horse quietly. Su Sanjin, on the other hand, boldly walked into the inn shouting, I'm starving. Bring me 3 pounds of beef. The 5 people walked into the inn, immediately attracting many glances. However, over 90% of these gazes were directed at Li Hanyuan. After all, Li Hanyuan was indeed stunningly beautiful. And although half of her face was covered by a white veil, her aura was still hard to conceal. Several guests. Are you dining or lodging? The innkeeper approached warmly. Lodging. Li Hanyuan pointed to Kong Di and Su Sanjin, who were already seated beside him, and said, serve them some food and drinks. The group gathered around a large round table, and Chuan found a seat against the wall, remaining silent like Shaoku. Su Sanjin couldn't wait to bang the table. Where's my 3 gene of beef? Why isn't it here yet? Bring me 3 gene of wine. Kong Di twirled his mustache and laughed. Su, brother, you really have a big appetite. Su Sanjin grinned. I don't have any other hobbies, just love to eat. Otherwise, how could I be called Sanjin? As they spoke, food and drinks were brought to the table one after another. Su Sanjin grabbed a big piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, eating greedily, while Shaoku quietly drank, occasionally picking up a chopstick of vegetables. Looking quite restrained, Mr. Yin, Kong Di leaned over and poured a glass of wine for Chuan. You're the 45th on the Earth ranking. We have similar rankings. Shall we have a chance to spar? Chuan smiled faintly. Let's talk about it when the opportunity arises. At that moment, Li Hanyuan suddenly walked over, a playful glint in her eyes. Gentlemen, there's something we need to discuss. Please, Miss Li, go ahead. Kong Di, who had just been chatting with Yin Chuan, immediately turned to her with a flattering smile. The waiter just said there are only 4 vacant rooms left in the inn. Li Hanyuan said. 4 rooms? Kong Di frowned. How do we split that among the 5 of us? Su Sanjin wiped the grease from his mouth. I'm big and need a bed to myself. I can't squeeze in with others. Xiaoku coldly said, I'm used to being alone. Li Hongyuan's eyes sparkled as she suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. How about Mr. Yin shares a room with me? At her words, Kong Di almost choked on his drink, staring wide-eyed at Yin Chuan, his face filled with envy. Yin Chuan remained unperturbed. No need. Li Honyuan feigned disappointment and sighed. All right then. Kong Di immediately jumped up. I'll give my room to Brother Yin. He even winked at Yin Chuan. Okay. Yin Chuan agreed without a second thought. Li Honyuan chuckled lightly. Mr. Kong is quite generous. But I didn't say I wanted to share a room with you. Kong Di instantly froze, his smile fading. Then where will I sleep? Chapter 61. A unique Chiuyang, the shabby woodshed. Why are there so many mosquitoes? In the middle of the night, Kong Di couldn't sleep at all in the woodshed that the waiter had cleared out for him. The mosquitoes surrounded him, and he had to use his true energy to protect himself from the bites. But he couldn't sleep while maintaining his true energy. After tossing and turning all night, Kong Di emerged the next morning with dark circles under his eyes, looking dispirited. Waiter, bring me 3 jin of meat buns and 3 jin of vegetable buns. Just as he reached the entrance of Yin's lobby, he heard Su Sanjin's voice. Soon after, Xiaoku and Yin Chuan also came down from upstairs. Seeing the big bump on Kong Di's forehead, Su Sanjin couldn't help but laugh. I said, Brother Kong, have you been poisoned? Poisoned? No, it's just. Kong Di hesitated. Being a dignified expert on the Earth ranking, he felt embarrassed to admit he had been bitten by mosquitoes on his forehead. It would only make him a laughingstock. After a simple breakfast, the group packed some well water and dry rations from the inn, and they continued on their journey. The road to Xiao Valley would take about 10 days, and with more than 20 days until the Wuxian Ghost Market opened, there was plenty of time. So Li Honyuan didn't rush the group. Su Sanjin drove the horse while eating the buns packed from the inn, devouring them one by one, his appetite astonishing. After a few days of travel, they came upon a city that looked quite large. Everyone, ahead, is Qingyang's city. Li Honyuan lifted the curtain of the carriage. Pointing at the distant city wall, I have several properties here. Let's go in and check the accounts. We'll rest here for a day and set off early tomorrow morning. Then we can meet at the city gate. Su Sanjin's eyes lit up at her words, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. I've heard that the 8 treasure roast duck from Qingyang County is a must-try. We have to go taste it today. Li Honyuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Brother Su is well informed. Everyone can eat and play as you like. Just keep track of the expenses, and you can settle up with me later. After saying this, Li Honyuan rode her horse into the city, disappearing from sight. Yin Chuan followed the other 3 to the city gate, looking at the wide streets and the bustling crowd, which was much livelier than Chongqing town. This was Yin Chuan's first time in such a large city since crossing into this world. Although he wasn't fond of the hustle and bustle, it was still a novelty after not seeing it for a long time. As they entered the city, Xiaoku suddenly vanished without a trace, having slipped away at some point. Su Sanjin quickly found an inn, went in, and started ordering food, preparing to eat 2 roast ducks by himself, seemingly not planning to leave. Brother Yin, what do you think? Kong Di glanced at Yin Chuan beside him. Do you want to take a look around? I've been here before and am quite familiar with it. If you don't mind, I can show you around. Sure. Yin Chuan didn't refuse. Then take me to see the sights. The streets of Qingyang City were bustling with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Kong Di twirled his mustache excitedly as he introduced Yin Chuan. Brother Yin, the brocade shop ahead is famous for its silks throughout Qingzhou. Further west is Baichao Hall. Their hemostatic medicine is extremely effective. As Yin Chuan walked along, he listened to Kong Di's introductions while enjoying the long-absent lively atmosphere. The shouts of street vendors, the laughter of children, and the aroma of food wafting from the restaurants gave him a feeling of being in another world. In his previous life, after he reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, he spent decades either in seclusion or on the way to seclusion to break through. so he hadn't experienced such liveliness in a long time. Although Chongqing town was nice, it couldn't compare to the prosperity of a large city. Brother Yin, don't be fooled by the small size of the Zue Xian Brewery. Their pear blossom wine is a unique treasure of Qingyang City. Kong Di suddenly stopped in front of an inconspicuous little wine shop, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Since we're here, why don't we go in and try it? Yin Chuan looked up at the sign. The word Zue Xian Brewery had faded somewhat, but the shop was kept very clean, so he nodded in agreement. All right, let's give it a try. Inside the wine shop, there were only 4 square tables, and now only one by the window remained. The owner was a thin, old man who, upon seeing customers, immediately brought out a pot of wine and 2 coarse porcelain bowls, along with a plate of boiled peanuts and edamame. Gentlemen, this is our signature pear blossom wine. Please enjoy. Kong Di eagerly poured a bowl for himself and Yin Chuan, the wine clear and carrying a faint pear blossom fragrance. Come, Brother Yin, give a taste. Kong Di raised his bowl in invitation. Yin Chuan took a sip. It was indeed crisp and mellow, much better than the wine from Chongqing town. Just as the two were clinking their glasses, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the wine shop. 5 burly men armed with weapons swaggered in, and the scar-faced man at the front looked around, his expression darkening when he found no empty seats. Owner, clears the table, the scar-faced man shouted, banging on the counter. The old owner hurriedly smiled apologetically. Gentlemen, I'm very sorry, but the shop is full. Would you like to wait a moment? The scar-faced man sneered, his gaze sweeping over the shop, finally landing on Yin Chuan's table. Isn't there a seat here? Yin Chuan looked at the group. The strongest of them, the scar-faced man, was only at the 5th level of cultivation, while the others were merely at the 3rd or 4th level, making them third-rate characters in the martial world. If he were to take action, he wouldn't even need to get up. Kong Di sighed, took out a uniquely shaped flying knife from his waist, and slapped it down on the table with a loud bang. Gentlemen, do you really want me to give up my seat? The flying knife was entirely silver white, with a small character D engraved on the handle. The scar-faced man was taken aback at first, but when he recognized the style of the flying knife, his expression changed drastically. Why you are the flying knife without shadow, Kong Di? His companions behind him immediately turned pale and stepped back repeatedly. Oh, Kong Di grinned and said, I thought you wouldn't recognize me. So it's you, Kong Yi. I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. The scar-faced man broke out in a sweat on his forehead and hurriedly snatched a jar of wine from his companion and placed it on the table. This is the drunken immortal brew we just bought. Consider it a tribute to Kong Yi. After saying that, they rolled and crawled out of the wine shop, not daring to look back. Come, Brother Yin. We have good wine to drink again. Kong Di wiped his mouth with a smile and filled Yin Chuan's cup. One must say, the reputation of a top expert indeed comes in handy. Chapter 62. Indestructible Vajra. As the wine flowed, Kong Di, with a beaming face, asked Yin Chuan, I say, Brother Yin, I'm curious about something and want to ask you. Go ahead. Yin Chuan replied, still observing the surroundings while drinking. Brother Yin. Kong Di squinted his drunken eyes, leaned closer to Yin Chuan, and lowered his voice. I'm really curious. What kind of ability do you have that makes that red-clothed fortune god, Li Hong Yuan, treat you differently? That woman is notoriously hard to deal with. Yet she even took the initiative to invite you to share a room. TSK, truly enviable. Yin Chuan took a sip from his wine bowl and said lightly, First, you have to be handsome. What? Kong Di was taken aback, instinctively touching his own handlebar mustache, then glancing at Yin Chuan's chiseled profile, he suddenly deflated. Sigh. Had I known this earlier, I should have listened to my mother back then and spent less time in the sun and more time reading. Yin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth, but didn't elaborate. The two finished their last bowl of wine and left the wine shop. At noon, the main street of Qingyang City was bustling with people. With the increase of martial artists, the atmosphere in the street became restless. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are, blocking our Hongchang sect's path? Voices of disputes arose from various places, but due to the city's regulations, most were just verbal conflicts and did not escalate to actual fighting. It seems this time the Wuxian ghost market has attracted quite a crowd. Kong Di stroked his beard and said, Qingyang City is the closest to Xia Valley. All sorts of characters are gathering here. Just then, a cheer erupted from the front. In the center of the city, a clearing was surrounded by people, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Hey, there's something lively up ahead. Let's go take a look. Kong Di pulled Yin Chuan into the crowd. From a distance, they saw a high platform erected in the center of the square, where a muscular man in his 30s stood. He was bare-chested, his dark skin gleaming like metal in the sunlight, with muscles bulging like iron blocks. Is there anyone else? The muscular man shouted like a bell. Anyone who can injure me, I will reward with 100 taels of gold. Just as Yin Chuan and Kong Di squeezed near the ring, they saw a man wielding a 9-section whip leap onto the platform. Iron Whip Zhou Lai. Come and test my skills. Come on. Shi Taizhan patted his chest, standing still. Show me what you've got. Zhou Lai shouted, and the 9-section whip, like a silver snake emerging from its hole, struck fiercely at Shi Taizhan's chest with a whoosh. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The whip tip left a white mark on Shi Taizhan's dark skin, which quickly vanished. Zhou Lai's expression changed. His wrist shook rapidly, and the 9-section whip turned into a flurry of whip shadows, covering all of Shi Taizhan's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. The dense sounds of collision were like rain hitting banana leaves, but Shi Taizhan stood firm as an old dog. Then burst into laughter. Is that an iron whip or a cotton whip? Are you just scratching my back? Use some strength. Zhou Lai, sweating on his forehead, suddenly changed tactics, the 9-section whip coiling around Shi Taizhan's neck. If this move succeeded, an ordinary martial artist would surely suffocate to death. A glint flashed in Shi Taizhan's eyes, and he did not dodge, allowing the whip to wrap around his neck. Suddenly, the muscles in his neck bulged, and the finely crafted 9-section whip let out a creaking sound under the strain. Break! With a loud shout, the 9-section whip snapped. Zhou Lai was thrown back by the rebound force, stumbling and sitting on the ground, his face ashen. The crowd erupted in laughter. Go practice some more. Your skills are not enough. Shi Taizhan laughed heartily. Double blades, Yao Ming, come to test my skills. Next, a woman wielding double blades leaped onto the platform. Her movements were agile, and the double blades swift, targeting Shi Taizhan's weak points like his eyes and throat. Clang, clang, clang. The blade struck Shi Taizhan's eyelids, producing sparks. The more she fought, the more shocked she became, and with her final strike aimed at Shi Taizhan's crown, he blocked it with his hand. Crack! The finely crafted steel blade snapped in response. The woman stood there dumbfounded, and with a gentle push from Shi Taizhan, she fell off the platform. Is there anyone else? Shi Taizhan shouted, pounding his chest. With this level of skill, you think you can go to the Wuxiang Ghost Market? You might as well go back early to avoid a one-way trip. The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one dared to respond. After a brief wait, a burly man carrying an iron rod jumped onto the platform. Tiger Stick Lu Song, let me give it a try. He swung the iron rod, as thick as a bowl, with a whistling sound, aiming for Shi Taizhan's head. This strike had immense power. Even an Iron Man would be flattened by it. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. The iron rod bent and deformed, but Shi Taizhan didn't even sway. He grinned, suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A sound wave erupted like a lion's roar, and the burly man was struck as if by lightning, his body flying backward and landing heavily off the platform. The crowd below fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Kong Di leaned in close to Yin Chuan and whispered, So, it's the lion's roar? I didn't expect Shi Taizhan to learn this move too. Yin Chuan slightly nodded. Although Shi Taizhan's moves were simple, his overall martial prowess was indeed unparalleled. Who is this person? Yin Chuan asked Kong Di, looking at the man on the platform. Kong Di answered, ranked 36 on the Earth list, nicknamed Indestructible Vajra. His name is Shi Taizhan. It is said that he practices an indestructible divine skill. At the peak of the 7th realm, although his offensive methods are single, his defense is astonishing. Few below the 8th realm can harm him. After hearing this, Yin Chuan looked at Kong Di and asked, Can your flying knife break his defense? Kong Di immediately felt awkward and said, I tried a couple of years ago, and I was still a bit short, but while I can't injure him, he also can't catch me. Kong Di chuckled. Going back and forth would be a draw. Just then, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. "Sure, Taizhan. I wonder if your iron skin can withstand my poison sampalm?" The crowd automatically parted, and a middle-aged man in a dark green robe walked over slowly. His hands radiated a strange blue-black color, and with each step, the bluestone slabs beneath his feet darkened slightly. Kongdi's expression changed. Today is quite lively. Even a 33rd on the Earth list, the poison hand Yama Mo Sanshao has come. Seeing the arrival, Shi Tieshan's expression also became serious. "Old thief Mo, you want to join the fun too?" Mo Sanshao grinned sinisterly. 100 taels of gold is a small matter. I just want to see if your indestructible divine skill is as powerful as the rumors say. Since you want to try, then come at me. Sure, Taizhan sneered. Although your poison hand is notoriously vicious, it probably won't be enough to break my indestructible divine skill. As Mo Sanshao stepped onto the platform, the atmosphere in the arena became tense. Yin Chuan's eyes flickered. This duel between two Earth list experts was indeed worth watching. Chapter 63. Taking 3 blows head-on nonsense. My poison sampalm. Even top experts on the heaven list dare not take it head-on. Do you dare? Mo Sanxiao's cold voice echoed on the stage, and the surrounding martial artists retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. A duel between these two Earth list experts could easily affect bystanders, especially this Mo Sanxiao. If he really fights, the poison will spread everywhere, and many people will surely die. Shi Taizhan squinted his eyes, staring at Mo Sanxiao's pair of dark blue hands. Suddenly laughed heartily. Mo Sanxiao, if we really fight, I'm afraid half of Qingyang City will be destroyed. How about this? I will stand still and take 3 of your palms. If I am unharmed after 3 palms, you will publicly admit that you are my defeated opponent. If I lose, I will give you 100 taels of gold. Mo Sanxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Good. Let be as you say. Hearing this conversation, the crowd below instantly erupted. Kongdi excitedly tugged on Yin Chuan's sleeve. Brother Yin, now we have a good show to watch. Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly, also wanting to see the outcome of this duel. On the stage, Shi Taizhan steadied his stance, his muscles tensed, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. Come on. Mo Sanxiao sneered, slowly raising his right palm, the dark blue poison in his palm growing denser. He flickered, and with a raised hand, he struck Shi Tieshan's chest. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound of impact, Shi Taizhan remained motionless, leaving only a faint blue palm print on his chest, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this all you've got? Shi Taizhan scoffed. Your ranking on the Earth list seems to be inflated. Mo Sanxiao said nothing, and the second palm followed closely behind. This palm was stronger, the poison in his palm penetrating Shi Tieshan's protective energy. However, as soon as the poison touched his skin, it evaporated with a hiss. Ha ha ha! Shi Taizhan laughed towards the sky. They say the poison hand Yama's poison palm is formidable, but seeing it today, it's just so. Mo Sanxiao's expression darkened, suddenly retreating 3 steps, clearly underestimating Shi Taizhan and had to use his full strength. He crossed his palms in front of his chest, the dark blue poison condensing like a solid in his palms. Mo Sanxiao took a deep breath, his figure flashing like a ghost, and he struck out with his third palm. Boom! The shock wave exploded, and Shi Taizhan was finally pushed back several steps, the bluestone slabs beneath his feet shattering. But he quickly stabilized himself, appearing unscathed except for a blue palm print on his chest. 3 palms have passed. Shi Taizhan patted his chest proudly. Mo Sanxiao admit defeat. However, Mo Sanxiao clutched his wrist, grinning ominously. Shi Taizhan, I should be the one who won. What the hell are you talking about? Shi Tieshan's eyes widened in anger. I have nothing to... Before he finished speaking, Shi Taizhan suddenly clutched his chest, his face changing dramatically. His originally dark skin took on an abnormal gray-blue hue, his lips quickly turning black, followed by a spurt of black blood. You! Shi Taizhan knelt on one knee, hurriedly sitting cross-legged to adjust his breathing, trying to force out the deadly poison in his body. Mo Sanxiao stood with his hands behind his back, smugly saying, the first 2 palms were just to test you. The real poison was hidden in the 3rd palm. Now that the poison has entered your heart meridian, Even if you are a master of the seventh realm, without an antidote, you won't last 10 days. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. Kong Di gasped. What a vicious tactic. Yin Chuan's gaze flickered. This poison palm indeed had some substance. Shi Taizhan took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and shook it. The antidote is right here. As long as you call me Grandpa in public, I'll give it to you. What nonsense! Shi Taizhan roared, another mouthful of black blood almost spitting out. I would rather die than bow to you. Mo Sanqiao's expression darkened. Good. Then you can wait to die. After saying that, he leaped off the stage and left. The crowd automatically parted to make way, no one daring to stop him. Shi Taizhan struggled to stand up but spat out another mouthful of black blood and fainted. Quick, send him to the medical hall. Several martial artists familiar with Shi Taizhan rushed forward and carried him away in haste. The discussions around the stage were endless, all lamenting the ruthlessness of the poison hand Yama. Kong Di shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Shi Taizhan has such hard skills, but fell to such a dirty trick. Yin Chuan looked in the direction Shi Taizhan was taken away, lost in thought. Then turned to Kong Di. Let's go, follow and take a look. What's so interesting about that? Kong Di was somewhat unwilling. Once poisoned by Mo Sanqiao, unless there are a few medicine kings in the city, there might not be any hope for him. If you don't go, I will. Yin Chuan insisted on going. Seeing this, Kong Di could only follow, still talking about other things. If Shi Taizhan dies, won't I naturally have one more spot on the expert list next year? When Yin Chuan and Kong Di arrived at the medical hall, it was already in chaos. Quick, bring the silver needles. No way. This poison is too potent. The silver needles have turned black. Several physicians surrounded the unconscious Shi Taizhan, sweating profusely, trying various antidotes, but Shi Taizhan's breath was growing weaker, his lips blackened frighteningly. The leading physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head at the martial artists. Gentlemen, I am truly powerless. This poison has invaded the heart meridian. I fear it is beyond saving. Nonsense. A burly martial artist grabbed the physician's collar. My brother won't die so easily. You better think of a way, or I will smash your broken shop. Tainyo. Shi Taizhan suddenly opened his eyes, weakly shouting, Do not be rude. He struggled to sit up, spitting out another mouthful of black blood. It's normal that they cannot solve Mo Sanqiao's poison. Unless there is a medicine king present now, there might still be a chance. Big brother. The martial artist named Tainyo turned red with anger. Then I will take my brothers to rob the antidote back. Nonsense. Shi Taizhan shouted angrily, then painfully clutched his chest. You are no match for him. Going would only be a death sentence. The medical hall was filled with gloom, and everyone seemed resigned to fate. At this moment, Yin Chuan separated the crowd and walked in. I have a way to try. Everyone turned to look at Yin Chuan. The physician also sized him up. Seeing that Yin Chuan was young, he immediately scoffed. Young man, don't be reckless. This poison cannot be cured. Haphazard treatment will only accelerate the poison's onset. It will be better to let Hero Shi hold on while he is still conscious and deal with his affairs early. Yin Chuan simply smiled. That's why incompetent doctors harm people. Although this poison is fierce, fortunately, it has only been a short time since poisoning. And the poisoned person is a martial arts expert, so he is not without hope. Anyone can talk big. The old physician rolled his eyes at Yin Chuan disdainfully. If you really have a way to save him today, I will take you as my master. You're too old. I won't take you. Yin Chuan chuckled. Chapter 64. Detoxification. The old physician was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. At this moment, Shi Taizhan was staring intently at Yin Chuan, suddenly asking, Do you really have a way to save me? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to join in the fun? Yin Chuan smiled. May I ask your name? Shi Taizhan asked again. Yin Chuan smiled. I am Yin Chuan from Chongqing Town. Chongqing Town. Yin Chuan? Shi Taizhan repeated the name, suddenly recalling something. You are the reclusive gambler Yin Chuan, ranked 45 on the Earth list? Hearing this title, Yin Chuan sighed lightly. While it's not wrong, I don't like this title. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shi Taizhan's eyes. Good. Since you're not a mediocre person, I, Shi Taizhan, trust that you have a way. Big brother, Tainyo urged. This person has an unknown background. I'm afraid. Shut up. Sure, Taizan gasped. Either way, I'm dead. I might as well take a gamble. Maybe there is still a chance. The reason Yin Chuan chose to save him was actually to test the effectiveness of the detoxification pill he refined. The poison that Mo Sanshao used to poison Shi Taizan was just a good opportunity to test the medicine. Even if the pill didn't work, he could also force the poison to flow back by infusing spiritual energy into Shi Tieshan's body. Since that's the case, I will begin the diagnosis. Yin Chuan said no more and stepped forward to take Shi Tieshan's pulse. His fingertips quietly probed with spiritual energy, discovering that the poison had indeed invaded the heart meridian but had not fully spread yet. Fortunately, Shi Tieshan's internal energy was abundant, slowing the spread of the poison to the minimum. I need 3 things. Yin Chuan withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, hot water, strong liquor, and... At this point, Yin Chuan took out 2 jade bottles from his bosom, my detoxification pills. Soon, a bowl of steaming hot water was brought over. Yin Chuan poured 3 pills from each of the 2 jade bottles, one as green as jade and the other as red as cinnabar. He placed the pills into the hot water and gently stirred with chopsticks. To everyone's amazement, the pills dissolved upon contact with water, slowly merging together. Seeing the change, Yin Chuan poured some strong liquor into the bowl and continued to stir. Once it was well mixed, he handed the bowl to Shi Taizan. Drink it. Shi Taizan did not hesitate and downed it in one gulp. In an instant, he trembled violently. His skin turned red and hot, even emitting a faint white vapor. Shi Taizan let out a painful roar, springing up from the bed only to crash back down heavily. Soon after, his skin began to ooze black sweat, emitting a terrible stench. Brother, Tainyo and the others were about to step forward. Don't touch him. Yin Chuan immediately scolded. This is detoxification. Detox my ass. Tainyo pointed his finger at Yin Chuan and cursed. I see you want my brother to die slowly, so you're here to poison him, right? Yin Chuan ignored him and just watched Shi Taizan. If anything happens to my brother, I will hold you accountable. Tainyo glared angrily, his fists clenched. Don't worry. It will be fine soon. Yin Chuan replied calmly. Sure enough, after a moment, Shi Tieshan's breathing gradually stabilized. The darkness on his lips slowly faded, replaced by a healthy flush. Shi Taizan suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the ground, which even corroded a hole in the blue bricks. Shi Taizan touched his chest, looking at Yin Chuan in disbelief. Is the poison gone? The medical hall fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The physician was so shocked that the silver needle in his hand fell to the ground. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. It seems that way. Shi Taizan, disregarding his weakness, knelt on one knee before Yin Chuan. Thank you, Brother Yin, for saving my life. I, Shi Taizan, will never forget this. From now on, if Brother Yin has any requests, I, Shi Taizan, will do my utmost to help. Tainyo and the others saw this and also knelt down in unison. Thank you, Hero Yin, for saving our brother. Kong Di stood at the door, stroking his mustache and muttering to himself. Goodness, he can even cure Mo Sanxiao's poison. This Yin Chuan is truly remarkable. Brother Yin, you must accept this 100 taels of gold. Shi Taizan, having recovered somewhat, insisted on shoving a heavy package into Yin Chuan's hands. This little token of gratitude is truly insignificant. Yin Chuan did not refuse and took the package filled with gold. Shi Taizan then took out a palm-sized jade token. This is the token of my Taizan gang. Whoever holds this token is like I am personally present. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to Taizan gang to find me. The jade token felt warm to the touch, with Taizan carved in blood-red characters on the front and a mountain pattern on the back. Yin Chuan nodded and accepted the jade token as well. After giving a few more instructions, Yin Chuan left the medical hall, preparing to return to the inn to rest. Kong Di followed closely behind him, wanting to say something but hesitating. Brother Kong, just speak your mind, Yin Chuan said without turning back. Kong Di rubbed his hands together, his mustache twitching. Brother Yin, your medical skills are so superb. Can you take a look at me too? Yin Chuan stopped and looked him up and down. Are you poisoned too? Not poison. Kong Di's old face turned red, lowering his voice. It's just my waist isn't too good. Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Kidney deficiency? Sure. Kong Di waved his hands anxiously, looking around to confirm that no one was listening. Keep it down. I just had a little mishap while practicing when I was younger. Yin Chuan held back a laugh and agreed. All right, I'll remember that. I'll prepare some medicine for you later. I guarantee it will work. Kong Di's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Brother Yin. By the time the two returned to the inn, it was already evening. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the aroma of meat. They saw Su Sanjin occupying a large table, with 2 roasted ducks, a bowl of braised pork, and several seasonal side dishes in front of him. Brother Yin, Brother Kong, come quick. Su Sanjin called out with grease all over his mouth. The 8 treasure duck at the drunken immortal tower is indeed famous. Let's eat together, don't be polite. Kong Di leaned over to take a look, and seeing the table in disarray couldn't help but tease. Su Sanjin, have you been eating since the morning? Su Sanjin quickly waved his hands. How could I eat that much? I took a half-hour break-in between to go to the restroom. Kong Di's mouth twitched. Just as they were hungry, Yin Chuan and Kong Di didn't mind, ordering a few more dishes and started eating. Halfway through the meal, someone nearby happened to be chatting about today's events in the city. Did you hear? Bai Jianxiao from the master list appeared outside the city today. I heard that he blocked the 7th-ranked Han High Sword Yi Huayan. Yeah, but I heard Yi Huayan defeated him in just 7 moves. Did he die? No. Yi Huayan didn't kill Bai Jianxiao. Really? Yi Huayan is quite impressive. Indeed, I heard this guy's cultivation speed is astonishing. If it continues like this, there might be another person on the master list in a few years. Kong Di also heard the conversation and was quite surprised. What a narrow path for enemies. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked. This Yi Huayan killed by Jianxiao's wife a few years ago, who was known as the Black Sword Wu Yi. Since then, Bai Jianxiao has become the way he is now. Chapter 65. Rules of the Ghost Market. The next morning, everyone gathered at the gate of Qingyang City. Li Hanyuan was still in a red dress, riding a chestnut horse with a smile in her eyes. Su Sanjin yawned, still holding half an unfinished roast chicken, driving the cart to the roadside. Kong Di stroked his mustache, mounted his horse, and began to lead the way. Bai Jianxiao also suddenly appeared, silently riding at the back of the group, his mask-like cold face revealing no emotion, as if the conflict outside the city yesterday had never happened. Yin Chuan glanced at everyone, his gaze lingering on Li Hanyuan for a moment. Let us go. Li Hanyuan handed her horse to Yin Chuan, then climbed into the cart. Yin Chuan mounted his horse and continued to follow the group. They walked and stopped along the way, and Li Hanyuan calculated the days. Arriving outside Xiao Valley early on the day of the ghost market. Xiao Valley had steep terrain, with cliff walls on both sides towering into the clouds, with only a winding mountain road leading into the valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a huge stone tablet, on which the words Xiao were carved in blood-red characters, the writing fierce and exuding an eerie atmosphere. At this time, many people from the martial world had gathered at the entrance, representatives from all walks of life. There were cold and stern swordsmen with long swords on their backs, fierce-looking knife users, as well as wealthy merchants dressed in luxurious clothing, and even a few mysterious people wearing cloaks, their faces obscured. It seems this ghost market is livelier than in previous years. Li Hanyuan chuckled lightly, taking out several masks from the cart and distributing them to everyone. Put these on. Once we enter the ghost market, no one will recognize anyone. Li Hanyuan said softly, putting on a dark red mask with golden patterns. Yin Chuan chose a plain, white, featureless mask. Kong Di picked a comical mouse face mask, and Su Sanjin selected a pig head mask. Bai Jianxiao silently picked up a pure black mask, which had a blood-red tear stain. Before we head into this ghost market, I need to explain the rules inside. Li Hanyuan had everyone gather closer to the cart before continuing. Among you, only Kong Di has been here once before, so many things may be unclear to the rest. The reason why the featureless ghost market is called featureless is that everyone entering must wear a mask to hide their identity. When trading inside, you must not reveal your name or identity, nor inquire about others' identities. The seller does not know who the buyer is, and the buyer likewise does not know the seller's identity. So, before you go in, it's best to come up with a code name for yourselves. Li Hanyuan smiled and continued. Once inside, just call me Miss. No need to call me owner. Kong Di touched the mouse mask on his face and then said, Just call me Mouse. Then I'll call myself Fatty. Su Sanjin patted his round belly. Yin Chuan looked at the plain white mask in his hand and said, then I'll be called White Face. After speaking, everyone looked at Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku immediately put the mask on his face and said in a low voice, no face. As everyone took their code names, Li Hanyuan closed the curtains and said, in that case, let us all put on our masks and go in. Let us go, everyone keep up. Kong Di also put on the mouse mask and continued to lead the way on horseback. Yin Chuan also put on his mask and continued to protect the horse-drawn carriage. Once they entered the valley, the sky gradually became overcast. It was still sunny before entering the valley, and the change was a bit abrupt. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky, frowning slightly. The weather change seemed a bit unusual. After traveling through the valley for a long time, they finally arrived at a market located in the open space in the middle of the sloped valley, which looked like a small town from a distance. At the entrance of the market stood a stone tablet inscribed with a warning. The treasures of the dead are not easy to obtain. Li Hanyuan instructed everyone to stop outside the ghost market and began to explain the other rules of the ghost market. After listening, Yin Chuan summarized the most important points. The first point was that masks must not be removed to expose one's identity. The second point was that fighting and killing were strictly prohibited within the market. Violators would attract the Valley Master for suppression. The third point was that buyers and sellers were not allowed to inquire about the source of goods or identities. If one bought counterfeit goods, they could only blame themselves, and if someone else picked up a bargain, they could only accept it. The ghost market was divided into 3 areas. The outer area consisted of open-air stalls. As long as there was space, anyone could set up a stall and sell goods. Therefore, the quality of items here was mixed, and it was easy to buy counterfeit goods. The middle area contained shops that sold treasures and required a certain financial capability to rent a storefront in advance. Most of the items sold were rare treasures, but correspondingly, the prices were also very high. The innermost area was the third area, home to a tall building called the Baibao Tower, which served as an auction house. To enter the auction house, one had to prove a capital of at least 10,000 taels. The ghost market operated for 3 days, and the auction usually began on the last day. After everyone understood the rules, Li Hanyuan told them, for the next 2 days, you can move freely within the ghost market. You can buy or sell whatever you want, but do not leave the ghost market. 3 days later, wait for me outside the auction house, and then we will leave together, which will count as completing your escort mission. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Hanyuan then stepped out of the carriage. Her previous red dress had been changed to a black robe, and she disappeared into the market. Riding horses and driving carriages were not allowed inside the market, so the horses and vehicles could only be parked at the inn outside the market. Xiao Ku, as usual, disappeared without a trace at some point. Only Yin Chuan, Kong Di, and Su Sanjin remained. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Since it was free movement, they decided to meet again in 2 days. Yin Chuan didn't want to travel with others in the ghost market for now, so he cupped his fists and said a few words before turning to leave. Kong Di and Su Sanjin chose to go together and entered the ghost market. Yin Chuan walked into the ghost market, preparing to browse the open-air stalls. The moment he stepped into the open-air market, he was greeted by the noisy shouts. The sounds of bargaining and the occasional clanging of metal, mixed with the strange smells of herbs and the stench of rust. The open-air stalls lined both sides of the muddy path. Some vendors simply laid a piece of cloth on the ground and started selling a few items. Others built a simple straw shed, hung a few swaying oil lamps, and barely set up a shop. Various smells wafted through the air, with a pungent odor of low-quality incense, the bitterness of rotting herbs, and the bloody scent drifting from an unknown meat stall. Yin Chuan strolled through, his gaze sweeping over each stall. "Sir, take a look at this." A vendor wearing a monkey mask suddenly reached out to stop Yin Chuan, pointing at a blackish stone on the stall and whispering, "This is heavenly mysterious iron dug from the Valley of the Dead, a top-quality material for forging divine weapons." Yin Chuan glanced at it. The stone faintly shimmered with a metallic luster and indeed looked somewhat promising at first glance. However, when Yin Chuan activated his Linglong eyes to take a closer look, he noticed a slight seam along the edge. It was clearly an ordinary iron block wrapped in a layer of black mud, disguised as mysterious iron. "How much?" Yin Chuan asked deliberately. The monkey-faced vendor rubbed his hands and grinned. Not expensive, 500 taels. Chuan sneered. This thing is worth at most 51. The monkey-faced vendor was taken aback, then awkwardly retracted his hand. Sir has good eyesight. How about you take a look at something else? Chapter 66. Jade Slip. Chuan continued to scan the stalls, realizing that most of the things this guy was selling were fakes with no treasures. Just as he was about to leave, his attention was suddenly drawn to a gray, broken jade slip. Chuan reached out to pick it up, and as his fingertips touched the surface of the jade slip, he felt a faint wave of spiritual power. How much for this? Chuan asked nonchalantly. The monkey-faced vendor's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. Sir has a good eye. This is an antique jade tablet. At least 500, no, 1,000 years old. 500 taels, not a penny less. The vendor insisted, holding up 5 fingers. Chuan secretly circulated his spiritual power to investigate and discovered that the jade slip actually contained a scroll sealed with a special restriction. This kind of encryption technique was common in the cultivation world, but in this martial arts world, it was particularly precious. Huh! Chuan sneered and casually threw the jade slip back onto the stall. A broken thing like this dares to ask for 500 taels? I think you should sell it to someone else. After saying that, Chuan turned to leave. Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The monkey-faced vendor was indeed anxious, quickly grabbing the jade slip and chasing after him. The price is negotiable. How about 300 taels? Chuan continued walking without looking back. 100 taels. 100 taels will do, right? The vendor's voice carried a hint of panic, eager to make a sale. Seeing that Chuan still had no intention of stopping, the monkey-faced vendor finally gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't go. You can name a price. Only then did Chuan stop, leisurely turning around. 10 taels. That's too little. The monkey-faced vendor smiled politely. How about a little more? 20 taels, deal. If not, goodbye. Chuan replied. The vendor showed a troubled expression, but seeing Chuan was about to leave, he quickly nodded. Okay. I agree. It's a deal. Returning to the stall, Chuan took out a gold ingot worth exactly 2 taels. 2 taels of gold could be exchanged for 20 taels of silver. The vendor took the ingot, bit it with his teeth to confirm it was real, and then handed the jade slip to Chuan. After the transaction was completed, the monkey-faced vendor pretended to be heartbroken and mumbled, Sir, you really hit the jackpot. If it weren't for wanting to make a sale, I wouldn't have sold it to you so cheaply. All right, thank you. Chuan took the jade slip and left the stall. Being able to buy this for 20 taels of silver was quite a bargain. Although he didn't know what was recorded inside, it surely wasn't ordinary content since it was sealed like this. However, breaking the restrictions would take a long time, so he could only think of a way later. Quietly storing the jade slip in his storage ring, Chuan continued to wander through the noisy market. However, after that, Chuan did not have the same luck as before. The other stalls no longer offered any hidden treasures. They were all selling ordinary items used by martial artists, which held little value for him. So, Chuan began to walk into the middle area, arriving at the entrance of a pawn shop, preparing to sell all the jewelry he obtained from Sangnan Mountain. Chuan took out a few pieces of jewelry from his storage ring and held them in his hand, then stepped into the shop. The pawn shop was dimly lit, and behind the counter sat a shopkeeper wearing a bronze mask. Seeing someone enter, he slightly raised his head. Are you here to pawn or to buy back? To sell. Chuan placed the jewelry on the counter. The shopkeeper picked up a jade thumb ring, examining it carefully under the candlelight, then used a special magnifying glass to check the inlay craftsmanship. Nodding in satisfaction, this is a palace craft from the previous dynasty, well-preserved and in good condition. I'll offer you 800 taels. He then inspected several other pieces of jewelry and ultimately quoted a total price of 2,200 taels. That's too low. Chuan shook his head. These are worth at least 3,000 taels. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. 2,500 taels, I can't go any higher. The antique market is unstable these days. 2008, no bargaining. Chuan said firmly. All right. Seeing that Chuan was so resolute and hard to persuade, the shopkeeper could only nod. Then it's a deal at this price. He then had a waiter bring out several silver notes, 2 1,000 tael notes, 1 500 tael note, and 3 100 tael notes, totaling 2,008. Chuan took the money, but did not leave. The shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Do you have any other items to sell?" "Yes, and quite a few." Chuan lowered his voice, "But I don't know if your shop can handle it." Hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled lightly, his tone full of confidence. "Rest assured, we have plenty of money. We can handle more treasures." Chuan nodded. "Then please wait a moment. I'll go get the items." After leaving the pawn shop, Chuan quickly bought a regular wooden box from a nearby stall and found a secluded corner to transfer all the jewelry from his storage ring into it. These treasures obtained from the ruins of Sangnan Mountain filled the box, and, according to Yang Xingya, they could be worth 200,000 to 300,000 taels. When he returned to the pawn shop carrying the heavy wooden box, the shopkeeper was visibly surprised. After 2 hours of careful counting and some back-and-forth bargaining, they finally settled on a price of 238,000 taels. According to the shopkeeper, these antiques were valuable precisely because they were rare. Having too many would actually decrease their value. "This is a banknote from the Tiantong Money House, the best money house in the world. You can cash it at any branch across the country, guaranteed authentic." The shopkeeper handed a thick stack of banknotes to Chuan. "If you have more good items, feel free to come to us." After confirming the amount was correct, Chuan tucked the banknotes into his chest, secretly transferring them into his storage ring. With this money, Chuan continued to wander around the central area, hoping to see if he could buy some useful items for himself. The lanterns from the shops on both sides cast flickering shadows on his face, and although there were all kinds of items for sale, he didn't find anything he truly wanted. Turning a corner, he heard familiar arguing coming from a weapons shop. "Boss, your flying knives are priced too high." A short, thin figure was tiptoeing up to argue with the shopkeeper behind the counter, the comical mouse mask wobbling with his exaggerated gestures. Beside him stood a chubby man half wearing a pig mask, his mouth exposed as he happily devoured a roast chicken wrapped in oiled paper. Chuan couldn't help but smile. It was clearly Kong Di and Su Sanjin. Entering the shop, he saw Kong Di enamored with a set of gleaming steel flying knives, yet clicking his tongue at the price tag. The flying knives were exquisitely crafted, with long blades that glimmered with a bluish sheen and intricate patterns carved into the handles, indicating they were no ordinary items. 300 taels? That's too expensive. Kong Di scratched his chin. "How about 150 taels? The shopkeeper, a muscular man wearing an iron mask, sneered at him. "This is made from cold iron from the western regions. 300 taels is already a reasonable price after being tempered 7 times. Su Sanjin, chewing on a chicken leg, mumbled supportively, "Mouse, why don't we go look at other shops?" Just then, a long hand reached out from the side and slapped 3 100-tael banknotes onto the counter. "I'll pay for you." Both Kong Di and Su Sanjin turned their heads simultaneously, stunned when they saw Chuan's white mask. "Brother Whiteface?" Kong Di exclaimed in surprise. "How can I accept this?" Chuan pushed the wrapped flying knives into Kong Di's hands. "Since we know each other, consider it a gift." Kong Di held the flying knives, and his eyes behind the mouse mask glimmered with moisture. This is so generous." Kong Di was deeply moved. "I've been wandering the rivers and lakes for so many years, and this is the first time I've met such a righteous brother." Saying this, he suddenly hugged Chuan. "No wonder that woman is attracted to you. If I were a woman, I want to marry you right now." Chapter 67. Ghost Soldiers. The reason Chuan helped pay the bill was that he had his own considerations. 300 taels for a connection with a top expert was not a loss, although he preferred peace and quiet. The expert ranking in this world meant that Chuan could no longer remain low-key as before. Making a few expert friends would make things much easier in the future. No matter what happened, the three of them walked together on the bluestone street of the ghost market, with the lanterns hanging from the shops on both sides, casting flickering shadows. Su Sanjin, having just finished a roast chicken, suddenly pulled out 2 sesame cakes from somewhere and began eating again. Kong Di, meanwhile, was fondly playing with the newly purchased flying knives, occasionally letting out silly giggles. Clearly very pleased. "Brother Whiteface, there's a ghost market tavern up ahead with some great wines." Kong Di enthusiastically pointed to a shop ahead with a wine banner. "Why don't we go have a couple of drinks?" "It's on me." Just as Chuan was about to respond, a commotion broke out ahead, in front of a herbal medicine shop called Baichao Pavilion. 2 martial artists wearing beast masks were arguing fiercely. You're talking nonsense. I saw this blood spirit mushroom first, shouted a burly man with a wolf head mask. Did you pay for it? If you didn't pay, it goes to whoever offers the highest, retorted a tall, thin man wearing a tiger mask, refusing to back down. As their argument escalated, the wolf-headed man suddenly threw a punch, which was blocked by the tiger-masked man's sword sheath, but he was still knocked back a few steps. Seeing that the other dared to strike, the tiger-masked man drew his long knife, and the two began to fight. "Oh no," Kong-di whispered. "It's a big taboo to fight in the ghost market." Before he finished speaking, a sound of synchronized footsteps suddenly came from the end of the street. 6 tall figures wearing bronze ghost masks strode quickly toward them, all dressed in matching black armor and carrying special chains. These were the patrolling ghost soldiers of the market. Who dares to fight in the ghost market? The leader of the ghost soldiers spoke coldly. The two troublemakers immediately panicked. The wolf-headed man turned to flee but was caught by chains thrown by 2 ghost soldiers, crashing heavily to the ground. The tiger-masked man attempted to break out from another side, but was restrained by 2 ghost soldiers holding his arms. Chuan observed the ghost soldiers. All were warriors of the 5th realm, and they coordinated perfectly. According to the rules, take them to the punishment hall. The ghost soldier leader waved his hand, and the 2 troublemakers were dragged away like chicks. The entire process was clean and quick, taking no more than a few breaths. The streets soon returned to calm, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. Su Sanjin chuckled and said quietly, "I heard that those caught by ghost soldiers don't have a good ending. These 2 are in for a heavy punishment." After the brief commotion ended, the 3 continued forward. Upon reaching the tavern, they were greeted by a rich aroma of wine. The staff inside were all wearing matching masks, white with black patterns, with only small holes for their eyes, giving them a rather eerie appearance. "Welcome, esteemed guests." A waiter bent over to greet them. His voice sounded muffled through the mask. They chose a square table by the window where they could see the bustling crowd of the ghost market outside, the various masks under the lights creating a bizarre spectacle. "Bring us a jar of the finest 10-year brew and a few signature dishes," Kong-di said boldly, slapping the table. Before the dishes arrived, Su Sanjin could not wait to pull down a corner of his mask and began to eat eagerly, devouring several buns he had pulled out from who knows where. Chuan sat quietly, his gaze sweeping over the other diners in the tavern from beneath his white mask. At the next table, several warriors wearing beast head masks were excitedly examining a short sword that glimmered with a ghostly light. This was a cold iron sword forged by the sword pavilion, capable of cutting through iron like mud. One of the bull-headed men was boasting proudly. The others looked at the treasure sword with envy. "The sword pavilion sword? That must cost a fortune, right?" someone inquired. "Not at all," the bull-headed man replied. "I spent over 300 taels of silver on it." At another elegant table, a few individuals wearing scholar masks were whispering. Although their voices were soft, Chuan moved his ears and used his technique, spirit wind ear, to hear them clearly. "I heard that the grand finale of this auction is an ancient, mysterious jade, which probably contains profound mysteries." "Shoo, be quiet." In their diagonal direction, several guests wearing opera masks were speaking loudly. "Have you heard? The Blood Knife sect seems to have gotten into trouble with someone again. And quite a few people have died in the Black Pine Forest 30 miles outside the valley." "Ha, let them fight. Anyway, once they leave the ghost market. The Valley Master can't be bothered." Another person suddenly spoke. "I heard it's with a previous Earth ranking expert, Flying Leaf Sword, Shun Wenqiu. Do they have any deep grudges? It's unusual for the Blood Knife sect not to have a few enemies." Hearing their conversation, Chuan remained silent. He didn't expect Shun Wenqiu to be here as well. He just didn't know where he was now. Just then, the waiter came over with food and drinks, deftly setting them down. The wine brewed for 10 years was poured into a coarse porcelain bowl, the clear liquid exuding a faint pear blossom fragrance. "Come, white-faced brother, I toast you a cup." Kong-di raised his wine bowl. "Thank you for your generosity today. I've decided on this, brother." Chuan picked up his wine bowl and gently clinked it. The wine entered his throat, crisp with a hint of sweetness, truly extraordinary. Su Sanjin had already swept away the dishes on the table like a whirlwind, eating while mumbling. "Do you think there will be good food at the auction the day after tomorrow?" Kong-di laughed and scolded. "You foodie? Which treasure at the auction isn't worth a fortune?" Who would put food up for auction? Just as Chuan was sipping his wine, someone suddenly entered from outside the tavern, holding several sheets of paper. The remnants of the 100 Chi divine skill. Which hero wants it? The highest bidder wins. This person wore a colorful mask, stepping onto a chair to shout as he raised the remnants high. The patrons drinking and eating gasped in surprise upon hearing this. How many remnants are there? Someone immediately asked. 5 sheets. The masked man quickly replied. There are a total of 9 remnants of the 100 Chi divine skill, and I have gathered 5 of them. I wonder who is interested? I'll take it for 50 taels. Someone bid, starting at 500 taels. The masked man directly refused. The 100 Chi divine skill? Chuan frowned slightly, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking carefully, he suddenly recalled that this was the technique that Yang Xingye had practiced and gone mad with. The page he bought is still with me. I originally wanted to modify it and see if I could turn it into a decent technique, but I haven't had the chance to do that yet. Chapter 68. Superior Techniques, 500 taels? Why don't you go rob it? A burly man wearing a tiger head mask slammed the table, complaining, How dare you ask for that price for a few pieces of torn paper? Immediately, others chimed in. Exactly. Although the 100 Chi divine skill is rumored to be a superior technique, it's still a remnant. Without the rest, it's ultimately just waste paper. The masked man remained unhurried, unfolding the remnants in his hand. Everyone look, although I only have 5 remnants, they are the first 5 in sequence. This means it records the complete first half of the 100 Chi divine skill. Although it's incomplete, it's not something ordinary manuals can compare with. This price is already very low. Chuan noticed that when the masked man showcased the remnants, several warriors who were originally disinterested suddenly sat up straight. One of them, a tall figure wearing a silver fox mask, was the first to speak. 600 taels. 700. Another table of guests immediately raised the bid. 800 taels. The silver fox mask refused to back down. The price quickly climbed to 1,000 taels, ultimately being won by a mysterious person wearing a green ghost mask for 1,200 taels. That person inspected the remnants for authenticity and promptly paid with a banknote. Just as everyone thought the transaction was over, the masked man suddenly pulled out 3 more remnants. What a coincidence, I still have the last 3 of 7, 8, and 9, combined with the 5 just now. We only lack the 6th page to complete the entire technique. The tavern erupted with excitement, and a frenzy ensued. In this martial arts world, martial arts techniques are categorized into 3 tiers. Low-tier miscellaneous arts, mid-tier secret arts, and superior techniques. The 100 Chi divine skill belongs to the superior techniques, similar to the manuals Chuan obtained in the ruins of Sangnan Mountain. Faced with the martial artists in the tavern frantically bidding, the person who had previously won the 5 remnants, the green ghost mask, oddly chose not to participate in the bidding. Chuan observed this and understood. This was clearly a ruse. The 3 remnants ultimately sold for 1,800 taels. The buyer was a warrior wearing a golden eagle mask, who appeared quite wealthy. After carefully verifying that the remnants were authentic, he also paid without hesitation. Suddenly, he turned to the green ghost mask sitting nearby. Brother, would you be willing to part with those 5 sheets? I'll offer 3,000 taels. The green ghost mask pretended to hesitate. 3,000 is probably not enough. At least 6,000. Upon hearing this offer, the man with the golden mask still chose to proceed with the deal. After acquiring the 8 remnants, the golden eagle mask was very pleased, flipping through them in his hands, but was disappointed that he was missing the middle remnant. At that moment, Chuan slowly took out the yellowed remnant from his bosom. What a coincidence, I just happen to have the last remaining page, the 6th page. As soon as Chuan said this, the entire tavern fell silent. Even Kong Di, who was originally drinking and watching the show, was horrified and wanted to stop it. But it was too late. The golden eagle mask suddenly stood up, his eyes wide under the mask. 6,000 taels. I'll offer 6,000 taels. 7,000. The silver fox mask suddenly raised the bid. 8,000. A hoarse voice came from another corner. Faced with this last page, the masked man who had just entered suddenly felt regret. The brothers had obtained 2 pages a few years ago and had been looking for the rest ever since. After searching for many years without success for this final sheet, they chose to sell in the ghost market. specifically picking meal times to come to this tavern when there were many people, even using one brother as a plan to drive up the price. Who would have thought that the last remnant would be in this tavern? So they immediately raised the bid, 10,000 taels. The Golden Eagle mask had already obtained the remaining 8 sheets and was just missing the last one to complete this legendary superior technique. How could he miss this opportunity? So he immediately raised the bid to 15,000 taels. The masked man could no longer bear this price, regretfully slapping his thigh. If this were anywhere else, he would surely have to resort to robbery. But alas, this was the Wuxiang ghost market. As long as one dared to act, it would attract ghost soldiers and even the Valley Master. Thus, he could only give up, faced with the deep pockets of the Golden Eagle mask. After several rounds of bidding, no one dared to compete with him. Ultimately, the final price was set at 20,000 taels, cash exchange for goods. The Golden Eagle mask, after obtaining the last page, was overjoyed, quickly tucking it into his bosom, and hurriedly left the tavern with his companions. Meanwhile, the group of masked men hurriedly followed, seemingly with no ill intentions. Once the atmosphere calmed down, Kong Di couldn't help but say to Chuan, "I say, white-faced brother, you're being foolish. What is wrong?" Chuan counted the banknotes in his hand, which were also from the Tiantong money exchange, of very good quality, with each note worth 500 taels, totaling 40 notes. Such top-quality secret knowledge is rare and hard to come by. Kong Di said, "Since you have the last one here, you should keep it hidden and then find a way to buy the remaining pages from that person wearing a golden mask. That way, this secret knowledge will be yours." Chuan, however, did not take it seriously, and then took out 2 notes from his stack of banknotes, giving one each to Su Sanjin and Kong Di. Everyone gets a share. Then Chuan put the remaining banknotes into his pocket, secretly storing them in the ring while covering them with his clothes. Kong Di held the banknote, instantly beaming with joy, but still felt that Chuan had suffered a bit of a loss. It's a pity he's short on funds and missed out on such exceptional knowledge. Kong Di shook his head while putting away the banknotes. "I've seen that torn page," Chuan said. "The technique is strange, and if you're not careful, it's easy to go astray. It's not a good thing. Forget it, forget it." Kong Di shook his head. Selling for 20,000 taels of silver is not bad. After filling their stomachs, everyone went to a roadside inn to open a room and rest. By the next day, Su Sanjin, who was with Kong Di, went out to wander the streets again. This time, Chuan did not choose to go out. Instead, he hid in the inn's room, took out the jade slip, and held it in his palm to study it. Although the prohibitions set on the jade slip did not seem complex, wanting to open it without knowing the correct method was not easy. Chuan infused spiritual energy into the jade slip, preparing to break the outer prohibitions. However, after multiple attempts, he still could not unlock it. This made Chuan take it seriously, but after several hours of attempts, he finally managed to break the outer layer of prohibitions, only to find that it was merely the first layer. Inside, there were actually dozens of different styles of prohibitions stacked together. This item is extraordinary. Chuan was seeing such a situation for the first time, with so many prohibitions piled together. In his previous life, he had obtained similar items, but there were at most 3 layers of prohibitions. Reluctantly, Chuan had to temporarily give up. Breaking through the outermost layer had already consumed so much time and effort. Who knows how much time it would take to unlock the inner layers. Chapter 69. The man in white robes, Chuan put the jade slip back into the storage ring and rubbed his forehead. The prohibitions on this jade slip were more complex than he had anticipated. Forcing a breakthrough would only damage its contents. It seemed he needed to find another method. He got up and pushed open the inn's window. It was already evening outside, and the lanterns of the ghost market were gradually lighting up, casting the entire slanting cliff valley into a ghostly realm. "Let's take a stroll." Chuan left the inn and wandered for a while. He bought several rare herbs at a pharmacy, which were vaguely reaching the level of spiritual plants. He then bought a Dan furnace the size of a head from an antique shop, just right for refining pills, and stored it in his storage ring. As night fell, Chuan lost interest in further wandering and prepared to return to the inn to rest. Passing by an alley, he suddenly stopped. His ears twitched as if he heard some noise, so he quietly concealed his presence and entered the alley, slowly approaching the source of the sound. Deep in the alley, Several white figures swayed under the eerie green lanterns, like wandering ghosts. 5 people in white robes and pure white masks were surrounding a man dressed similarly. The man was slumped on the ground, a short sword stabbed into his chest, blood soaking his snowy white robe. Hand over the item. The leader of the white-robed figures spoke coldly, reaching out to choke the injured man's throat. The dying man trembled and pulled out a piece of jade from his bosom, which was completely white, with crimson patterns swirling inside, emitting a strange glow in the dark alley. Good stuff. Yin Chuan's gaze sharpened. The spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by this jade were not ordinary. The white-robed leader snatched the jade, confirmed it was genuine, and then struck the injured man's head with a palm. There was a cracking sound, and the companion's life was extinguished. The corpse fell to the ground, and the remaining few piled the discarded debris around the body and simply buried it. Let's go, be careful. As the 5 were about to leave, the leader suddenly turned to the direction where Yin Chuan was hiding, and the cold light flashed in his eyes beneath the mask. Whoosh! A flying knife shot through the air, embedding itself in the wooden post beside Yin Chuan's ear, the white silk tied to the knife tail fluttering without wind. Following that, other white-robed figures came to the alley's entrance, but found no trace of anyone else. Is there anyone? I didn't see anyone. Search. The leader of the white-robed figures immediately ordered a search. However, after searching the nearby alleys, they found no signs of anyone else. No one was found. There's nothing here either. The leading white-robed figure looked around and, seeing no other shadows, said, "Must have misheard. It could be a stray cat or a mouse." Then he led the others away quickly. After they left, Yin Chuan's figure emerged from the nearby rooftop, watching the direction the white-robed figures had disappeared. Interesting. A smile appeared on Yin Chuan's lips as he quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest, then activated the chi-seeking technique. After the technique was completed, in Yin Chuan's vision, a faint white thread extended in the direction the white-robed figures had escaped, confirming that no one was around. Yin Chuan completely concealed his aura and quietly pursued them. Following the thread, Yin Chuan eventually arrived at a dilapidated courtyard near the edge of the ghost market. From a distance, he could see some candlelight flickering in the yard, but to avoid being discovered, Yin Chuan did not approach recklessly. Instead, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, using his 2 fingers as a pen and spiritual energy as ink to draw a rune on the paper. He then pulled a few straws from a pile of straw in the alley and quickly wove them into the shape of a small bird. Inserting the rune he had drawn inside the straw bird, he threw the woven straw bird into the air, and it truly began to fly, heading towards the yard where the white-robed figures were hiding. The straw bird silently landed on the eaves, capturing everything in the yard in its sight. Through the vision of the straw bird, Yin Chuan closed his eyes and could see 4 white-robed figures sitting around a wooden table, on which lay a black wooden box. And the jade stone they had stolen was resting inside, emitting a faint spiritual light. We will leave the slanting cliff valley immediately after the market opens tomorrow. The leader of the white-robed figures said in a deep voice, "The upper management has already arranged for the pickup." "What about the body?" Another asked in a low voice. "Do we really not need to deal with it?" "Don't worry about it. By the time they realize something is wrong, we will have already slipped away." The leader sneered. "As long as we deliver the Xianyang jade, our mission will be complete." However, Yin Chuan counted the number of white-robed figures in the yard and found it was different from the number he had encountered before. There were 5 earlier, but now only 4 remained, and 1 was missing. Just then, Yin Chuan heard faint footsteps and quickly opened his eyes to look in another direction. He saw the missing white-robed figure hurrying towards the yard from another direction. Halfway there, the white-robed figure suddenly sensed something and stopped, looking around cautiously. "There's nothing here." The white-robed figure looked around, but found nothing unusual and sighed in relief. "I really scared myself." Shaking his head, he prepared to continue back to the yard. But just as he took a few steps forward, a shadow suddenly attacked from behind. Before he could react, he was struck on the head and died on the spot. Yin Chuan appeared from behind, dragging the body of the person into the alley and removing his white robe and white mask. Moments later, the door of the yard where the white-robed figures were hiding was pushed open. A white-robed figure walked in from outside, and the 4 inside simultaneously looked up. "Is the task done?" The leader of the white-robed figures asked in a deep voice. The newly arrived man in a white robe did not respond, only nodding slightly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Their communication was conducted through specific phrases. The leader's eyes narrowed beneath the mask, and his fingers moved almost imperceptibly. The other three white-robed individuals immediately understood, rising silently to surround their companion. "Why aren't you speaking?" The leader slowly stood up, a flying knife glinting, coldly slipping from his sleeve. "Are you mute?" The white-robed man remained silent. "Attack!" Four cold glimmers simultaneously lunged towards the white-robed man in the center. The leader's flying knife aimed directly at the throat. Thud! The flying knife pierced through the white-robed man's head, but the expected blood did not spurt out. The white robe simply collapsed, very strangely. When they stripped off his white robe, everyone discovered that beneath it was actually a straw-woven human-shaped puppet. What the hell is this? A few white-robed individuals were frightened and retreated, having never seen such a thing before. Why did the straw puppet move like a living person? The leader's expression changed drastically, as if he sensed something, and he suddenly turned to pounce towards the black wooden box on the table behind him. Chapter 70. The Treasure Pavilion Auction. It's too late. A shadow fell from the sky and slapped towards the leader. Bang! The leader immediately crossed his arms in front of him to block, but was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall before finally stopping. The other three had yet to react when they saw the shadow flash to the table and grab the Xianyang jade from the box. "Stop him!" The leader coughed up blood and shouted furiously. The three white-robed individuals lunged towards Yin Chuan simultaneously, trying to snatch back the Xianyang jade. Yin Chuan sneered, tossing out three black spherical bombs from his sleeve. Bang! 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 Thick smoke instantly filled the entire room. The white-robed individuals coughed violently, their vision blurred, unable to continue the chase. In the smoke, there was also a pungent smell, and even a slight touch would make breathing difficult. When the smoke dispersed, the box on the table was wide open, and the Xianyang jade had long since vanished. "It's over." Upon seeing that the Xianyang jade was no longer in the box, the leader of the white-robed individuals widened his eyes, filled with terror. "Brother, what do we do now? We messed up." The leader of the white-robed individuals slumped to the ground. "The people above will not let us go." Yin Chuan quietly returned to the inn, holding the snatched Xianyang jade in his palm to examine it. Spirit energy flowed into it, and he discovered that within the jade, there were strands of red patterns that converged into the shape of a ginseng. Drawing out a bit of energy from the jade with spirit energy, Yin Chuan found that this item seemed to have longevity effects. He had seen similar items a few times in his previous life in the cultivation world, but he didn't expect such things existed in the martial arts world as well. However, although this item was good, Yin Chuan currently had no use for it. This body was still young, and there was no need to worry about lifespan issues. After storing it in his storage ring, he prepared to rest well for the night, as the auction would begin tomorrow. And Yin Chuan wanted to see if there were any good items. The next morning, Yin Chuan changed into a black mask to hide his identity and arrived at the treasure pavilion. Standing in front of the three-story red building, it appeared quite luxurious. Several ghost soldiers stood at the entrance, and anyone wanting to enter needed to verify at least 10,000 taels to be allowed in. The leading ghost soldier reached out to stop Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took out a stack of silver notes he had prepared in advance, and after the ghost soldier counted them, he nodded slightly. "The count is correct. Please enter." Upon stepping into the treasure pavilion, the interior was luxuriously decorated, filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The space was divided into 3 levels. The first floor was for walk-in customers, with hundreds of redwood chairs arranged in a fan shape. And in the center stood a 3-foot-high display platform. At this moment, the walk-in area was already filled with various people from the martial world, the noise incessant. After inquiring with a nearby maid, Yin Chuan learned the differences on the upper floors. The second floor was surrounded by private rooms separated by pearl curtains, requiring an additional payment of 3,000 taels to sit. The third floor had 8 top-tier private boxes, each requiring 10,000 taels, specifically prepared for truly important figures, and they were generally reserved in advance. Even if Yin Chuan had money now, he wouldn't be able to buy a spot on the upper floor. So, Yin Chuan paid 3,000 taels and was led to a private room on the second floor to rest. The pearl curtain fell, allowing a clear view of the display platform below while not easily exposing his identity. As time passed, more and more people from the martial world entered, and the first floor walk-in area was nearly filled. The second floor also gradually filled as people took their seats. Once all the seats were occupied, the ghost soldiers closed the doors of the treasure pavilion, preventing anyone outside from entering. Yin Chuan scanned the private rooms on the second floor, but did not spot Li Hongyuan. Either she had changed her mask and outfit, or her location was on the third floor, making her invisible to him. As the doors of the treasure pavilion closed tightly, a man wearing a golden tiger head mask walked confidently to the center display platform, and the entire venue fell silent. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke loudly. "Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. Before we begin, let me explain a few rules." He raised 3 fingers and continued. First, each bidding increment must not be less than 500 taels. Second, upon a successful bid, payment must be made on the spot. Third, no one is allowed to disrupt the order during the auction with loud noises. Fourth, if one bids randomly without the funds to settle, their life will be forfeit. After speaking, the golden tiger mask clapped his hands and picked up a small golden hammer. There are a total of 10 treasures in this auction, guaranteed to make it worth your while. Next, we will begin the display of the first auction item. As the man in the golden tiger mask spoke, 2 maids brought a redwood sword box onto the stage. The golden tiger mask slowly opened the sword box, revealing a long sword shimmering with a cold blue light. Quietly lying on the satin, the sword body faintly surrounded by cold air. The first auction item is the frost blade, personally crafted by Long Mao, the chief swordsmith of the 10,000 sword pavilion. Saying this, the golden tiger mask lightly tapped the sword body, producing a crisp sword chant. This sword is forged from Arctic cold steel, capable of slicing through iron like mud, and the day it was completed, it caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth. After a brief introduction, he signaled his assistant to bring up a piece of soft iron, and with a casual wave, the soft iron was instantly split. The cross-section as smooth as a mirror, prompting a gasp from the crowd. The starting bid is 8,000 taels. The auction begins now. As soon as the words fell, some on the first floor immediately bid 9,000 taels. Following that, someone raised the bid to 9,500 taels, 10,000 taels, and 11,000 taels. Yin Chuan glanced at the buttons on the table in front of him. There were 2 buttons. The left button increased the bid by 1,000 taels, while the right button increased it by 5,000 taels. By pressing different buttons, different colored flags would be raised and waved. This was also a way to protect the identity of the guests in the private rooms, allowing them to participate in the auction without shouting. This frost blade indeed looked good, but did not attract Yin Chuan too much. He practiced swordsmanship, but did not focus on it, so he quietly watched the bidding of others. The frost blade was primarily contested by the walk-in customers on the first floor, while the guests on the second and third floors did not place bids. It was unclear whether they were uninterested or were waiting for other auction items. Ultimately, the frost blade was won by a walk-in customer on the first floor for 15,000 taels, and payment was made on the spot for inspection. With the first auction item concluded, the display of the second auction item began immediately. This is the second auction item. The man in the golden tiger mask held a fist-sized, exquisite wooden box in his hand, and upon opening it, a pearl-sized golden pill lay inside. This is the second auction item, the dragon-pattern golden pill. The golden tiger mask loudly introduced. This is the Skyfire Valley, a pill refined by Master Ouyang Lai. Taking one can help martial artists below the 8th realm break through their bottlenecks and increase their realm. The starting bid is 10,000 taels. Chapter 71. The Black Wooden Box. It turns out to be a pill refined by Master Ouyang Lai. This trip is worth it. A divine pill that can help those at the 6th realm break through to the 7th realm. As soon as this pill appeared, the crowd erupted in noise. After waiting for a moment, the golden tiger mask tapped the table with a golden hammer. Please be quiet. The auction officially begins now. 10,001, 10,002, 10,003. As the auction officially started, the price of this pill continued to rise. Yin Chuan glanced at the pill from a distance, but just shook his head lightly. Although this pill looked shiny and golden, it was merely a surface decoration that made it appear high-end. In reality, it was not as good as the pill he had previously given to his second disciple, Shen Wenqiu. Could this really be worth 10,000 taels? For a moment, Chuan seemed to have found a way to make a fortune. In his previous life, he had only been considered a third-rate alchemist at best. But in this world, that would truly make him a master-level figure. Ultimately, this pill was sold for 23,000 taels of silver, indicating it was much more sought after than the sword just before. The third item for auction followed. The golden tiger mask took out a few black and gold striped, equally sized metallic instruments that resembled cow horns from a wooden box. This item is the 9 curves, 13 formations refined by the 1,000 Machine Pavilion. The golden tiger mask explained, by nailing these formation tools into the ground in a specific layout, you can form the formation. They can be used as a protective mountain formation or to protect your own residence. This formation cannot be broken by martial artists below the 7th realm. The starting bid is 12,000 taels. After finishing his explanation, the golden tiger mask had several maidens hold one of the instruments each to display on stage. Chuan looked from afar and saw some strange runes carved on these instruments. He had some understanding of formations and could set up several simple formations himself. The formation tool in front of him did look somewhat interesting. However, Chuan did not plan to bid on this item. According to the pattern of the previous auction items, the later items would be more precious. That is why the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors did not show interest in the earlier items. Ultimately, this formation was bought by a man in a red mask on the 1st floor for 20,000 taels of silver. The 4th item, the golden tiger mask, then took out a rusted copper plate, about the size of a book, covered in dense small writings. This item is a lost top-tier secret technique. The 9 transformations golden body technique. The golden tiger mask announced loudly. This technique was created by a master of the supreme realm known as the immaculate golden body hundreds of years ago. And this copper plate records the cultivation content of this technique. However, half of the content on this plate is already blurred. Hence, it is being auctioned at a low price. The starting bid is 20,000 taels. Seeing this item, Chuan nearly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this the same secret manual Yang Xingye obtained in the Sangnan Mountains? However, compared to this copper plate, the manual obtained in the mountains was preserved intact. Yang Xingye said that a complete secret technique could fetch 1,000,000 taels, which didn't seem like an exaggeration. This copper plate was also fiercely contested, but so far only the casual customers on the 1st floor were fighting over it. Ultimately, it was auctioned off for 43,000 taels of silver. So, while some content on the copper plate was already blurred with half of a secret technique, as long as it was cultivated properly, it would still be much better than an ordinary secret technique. Then came the 5th item. The golden tiger mask had a square black wooden box brought up. The box had 6 faces, each resembling an extremely complex puzzle that could form different patterns. This item is a treasure obtained from ancient relics hundreds of years ago. The golden tiger mask introduced. The surface is made of precious black gold wood, extremely hard, impervious to water and fire. Each of the 6 faces of the box has a mechanism that requires the patterns on them to be arranged in a specific order to open the box. However, no one knows exactly what is inside, so it depends on everyone's luck. The starting bid is 25,000 taels. As the golden tiger mask finished speaking, a new round of bidding began. Chuan examined the box closely, focusing on it with his linglong to try to see what was inside. But he couldn't make it out at all. On one hand, it was because he was too far away. On the other hand, the material of this box was special, making it difficult to see through. Although this item looked mysterious, as if it contained treasures, it did not arouse much enthusiasm among the crowd. After all, 25,000 taels was not a small sum. Who knew what could be found inside? Thus, only a few people bid, and the price rose to 29,000 taels. Still from a person in a blue mask on the 2nd floor. 30,000 taels. Seeing that no one was bidding for this item, Chuan also tentatively raised a bid. Upon seeing Chuan's flag raised, the golden tiger mask immediately announced the price again. Chuan thought someone would continue to bid, but after he called out 30,000 taels, no one from upstairs or downstairs continued to place a bid. Thus, this black wooden box was ultimately sold to Yin Chuan. Soon after, several black-faced servants from the auction house brought the box to Yin Chuan's private room. According to the auction price, Yin Chuan paid 30,000 taels in silver notes and successfully obtained the box. Placing the box on the table in front of him, Yin Chuan curiously examined the mechanism puzzles on it, each face containing 99 puzzle pieces. Moreover, the patterns on the pieces were extremely complex, making it impossible to see what they depicted. Figuring it out would take a considerable amount of time. Yin Chuan took a closer look with his linglong eye but still couldn't fully glimpse what was inside, so he quietly placed it into his storage ring. Next came the sixth item. The golden tiger mask took out a piece of jade the size of a pebble from a box. This item is a natural storage jade. The golden tiger mask loudly introduced. By channeling true energy within, you can store items at will. Its internal space is about 100 do, but can only store inanimate objects, not living ones. The starting bid is 30,000 taels. As soon as this item appeared, the people on the second floor began to bid. Meanwhile, the previously lively casual customers on the first floor fell silent, as they knew the financial power of those on the upper floors was not something they could compare to. Therefore, after the previous few items, everyone understood that the following items were no longer something they could compete for. Yin Chuan touched the ring on his hand, but did not place a bid. The storage jade in the golden tiger mask's hands was of low quality, with an internal space smaller than 1/10 of the ring he possessed. However, even so, the price of this item surprisingly soared. Ultimately, it was auctioned off for 50,000 taels of silver by a person on the second floor. Chapter 72. Auction halted. The auction for the storage jade concluded, and the seventh item was brought up to the stage. As the red cloth was lifted, the golden tiger mask held up a rusted long sword, which even lacked a sheath and looked like scrap metal. This sword was once wielded by the number 1 expert on the celestial ranking, known as the Sword Saint Shintaeyangwan. It is said that the Sword Saint, who vanished for many years, has now reached the supreme realm and even ascended. This sword still contains the sword intent left by the Sword Saint. And if the holder can resonate with the sword intent, there is a chance to comprehend the Sword Saint's self-created chaotic sword technique. The starting bid is 50,000 taels. After this item came out, it once again sparked discussions among everyone, as it seemed that all were filled with high respect and admiration for the Sword Saint. Ranked first on the heavenly list, then someone began to bid. 55,000, 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. Those who could afford these prices were all from the second and third floors. The golden tiger mask continuously announced the new bidding prices based on the colors of the flags raised by different rooms. Yin Chuan watched them shouting bids nonstop, but did not participate. Among these bidders, no one chose to increase the bid by 1,000 taels. All bids were raised by 5,000 taels. In the end, the embroidered sword was successfully bid for 150,000 taels by a person from the third floor. The price had tripled. Then came the eighth item for auction. The golden tiger mask took out 6 pieces of items from a box, including rings, hairpins, and bracelets. A total of 6 items. Each item was engraved with intricate patterns, which Yin Chuan vaguely recognized. Though these 6 items were ordinary jewelry, they were said to record the location of the closed-door cave of the supreme realm Xian Kai Daoist from hundreds of years ago. It was rumored that hundreds of years ago, Xian Kai Daoist obtained the inheritance of an immortal and, in just a few years, broke through to the supreme realm from the 7th realm, eventually ascending to the heavenly realm. These pieces of jewelry were the personal accessories of Xian Kai Daoist. Before ascending, Xian Kai Daoist deliberately left these clues for future generations to seek. The starting bid was 70,000 taels. The golden tiger mask raised the golden hammer in hand and began the auction. Hearing this introduction, Yin Chuan couldn't hide his amusement. This Xian Kai Daoist descended to what? He had long died in his cave and had now turned into a pile of scattered bones. Yet these items were still being frantically fought over, and the price continued to rise. Watching them continuously bid, Yin Chuan couldn't help but imagine that after these people found the location of Xian Kai Daoist in Songnan Mountain and went through great hardships to enter, they would find it utterly empty. Would they also go mad like that Iron Claw Dragon King? In the end, these items were bid for a price of 160,000 taels. Then began the ninth item for auction. As the next item came up, it turned out to be a full set of dark red armor. The surface of the armor had intricate patterns, resembling some kind of runes. Today's ninth item was the rumored supreme rune armor. The golden tiger mask gently stroked the armor's patterns, instantly activating a blood-colored light curtain. This armor was not only impervious to blades and spears, but could also elevate the wearer's cultivation by a small realm. A 7th realm warrior wearing it could temporarily possess the strength of an 8th realm warrior. The audience was instantly in an uproar. An 8th realm warrior would have the level of a master on the heavenly list. The golden tiger mask seized the opportunity. The starting bid is 200,000 taels. Although this price was already very high, the bidding rose one after another. Chuan had seen such rune armor in his previous life, but it ultimately belonged to a side path and could not truly enhance the holder's strength and cultivation, so not many people liked it. Naturally, Chuan did not bid, as this item's price skyrocketed to an outrageous level. Soon, it exceeded 300,000 taels, a price that Chuan could not afford. In the end, this item was successfully auctioned off for 360,000 taels by a guest from the 3rd floor. With the conclusion of the 9th item, only the last item of the day remained. With a command from the golden tiger mask, the atmosphere in the Baibao building suddenly became tense. Every time the ghost market held an auction, almost everyone wanted to see what the last item would be. 2 guards wearing black masks stepped up, carrying a purple sandalwood box. All eyes were fixed on the small box, no bigger than a palm. Dear guests, the next item is today's grand finale treasure. The golden tiger mask took a deep breath and slowly opened the wooden box. A warm jade light instantly illuminated the entire auction hall, revealing a piece of pure white jade lying quietly inside, with crimson patterns swirling within, as if alive. This item was the Xianyang jade. The golden tiger mask's voice became excited. This item is the essence of heaven and earth, and according to ancient records, simply wearing it close to the body and nurturing it with true energy daily can extend one's life by at least 50 years. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a stir in the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Chuan noticed that even the few rooms that had been steady as a mountain were now filled with hurried conversations. Starting bid, 900,000 taels. Minimum increment of 10,000 taels. As the golden tiger mask's voice fell, Chuan noticed that the 2 options in front of him on the table had automatically changed. The previous option of increasing the bid by 1,000 taels had changed to 10,000, while the 5,000 tael option had changed to 50,000. As the auction began, the price soared at an astonishing rate, quickly breaking through the 150,000 tael mark. Chuan observed this frenzied bidding, secretly calculating. In this martial world, ordinary warriors had a lifespan of only about 100 years, and even 9th realm powerhouses struggled to live past 200. Yet this Xianyang jade could add 50 years to one's lifespan, making it a priceless treasure for anyone. However, Chuan was very curious. Clearly, he had obtained this Xianyang jade last night. So why was there still another piece at the auction? Could it be that there were 2 of them? A guest from the 3rd floor bid 3 million taels. The golden tiger mask looked at the person who placed the bid from the 3rd floor and immediately announced the latest price. The entire hall fell silent. This price was already outrageous. But just as the golden tiger mask was about to remind everyone whether to continue bidding, the auction was halted. A cold, inhuman voice echoed above everyone. Then, a person in a black robe wearing a silver ghost mask surprisingly descended from the sky, landing on the display platform. Upon seeing this person appear, the golden tiger mask and the surrounding ghost soldiers all clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, Valley Master. Zhuwuzha, what do you mean? The person from the 3rd floor who had just bid 3 million taels shouted loudly. Are you regretting it? This silver ghost mask belonged to a master on the heavenly list, the Valley Master of the Slant Cliff Valley, Zhuwuzha. Chapter 73, Miss Invites. Facing the accusation, Zhuwuzha did not respond, but instead reached out to take the Xianyang jade, then lightly tapped his slender finger on the jade surface. Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the jade, and then it exploded into pieces. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked. A piece of jade worth 3 million taels was thus destroyed. Everyone, please remain calm. The reason for interrupting the auction is that this jade is a counterfeit. Zhu Wujia's voice sent everyone into a chill. He continued, the real Xianyang jade was swapped out last night, and the original owner met a tragic end in the ghost market. Anyone who dares to commit murder and smuggle in my Wuxian ghost market, I, Zhu Wujia, will definitely root them out. Right now, the entire Slant Cliff Valley has been completely sealed off until the true Xianyang jade is found. No one is allowed to leave the Slant Cliff Valley. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes in the private room, unconsciously rubbing the storage ring on his finger, realizing it was indeed the one he had obtained last night. Zhu Wujia, on what grounds do you prevent us from leaving? Someone from the third floor questioned again. Zhu Wujia glanced in the direction of the voice, and then his aura suddenly expanded like a whirlwind, his profound, true energy causing everyone to not dare to act recklessly. With my ninth realm strength, none of you are my opponents. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, no one continued to oppose. After a moment, someone asked, what should we do next? We can't just stay inside this building forever. Next, everyone will take turns to return to their respective inns. Zhu Wujia continued, try not to go out casually to avoid harming the innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Wujia ordered the ghost soldiers to orderly allow everyone to leave. Yin Chuan quietly blended into the crowd, exited the Baibao building, and returned to the inn, changing back into his white mask. Opening the window slightly on the second floor of the inn, Yin Chuan noticed that the number of ghost soldiers on the street had clearly increased, and they were all heading outside of the ghost market. The entire Slanting Cliff Valley was quite large, with the ghost market only occupying 1/10 of its area. It seemed they were preparing to first scout the situation outside the ghost market. After all, logically speaking, anyone who obtained the Xianyang jade would have no reason to stay in the ghost market and would want to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, those who were no longer in the ghost market at this time were even more suspicious. When he went downstairs to the inn's lobby, everyone around was discussing the recent incident of the final auction item being swapped. Rumors were circulating throughout the inn. Upon seeing Yin Chuan come down, Kong Di and Su Sanjin, who had occupied a table, immediately called him over to sit and have tea. They were surprised that someone dared to stir up trouble in Zhu Wuxia's territory. Kong Di clicked his tongue while holding a teacup. If this gets found out, it would be worse than death. What kind of jade is that? Su Sanjin, munching on some pastries, exclaimed, how could it be worth so much money? Anything that can extend life is priceless. Kong Di chuckled. It is said that in the great Yin Imperial Palace, the current emperor relies on such life-extending treasures and has lived for over 200 years, his lifespan rivaling that of supreme realm experts. Why live so long? Once I've eaten all the delicious food I haven't tried, I could die. Su Sanjin burped, patted his belly, and continued eating. Yin Chuan was amused by Su Sanjin's words. This kid was quite naive. While they were chatting, Xiao Ku, who had disappeared for 2 days, suddenly appeared in the inn and found Yin Chuan and the others who were drinking tea. The lady requests your presence. Come with me. After saying this, Xiao Ku turned and walked outside. Kong Di immediately put down his teacup and followed closely behind, while Su Sanjin grabbed a handful of fried peanuts and also got up to follow, with Yin Chuan bringing up the rear. Following Xiao Ku, they circled around the ghost market and finally entered a courtyard through an alley. Pushing open the back door, they saw Li Hongyuan in a black dress. Li Hongyuan was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, resting her chin on her hand, lightly tapping her fingers on her mask as if deep in thought. Miss, I brought everyone, Xiao Ku reported to Li Hongyuan with cupped fists. Hearing the voice, Li Hongyuan turned her head and glanced at Yin Chuan and the others. There has been an unexpected change. I need you to help me with something else. Li Hongyuan's voice came from beneath her mask. Please tell us whatever we can do. We will certainly do. Kong Di was the first to respond with cupped fists. The purpose of my trip to the ghost market was to obtain this Xianyang jade. Li Hongyuan clenched her fist. Now that the Xianyang jade is missing, I need your help to find it. Kong Di's mouth twitched, but this thing is currently missing, and with Zhu Wuxia leading the ghost soldiers in their search, it won't be easy for us to find it. I have some clues. Li Hongyuan slowly explained. Whoever can find the Xianyang jade and bring it to me will receive the 3 million taels of silver that were not given out at the auction. Upon hearing such a large sum of money, Kong Di's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What clues do you have?" "According to my informants, this Xianyang jade was originally discovered by a force in the northern region known as the White Robe sect. They understood the value of this item and knew they couldn't keep it with their own strength, so they sent it to the ghost market to auction it for money. However, some among them were bribed, and last night they turned against their own and swapped the Xianyang jade. Now we just need to find those from the White Robe sect, and we should be able to locate the Xianyang jade." At this moment, Yin Chuan spoke up. "Since what happened last night, enough time has passed for them to have escaped, right?" "No." Li Hanyuan shook her head. "They couldn't have left last night. The ghost market has a curfew at night, and those who leave must go through inspections. So they can only wait until the market opens. According to the intelligence I've received, none of the people from the White Robe sect have left since the market opened today, so they must still be here. We could go look for them." Kong Di added, "But the ghost market belongs to Zhu Wuxia. It might not be good for us to act here." "You don't need to worry about that," Li Hanyuan said. "You can go and search. If anything happens, I can help you sort it out. Since the lady has said so, then I will go look for it." After Kong Di finished speaking, he turned and left, with Su Sanjin eagerly following behind. Xiao Ku then exited the courtyard, leaving only Yin Chuan still inside. "Aren't you going to look for it, Mr. Whiteface?" Li Hanyuan asked. "As agreed. I'm only accompanying you to the ghost market and then sending you out." Yin Chuan smiled. "Now searching for the Xianyang jade is another matter. That requires extra payment." Chapter 74. Silent Spell. Li Hanyuan immediately smiled and then said, "Mr. Whiteface is quite interesting, but if you find a Xianyang jade, I will give you 3 million taels of silver. Such a generous reward. Can it attract you?" Yin Chuan shook his head. "Too many people and too little food. It's just a piece of Xianyang jade. Who can guarantee they can definitely find it? If it can't be found, wouldn't that be a waste of effort?" Li Hanyuan looked at Yin Chuan and then extended 5 fingers. "How about 50,000 taels of silver? Will you help me find it?" "Deal." Yin Chuan spread his hands. "Pay first, then do the work." Li Hanyuan smiled slightly, took out a stack of banknotes from her bosom, which were all 10,000 taels in large denominations. Yin Chuan took the stack of banknotes, feeling the silky texture at his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, each banknote was embroidered with golden thread patterns, and the edges bore the crimson seal of the great Yin treasury, confirming that the money was not fake. Yin Chuan discreetly tucked the banknotes into his sleeve, actually transferring them into his storage ring. "Then wait for my good news." Yin Chuan clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave the courtyard. Once outside, Yin Chuan did not rush to search for the Xianyang jade, as this item was already in his possession. Instead, he wandered casually through the streets and alleys, occasionally stopping to listen to the gossip of passers-by, hoping to catch wind of nearby rumors. On the streets of the ghost market, the patrolling ghost soldiers were several times more numerous than usual, and guards wearing bronze masks were inspecting pedestrians at every intersection. "Have you heard? The Valley Master personally led people to search the inns in the West District." "What of it?" "I saw with my own eyes the ghost soldiers dragging a few white-robed people into the interrogation hall." "Shoo, keep your voice down." It said that the Xianyang jade involves high-ranking figures in the court. Yin Chuan ordered a pot of tea at a tea stall and leisurely sipped it. A few martial artists at the next table were whispering among themselves. "If you ask me, this is most likely the doing of Blood Moon Tower." "Nonsense. No matter how rampant Blood Moon Tower is, they wouldn't dare run wild in Slanting Cliff Valley." "What do you know? My cousin works in the court, and I heard that the Xianyang jade was originally meant to be presented to." Before he could finish, a squad of ghost soldiers passed by, and the group immediately fell silent. Yin Chuan, thoughtfully stroking his teacup, realized that this matter had deeper implications. Although the Xianyang jade was a good treasure for extending life, keeping it on oneself would likely bring greater trouble. Even if he could take it out, he wouldn't dare use it casually. Once the news got out, it would likely attract trouble from the entire martial world or even the court. This was not the outcome Yin Chuan wanted. He needed to think of a proper way to handle it. Moreover, with his alchemy skills, he could easily refine a few pills that could extend life by 20 or 30 years, making the Xianyang jade not an urgent need for him. By the time he returned to the inn, it was nearly midnight. In the lobby, only a few drunken diners remained, and the innkeeper was yawning as he cleaned the tables and chairs. Just as Yin Chuan stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly sensed a gaze. Turning his head, he saw a figure in the corner wearing a wide-brimmed hat, drinking alone. Although the person wore a black mask, Yin Chuan still recognized them. Shin Wing-Qiu? Yin Chuan smiled slightly, gathering his energy to look with his exquisite eyes. The face under the mask was indeed his, but it appeared somewhat pale, as if he had been injured. Yin Chuan walked over and sat down directly opposite Shin Wing-Qiu. Upon seeing someone approach, Shin Wing-Qiu immediately warned, "Get away. I'm in a bad mood. What's got you down? Why don't you tell your master about it?" Once Yin Chuan said this, Shin Wing-Qiu was instantly stunned. "Why you are?" Shin Wing-Qiu was somewhat uncertain. "That's right, it's me." Yin Chuan spoke again. "Master." Shin Wing-Qiu was a bit surprised. "How did you end up here? Why can't I come to see such a lively place?" Yin Chuan smiled as he spoke, already placing a hand on Shin Wing-Qiu's wrist. Using spiritual energy to check his pulse, and instantly perceiving Shin Wing-Qiu's current condition. He had suffered multiple external injuries, although the bleeding had been stopped and bandaged. The situation was not good. "Who hurt you?" Yin Chuan asked. "The Blood Knife sect." Shin Wing-Qiu replied. Yin Chuan glanced around, then stood up and prepared to go upstairs. "Come with me." Shin Wing-Qiu had no choice but to follow him, and they went up to Yin Chuan's room. Once inside, Yin Chuan locked the door, formed a hand seal with one hand, and finally snapped his fingers. A faint aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Silencing spell. It can isolate the sounds from the outside, ensuring that no one can eavesdrop. "Now tell me, what happened after you left Chongqing town?" Yin Chuan sat down in a chair, poured a cup of tea for Shin Wing-Qiu, and gestured for him to sit down. Shin Wing-Qiu nodded, took a seat opposite Yin Chuan, and began to recount his experiences over the past few months. After Yin Chuan helped Shin Wing-Qiu break through to the 7th realm and leave Chongqing town, Shin Wing-Qiu returned home, but found that his friends from the same village had already met with misfortune. After inquiring, he learned that it was all the doing of the Blood Knife sect. They wanted to find out his whereabouts through his friends, but none of them betrayed him, and thus they were harmed. So, Shin Wing-Qiu went to the Blood Knife sect's territory for revenge. He found and killed several disciples of the Blood Knife sect. However, this alarmed the Blood Knife sect, preventing Shin Wing-Qiu from having a better opportunity to kill the elder of the Blood Knife sect to lift the assassination order against him from the Blood Moon Tower. Therefore, Shin Wing-Qiu could only evade the pursuit of the assassins while seeking opportunities. Until the ghost market opened, Shin Wing-Qiu learned that the Blood Knife sect would be attending. So he also came to the Cliffside Valley. There, he encountered members of the Blood Knife sect outside the valley. Although he successfully killed several people, he was repelled by the arriving sect master of the Blood Knife sect. This sect master, ranked 42nd on the Earth ranking, was known as the bloodthirsty madman, Feng Shao. If it were a one-on-one fight, Shin Wing-Qiu was confident he could defeat him. Unfortunately, there were too many people from the Blood Knife sect, and faced with the siege, he could only escape, sustaining multiple injuries in the process. In the end, he could only hide in the ghost market to recover. Yin Chuan took out several pills and placed them in the teacup in front of Shin Wing-Qiu. The pills dissolved upon contact with water, quickly turning the cup of tea into a bowl of medicinal liquid. Drinking this will help your injuries recover quickly. As soon as Yin Chuan finished speaking, Shin Wing-Qiu picked up the teacup and drank it in one go, instantly feeling his body warm up, and a wave of warmth enveloped his wounds. The pale face gradually became rosy. "Since I've run into you, I also have something to give you." After saying this, Yin Chuan took out a small booklet from his pocket and placed it on the table. Shin Wing-Qiu opened the booklet and was immediately wide-eyed at the contents. The Xiantian sword technique? Shin Wing-Qiu's hands trembled. How could the long-lost Xiantian sword technique be here with my master? You don't need to ask too much about that. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. This booklet is a revised copy based on the original manual. Take it and learn. Once you master it, just burn it. Thank you, master. Shin Wing-Qiu immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. With this, seeking revenge should not be difficult. Yin Chuan took a sip from his teacup, but in the future, if you cause any trouble, just don't mention me. The disciple will remember. Shin Wing-Qiu immediately cupped his fists in promise. Chapter 75. diverting disaster eastward that evening. In the most remote, abandoned dye house in the ghost market, 5 people in white robes were huddled behind a pile of moldy fabrics, under the dim oil lamp. 4 disciples nervously looked at their leader. At this moment, they had nowhere to run. Not only were they being pursued by the Valley Master Zhuwusha and his ghost soldiers, but they also could not leave because they had lost the Xianyang Jade. Otherwise, they would have no way to report back. "Big brother, what do we do now?" The youngest disciple's voice trembled. "The ghost soldiers are about to search this area. If we are discovered, we will be done for." The leader, named Bai Shao, was one of the hall masters of the White Robe sect, a peak 6th realm martial artist. They had originally been dispatched by the sect leader to escort the second hall master and the Xianyang Jade to the ghost market for auction. However, due to a leak of information, he was bought off by a mysterious person who promised him a reward of 100,000 taels of silver if he could obtain the Xianyang Jade. Now, however, he was left empty-handed, unable to return to his sect, lost the item, and facing pursuit. It was as if he had already stepped off the edge of a cliff. Bai Shao pondered carefully for a while before slowly saying, "The Xianyang Jade is lost. Not only will the sect not let us go, but the mysterious person behind this won't spare us either. Now all eyes are on us. If we want to seize a glimmer of hope, we must divert the disaster eastward and shift the focus away." "What should we do then?" someone immediately asked. "We must make everyone believe that the Jade is not with us, but in someone else's hands." As he spoke, Bai Shao took out a black wooden box from his pocket, inside of which lay a piece of jade that looked almost identical to the Xianyang Jade, with nearly identical patterns on it. This counterfeit was made at the same time as the one sent to the auction, and Bai Shao had prepared 3 pieces in total, with 2 remaining. "Third brother, you are quick on your feet." Bai Shao closed the box and threw it to a tall, thin person. "Take this box and pass by the Blood Knife sect's current gathering place. Given the Blood Knife sect style, they will definitely stop you. At that time, pretend to be overwhelmed and drop the box." Upon hearing this, the tall, thin person immediately understood what to do, quickly stowed the box, and hurriedly left the room. "Big brother, will this really work?" Someone still had concerns. Bai Shao glanced outside and couldn't help but sigh. Now that it has become a deadlock, we can only try it this way. Soon, the third brother, using lightness skill, swiftly flew between the rooftops and soon arrived near the courtyard where the Blood Knife sect was stationed. At this moment, the courtyard was brightly lit, and the sect master Feng Xiao was drinking with the second elder Zhao Chong. "Sect master, that kid Shin Wenqiu is injured. He must still be hiding in the ghost market." Zhao Chong gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for the incident with the missing Xianyang Jade, I would have definitely been able to find him and avenge my son." Feng Xiao had a fierce appearance, with a terrifying scar on his face. He sneered lightly, tapping his fingers on the table. "No rush. The ghost market is sealed off now. He can't escape. However, the matter of the Xianyang Jade is more interesting. I've heard that the item is still in the hands of those white-robed disciples. Although the ghost soldiers have caught quite a few people in white robes, the real ones are still missing. If we could run into them." Just as he was speaking, Feng Zhao's ears perked up, and he suddenly looked up, his gaze shooting like an arrow to the rooftop. "Who is it?" The third brother's heart tightened, realizing he had been discovered, and immediately pretended to panic, leaping from the rooftop and fleeing into the distance. "Chase!" Feng Xiao issued the order, and several disciples of the Blood Knife sect immediately leaped up. The third brother deliberately slowed his pace to let the Blood Knife sect members catch up, engaging in only a brief skirmish before pretending to be overwhelmed. Getting knocked back by the arriving Feng Xiao, and the black wooden box in his arms fell to the ground. "Humph, where do you think you're running?" A disciple of the Blood Knife sect was about to pursue, but was stopped by Feng Xiao raising his hand. "Wait." Feng Xiao squinted his eyes and stared at the box on the ground. "Let's see what this is." Zhao Chong quickly stepped forward, picked up the box, and opened it. His eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" Feng Xiao snatched the box away, and when he saw the jade inside, a surge of joy flashed in his eyes. Xianyang Jade. He hurriedly took out the jade and examined it closely, finding that the patterns matched the descriptions he had heard about. He burst into laughter. This is truly a blessing from heaven. I didn't expect the fools from the White Robe sect to deliver this to us personally. This thing is worth 3 million taels of silver. We're going to get rich. After putting the jade back into the box, Feng Xiao immediately turned around and led everyone back to the courtyard they had just arrived at. Quickly gather our things and sneak out from the back market after it gets late. Feng Xiao tucked the wooden box into his bosom, his voice barely containing his excitement. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, a sudden sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the courtyard. The courtyard door was kicked open, and in walked a ghostly soldier commander wearing a ghost mask. Ghost soldiers are searching. Everyone stay still. With a command from the ghost soldier commander, a team of fully armed ghost soldiers followed him into the courtyard, all clad in black armor. Searching? Feng Xiao sneered, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. On what ground are you searching us? You've locked us in this ghost market, and 1T let us leave. We've already shown you enough courtesy by not causing trouble, and yet you don't know your place. The ghost soldier commander's eyes behind the mask turned cold. The Valley Master has ordered that any trace of White Robe sect disciples must be thoroughly investigated. Bullshit. Second Elder Zhao Chong shouted angrily. Our Blood Knife sect has no dealings with the White Robe sect. I see that you are deliberately looking for trouble. The commander stopped wasting words and waved his hand. We must search today, no matter who it is. Then let us see if you have the capability. Feng Xiao roared, drawing his blood knife. This knife was as crimson as if it were soaked in blood. With a swift draw of his blade, the elite fighters behind him also quickly brandished their weapons, confronting the ghost soldiers. As a top expert in the local rankings, Feng Xiao had brought only the best from the sect. And although the second elder wasn't a top expert, he was at the early stage of the seventh realm. As long as Zhu Wuzhe wasn't present, he didn't believe these ghost soldiers could stop him. Attack! The ghost soldier commander waved his hand, and the ghost soldiers charged toward the Blood Knife sect members. Looking for death, Feng Xiao sneered, wielding his blood knife to meet the charge. With one swing, the crimson blade energy instantly cleaved through the first few ghost soldiers in front of him. Second Elder Zhao Chong was equally unwilling to fall behind, brandishing his twin knives and engaging the ghost soldiers in a melee. Although the number of Blood Knife sect members was less than the ghost soldiers, under Feng Xiao's leadership, they clearly had the upper hand. Seeing they were at a disadvantage, the ghost soldier commander immediately took out a bamboo tube from his waist, opened the bottom lid, and pulled the fuse. Suddenly, a firework shot into the sky, exploding into a brilliant display. The loud explosion of the firework echoed throughout the ghost market. Not only did the reinforcements rush to support, but everyone in the ghost market also noticed the commotion in that direction. Chapter 76. Chaos, let's go. Feng Xiao looked up at the exploding firework above, already knowing that they shouldn't stay here any longer. After shouting, he swung his knife again, knocking down another ghost soldier. Seeing 5 people daring to approach, he immediately tucked the wooden box into his bosom and used lightness skills to leap onto the rooftop to escape. Zhao Chong followed closely behind, completely abandoning the elite fighters they had brought. Whether they lived or died depended on themselves. Block them, the ghost soldier commander roared, leading dozens of black-armored ghost soldiers in hot pursuit. Feng Xiao leaped onto the rooftop, sweeping his blood knife, the blade energy surging like a wave of blood, forcing back the ghost soldiers coming to support. The blood knife in his hand glowed with an eerie red light. With each kill, the blood patterns on the blade became even more vibrant, and Feng Xiao's aura grew stronger, as if he were tireless. The blood knife sect's blood-drinking skill. The ghost soldier commander's eyes narrowed, and he immediately ordered, shoot arrows to kill. Don't let them escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows shattered the air. Feng Xiao sneered, turning the knife blade, and the blood-colored aura acted as a barrier, deflecting all the arrows. However, just as he was about to break through, several dark figures attacked from aside. Leave the item. Several agile figures dressed in night clothing suddenly blocked their path. Seeing their outfits, Zhao Chong immediately recognized them. Blood Cloud Tower? Zhao shouted angrily, what do you want? Under the order of the Tower Master, we must obtain the Xinyang Jade at all costs. 4 Sixth Realm assassins immediately surrounded Feng Xiao, while 2 others approached Zhao Chong. I'm the employer. Do you dare to attack me? Zhao Chong shouted while defending himself. That's a different matter. One of the assassins sneered, besides, we're not the ones contracted for your job. Although these assassins from Blood Cloud Tower were only 6th realm, their cooperation was seamless, and the 4 of them managed to hold Feng Shao down. Looking for death, Feng Shao, enraged by being entangled, suddenly began to wildly swing his blood knife, the blade energy roaring like a blood dragon, instantly pushing back several assassins. But just a moment later, the assassins surged forward again. In a moment of inattention, one of the assassins struck Feng Shao in the chest with a sword, causing the wooden box in his bosom to nearly slip out, which Feng Shao caught with one hand. This also provided an opportunity for the other assassins, who quickly closed in again. Amidst the struggle, the wooden box suddenly slipped from Feng Zhao's grasp and was thrown high into the air. Not good. Feng Zhao's expression changed drastically as he leaped up to reclaim it, but the remaining assassins were already eyeing the box and rushed forward to grab it. Just as one of the assassins was about to reach for the box, a flying knife whistled through the air, striking the box precisely and sending it off course to fall further away. Ha ha! Thank you, everyone. A figure wearing a rat mask, Kong Di, appeared like a ghost, swiftly moving across the rooftops and pouncing toward the direction where the box was falling. The box ultimately landed on a distant street, and Kong Di acted quickly, aiming to seize it before the ghost soldiers could arrive. Get lost. However, the local ranking expert, the ghost hand Yin Luo Mo Sanshao, suddenly charged in from the side, striking toward Kong Di's back with a poison palm. Sensing the danger, Kong Di had to turn and block, being forced back several feet by the wind carrying the poison. It's mine, Mo Sanshao grinned, reaching out to grab the wooden box. Bang! With a loud noise, a burly figure crashed through the surrounding wall like a bull, sending Mo Sanshao flying. Mo Sanshao flipped in the air, landing steadily but spitting blood. Looking at that figure, he became furious. Su Sanjin. This thing is mine now. Su Sanjin grinned and reached to grab the wooden box. But before he could take pride for long, a silver light suddenly flashed from afar, piercing through Su Sanjin's wrist. In sharp pain, the wooden box dropped from Su Sanjin's hand. From a distance on the rooftop, a shadow cloaked in a black robe held a silver needle, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Before Su Sanjin could react, the black-robed figure shot several more silver needles at him. Su Sanjin could only retreat to avoid them as the black-robed figure leaped to the side of the wooden box, just about to reach for it when Kong Di charged in again, wielding 2 flying knives like daggers, launching a flurry of stabs at the black-robed figure. Thousand-hand Demonis. I know it's you, Kong Di said while attacking, laughing. Umph. A woman's cold laugh came from beneath the cloak, and with a flip, she sent a large number of silver needles shooting out from under her robe. Kong Di could only roll to avoid them and shouted to Su Sanjin, "Take the box and go." Just as Su Sanjin was about to pick it up, Feng Shao, who had shaken off the assassins, suddenly appeared, descending from the sky with a knife aimed down. In a critical moment, Su Sanjin's hands were enveloped by a force, pushing forward just in time to collide with the blood knife. With a loud crash, Su Sanjin was unexpectedly knocked back several steps, finally crashing against the wall to stop. As Feng Shao just picked up the wooden box, Shao Ku suddenly appeared and thrust a sword at him. Feng Shao hurriedly dodged, but unexpectedly, Shao Ku turned the sword's tip and sent the wooden box flying into the air, reigniting the scramble for it. Meanwhile, the second elder of the Blood Knife sect, Zhao Chong, saw that not only were there more ghost soldiers, but the martial artists joining the fray were becoming increasingly chaotic. Realizing that preserving his life was paramount, he managed to break free from the siege of 2 assassins and prepare to slip away under the cover of night. However, just as he crossed an alley, he was blocked by a figure. Who? Zhao Chong crossed his twin blades in front of him and carefully examined the shadow ahead. When the shadow removed its mask, the moonlight revealed Shun Wenqiu's face. It's you. Zhao Chong's anger flared upon seeing Shun Wenqiu, who was his sworn enemy, for killing his son. Shun Wenqiu tossed the mask to the ground, saying, "Haven't you been looking for me? Tonight, we can settle both new and old grievances. You infuriate me." Zhao Chong roared as he charged at Shun Wenqiu with his twin blades. Shun Wenqiu drew his long sword, his aura swirling violently, and met him head-on, leading to a clash of blades that sparked wildly. At the same time, Chuan stood atop a high building in the ghost market, observing the chaos from afar with a smile. How interesting. Chuan stroked the ring on his finger, realizing that amidst this turmoil, he could rationalize the acquisition of the Xianyang jade. Whether he sold it to Li Hongyuan or handed it over to Zhu Wuxia, either way, it was best not to keep it for himself. A counterfeit Xianyang jade had driven these people to such madness. If it were real, the frenzy would be even more intense. As more people joined the chaotic scramble in that street, ghost soldiers continued to arrive for support, and many martial artists headed in that direction, each with their own agendas, further escalating the disorder. Chapter 77. Who else? The wooden box spun continuously in the melee, changing hands repeatedly. Just as it was seized, it was immediately snatched away by someone else in a relentless cycle. Get lost. Who dares to steal my stuff? A bare-chested man, having just grabbed the wooden box, was immediately pierced by 3 flying daggers, causing the box to drop to the ground, where it was picked up by a middle-aged man wielding a long sword. This good stuff is mine. The man had just intended to leave when Feng Xiao struck from the side with a blade, carving a 3-foot-deep trench in the ground, forcing him to roll away in panic, and the wooden box fell again. You worthless trash that can't even make the leaderboard dares to compete with me? Feng Xiao laughed maniacally as he picked up the wooden box, his blood knife sweeping to repel the crowd. His eyes were blood red. The blade had turned completely transparent like blood crystal, and the blood-drinking technique was pushed to its limit, surrounded by a foul-smelling blood mist. This technique relied on slaughter to accumulate blood rage. The more blood rage accumulated in a short time, the stronger the wielder would become. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind. Master Feng, what great power you have! Before the words finished, 7 poison needles shot through the air. Feng Xiao countered with a blade to shatter the hidden weapons, but he saw the poison master, Yin Luo Mo Sanxiao, had taken the opportunity to approach. His poison hand aimed directly at Feng Xiao's throat. Feng Xiao immediately blocked with his sword, and the poison hand left a dark, smoking imprint on the blood knife. The clash of palm and blade sent out a wave of energy, causing the wooden box in Feng Xiao's hand to fly out, lifted by the shockwave, and was intercepted mid-air by Kong Di. Thanks, everyone. Kong Di, behind his rat mask, smiled with squinted eyes, turning to make a run for it. Stop! A shadow suddenly collided from the side, sending Kong Di flying, while the wooden box was thrown high into the air, ensnared by a black whip and pulled to the ground. The whip wielder, dressed in purple, with long hair cascading down and wearing a black cat mask, grabbed the wooden box and attempted to leave without delay. However, 3 assassins from Blood Moon Tower appeared from the side and attacked simultaneously. Hand it over. The purple-clad woman wielded her whip like a frenzied snake, deflecting all the hidden weapons thrown by the assassins, but was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Seeing herself cornered by other arriving assassins, she could only throw the wooden box away and escape for her life while the assassins shifted their attention. The wooden box collided against a wall and ricocheted into an alley. Smack! It was perfectly caught by a pair of bony hands. Chuan stood in the shadow at the alley's entrance, lifted the box's lid, and glanced at the Xianyang jade inside. Although the jade resembled a real Xianyang jade 9 parts out of 10, it emitted no aura, making it obvious that it was a counterfeit. Hand it over. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 figures had surrounded the wooden box and were closing in on Chuan. Chuan smirked slightly, lightly tapping his toes. His figure floated up like a falling leaf onto the rooftop, dodging several sword energies and hidden weapons. Just as he landed on the rooftop, several others charged from different directions again. Chuan focused his gaze. Each one was a master at the 7th realm. Though he didn't recognize them, they were likely figures from the master rankings. Holding the wooden box, Chuan dashed across the rooftop, evading those who sought to snatch the box, leading them in circles. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Feng Xiao appeared from the side, having just shaken off Mo Sanxiao's hindrance, and smashed through the roof tiles as he madly pursued Chuan. With a sweep of his blood knife, he transformed it into a 10-zhonglong blood rainbow that slashed towards him. Seeing this attack, Chuan feigned a hurried block, then let the wooden box accidentally slip from his grasp. It's mine. Feng Xiao seized the opportunity to leap up and grab the wooden box, landing on a rooftop while laughing maniacally. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his blade dark red, and his blood-drinking technique had reached its peak. Facing anyone who dared to snatch it, he merely swung his blade, and 3 attackers were cleaved in half. Who else? Feng Xiao stood atop the building's ridge, the tiles beneath him sizzling from the corrosive blood mist. The ghost soldiers dared not approach closely, encircling him from a distance, while the other martial artists retreated in fear of Feng Xiao's current state. After such a long struggle, this blood-drinking maniac, ranked 42nd on the Earth leaderboard, had now attained the might of the heavenly leaderboard. Chuan looked at him, realizing that the technique he practiced was somewhat sinister, relying on slaughter to absorb others' blood energy to boost his cultivation. However, this surge in power was only temporary and couldn't be maintained for long. If the blood knife couldn't obtain new blood, the blood rage state would gradually dissipate. As the battle for the box reached its climax, a streak of green light shot from the distance, landing precisely on the rooftop opposite Feng Xiao. It was Zhu Wuxia, the master of the slanting cliff valley, wearing a ghost mask. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxia, Feng Xiao felt no fear. Instead, he laughed while holding the wooden box, saying, "The fight is over. And you finally show up. Are you here to snatch it too?" A cold voice emanated from beneath Zhu Wuxia's mask. "Hand it over. Why should I give it to you?" Feng Xiao held the box firmly and remained unmoved. "This item rightfully belongs to the ghost market. I even paid the white robe sect leader an advance of 800,000 taels. Zhu Wuxia replied, "Until it is auctioned, it should be mine." "Ha ha ha." Feng Xiao laughed. "It was yours before, but now it is mine. If you want this item, you'll have to buy it with money. Otherwise, I will never hand it over. Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhu Wuxia's tone turned icy, and powerful true energy swirled from beneath his robe, causing the tiles on the surrounding rooftops to creak ominously. "What's death to me?" Feng Xiao, unfazed, became somewhat deranged in my current state. "Even if I can't defeat you, I can still take a slice of your skin. Besides, all the heroes of the world are watching you. According to the rules of the martial world, whoever can obtain something that has gone missing, it belongs to them. If you kill me for this item, I want to see if anyone will dare come to your ghost market in the future." Zhu Wuxia's eyes pierced through the mask, staring intently at Feng Xiao, but in the end he chose not to strike. "Name your price." Zhu Wuxia spoke. Feng Xiao's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. 3 million taels. "I see you must be going crazy over money." Zhu Wuxia snorted coldly. "I'll give you at most 500,000 taels of silver, not a single tael more. Since the Valley Master isn't sincere about wanting it, I'll just sell it to someone else." Feng Xiao laughed. "Since there are people at the auction willing to pay 3 million taels for it, selling it for 2 million isn't too hard, right?" "Fine." Zhu Wuxia nodded. "I'll give you 2 million taels of silver. But at least you have to open the box for me to inspect the goods, right? Stay right there." Feng Xiao opened the box. "I'll just take it out for you to see." But just as Feng Xiao reached out to grab it, he froze on the spot. Because the box in front of him was completely empty, there was nothing inside. How could this be? Feng Xiao felt a chill in his heart. The item had clearly been inside before. Now, it had vanished without a trace, undoubtedly taken during the scramble. "The item is with me." A shout came from afar. All eyes turned toward that direction, where Chuan stood atop the highest roof, holding the Xianyang jade. The jade in his palm emitted a faint red glow under the moonlight, pulsing like a heartbeat. Chapter 78. Until next time, in the most remote corner of the ghost market, Bai Xiao and his 4 companions were sneaking along the wall towards the exit, hoping to escape while the ghost soldiers were distracted by the wooden box. "Big brother, that group of fools is still fighting over fake goods," said the tall, skinny disciple in a low voice. Bai Xiao smirked coldly. "Let them fight, once they realize the thing is fake." Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the distance. "The item is with me." The 5 turned back in unison to see Chuan holding the jade, which glowed eerily red, pulsating like a heart under the moonlight. Only genuine Xianyang jade would emit such brilliance in moonlight. "This is impossible." Bai Xiao suddenly grabbed his companion's collar. That genuine jade was clearly. He froze, memories flashing back to last night. For a moment, even his memory began to jumble. Could it be that he mixed up the fake and the real? Was what was stolen by the mysterious person that night actually the fake, while the genuine was placed in the wooden box as a decoy? Slap. A loud slap rang out as he struck himself across the face. I handed over the real jade, as if it were fake. Bai Xiao's face twisted in anger, and he slapped himself 3 more times in frustration, until blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The other 4 stared in shock at their leader, suddenly going mad. Unable to accept this outcome. Big brother, what should we do? One of the younger disciples asked. Should we continue to escape? No more running. Bai Xiao clenches fists. Since the item has reappeared, we have to find a way to get it back. You took the item just now? Feng Xiao pointed at Yin Chuan and yelled. Do you dare to reveal your name? But Yin Chuan remained unfazed and turned to Zhu Wuzhe, Valley Master. Since the item is with me, why don't we make a deal? Of course. Zhu Wuzhe looked at Yin Chuan, ignoring Feng Xiao beside him. The item is mine. But Feng Xiao was unwilling, brandishing his blood knife and charging at Yin Chuan, wanting to snatch the item back. However, just as he leaped halfway, Zhu Wuzhe suddenly struck with a palm. With a thunderous sound, a massive palm energy, condensed from true qi, slammed into Feng Xiao. Although Feng Xiao had tried to block with his knife, he was still sent flying by the palm energy, crashing through a wall before finally stopping. Wow! Feng Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his state of rage was instantly dispelled. He tried to get up, but his legs went weak and he fainted. Zhu Wuzhe withdrew his hand and said to Yin Chuan, Name your price. Is it also 2 million taels? Wait. At that moment, Li Hongyuan's voice came from his side. Yin Chuan turned to see Li Hongyuan, along with Kong Di and Su Sanjin, on another roof nearby. Valley Master at Baibao Tower. I already bid 3 million taels for this item. Li Hongyuan said. I just didn't expect it to be a fake. Now that the genuine item has been found, why not just give it to me for the auction price? 3 million taels, no less. Zhu Wuzhe replied. The auction hasn't concluded yet, which means the deal hasn't been finalized. If you want this item, you'll have to wait until the next ghost market gathering. Li Hongyuan chuckled, and then said, I think the Valley Master regrets putting this item up for auction, so he deliberately staged this act to claim it for himself. You can't say such nonsense. Zhu Wuzhe's tone turned icy. It's just according to the rules. The ghost market is closed for gathering, and the auction has ended. Since the deal hasn't been finalized, I can't give it to you. I will keep the item, and if you want it, come back for the next auction. I can't wait that long. Li Hongyuan said sharply. If the Valley Master does this, it might not bode well for the reputation of the ghost market. Cough, cough. Yin Chuan suddenly coughed a few times before saying, The item seems to be with me now. Why don't the 2 of you negotiate with me? The item belongs to our ghost market, so it should be given to me. Zhu Wuzhe said, I will pay the young friend 2 million taels as a reward. Li Hongyuan followed up, I'll offer 3 million taels for the item. Zhu Wuzhe looked at Li Hongyuan, his tone now carrying a threat. Li Hongyuan, I know it's you. This item must be returned to me today, or none of you will leave the ghost market. Valley Master, what do you mean by that? Li Hongyuan chuckled lightly. In front of so many people from the martial world, are you really going to kill me? In my territory, you must follow my rules. Zhu Wuzhe said coldly. If you want this item, come back for the next auction. Mr. Whiteface, give me the item. Li Hongyuan directly addressed Yin Chuan. I'll offer 3 million taels. This deal is not a loss. Young friend, it's better to have your life to spend money. Zhu Wuzhe's voice followed. 2 million taels is not a small amount. Yin Chuan feigned hesitation, then thought for a moment. He glanced between Zhu Wuzhe and Li Hongyuan before saying, Actually, I think what Valley Master Zhu said makes sense. After all, this is his territory, and it's better to give the Valley Master some face. As he spoke, Yin Chuan placed the Xianyang jade back into the wooden box and closed it again. Valley Master Zhu, I won't ask for your 2 million taels. Just give me 100,000 taels. Yin Chuan tossed the wooden box to Zhu Wuzhe. Zhu Wuzhe grabbed the box and opened it to take a look. The Xianyang jade inside was still emitting a faint red glow, surrounded by a trace of pure aura. Young friend, you're righteous. I will make a friend of you. Zhu Wuzhe closed the box, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a money pouch, tossing it to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan opened it to find a thick stack of silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels. After counting, there were exactly 10, so he put them away in his pocket. Mr. Whiteface, why is this? Li Hongyuan was confused. Why would they choose 100,000 taels instead of 3 million? Miss, the Valley Master is a top expert. If he doesn't let us leave, we won't be able to. Yin Chuan sighed and shook his head deliberately. Besides, having that much money is useless to me. I'll just come back next time. As Yin Chuan said this, he leaped in front of Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan wanted to question him, but suddenly saw that Yin Chuan was hiding another Xianyang jade in his robe, glowing red, looking genuine. At this moment, with his back to Zhu Wuzhe, Yin Chuan made a gesture for silence to Li Hongyuan, then said, Miss, let's go back. Li Hongyuan, although unsure how Yin Chuan managed to swap the Xianyang jade and deceive Zhu Wuzhe, realized there was no time to think deeply about it. So she nodded. Since it has come to this, let's do it this way. She quickly left with Kong Di, Su Sanjin, and Yin Chuan. Chapter 79. The swap leaving the ghost market overnight. Several horses galloped quickly along the road, heading towards the outside of the slanting cliff valley. Yin Chuan entered Li Hongyuan's carriage and took out the Xianyang jade. How do you have this? Wasn't it returned to Zhu Wuzhe? Li Hongyuan couldn't believe it. Took the Xianyang jade into her hands and tried to infuse her true energy into it. Indeed, there was a warm and gentle aura responding back. I gave him a fake. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Fake? Li Hongyuan still couldn't believe it. How did you manage to do that? How could you deceive him? Zhu Wuzhe has already broken through to the 9th realm. Yin Chuan didn't elaborate further, only said, Naturally, I have my methods. The reason the fake jade handed to Zhu Wuzhe could deceive him was that Yin Chuan infused a considerable amount of spiritual energy into it, allowing the fake jade's surface to emit a luster similar to that of genuine jade. It was merely an experiment to see if he could fool a top expert on the heavenly ranking, and he didn't expect it to actually work. However, such a state couldn't last long, and it would eventually be exposed, so he needed to leave quickly. Although Yin Chuan was confident he could defeat Zhu Wuzhe in a real fight, he didn't want to be so high profile. It was better to keep a low profile until he had absolute strength. Mr. Yin, what a clever trick. Asking you to join me this time was my smartest decision. After checking the Xianyang jade again and confirming there were no issues, Li Hongyuan put it into her bosom and then took out a redwood box from under her seat. Upon opening the box, it contained neatly stacked, large banknotes totaling 3 million taels of silver. Count it. There are exactly 3 million taels of silver here. Li Hongyuan said, The reward I promised won't be a single penny less. Yin Chuan looked at the banknotes, but only took out one stack and counted out 100 bills. Exactly 1 million taels. I only need 1 million taels. Yin Chuan smiled and said, You can keep the rest. Li Hongyuan was slightly taken aback. Why is Mr. Yin doing this? The remaining 2 million taels will be considered as you owing me a favor. Yin Chuan put the banknotes into his bosom. Buying your favor with 2 million taels of silver shouldn't be a loss, right? Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mr. Yin is truly remarkable. To have such an idea. What? Can't 2 million taels buy it? Yin Chuan countered. Of course it can. Li Hongyuan took back the remaining banknotes, curiously observing Yin Chuan. I just don't know how you expect me to repay this favor. How about we travel together after we leave the valley? Li Hongyuan suggested, placing her hand on the back of Yin Chuan's hand, her long fingers gently sliding over it. In the future, if I encounter something that needs help, I'll come find you to repay this favor. Yin Chuan calmly withdrew his hand, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and jumped out directly. Seeing Yin Chuan leave, Li Hongyuan caressed her fingers that had just touched Yin Chuan's hand, feeling a bit reluctant. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ghost market, inside the Baibao building, Zhu Wuzhe entered the room and placed the wooden box on the table, then opened it again to check. At this moment, the Xianyang jade lying in the box was still emitting a faint red glow, but as Zhu Wuzhe picked up the Xianyang jade, his expression instantly froze. As he infused a stream of true energy into the Xianyang jade, it immediately dispersed the spiritual energy temporarily stored within the jade, and the glow on the surface gradually faded until only a faint shimmer remained, clearly revealing it as a fake. Zhu Wuzhe put the Xianyang jade back into the box without hesitation, opened the window, and leaped out, quickly heading towards the valley exit. He finally understood why Li Hongyuan suddenly gave up on claiming the jade. It seemed she knew it had been swapped. He had to stop them before they left the valley to retrieve the item. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Cliff Valley, once they exited, regardless of whether they picked up a leak or made a mistake, everyone would have to accept the consequences. Not long after Zhu Wuzhe left, there was a knock on the door. "Valley Master, the hot tea has arrived," a voice called from outside. After knocking twice more with no response, the door slowly opened, and a ghost soldier dressed in black armor and a black mask entered the room. The ghost soldier carried a pot of tea into the room, scanned the surroundings, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found no one inside. He placed the teapot on the table, then quickly turned to close the door, and took off his mask, revealing Bai Xiao from the white-clothed sect. In order to retrieve the Xianyang jade, Bai Xiao took advantage of the night to pick up a ghost soldier's corpse, remove the black armor and mask, and put them on himself, sneaking in to seek an opportunity. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly without any obstruction. Soon, Bai Xiao's gaze was drawn to the wooden box on the table, and his heart raced. He approached and opened the box, and indeed, there lay a piece of Xianyang jade, with a faint aura still fluctuating on its surface. Without time to discern its authenticity, Bai Xiao immediately took out the remaining fake jade he had for the swap and replaced the jade in the box. With the swapped jade tucked into his bosom, Bai Xiao was extremely nervous. If Zhu Wuzhe found out, he would be dead without a doubt, and he needed to leave quickly. Glancing at the wide-open window, Bai Xiao removed the heavy black armor and then climbed out the window, sprinting in one direction. Once he reached the hiding spot, the other little brothers immediately surrounded him. "Big brother, so soon? Did you not get in?" The younger brothers, fearing Bai Xiao had failed, were all anxious. "Everyone pack up. The Xianyang jade is already in hand." Bai Xiao patted his chest where the jade was placed. "We need to leave the ghost market quickly, and before dawn, get out of the Cliff Valley. That esteemed person has already arranged for our pickup outside. As long as we hand over the item, our brothers will live a life of wealth and luxury for the rest of our lives, enjoying endless riches." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, the previous gloom lifted. Meanwhile, on Zhu Wuzhe's side, although he had rushed out immediately, he still couldn't stop Li Hongyuan and the others. He could only stand on the high cliff at the valley exit, gazing far into the distance. What a great humiliation! Zhu Wuzhe couldn't understand how he could have misjudged the situation. At the time of receiving the jade, it appeared to be genuine. How could he have thought it was a fake? However, since they had already exited the valley, he had no reason to pursue further. After all, it was a rule he had set. If he forcefully broke through to reclaim it, in the future, no one would dare to come to his Wuxiang ghost market. After all, every time the ghost market opened, people from the Jianghu flocked to it precisely because he, as a top expert on the heavenly ranking, could uphold the rules here. If he led the way in breaking the rules, he would likely ruin both his reputation and that of the ghost market. Chapter 80. Return journey. The mountain forest before dawn was shrouded in a thin mist, and Bai Xiao, along with 5 younger brothers, stumbled along the rugged mountain path. After a whole night of rushing, they were all panting and exhausted. "Big brother, let's take a break." The youngest brother behind him leaned against a tree, panting, his face pale. "Take a break, my foot." Bai Xiao turned back and shouted, his eyes bloodshot. "If Zhu Wuzhe discovers the jade has been swapped, all the ghost soldiers from the Cliff Valley will come after us. If we don't reach the meeting point before dawn, we're all dead." The group dared not speak further and gritted their teeth to keep up. Bai Xiao felt the jade in his bosom through his clothes. Its smooth texture gave him some reassurance. If this operation succeeded, the reward promised by that esteemed person would be enough for them to live in wealth and luxury for the rest of their lives. As the east began to brighten, they finally reached the agreed meeting point, a deserted lumberjack's cabin located 20 miles outside the Cliff Valley, amidst the mountains. In the clearing in front of the cabin stood a figure cloaked in black robes, back to them, with a mask gleaming with a cold iron sheen in the morning light. "Have you brought the items?" The voice of the man in black was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. Bai Xiao knelt on one knee, presenting a piece of jade wrapped in embroidered cloth. Although the process was a bit bumpy, I ultimately succeeded in obtaining the Xianyang jade. The man in black turned around, and 2 cold glances swept over the crowd from beneath his mask. "But I heard about last night's events. The Xianyang jade has already been taken by Zhu Wuxia. So how did you get it? Bai Xiao clasped his hands and smiled, then excitedly described how he disguised himself as a ghost soldier to infiltrate the Baibao building and swap the jade. So easily? The man in black was somewhat skeptical, but still stepped forward to take the jade. As he unfolded the embroidered cloth, he fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly let out a piercing cold laugh. This is the Xianyang jade you risked your life to bring out? Bai Xiao looked up sharply, only to see that the jade the man in black was holding had a dull luster, far from the real Xianyang jade. Impossible. Bai Xiao shook his head repeatedly. This is indeed what I swapped from Zhu Wuxia's room. It didn't look like this at the time. Fool! The man in black was instantly enraged, waving his sleeve, causing Bai Xiao to fly backward as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily to the ground. You useless fools are completely wasting my time. The man in black shouted angrily, then raised his hand. The two white-clad disciples closest to him had no time to react before their heads exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Spare us, my lord. The remaining three knelt down begging for mercy, only to be ensnared by blood-red threads that appeared out of nowhere, tightening around their necks. Bai Xiao watched helplessly as his companions' eyes bulged, their tongues extended, ultimately collapsing like rag dolls on the ground. The instinct for survival made Bai Xiao roll to the side, and the hidden throwing knives in his sleeve shot out. The man in black contemptuously waved his sleeve to block them, and all the knives froze in midair as if stopped by an invisible barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Xiao turned and fled. Though he was nearly exhausted, he frantically urged all his internal power. Stopping meant certain death. On Yin Chuan's side, the group had reached the outskirts of Qingyang City after several days of travel. After leaving the Xia Valley, Li Honyuan concluded that Zhu Wuxia would definitely not pursue them any further, and indeed, it turned out as she said. Zhu Wuxia was a man who valued rules, especially the ones he set himself. This kind of loss, he could only bear silently. All right, everyone, the escort mission has been successfully completed. Li Honyuan instructed Su Sanjin to stop the carriage by the roadside and said to everyone, the promised rewards have been delivered. If there is anything in the future, I will reach out to you. Kong Di patted his chest, with the rewards Li Honyuan had just given him restored. Feeling satisfied. Rest assured, Miss Li, if there are such good things in the future, just let me know. As long as I, Kong Di, have time, I will definitely help. Farewell, Xiao Ku said coldly, then mounted his horse and rode off into the distance without stopping. Li Honyuan turned her gaze back to Yin Chuan. The items promised to you should also be completed. I have already instructed Xie Guanglin, and they will be delivered to you when you return. Good. Yin Chuan nodded. In that case, everyone, I hope to see you again in the future. Li Honyuan smiled gently, then rode off alone into the city. Brother Yin, I also have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave here. I hope to see you again in the future. Kong Di turned and cupped his hands to Yin Chuan. Good. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Let us part ways here. Su Sanjin also cupped his hands to Yin Chuan, then followed Kong Di in the opposite direction. Yin Chuan looked back at Qingyang City behind him, choosing not to enter, but instead to ride back toward Chongqing town. Having been out for so long, he was somewhat concerned about He Qinglian, so he wanted to return quickly. However, less than 30 miles out, Yin Chuan stopped, because he saw two figures confronting each other in an open area ahead. Surrounding them were some passing commoners and wandering heroes. Among the two confronting figures in the open area, one was Xiao Ku. The other, dressed in white and holding a black sword, looked to be only 27 or 28 years old, yet his aura was not weak, and his expression was equally proud. Just a few days ago, hadn't Xiao Ku fought with that Yi Huayan outside Qingyang City? Someone nearby started discussing. Yes, I was there at the time. And Xiao Ku lost very quickly. How did they meet again? Although they are both top-tier experts, there seems to be quite a difference. Hearing their conversation, Yin Chuan looked again at the person standing opposite Xiao Ku. This white-clad swordsman should be the Yi Huayan that Kong Di mentioned, who ranks 7th on the Earth ranking. 3 years have passed, and you still don't know when to stop. Yi Huayan lightly flicked the black sword, producing a clear sound like a dragon's roar. How many times have you been defeated? Is the last lesson not enough? Xiao Ku's knuckles turned white from clenching. Yi Huayan, as long as I am alive, I, Xiao Ku, will haunt you like a vengeful ghost. Either you kill me, or I kill you, and then take back the black sword. Yi Huayun chuckled lightly, glancing at the black sword in his hand. Is this sword so important to you? You would rather die to get it back? Of course. Bai Jian Shao Ku gritted his teeth. You don't deserve to wield this sword. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shao Ku's figure shot out like an arrow, creating a violent whirlwind at the spot, with the sword tip aimed straight at Yi Huayun's throat. Yet Yi Huayun remained still, merely turning his wrist lightly in response to Shao Ku's fierce attack. The black sword traced a bizarre arc, precisely deflecting Shao Ku's seemingly swift and lethal strike, while simultaneously angling to leave a cut on Shao Ku's shoulder. If the sword had been just a bit more off, it might have struck Shao Ku's throat. Chapter 81. Remember what I said, the pain from the sword edge cutting through his shoulder only intensified Shao Ku's fighting spirit. He swayed slightly, using the blood splattering from his wound as cover, and suddenly accelerated the tip of his sword, aiming directly at Yi Huayun's heart. Yi Huayun's lips curled slightly, as the black sword drew a semicircle in front of his chest. With a crisp sound, Shao Ku's sword tip was accurately deflected. Yi Huayun then raised the black sword in a follow-up motion, leaving another wound on Shao Ku's left arm. Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Yi Huayun intentionally restrained his strength by 30% with each strike, and his sword path avoided all fatal positions. Although it appeared to be a deadly clash between sworn enemies, in reality, Yi Huayun was deliberately holding back, while Shao Ku was already blinded by rage. Suddenly, he changed his strategy, his long sword slashing out diagonally, instantly delivering 7 strikes, each accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. Among the onlookers, a few with lower cultivation hurriedly covered their ears and stepped back, fearing they would be caught in the duel of top-tier experts. The 7 swords of the White Snake. Someone exclaimed. Shao Ku's famous ultimate skill. Yi Huayun merely responded with a slight "oh" as the black sword danced before him, creating a curtain of dark light. 7 crisp sounds erupted almost simultaneously, and Shao Ku's offensive was once again entirely blocked. Even more frightening was that after each block, the black sword retaliated as if it was a shadow, leaving a series of cuts on Shao Ku's body. However, these wounds were not deep and could only be considered superficial injuries. The 3rd sword, the 4th sword. Yi Huayun counted leisurely, as if this were not a life-and-death duel, but rather a master teaching a disciple. Shao Ku, your swordsmanship is getting worse with each attempt. Shut up. Shao Ku suddenly abandoned defense for offense, allowing the black sword to pierce his right shoulder, while his left hand clawed directly for Yi Huayun's throat. This suicidal tactic took everyone by surprise, even causing Yi Huayun's expression to change slightly. The black sword shook violently, and blood gushed from Shao Ku's right shoulder. But Yi Huayun was also forced back half a step, with 3 cuts appearing on his neck. This was the first time he had been injured during their multiple encounters. Interesting. Yi Huayun touched the wound on his neck, a complex look flashing in his eyes. It seems you truly hate me to the bone. Shao Ku coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his white front. It's not just hate. I wish I could grind you to dust. The words were not finished when the person rushed out again, the sword light like a waterfall. Yi Huayun's eyes sharpened, and he finally became serious. The black sword suddenly erupted with a roar like a tidal wave, the sword momentum surging like the tide, each wave stronger than the last. Shao Ku's sword moves, under such an onslaught, were like a small boat in a storm, barely coping and on the verge of capsizing. It's over. Yi Huayun suddenly shouted lightly. The black sword unexpectedly struck, instantly parrying Shao Ku's white snake sword and piercing directly at his heart. Shao Ku's pupils shrank suddenly, but it was already too late to dodge. In a critical moment, the black sword suddenly turned, the sword tip becoming the hilt, and heavily struck at Shao Ku's vital point. With a dull sound, Shao Ku fell to one knee as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground in front of him. Like you are now, you will never win against me. Yi Huayun sheathed his sword, his voice as cold as ice. Give it up. It's not worth risking your life for a dead person. Shao Ku braced himself with his sword, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He raised his head, the hatred in his eyes almost palpable. As long as I'm not dead. There will come a day when I will definitely kill you. Whatever you say. Yi Huayun turned to leave, his white clothes fluttering in the wind like waves. The crowd watching saw that the victor had been decided and, wary of the infamous master, began to disperse. Soon, the empty space was left with only Xiao Ku, who was kneeling on one knee, and the pool of blood that was gradually seeping into the soil in front of him. A tear slid down the corner of Xiao Ku's eye, mixing with the blood and splattering on the ground. He gritted his teeth, using his sword to prop himself up and prevent himself from falling. Anger and hatred will slow your sword down. A calm voice sounded from behind. Xiao Ku struggled to turn around and saw Chuan standing 3 steps away, his blue robe fluttering slightly in the wind. You're not a swordsman. What do you understand? Xiao Ku's voice was low. Chuan did not respond, only gazing thoughtfully in the direction Yi Huayun had left. He is right, in your current state. You truly can never win against him. Are you here to mock me? Xiao Ku suddenly coughed a few times, clearly still feeling the effects of the earlier blow. I'm not that bored. Chuan laughed. I just noticed that Yi Huayun doesn't want to kill you. Otherwise, you would already be dead. He has kept me alive just to humiliate me again and again. Xiao Ku sneered. But one day, he will regret his decision not to kill me. I will definitely kill him. Don't talk big right now. Chuan glanced at the setting sun, which was now close to evening. There was still a long way to the nearest post station. Eat this. It will help you temporarily regain some strength. Chuan took out a pill from his ring and presented it to Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku turned to look, his expression complex. Why are you helping me? We have no friendship. Meeting is fate. Chuan said. I can see you are not the kind of person who does evil. Helping you once is just accumulating good deeds. Xiao Ku hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to take the pill and put it in his mouth. After a brief digestion, he felt somewhat better and slowly stood up with his sword propped on the ground. Thank you. Xiao Ku reached into his pocket and took out a stack of silver notes, which was the reward Li Hongyuan had given him for this trip to the ghost market. I don't like being in someone's debt. Consider this the money for the medicine, Xiao Ku said as he tried to give the money to Chuan. But Chuan did not take it. On the contrary, I like it when others owe me favors. After saying this, Chuan turned and left, giving Xiao Ku no chance to press money into his hands. Remember what I said, anger and hatred will slow your sword down. Chuan leaped onto his horse and added, if you want revenge, first calm yourself down. Xiao Ku watched Chuan ride away, his brow slightly furrowed. Although this Chuan looked younger than him, he felt much more mature. The words spoken sounded like those of his already deceased master. Getting on his horse, Xiao Ku also left the open space and began to circulate his true energy to heal his wounds. After more than an hour of travel, the sky had already darkened, and he finally saw a post station by the roadside ahead. Xiao Ku stopped his horse in the courtyard, walked alone into the post station, which was almost full, most of them being people from the martial world returning after the ghost market. Seeing Xiao Ku's figure, some of the guests dining around quickly recognized him. Oh, isn't this Xiao Ku? This blood all over. Did he lose again? Ha! If we're talking about who is the most pathetic on the master list, I think it's him. At this rate, he will definitely be brushed off the master list next year. Chapter 82. Past rumors facing the ridicule from those around him. Xiao Ku did not care. But the bloodstains on his white outfit looked particularly glaring under the light. After scanning the hall, he finally chose a square table in the corner to sit down, leaning his long sword against the edge of the table, his expression calm and indifferent. Waiter, a jug of strong wine, and 2 plates of side dishes. Xiao Ku's voice was hoarse and low, but Xiao Ku's indifference did not silence these people. Instead, it only fueled their arrogance. I heard that the sea sword Yi Huayun taught a stray dog a lesson on the official road today, beating him until he spat out 3 liters of blood. Isn't that right? Someone immediately chimed in sarcastically. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Yi the great hero has spared his lifetime and again out of nostalgia. Yet he insists on chasing and biting like a mad dog. Xiao Ku's hand holding the wine cup paused slightly, the surface of the wine rippling gently. Just then, Chuan was also in this inn, sitting at another table diagonally across from him. At this moment, Chuan noticed Xiao Ku's reaction. Although he appeared indifferent to the cold jibes, his body was somewhat tense, clearly suppressing his anger. If you ask me, This matter goes back 3 years. A tall, thin man said mysteriously in a low voice, "Do you know why Xiao Ku hates Yi Huayun to the bone?" Then suddenly quieted down. Even a shopkeeper perked up his ears. The tall, thin man proudly surveyed the room and began to speak. Back then, the three of them were inseparable. Who were the three? Someone asked. Of course, it was the white sword Xiao Ku, the black sword Wu Yi, and the sea sword Yi Huayun. It is rumored that these three even swore brotherhood. Xiao Ku's wine cup suddenly cracked with a sound, forming a fine line. What happened next? Someone eagerly asked. What happened next? The tall, thin man sneered. It is said that they discovered some incredible treasure in an ancient tomb, and the three turned against each other. Yi Huayun even killed Xiao Ku's wife Wu Yi, which led to the feud we see now. Shut up. A furious shout shook the beams, sending dust falling. Xiao Ku slammed the table and had already gripped his long sword. If you continue to babble nonsense here, I will cut off your tongue. The tall, thin man shrank back in fear, but a previously silent man in green stood up slowly. This man was in his 40s, with high temples and a wide knife hanging at his waist. Such great power from the great hero Xiao. The man in green sneered. What's this? Acting like a dead dog in front of you, Huayun, but trying to act tough in front of us unknowns? Chuan narrowed his eyes, using his technique to observe the spirit, realizing that this person was at the 7th realm level. At this moment, Xiao Ku's internal energy was disordered, and the wound on his right shoulder was still bleeding. If a fight broke out, he would definitely not be a match for this person. It's Xiao Yan. Someone recognized the man in green, known as the ghost-slaying knife Zhao Yin. Hearing this name, Chuan recalled that he was not on the master list. Although most of the masters on the Earth list were the 7th realm, not all 7th realm experts could make the list. Zhao Yin smiled proudly. I originally came to see the excitement of the ghost market, but I was delayed on the way and missed the fun. His gaze, like a knife, fixed on Xiao Ku. But I didn't expect to encounter a master from the Earth list here. Why not have a spar? If Zhao were to win even a move or two, I might even mix into the list next year. The atmosphere in the inn suddenly became tense. Xiao Ku's face turned pale. He knew that his opponent was taking advantage of his vulnerability. However, in the martial world, there are rules. Publicly challenging someone and not daring to fight is even more humiliating than being defeated. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Yan suddenly sneered. Or are you scared of facing your short-lived wife? Clang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ku drew his sword, pointing the tip at Zhao Yan. I will make you regret saying that. How will you make me regret it? Zhao Yan scoffed. With your current state of barely hanging on, I accept your challenge. Xiao Ku replied, it's too crowded here. Let's fight outside. Just as Xiao Ku was about to walk out, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. This brother. Chuan had appeared at Xiao Ku's side without him noticing, his voice calm as water, bullying an injured person. If you win, it wouldn't sound good when it gets out, would it? Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes at Chuan. Who are you? Chuan did not answer, only exerted a slight force with his palm. Xiao Ku suddenly felt a warm current surge from his shoulder, instantly coursing through his body, calming the turmoil in his energy and blood. This technique is incredibly profound. Xiao Ku looked at Chuan in surprise, his pupils slightly trembling. If we're going to fight, it's better to wait until Brother Xiao has recovered, Chuan said lightly. Or are you saying that Zhao the hero only dares to pick on the weak? A few suppressed chuckles arose from the crowd in the inn. Zhao Yan's expression darkened as his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. It was a rare opportunity to defeat a top-ranked expert. How could he just give it up? One wants to fight, and the other wants to take the beating. Zhao Yan laughed. What does that have to do with you? Aren't you wanting to challenge a top expert to climb that so-called ranking list? Chuan smiled, since I also managed to get on the list by chance. How about we spar? You're on the list too? Zhao Yan furrowed his brow, re-evaluating Chuan. I haven't seen you before. What is your name? Chuan. Chuan replied with a smile. As soon as he announced his name, people around began to discuss. Ranked 45th on the Earth list. A hidden gambler, Chuan. Just made it on the list this year. Never heard of him before. Zhao Yan hesitated, but seeing that Chuan seemed ordinary and having never heard of him before, along with being at the bottom of the Earth list, he considered him a good stepping stone for his own ranking. All right, Zhao Yan sneered. Since you want to accept the challenge for him, I don't mind. After all, Defeating anyone among you will do. Brother Yin, I appreciate your kindness. Xiao Ku said at this moment, but this person insulted my wife. I must teach him a lesson myself. As you wish. Yin Chuan saw how determined Xiao Ku was and did not insist further. Only infused Xiao Ku's body with a rich spiritual energy through his shoulder, allowing Xiao Ku to regain his strength in a short time. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two moved to an open area outside the inn. The innkeeper had thoughtfully lit several braziers in the courtyard, illuminating it brightly. Xiao Ku and Zhao Yin drew their weapons. Do you know why I call my sword the Ghost Slayer? Zhao Yin asked. I couldn't care less. Xiao Ku's white sword reflected the firelight as his true energy began to circulate around him. Because everyone I've defeated has died under my blade. Zhao Yin grinned, his eyes narrowing as he moved first, lunging at Xiao Ku while swinging his broadsword directly at Xiao Ku's throat. Xiao Ku stood firm, the scene seemingly reverting to hours earlier when he challenged Yi Huayun, recalling Yi Huayun's moves in his mind. Facing Zhao Yan's fierce attack, Xiao Ku flicked his wrist, and the white sword traced a strange arc in the air, precisely deflecting Zhao Yan's powerful strike. At the same time, the sword tip pressed forward, resting directly against Zhao Yan's throat. With just a bit more force, it could easily sever his windpipe. Chapter 83. Try hitting me once. Zhao Yan was momentarily stunned, feeling an extreme cold at his neck. A moment's inattention could lead to his throat being cut. After all, he was also a 7th-level expert. Even if there was a gap between him and an Earth-ranked expert, he didn't expect to lose in one move. This completely caught Zhao Yan off guard. Xiao the hero. Spare me. Zhao Yan, losing all his previous arrogance, froze in place and urgently pleaded, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please don't hold it against me. Let me go. Xiao Ku's gaze was icy. At this moment, he could understand just how absurd his duel with Yi Huayun had been. Yi Huayun's sword could have held against his throat in the same way, but he did not do so. The gap between this person and himself was as vast as the one between him and Yi Huayun. Clearly, both were 7th level, yet it felt like they were worlds apart. Thinking of this, Xiao Ku felt even more lost. Clearly, their swordsmanship had been on par before. However, after that incident, the gap between them had slowly widened. Facing Zhao Yan's plea for mercy, Xiao Ku twisted his wrist and struck the hilt of his sword heavily against Zhao Yan's throat. Ugh! Zhao Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the intense pain causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air, unable to utter another word. You insulted my wife. You should have paid with your life. Xiao Ku said coldly, but I spare your life, just turning you into a mute. After saying this, Xiao Ku turned and walked back into the inn, and the onlookers automatically parted to make way, not daring to stop him. Yin Chuan looked at Zhao Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, writhing in pain. He had already been struck in the throat by Xiao Ku's sword hilt, and not only would he likely never speak again, but even eating and drinking would be problematic. The farce ended, and everyone returned to the inn to continue eating and chatting, but no one dared to mention anything about Xiao Ku again, fearing the wrath of these Earth-ranked experts. Even if Xiao Ku couldn't defeat Yi Huayun, he was not someone they, mere 3rd or 4th-rate martial artists, could compare to. Why didn't you kill him? Yin Chuan took the initiative to sit down at Xiao Ku's table. Xiao Ku glanced at Yin Chuan and said lightly, You're right. Hatred and anger do slow my sword. Once I calmed down, my reactions were much quicker, seeing that Xiao Ku had good insight. Yin Chuan felt a sense of appreciation for talent. After all, he was originally a foundation-building cultivator over 300 years old, and facing a martial artist in his 30s felt like dealing with a child. How did you do that? Xiao Ku suddenly asked Yin Chuan. Do what? Yin Chuan poured himself a cup of wine, raised it to his nose, and sniffed. The inn's liquor was of average quality, murky. Xiao Ku found it hard to describe. The energy you infused into me is a sensation I've never felt before. It's quite wonderful. Just an ordinary energy cultivation technique. Yin Chuan casually replied, If you want to learn, I can teach you. Energy cultivation technique? Xiao Ku pondered briefly before shaking his head. Such an effect exists? The difference between martial artists and cultivators lies in the type of energy they cultivate. The true energy cultivated by martial artists contains both spiritual and turbid energy. If turbid energy accumulates too much in the body, it will block the upper limits of the martial artist. The more advanced the technique among martial artists, the less turbid energy they will absorb, and they will gradually expel the turbid energy over time. Conversely, cultivators start by absorbing pure spiritual energy, allowing them to reach higher levels. Just now, Chuan infused Xiao Ku with pure spiritual energy, which made him feel amazing. It was like having gotten used to drinking muddy river water, only to suddenly taste a clear and sweet mountain spring. The difference in flavor was naturally unprecedented. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yin. Xiao Ku sighed softly, but I have urgent matters to attend to now and no time to learn other techniques. I will visit again when I have the chance. All right. Chuan did not press further, understanding that everyone has their own ambitions. After a simple meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Chuan began attempting to a layer of taboo from the jade slip he obtained from the ghost market again. But the remaining taboos were much more complex, and he could only break through a small part each time. After more than an hour of trying, Chuan was already drenched in sweat and had to choose to stop and take a break. With so many taboos surrounding it, the book inside was bound to contain something extraordinary, which only piqued Chuan's curiosity further. He then took out the square wooden box he had obtained at the conference from the ring, wanting to try to open it. However, the puzzle on the outside of the box was exceedingly complex, and without knowing the original pattern, Chuan was left utterly confused after trying for a long time. Such things were not Chuan's forte, so he could only toss it back into the ring. The next morning, most of the people in the inn had already left, including Xiao Ku, who had departed at dawn. Chuan bought a few sesame cakes at the post station, mounted his horse, and continued his journey back. After several days of hurrying and dawdling, Chuan finally returned to the outskirts of Chongqing town. It had been over a month since he left. The town remained unchanged, and after passing through the streets and arriving outside the Yin residence, everything was just as it had been. The two guards at the entrance were joking around, but upon seeing Chuan ride back, they immediately stood at attention, one on the left and one on the right, rushing forward to greet him. "Welcome back, sir. Let me take your horse." At the gate, Chuan dismounted and walked into the residence. "Where is Madam?" Chuan asked. "She is in the inner room, but she hasn't been coming out much lately." One of the guards quickly replied. "And Commander Wang and Yang Xingye?" Chuan asked again. "They're in the backyard." As soon as Chuan arrived in the backyard, he heard a loud shout. 9 turns golden body. Activate. In the courtyard, Yang Xingye was in a horse stance, a faint golden aura surrounding him, his clothes moving as if blown by the wind. Opposite him, Wang Dashan was taking up the starting stance of 8 cracking fist, his forehead bulging with veins, clearly preparing to exert his full strength. "Young Master Yang, I'm going to get serious," Wang Dashan said in a deep voice. Yang Xingye grinned. "Come at me. I can now display the level of 7 turns golden body, and I can definitely withstand your move." Boom! Wang Dashan leaped forward, throwing a punch, and a slight explosion echoed in the air. This punch landed solidly on Yang Xingye's chest, but it was like hitting a bronze bell, producing a dull thud. Yang Xingye remained unmoved, while Wang Dashan was forced back 3 steps, shaking his numbed wrist and gasping for breath. "Ha ha! How about that?" Yang Xingye put away his stance, proudly patting his chest. "I told you my technique was perfected enough to withstand it." His words were cut short. Yang Xingye suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide as he looked to the side. "Master?" Chuan stood with his hands behind his back on the corridor, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you haven't been slacking off while I've been away." "Master?" Yang Xingye bounced over like a child, his face filled with excitement. "Look how well I've trained. In just over a month, I can already perform the 7 turns golden body, and even withstand Brother Wang's full strike without feeling a thing." Wang Dashan rubbed his wrist with a wry smile. "Young Master Yang's technique is indeed remarkable. My 8 cracking fist practiced to the 7th level feels like just a tickle." Yang Xingye's eyes suddenly lit up. "Master, why don't you hit me once and see how much of your strength I can take?" Chapter 84. There are flaws. Chuan raised an eyebrow. The true qi flowing within Yang Xingye was indeed much smoother than before he left, and the protective qi formed by the 7 turns golden body was beginning to take shape. In the martial arts world, This was already quite a good level of external cultivation. If he reached the 9 turns, even top experts on the heavenly rankings might struggle to break it. Are you sure? Chuan asked with a hint of a smile. Of course. Yang Xingye patted his chest. Master, feel free to strike. I can take it. All right. Chuan raised his hand. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Yang Xingye immediately took half a step back, began to circulate his energy, and, after a moment, displayed the 7 turns golden body. Master, come on. Yang Xingye rooted himself. I can definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, Chuan's hand lightly struck his chest. This palm seemed soft and powerless, but upon contact, it unleashed a strong wave of spiritual energy. Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang out as the golden aura surrounding Yang Xingye shattered in response. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing against the courtyard wall 10 zhang away with a loud bang. Bricks and stones flew, and the entire wall collapsed, raising clouds of dust. My goodness! Wang Dashan exclaimed as he rushed over. As the dust settled, Yang Xingye was embedded in the rubble, lying flat with his eyes wide open in disbelief. His shirt was torn into strips, revealing a clear red palm print on his chest. Chuan leisurely walked over and bent down to ask, "How is it? Not dead, right?" Yang Xingye's lips trembled. "Master, how much strength did you use?" "Less than 30%. Chuan pretended to think, maybe 2.5%. Wang Dashan gasped upon hearing this. He had only experienced Yang Xingye's 7 turns golden body, and yet Chuan's casual strike was more effective than his full force. Yang Xingye felt his vision darken and his head spin. The protective skill he had diligently practiced was like paper in front of his master. Chuan pulled Yang Xingye out of the debris and casually channeled a stream of spiritual energy to help him stabilize his chaotic qi and blood. The 7 turns golden body is indeed good. But remember, every technique has its flaws. Just now, when your true qi flowed to the Danzhong point, there was a brief delay, which is a fatal weakness. In a life and death duel, others 1T give you the time to slowly gather your energy. Yang Xingye nodded blankly, then suddenly grabbed Chuan's sleeve. "Master, please teach me how to fix this flaw. What's the rush?" Chuan laughed and shook his head. "First, solidify your foundation. Now that I'm back, starting tomorrow, practice the turtle breathing technique for 2 extra hours every day. It will help you with your control over true qi." "All right." Yang Xingye suddenly sprang up from the ground like he had been injected with adrenaline, filled with excitement. Afterward, Chuan left the backyard and headed toward the bedroom. He wondered if his wife, He Qinglian, was ill since she hadn't come out at this hour. As he approached the bedroom, he saw a yellow dog sleeping at the door. It was Bung Bung. Seemingly hearing some noise, Bung Bung suddenly lifted its head and looked around. Upon seeing Chuan, it immediately joyfully dashed over, its tail wagging like a top, its front paws resting on Chuan's waist. "You've grown so fast. It seems you've been eating well in the fields." Chuan scratched Bung Bung's fluffy head, finding it somewhat adorable. Clearly just over 2 months old, its size was already comparable to that of an adult dog. "Shoo!" Chuan made a gesture for silence, and the little dog immediately lay down obediently, though its tail continued to gently thump the ground. The warm light from the bedroom window spilled out, and just as Chuan took a few steps closer, he suddenly paused. In his keen sense of spiritual energy, he could detect a rhythmic wave of energy coming from inside, rising and falling like the tides, clearly indicating someone was cultivating. Chuan held his breath and approached the window, only to see He Qinglian sitting on the bed, her hands forming a clumsy but fundamentally correct hand seal. A faint spiritual light surrounded her, flickering with her breath. The most astonishing thing was that, at her dantian position, a faint spiritual energy vortex had formed, an obvious sign of having successfully drawn energy into the body. Seeing this scene, Chuan's heart filled with joy. He had previously taught He Qinglian how to sense spiritual energy, but she had made no progress until now. Unexpectedly, in just over a month since he left, He Qinglian had successfully completed this step and was slowly cultivating according to the methods he had left her. In this world where spiritual energy was scarce, such performance was already considered quite good talent. If He Qinglian's cultivation level rose higher in the future, they could even cultivate together, further increasing their training speed. Yin Chuan did not disturb He Qinglian's cultivation, but waited until she successfully circulated a full cycle of spiritual energy before choosing to push the door open. Hearing the sound, He Qinglian suddenly became alert and opened her eyes. When He Qinglian saw Yin Chuan, the vigilance in her eyes instantly turned into joy. She hurriedly jumped down from the bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and threw herself into Yin Chuan's arms. "Husband, you're back." Yin Chuan took a step back from the impact, and the familiar scent from his wife's hair warmed his heart. He Qinglian's arms were tightly wrapped around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and he could clearly feel her rapid heartbeat. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming back?" He Qinglian looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. "I wanted to come to greet you. How could I let you know in advance?" Yin Chuan patted her head. "I didn't bring a servant with me." Yin Chuan reached out to caress He Qinglian's cheek and then asked, "When did you break through?" 22 days ago. He Qinglian remembered clearly. She excitedly pulled Yin Chuan to sit by the bed, eager to share. "After you left, I couldn't sleep every day. That night, I tried sitting in meditation like you taught me to feel the spiritual energy you mentioned. Suddenly, she felt something drilling into her skin from the air. She gestured animatedly, and Yin Chuan had never seen his usually dignified wife so lively. It started with a tickling sensation like little bugs crawling, and then it turned into a warm flow. He Qinglian placed her hands on her lower abdomen. In the end, it all gathered here, spinning around. It felt especially comfortable. And then, Yin Chuan couldn't help but ask. "Then I practiced every day as you taught me." He Qinglian pulled out a handwritten booklet from under her pillow, which contained the foundational techniques Yin Chuan left before he left home. The pages were already worn. At first, I could only hold on for 15 minutes a day, but now I can circulate the spiritual energy through 3 cycles in one go. "Does anyone else know?" Yin Chuan asked again. "No." He Qinglian shook her head. "I remember what you said. I didn't tell anyone, not even Yang Xingye and the others." "That's good." Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. "Remember, it's enough for you and me to know about this. Don't tell anyone else." He Qinglian nodded obediently. Chapter 85. Idle Cloud Mountain Villa 30 miles north of Chongqing town. A nameless green mountain stood majestically. A few months ago, the barren mountaintop now boasted a grand villa. The vermilion gate gleamed softly in the sunlight, with its flying eaves resembling a soaring rock, just as Li Honyuan had promised to build for Yin Chuan. "This was the land deed with the official seal, already recorded in your name as agreed." Xie Guanglin, the manager of the Fortune Casino, respectfully presented the document, his eyes barely concealing envy. The villa was built with exquisite materials. Just the 2 golden-threaded Nanmu columns were worth the entire fortune of an ordinary wealthy family. Yin Chuan gently brushed his fingertips over the bright red official seal on the deed, confirmed its accuracy, and then handed it to He Qinglian beside him. "Madam, keep it safe. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Xie Guanglin clasped his hands and bowed, slowly descending the stone steps with his attendants. The mountain breeze brushed away the cold sweat on his forehead. The master who could make the owner spend so lavishly was certainly no ordinary expert. Once the outsiders had left, He Qinglian looked up at the villa's lintel. "Husband, we should name our new home." Everyone followed her gaze and saw a smooth, jade-like, nameless stone tablet standing by the path leading up the mountain, meant for naming. "I'll do it." Yang Xingye darted to the tablet, rubbing his hands excitedly. "With such a powerful master, how about calling it Invincible Villa? How imposing." Wang Dashan couldn't help but cough. "Young Master Yang, then they might be a bit inappropriate." "Then how about Divine Palm Villa?" Yang Xingye persisted. "Or the #1 villa in the world." He Qinglian covered her mouth and chuckled, while Yin Chuan shook his head with a smile. Yang Xingye's naming skills were truly hard to watch. With his hands behind his back, Yin Chuan stepped up to the tablet, gazing at the rolling clouds in the distance, suddenly feeling inspired. "Life is short and rare, so let's call it Idle Cloud Villa." "Good name." He Qinglian immediately agreed. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and said to Wang Dashan beside him, "Lend me your axe for a moment." Although Wang Dashan didn't know what Yin Chuan intended to do, he still handed over the axe from his waist. Yin Chuan gripped the short axe, exerted a slight force with his wrist, and carved the words idle cloud into the stone tablet. It looked vigorous and imposing. "Let's go move the things in." Chuan walked ahead, while Wang Dashin, Yang Xingye, and the others brought the items into the villa. After several hours of organizing and cleaning, the villa was already filled with vitality. The villa was large, with dozens of rooms of various sizes. After moving in, the first thing Chuan did was instruct Yang Xingye and Wang Dashin to continue recruiting guards and maids. The villa was so big that relying solely on the few people they had before was simply not manageable. Once there were enough people, Chuan had the newly recruited guards go to the back mountain to cultivate medicinal fields, making it convenient for him to plant and nurture spiritual plants in the future. Additionally, Chuan utilized his knowledge of formation techniques from his memory to set up several protective formations around the mountainside. Ordinary beasts and martial artists would find it nearly impossible to pass through the great formation to reach the villa. They could only ascend from the foot of the mountain along the stone steps to reach the villa's gate. Moreover, to facilitate cultivation, Chuan found another secluded spot on the back mountain and cleared a piece of land. Using the spiritual stones from his storage ring, he set up a gathering formation, ensuring that the spiritual energy in this area was richer than elsewhere, speeding up the cultivation process. By the time everything was arranged, it was already the end of the year. The villa had about 30 guards and 15 or 16 maids and cooks. Although not many, it was already several times the number of servants they had before, sufficient for their needs. Although Chuan wouldn't directly teach these guards martial arts, he had Wang Dashin train and instruct them. After all, guarding such a large villa required the guards to possess some skills. Yang Xingye, upon seeing how luxurious and grand the villa was, directly moved in and didn't want to return home. Every day, he practiced martial arts diligently, showing great dedication. As autumn turned to winter, another year passed. They celebrated a lively new year at the villa. Following tradition, Chuan gave every person in the household a red envelope containing 2 taels of silver, bringing joy to the guards and maids. On the morning of the 3rd day of the new year, while the morning mist had yet to dissipate, Yang Xingye rushed up to the villa in a flurry. He was clutching a gilded booklet, his boots soaked with dew from running all the way up from the foot of the mountain. "Master! Master!" His voice reached before he did as he dashed into the backyard. Chuan was training in the backyard, issuing commands to his pet, Bang Bang. Upon hearing Yang Xingye's voice, he finally stopped. "You're in such a hurry, what's the matter?" Chuan brushed off non-existent dust from his robe and tossed a meat bone far away, causing Bang Bang to immediately pounce on it. "The list of top experts has been updated," Yang Xingye exclaimed excitedly. "Master, do you know what your current ranking is?" "What ranking?" Chuan asked. "Master, you are now ranked 10th on the Earth ranking." Yang Xingye laughed happily. "And your title has changed. You are now called the Lord of Idle Cloud Villa." Chuan raised his eyebrows and took the list to examine it closely. The gilded cover of the list, inscribed with the 5 characters of the top experts list, shone brilliantly in the morning light, and in the lower right corner were the words created by the Tianji Pavilion. Flipping open the inner pages, Chuan glanced at the rankings on the heaven ranking, which hadn't changed. It was still those 15 individuals. Then he turned to the Earth ranking, and indeed found his ranking had moved to 10th, with his title changed from the initial hidden gambler to Lord of Idle Cloud. "That name sounds much better." Chuan sighed lightly. Although he wasn't particularly fond of having his name on this list, since it was already there, it couldn't be changed. He continued to look further down the list. After the 10th place, everyone else's ranking had dropped by 1 due to Chuan's rise. The order of the rankings hadn't changed much, but when he flipped to page 38 of the Earth ranking, the name that had originally occupied that spot, by Jian Xiao, was gone, replaced by the name of Fei Jian, Shun Wengqiu. In the description, it is written that Shun Wengqiu has already broken through to the 7th realm and successfully avenged the Blood Knife sect by bloodily washing it away, thus ascending to this position. Looking further, it turns out that the originally ranked 42nd on the Earth ranking, the blood drink madman Feng Xiao, has disappeared without a trace, leaving his fate unknown. Meanwhile, Xiao Ku's name eventually appeared at the 50th position on the Earth ranking, which is the last position on the Master ranking, clearly due to his repeated defeats against Yi Huaiyun. After reading the entire list, Chuan returned the booklet to Yang Xingye. "Master knows now." Chuan nodded. then took out a red envelope from his bosom. Yang Xingye's eyes lit up at the sight, and he raised his hands above his head. "Thank you, master. On the new year, wanting a red envelope. At least you should bow to your master." Yin Chuan joked. "Okay, disciple wishes master a happy new year." Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye immediately knelt on the ground and knocked his head on the floor with a bang, causing several cracks to appear on the bluestone floor. Chapter 86. Update on the master ranking after knocking his head. Yang Xingye's forehead turned red. However, since he was already a late-stage martial artist of the 5th realm and had cultivated the 9 transformations golden body to the 8th transformation level, he didn't suffer too much. No need to be so sincere. Yin Chuan's mouth twitched, and then he placed the red envelope containing 100 taels of silver notes into Yang Xingye's hand. Yang Xingye's family was wealthy and didn't lack this little bit. Mainly it was for celebration. "Master, my junior brother is on the list." Yang Xingye tucked the red envelope into his chest and smiled at Yin Chuan. "When will you take me out to have a look? Maybe we can encounter something, and I can get lucky and make it onto the list too." Yin Chuan chuckled lightly. "What qualifications do you have to be on this list, just because you were at the 5th realm? Although I'm only at the 5th realm now." Yang Xingye confidently patted his chest, "But unexpectedly, in a few months, I will break through to the 6th realm. Plus, I have cultivated many extraordinary techniques, and I feel particularly capable now. In recent days, besides practicing the 9 transformations golden body, Yang Xingye has also started to learn other martial arts secrets brought from Tsangnan Mountain. These secrets have been improved by Yin Chuan, making it easy for Yang Xingye to practice them without much burden. This kid is not suited for swordsmanship, so he didn't practice the Xiantian sword technique. For defense, he has the extraordinary 9 transformations golden body. For offense, he has the extraordinary dragon elephant fist. And for movement, he has the extraordinary misty shadow technique. Besides these extraordinary techniques, there are also some low-level cultivation methods from the immortal world that Yin Chuan taught him. Although these methods are not very mainstream in the immortal world, they can rival high-level extraordinary techniques in this world. In addition to the light wind step and shattered stone palm, he also practiced a few moves of the 8 crumbling fist and the flowing cloud hand, which combines offense and defense. His progress has indeed been rapid, from initially being unable to defeat Wang Dashan to later being evenly matched, and now he can clearly suppress Wang Dashan. No wonder he started to swell with pride. "I told you before, don't pay too much attention to this ranking." Yin Chuan continued. "When your strength is sufficient, you will naturally make it on the list, but if you force it, it will backfire. Some things are better left to happen naturally." Yang Xingye chuckled. "Mainly because Master and my junior brother are already on the list. I also want to join in the fun." Just then, He Qinglian came over from behind, holding a plate of pastries. Upon seeing Yang Xingye, she immediately smiled. "Xingye, you're up the mountains so early. Happy New Year, Master." As soon as Yang Xingye saw He Qinglian, he immediately knelt on the ground and knocked his head loudly. With a bang, He Qinglian was startled, but seeing Yang Xingye patting his forehead without any issues, she finally relaxed. "Just in time, your master is here." Yin Chuan suddenly said to Yang Xingye, "Seeing you so swollen now, how about letting your master give you a slap?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xingye immediately laughed. "If master hits me, I can take it without using any energy." "Really?" Yin Chuan smiled. "Then why not give it a try?" "All right." Yang Xingye rooted himself in a horse stance. "I'm ready." However, He Qinglian was somewhat confused and scratched her head. "Isn't that bad? What if it hurts?" "You can rest assured." Yin Chuan stood up and patted He Qinglian's shoulder, reassuring her. "This brat is tough. He can take a beating. Just give him a slap on the chest like I taught you." "Can I do it?" He Qinglian looked a bit worried. Yin Chuan leaned in closer to He Qinglian's ear and whispered, "You can do it. Trust me. Use all your strength." After saying this, Yin Chuan infused a stream of spiritual energy into He Qinglian's shoulder and neck acupoint, temporarily increasing her internal spiritual power level. "Xingye, be careful, I'm going to hit you." He Qinglian was still a bit uneasy, but with Yin Chuan's encouragement, she walked up to Yang Xingye. "Master, you can go ahead." Yang Xingye puffed up his chest, grinning, and even the 9 transformations golden body was too lazy to operate. "With this body of mine, even if you hit me 10 times while standing still, it won't be a problem." "Good." He Qinglian nodded, lightly shouted, and her delicate hand, carrying the sound of wind, slapped onto his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the smile on Yang Xingye's face instantly froze. He felt a force like a mountain crashing down explode from his chest, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, rolling 3 times on the ground before barely stopping. Cough, cough. Yang Xingye immediately covered his chest, blood even spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he looked up in disbelief. How is this possible, Master? He Qinglian was also startled by the power of her slap and hurried forward. Xingye, are you all right? I didn't mean to. I didn't expect it to be like this. Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. Did you not just say you could take 10 slaps? Now you still owe 9. He Qinglian looked at her hand in a daze and couldn't help but ask, do we really have to continue? Hearing this, Yang Xingye's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shook his head. I think it's really unnecessary. With your current level, you can't even take 1 slap from your master, yet you want to be on the master ranking? Chuan shook his head and laughed. Remember what I told you. In cultivation, do not aim too high. Taking 1 step at a time is the way. Yang Xingye swallowed hard and finally put away that arrogance. Honestly bowing his head, Master's lesson is right. From now on, I will definitely cultivate diligently. He Qinglian felt a bit heartbroken and quickly took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to him. Quick, wipe it. Later, go to the kitchen for a bowl of ginseng soup to replenish. Yang Xingye took the handkerchief and smiled bitterly. Thank you, Master. Immediately after, Chuan took He Qinglian away, leaving Yang Xingye alone in the backyard to cultivate. They arrived at the secret realm of the back mountain, which was the open space where he had set up the gathering spirit array. The area around this gathering spirit array was also surrounded by formations set up by Chuan. If one didn't know the correct route, it would be quite difficult to enter. Chuan led He Qinglian into the gathering spirit array and instructed her to sit cross-legged like he did. During this time, Chuan had been guiding He Qinglian to cultivate here, and she had slowly reached the late stage of the first level of qi refining. This speed was considered quite good, and today was the time Chuan had predicted for He Qinglian to break through to the second level of qi refining. Remember what I told you. Chuan gently tapped his finger on He Qinglian's forehead at the moment of breakthrough. You need to draw on the energy and gather it in your dantian. I will guide you to circulate your qi. You just need to relax your mind and follow my spiritual power. He Qinglian gently nodded and closed her eyes. She could feel Chuan's spiritual power flowing through her meridians like a spring breeze, gentle yet irresistible. Gradually, the spiritual power within her began to flow along a specific route, ultimately gathering at her dantian. Now, place your palms against mine. Chuan extended his hands. He Qinglian raised her palms, pressing her 10 fingers against his. In an instant, she felt a more refined spiritual power surge from her palms, merging with her internal spiritual power. Chuan's spiritual power acted like a guiding light, leading her spiritual power to cycle through her meridians. With each cycle, her spiritual power became more solid. Time passed in silence. He Qinglian's forehead was dripping with fine beads of sweat, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, feeling the spiritual power within her becoming increasingly abundant. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual power in her dantian shook violently and began to spin rapidly. Now is the time, Chuan whispered, increasing the flow of spiritual energy. He Qinglian felt a loud boom inside her, as if some barrier had been broken. The originally abundant spiritual power suddenly compressed, becoming even more refined and pure. Done. Chuan withdrew his hands, smiling in satisfaction. Chapter 87. Uncertain matter a few days later. Chuan was resting in the pavilion of the backyard, leisurely sipping tea while studying the square wooden box he obtained from the auction. The puzzle on it was too complex. After researching for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Just then, Wang Dashin, who was guarding the manor, suddenly came to the backyard to report. Master, someone is asking to see you. Wang Dashin bowed respectfully to Chuan. Chuan put down the square wooden box and raised his eyes to ask, who is it? Wang Dashan answered respectfully. The visitor calls himself Kong Di and claims to be a friend of the master. Kong Di? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows, about to speak. Yang Xingye, who was practicing martial arts nearby, rushed over with shining eyes. Master, is this Kong Di the one on the earth ranking, known as the shadowless flying knife? Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. It should be him. Yang Xingye was instantly excited, rubbing his hands together. Great. I've always wanted to experience his flying knife skills. Yin Chuan shook his head helplessly and instructed Wang Dashan. Then let him in. Yes. Wang Dashan immediately went to carry out the order. Moments later, Kong Di was brought to the backyard by Wang Dashan, dressed in a green robe with an embroidered belt at his waist. He appeared even more spirited than when they last met. Clearly, the generous reward he received from Li Hongyuan a few months ago during the ghost market trip had made Kong Di look much more respectable. However, upon entering, he was still shocked by the scale and grandeur of the manor. When he saw Yin Chuan, he couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yin, your Idle Cloud Manor is truly magnificent. Yin Chuan stood up to greet him. Brother Kong, you flatter me. Come, have some tea and rest. Very well. Kong Di quickly agreed and took a seat in the pavilion. Yang Xingye, very perceptively, poured tea for Kong Di, but his eyes kept glancing at the flying knife at Kong Di's waist, clearly very interested in it. This is? Kong Di noticed Yang Xingye's gaze and inquired with Yin Chuan. My disciple. Yin Chuan smiled and said, he hasn't seen much of the world. Don't mind him. Kong Di, being very shrewd, immediately took out 2 exquisite flying knives from his waist and gently placed them on the stone table. Since this young brother is Brother Yan's esteemed disciple, he must also be a martial artist. Why don't you take these 2 flying knives to play with? Yang Xingye was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Kong. He carefully picked up the flying knives, noticing that the blades were as thin as a cicada's wings, glinting coldly, and the handles were intricately engraved. Clearly a finely crafted weapon. Yang Xingye took the flying knives and immediately ran to a nearby open space to study them, without interrupting Yin Chuan and Kong Di's conversation. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and asked, Brother Kong, did you come here for something? Indeed, I have business while passing by. Kong Di nodded. I heard Brother Yin is here, so I came to take a look. What is it? Yin Chuan asked. Kong Di put away his smile and said seriously, a few days ago, several treasures were auctioned at the Wuxian Ghost Market, said to be the tokens of the Xian Kai Daoren. Just as he mentioned this, Yin Chuan sensed something was off. Kong Di continued, those people have already deduced the location of this senior's cave dwelling from these tokens, which belongs to a predecessor who reached the supreme realm hundreds of years ago. Yin Chuan picked up his teacup and took a sip nonchalantly, allowing the aroma to spread in his mouth, then pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, the cave dwelling of the Xian Kai Daoren? Kong Di lowered his voice and leaned slightly forward. Exactly. It is said that this Xian Kai Daoren ascended to immortality hundreds of years ago, and his cave dwelling contains countless treasures. The location they deduced is within 100 miles of this Chongqing town. This news had already spread like wildfire in the martial world, and recently many martial artists had gathered here, all wanting to try their luck. Yang Xingye, upon hearing this, almost dropped the flying knife in his hand, quickly lowering his head, fearing that his astonished expression would be noticed by Kong Di. After all, he had previously entered the cave dwelling of Xian Kai Daoren with Yin Chuan and gained a lot from it. I see. Yin Chuan gently set down his teacup, confirming his guess, but remained indifferent. However, I really have no interest in these martial world disputes. The reason I built this manor in the mountains was to seek peace and tranquility. Brother Yin enjoys seclusion and doesn't like such matters, which is understandable. Kong Di laughed heartily. But this treasure is truly too alluring, and I enjoy joining the fun, so I still want to try my luck. I advise you not to join this commotion. Yin Chuan directly said, things from hundreds of years ago. Who knows what they are like now? Such illusory matters. Don't end up putting in a lot of effort for nothing. Brother, Yin does make sense. Kong Di took a sip from his teacup. But I'm just idly passing time. If I don't encounter anything, then so be it. If I do, then I could strike it rich. This cave dwelling must have many lost ultimate skills. It is said that this Xian Kai Daoren was quite fond of fame and wealth in his time. So there must be plenty of gold and treasures in the cave, and perhaps even many elixirs for increasing cultivation. If I could enter and gain this predecessor's inheritance, wouldn't my strength soar several levels? Even if I can't make it to the heaven ranking, my ranking on the earth ranking could still increase significantly. Seeing Kong Di so excited, Chuan decided not to continue dissuading him. Since he wanted to join the fun, let him go. However, it must be said that although this kid had never been inside, he guessed the contents quite accurately. Then I wish you good luck, Brother Kong. Chuan refilled Kong Di's empty teacup with tea. After chatting for a while, Kong Di watched Yang Xingye struggle with the flying knives and, feeling bored, decided to go over and guide him. Little brother, the flying knife isn't played with like this. He took the flying knife from Yang Xingye's hand and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the cold light flashed as the flying knife shot out like a white streak, deeply embedding itself in a tree trunk several zhang away, with only the handle visible. Wow! Yang Xingye's eyes widened, and he hurried over to check. The flying knife hit precisely at the joint of the tree trunk, and the accuracy and power left him in awe. The way of the flying knife emphasizes wrist strength, eyesight, and the coordination of true energy within. Kong Di took out another flying knife to demonstrate. The wrist must be loose, the shot must be quick, and the eyes must focus on the target, not the knife. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist again. This time, the flying knife arced through the air, curving around the nearby rockery and hitting a wooden dummy behind it with a clang. Yang Xingye watched in astonishment, clapping his hands repeatedly. Senior Kong is amazing. The flying knife can even turn. The legendary skill truly lives up to its name. There is a principle to making the flying knife turn. Kong Di smiled proudly, and with the admiration of the younger generation, he couldn't help but raise his chin. It's just that at the moment the flying knife is thrown, the wrist must shake rapidly. This shake gives the flying knife a horizontal force, allowing it to fly in an arc through the air. However, to master this flying knife technique is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires diligent practice from a young age. As Kong Di spoke, the topic drifted off, and he kept talking about his experiences from childhood, including stories of how he made it onto the ranking list of top masters. By the time the sun began to set, Kong Di glanced at the sky and prepared to take his leave. Brother Yin, it's getting late. I should head down mountain. Chapter 88. The maze on the mountainside, seeing that Kong Di was about to leave, Chuan urged him to stay. It's getting late. Why not stay at the manor? Kong Di waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yin, but at this hour, the inns in the town are the best places for information. I still want to inquire about the cave dwelling. Chuan saw this and no longer insisted, personally sending Kong Di to the gate of the mountain villa. Kong Xiong, take care. I won't see you off any further. If you need any help, feel free to come to the villa to find me. Once Kong Di's figure disappeared on the mountain road, Yang Xingye immediately approached Chuan, lowering his voice and saying, Master, that cave was completely looted by us, wasn't it? Chuan's expression turned serious. What cave? Looted what? We're not bandits. Master, have you forgotten? Yang Xingye quickly reminded him. The Xin Kai Dao run. We went in there. I have no idea about these things. This is the first time I'm hearing about it today. Chuan shook his head. I hope you also hear about it for the first time today, so we don't run into trouble. Huh? Yang Xingye was momentarily stunned, then realized. Such a great treasure was obtained by him, and if it got out, the consequences would indeed be severe, so no one could know about it. They had to act as if they had never been there. I understand. Yang Xingye immediately nodded. Seeing that he was aware, Chuan patted his shoulder and reminded him, remember, don't mention this to anyone. Okay. Yang Xingye nodded. Fortunately, ever since returning from Sangnan Mountain, Yang Xingye had focused on his cultivation and hadn't mentioned this matter to anyone else. Also, Chuan emphasized recently, the town is not peaceful. Don't go wandering around. In the following days, just as Kong Di had said, more and more people from the martial world received news, and Changqing town quickly gathered a variety of martial artists. Wang Dashan, who was responsible for going down the mountain to buy things, often reported that there were too many people in the town. It had not been this lively for a long time. These people were all searching for the location of the so-called Xian Kai Dao Ren's cave. and people were climbing the nearby high and low mountains looking for it. Even a mountain where Yin Chuan's Xianyan villa was located occasionally had martial artists coming to investigate. One morning, at the foot of Xianyan Mountain, a young girl dressed in a pale yellow dress was fleeing in panic. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful yet pale face. A wound on her shoulder was oozing blood, and behind her were 5 or 6 knife-wielding men in hot pursuit. Little girl, let us see how far you can run. Hand over the things, and I'll spare your life. With no way out, the girl could only rush into Xianyan Mountain and start climbing up. The higher she went, the thicker the fog became, and soon she lost her direction. The pursuers followed closely behind and quickly realized something was off. The surroundings began to twist and change in a strange way. Clearly, they were climbing a mountain, but no matter how they walked, it felt as if they were going in circles. Where did that little brat run off to? The leader, a man with a scarred face, panted as he looked around in the thick fog. This mountain is a bit eerie. Are we encountering ghosts? Don't talk nonsense. Where in this world are there ghosts? There are. I saw them when I was a kid. Just as the few were exchanging words, the scarred face suddenly caught sight of a flash of pale yellow moving through the bushes ahead. Over there, he sneered and rushed forward, swinging his steel knife down fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the scarred face felt a shock in his hand. When he looked closely, it was not a girl at all, but a crudely made wooden dummy. More strangely, the spot where he struck only left a shallow mark. What the hell is this? Before he finished speaking, the wooden dummy suddenly turned its neck with a creaking sound, and its wooden fist shot toward his face at an incredible speed. Bang! The scarred face was knocked back, spitting out blood mixed with a few broken teeth. He collapsed to the ground, terrified, as he watched the wooden dummy approach him with stiff steps. Big brother. The remaining few, seeing this, hurriedly swung their knives forward. After a flurry of strikes, the wooden dummy was cut into pieces. But before they could catch their breath, 7 or 8 more identical wooden dummies emerged from the fog surrounding them. Heavens, there really are ghosts on this mountain. A tall, skinny man exclaimed, his voice trembling. Damn it, don't be afraid. The scarred face got up. Let us fight together. After a fierce battle, they finally shattered all the wooden dummies. But each of them was injured. Worse still, they were utterly lost, unable to find the way back. Meanwhile, the injured girl was hiding behind an ancient tree, trembling as she tore off her blood-soaked sleeve to bandage her wound. The blood had soaked half of her sleeve, and she bit her lip to keep from making a sound. Creak, creak, creak. Mechanical footsteps suddenly came from behind her. The girl turned around in terror and saw a wooden dummy walking towards her, its hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie red light. Ah! She screamed, disregarding the pain of her wound, and fled. In her panic, she accidentally ran straight into the group of pursuers. Over there, the scarred face wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Quick, chase her. This time, let us see where she can run. The girl's face turned pale. She turned to escape but tripped over a stone. As the pursuers closed in, she despaired and shut her eyes. At that critical moment, a shadow flew out from the side, whisking the girl away from the fog. Who is it? The pursuers missed their target, only seeing the shadow disappear into the fog with a few leaps. When the girl came to her senses, she was surprised to find that she had walked out of the fog, and the person who saved her was a handsome young man about her age. This person was Yang Xingye. Yang Xingye had woken up early to practice breathing techniques at the cliff and came down to investigate after hearing the commotion from the mountainside. Since Yin Chuan had brought Yang Xingye through this formation a few times before, he naturally knew the correct route. Are you okay, miss? Yang Xingye held the injured girl and couldn't help but swallow hard. The girl was young and beautiful, although her injury made her look unwell. It could not hide her charm, causing Yang Xingye to blush. Thank you. The girl wanted to say something but fainted. Seeing this, Yang Xingye had no choice but to carry her on his back and make his way up the mountain back to the villa. Upon seeing Yin Chuan practicing his exercises in the backyard, he immediately rushed over for help. Master, please help me. Yang Xingye brought the girl in front of Yin Chuan. Panting heavily, who is this? Yin Chuan glanced at the girl placed on the ground, his expression calm. Yang Xingye could only recount everything that had just happened. Master, she must have lost too much blood. Please help her, or she might not make it. Yang Xingye spoke urgently. Don't save her. Yin Chuan replied coldly. This person has an unknown background. Saving her could bring trouble. But she is just a weak girl being chased by so many big men. Yang Xingye was sweating with anxiety. And she is so beautiful. How could she be a bad person? Hearing this, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with helplessness. This kid was clearly infatuated with beauty, and having spent so long near Chongqing town without venturing far, his thoughts were naturally simpler. Just because someone is ugly doesn't mean they're a bad person. Just because someone is beautiful doesn't mean they're a good person. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Don't judge a person by their appearance. There are plenty of beautiful people with venomous hearts. Master, look at how handsome and elegant you are, and how beautiful and dignified Master's wife is. Aren't you both good people? Yang Xingye continued to plead. Master, I beg you. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Yin Chuan looked at his disciple's earnest expression and finally sighed. All right, I'll agree to you this time. He then took out a small blue porcelain bottle from his robe and handed it to Yang Xingye. This is hemostatic powder. Sprinkle on the wound to stop the bleeding. Yang Xingye was overjoyed, quickly taking the medicine bottle and carefully peeling back the blood-stained clothing on the girl's shoulder to treat her wound. The powder was miraculous. As soon as it was sprinkled on the wound, the bleeding stopped. And this, Yin Chuan took out a blood-red pill, blood supplement pill, specifically for treating excessive blood loss. But she was now unconscious and unable to swallow. What to do? Yang Xingye took the pill with some confusion. Yin Chuan glanced at him. Dissolve it in warm water and feed it to her. Yang Xingye hurried to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of warm water to dissolve the pill. But looking at the unconscious woman, he was at a loss. Master, Yang Xingye stammered, how do I feed her? Yin Chuan's lips curled slightly. Mouth to mouth, don't you know how? Huh. Yang Xingye's face turned red instantly, nearly dropping the bowl. Isn't that taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? Seeing his awkwardness, Yin Chuan pretended to take the bowl. If you find it inconvenient. Let me do it. Huh. Yang Xingye quickly withdrew his hand like a dog guarding its food. I'll do it, master. He took a deep breath, trembling as he propped the woman up against his chest, then poured the medicinal soup into her mouth. As his lips were about to touch her pale lips, his heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest. Focus. Yin Chuan scolded from the side. This is to save a life. Don't think about other things. Yang Xingye blushed, carefully transferring a mouthful of medicine. After repeating this several times, he finally managed to feed the entire bowl of medicine. Done. Yin Chuan checked the woman's pulse, which was now much steadier. She's no longer in serious danger. Let her rest in the side room. Yang Xingye breathed a sigh of relief and gently picked up the woman to head to the side room. Just as he turned to leave, Yin Chuan suddenly called out to him, Remember, as soon as she wakes up, notify me immediately. Until then, you are not allowed to be alone with her. Why? Yang Xingye asked, puzzled. Yin Chuan's eyes deepened. If she is truly an innocent woman being pursued, then it's fine. But if she has ulterior motives? Yin Chuan gave his disciple a meaningful look. You silly boy, if you get sold, you might end up counting money for someone else. Remember this. The prettier a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Always be cautious. Yang Xingye opened his mouth to retort. But knowing his master never speaks without reason, he could only nod reluctantly. I understand, master. He settled the woman in the guest room and stood guard outside the door. Through the window, he watched as the woman's face gradually regained color, feeling both eager for her to wake up and worried that there might be hidden truths, as master said. Amidst his worries, Yang Xingye also felt a hint of excitement. With so many people from the martial world gathered in Chongqing town, it was his first time being so close to the martial world. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Xianyan mountain, the pursuing group finally stumbled out of the maze. The scarred-faced man covered his swollen cheek and glared fiercely at the mountaintop. What the hell is this place? So cursed. One of the younger brothers suddenly remembered. Brother, this seems to be Xianyan Mountain. Xianyan Mountain? Xianyan Mountain Manor? The scarred man was equally startled. Yes, the younger brother chimed in. It seems there's a Xianyan Mountain Manor up there, and the owner is ranked 10th on the local list. This is troublesome. The scarred man pondered for a moment and then said, Let's go back and report to the gang leader. After they walked far away, Chuan stood silently at the edge of the cliff, watching them leave. The formations he set up on the mountainside were still a bit weak. These martial artists didn't seem like experts, at most at the 4th or 5th level, although they hadn't succeeded in climbing the mountain. They also hadn't been trapped for too long. Chuan had studied formations in his previous life, but only at a beginner's level. He also knew a bit about puppet techniques, but again, only scratched the surface. The wooden guards set up in the mountain demon maze were not strong enough. It seemed he needed to improve them. Originally, Chuan intended to stay out of the matters of the martial world during this gathering in Chongqing town. However, the sudden appearance of this woman disrupted his original plans. A few hours later, there was a faint sound from a guest room. Yang Xingye, guarding outside, immediately leaned closer to the door and heard a weak cough from inside. She's awake. Yang Xingye excitedly ran to find Chuan, while instructing 2 guards to stay outside the guest room. After Chuan learned of this, he had Yang Xingye bring in a bowl of prepared medicinal soup. Take it in. The 2 entered the guest room and saw the woman struggling to sit up. Upon seeing Yang Xingye, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes, and she immediately attempted to get out of bed to bow. "Miss, don't move." Yang Xingye hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "You're still injured. Don't make any sudden movements. Here's a bowl of soup for replenishing your energy. Drink it quickly." The woman weakly leaned against the headboard and took the medicinal soup, slowly drinking it down. As the soup went down her throat, she felt a warm current, and her body instantly felt much more comfortable. Subsequently, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. If you want to thank someone, thank my master." Yang Xingye scratched his head awkwardly. "If it weren't for my master's intervention, I wouldn't have been able to help." The woman then noticed Chuan standing beside her and quickly bowed. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Chuan merely nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on her. "Name? Origin? Why were you being pursued?" The woman was taken aback by the direct questioning, then lowered her eyelids and softly said, "My name is Su Shu from Qinzhou. My family runs a silk business, and I was traveling with a merchant group to Linzhou when we were ambushed by bandits." Her voice grew quieter, and when she spoke about the merchant group's attack, tears glistened in her eyes. "My father and the guards were all killed, and I was the only one lucky enough to be saved by a group of passing martial artists. I thought I was saved, but they coveted the jade pendant left to me by my mother," Su Shu said, pulling out a piece of green jade pendant from her bosom, intricately carved with lotus patterns. "This is the only thing my mother left me, and I would rather die than give it up. They were too embarrassed to just take it by force, so they kept me under house arrest. I took the chance to escape at night, but I was still discovered. They were furious and chased me all the way here." Chapter 90, Coming to the Door. After hearing Su Shu's experience, Yang Xingye was immediately filled with righteous indignation. These scoundrels in the martial world, chasing after a jade pendant like this, are simply despicable. "Master, we must help Miss Su seek justice." Chuan, with a serious expression, nodded. "Miss Su, please rest assured and recover. After a few days, when your injuries are better, you can go down the mountain to report to the authorities, and I believe they will give you a fair resolution." "Good." Su Shu nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further." Chuan finished speaking and pulled Yang Xingye out of the room. Stepping outside, Chuan quietly instructed the guards at the door. "Keep a close eye on the room. Don't let this woman run around." "Yes, manor master." The 2 guards clasped their fists in response. After walking a short distance, Yang Xingye couldn't help but ask, "Master, why are you being so harsh on Miss Su? She seems so pitiful." Chuan stopped and looked deeply at his disciple. "Harsh. Letting her stay in a manor to recover is already a tremendous kindness. Pitiful? The story she told is riddled with holes. You can't really believe it, can you?" "What holes?" Yang Xingye looked confused. "First," Chuan raised a finger. "If those martial artists truly wanted her jade pendant, with their strength, they could have just taken it directly. Why go through the trouble of keeping her under house arrest?" Yang Xingye was momentarily speechless. Second, Chuan raised another finger. "How could an ordinary merchant's daughter escape the guards of martial artists of the 4th or 5th level, and still manage to run all the way to our mountain?" Yang Xingye scratched his head. maybe she was just lucky? Yin Chuan scoffed. Luck? In the face of absolute strength, luck is meaningless. He patted his disciple's shoulder and said seriously, I'm not stopping you from doing good. But in the martial world, one must be cautious and not easily trust others' words. For the next few days, keep your distance from her. Once she's about 70 to 80% healed, let her go down the mountain. Although Yang Xingye felt indignant, he knew his master had a point and could only nod gloomily. I understand, master. The next day, at dawn, Wang Dashan hurriedly knocked on Yin Chuan's door. Manor master, a group of people has come down from a mountain, claiming to be from the Tianhe gang, saying they want to pay a visit. Wang Dashan reported in a low voice. Yin Chuan was meditating when he slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the words. Tianhe gang? What brings you here? They said someone had stolen a treasure from their gang and escaped to our mountain, and they wanted to ask the owner for help. Wang Dashan reported truthfully. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a glint. It was actually related to Su Shu, whom he had saved yesterday. He then got up and adjusted his robe. Let's go take a look. Yang Xingye rushed over upon hearing the news and insisted on going with them. The three of them arrived at the mountain gate, where more than 20 members of the gang in black were lined up, including a few unlucky ones who had mistakenly wandered into the mist yesterday. The leader was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. When he saw Yin Chuan arrive, he was slightly surprised, not expecting the 10th rank Yin Chuan to be so young. After regaining his composure, he immediately bowed respectfully. I am Zhao Tianba, the leader of Tianhe gang, and I greet you, Master Yin. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard of Zhao Tianba, having seen him on the master ranking list. He was ranked 48th, skilled with a knife. Since Zhao gang leader had come to visit so early, what could it be about? Yin Chuan asked calmly. Zhao Tianba smiled and said, to be honest, a little thief broke into our camp last night and stole a treasure of our gang. Unfortunately, I was not there that night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him escape. My subordinates said that this person escaped into this mountain. Yang Xingye, upon hearing this, was also uncertain and stood behind Yin Chuan without speaking. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and said to Zhao Tianba, indeed, a wounded woman accidentally wandered into my mountain yesterday and is currently recuperating in the manor. Zhao Tianba's eyes lit up, just as I thought. Please, Master Yin, hand over that female thief. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. But what that woman said is different from yours. She claims to have been hunted by you for a pendant left by her mother. You both have conflicting statements, making it hard for me to believe either side, and my Xianyan manor does not wish to get involved in such trivial matters. Zhao Tianba's face darkened. Master Yin, are you saying you want to shield the thief? Yin Chuan smiled lightly. Gang leader Zhao, my Xianyan manor prefers peace. I don't care who is right or wrong between you. I just want to let her stay in the manor to recuperate out of kindness. After 3 days, once the woman's injury has improved, I will let her leave the mountain. From now on, your grievances should be resolved on your own. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Tianba's expression shifted between different emotions, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Yin Chuan's strength, being ranked 10th, was far above him, and if a fight broke out, he would likely have no chance of winning. All right, Zhao Tianba finally gritted his teeth and said, I will follow Master Yan's words. I hope you keep your promise. After that, Zhao Tianba led his subordinates down the mountain, but set up camp at the foot of the mountain, clearly intending to wait there. Master, what should we do? Yang Xingye hurriedly asked Yin Chuan. Is Miss Su really a thief? Who knows? Yin Chuan smiled. Neither side's words can be trusted. Let's go ask Miss Su again. After returning to the manor, Yin Chuan took Yang Xingye to a side room. Pushing the door open, they saw Su Shu sitting cross-legged on the bed, hands forming a seal, with a faint aura circulating around her. Miss Su knows martial arts? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Su Shu was startled and quickly withdrew her energy, a hint of panic appearing on her face. Senior, I have only learned some superficial skills from my master who was a guard for a merchant caravan since I was young, barely possessing second-stage cultivation. Yang Xingye was delighted to hear this. So Miss Su is also a martial artist? No wonder she was able to escape from those people. Su Shu lowered her head, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes. It's just some self-defense skills, barely stronger than an ordinary person. Yin Chuan observed her without showing any emotion. just now. The people from Tianhe gang came to find me, saying you're the thief who stole their gang's treasure and want us to hand you over. That's not true. Su Shu suddenly raised her head, anger flashing in her eyes. That pendant truly was left to me by my mother. Because it is an ancient jade, it is worth quite a bit, so they coveted it. As she spoke, she suddenly got off the bed and knelt in front of Yin Chuan. Senior, please don't hand me over, otherwise I definitely won't be their match. Yang Xingye quickly stepped forward to support her. Miss Su, get up. Master is not the kind of person who would ignore someone in need. 3 days later, I will send you down from the back mountain. Yin Chuan, however, remained unmoved, still coldly saying, at that time, the world will be vast, and you will have nothing to do with me. Chapter 91. The Mountain God Temple. Thank you, Senior. Su Shu could only nod in agreement, as Yin Chuan's words were so resolute. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Su Shu changed into another set of clean clothes. Although her injuries had not fully healed, she could move freely. Yin Chuan stood in the courtyard, watching as Yang Xingye, with a reluctant expression, led Su Shu down the small path to the back mountain. Originally, Yin Chuan planned to send her himself, but seeing Yang Xingye so attached and volunteering to go, he agreed. Master, I will send Miss Su down the mountain and come back. Yang Xingye promised earnestly. Yin Chuan nodded lightly. Remember, come back after sending her to the foot of the mountain. Don't stir up trouble. Watching the two leave, Yin Chuan felt a hint of unease in his heart. Yang Xingye was bound to cause some trouble. However, in order for him to grow, he must experience some troubles himself. At noon, there was a commotion outside the manor's main gate, with Zhao Tianba gathering a crowd of gang members there. Master Yin, the 3-day period has ended. It's time to hand over the person. Zhao Tianba shouted loudly. Yin Chuan walked out slowly, his expression indifferent. The person has left from the back mountain. According to our agreement, I let her leave after 3 days. I never said she had to leave through the main gate. This, Zhao Tianba's face changed drastically, but he did not dare to explode in anger, as there was a gap in strength, making it unwise to tear the face. All right, thank you. Zhao Tianba laughed in anger. Let's go. After saying that, he hurriedly led his subordinates in the direction of the back mountain. As the sun began to set, Yang Xingye had yet to return. Yin Chuan stood on a high point of the manor, frowning deeper. This foolish boy has really caused trouble. Yin Chuan sighed inwardly and turned to Wang Dashan, instructing, keep an eye on the manor. I will go down the mountain to take a look. Descending from the back mountain, Yin Chuan finally arrived in the middle of Chongqing town. The streets of Chongqing town were bustling with noise, with various people from the Jianghu gathered in groups, discussing loudly in tea houses and taverns. Have you heard? The cave of Xiankai Taoist is in the valley to the north. Nonsense. The news I got is behind the waterfall to the south. You are all wrong. The map I bought for a high price shows. The noisy discussions rose and fell, clearly indicating that the incident regarding Xiankai Taoist cave had stirred quite a storm. Yin Chuan passed through the crowd and went straight to the Yang residence in the town center. Yang's father was busy calculating accounts in the hall. Upon seeing Yin Chuan's visit, he quickly got up to greet him. Master Yin, it's a rare visit. How is that boy Xingye doing at the manor? Yin Chuan's heart sank. Old Yang, hasn't Xingye returned today? Yang's father was taken aback. No, isn't he always at the manor learning from you? Yin Chuan's expression immediately became serious. Where else could Yang Xingye have gone besides bringing that Su Shu to the town? Xingye wouldn't have gotten into any trouble, would he? Yang's father suddenly looked worried. Don't worry, he won't get into trouble. Yin Chuan smiled slightly at Yang's father. Since Xingye hasn't returned, you should have gone back to the manor. I will take my leave now. Will you not stay for a cup of tea before you leave? Yang's father urged. Next time, Yin Chuan turned and left. Meanwhile, more than 20 miles west of Xianyan Mountain, in a remote forest, Yang Xingye was sweating profusely, cleaning an old mountain god temple. He broke a few branches to make a broom, cleared away years of dust from the temple, and polished the altar until it shone. Miss Su, although this place is simple, at least it can shield us from the wind and rain. Yang Xingye wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Su Shu, who was sitting inside the door. Su Shu looked at the young man, cleaning earnestly, her eyes flashing with a complex expression. Young Master Yang, you don't have to do so much for me. It's just a small effort. Yang Xingye grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Although your injuries have improved somewhat, you are still not fully healed. This mountain god temple is a safe place. I have been here before. You should rest here and recuperate. I will bring food and medicine every day, and we can talk about it once you are healed. As he spoke, Yang Xingye took out an oil paper package from his chest. This is the golden wound medicine I brought from the mountain villa. It works very well. With your injuries, you should be almost healed in less than 10 days. Su Shu took the medicine package, her fingertips trembling slightly. Young Master Yang, why are you helping me like this? Yang Xingye scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. It's just doing the right thing. Besides, I believe Miss Su is not a bad person. The evening sun's afterglow filtered through the broken window, casting mottled shadows on Su Shu's pale face. She lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you. Once this matter is over, I will definitely come to thank you." Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the temple. Yang Xingye's expression changed, and he quickly walked to the door, only to see a dozen or so men in black surrounding the mountain god temple, led by the burly Zhao Tianba. "Ha ha ha! After searching for so long, you were hiding here?" Zhao Tianba grinned menacingly as he drew his steel knife. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way." Yang Xingye took a deep breath and stood in front of the temple door. "Chief Zhao, my master is Yin Chuan, who is ranked 10th on the earth ranking. If you dare to act recklessly, stop using your master to scare people." Zhao Tianba interrupted disdainfully. If your master really wanted to intervene, would he let this woman come down the mountain? As long as we don't kill you. Do you think he would risk a confrontation with our Tianhe gang over an unrelated woman? Yang Xingye knew that words were useless. So he immediately activated the 9 turns golden body, his whole body radiating a faint golden light. "If you want to get in, you'll have to step over my dead body." Zhao Tianba sneered. "You overestimate yourself." With that, he swung his knife down. Clang! The clash of the knife and the golden body produced a deafening sound. Although Yang Xingye was only at the peak of the 5th realm, the defense of the 9 turns golden body was astonishing, and he took Zhao Tianba's strike head-on. What kind of martial arts is this? Quite interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes, and he immediately intensified his attack. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows. Yang Xingye was gradually being pushed back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he steadfastly guarded the temple door. The golden light around him was growing dimmer, but his gaze remained resolute. "Break it for me!" Zhao Tianba suddenly shouted angrily, a strange black light flickering on the blade, and he struck down with all his might. Crack! The 9 turns golden body shattered with a loud noise, and Yang Xingye spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, he wanted to stop them, but he had no strength left. "Search!" Zhao Tianba kicked open the temple door, only to find it empty. "Chief, there's a dog hole in the back wall. That bitch has escaped." One of the gang members suddenly shouted. Zhao Tianba's face turned ashen. "Chase. We must catch her today." Once the members of the Tianhe gang had gone far, Yin Chuan's figure appeared at the front of the mountain god temple. When he saw his nearly unconscious disciple, Yin Chuan immediately rushed over and asked, "Is he dead?" Yang Xingye struggled to open his eyes. "Master, please save Miss Su. You're about to die, and you're still worried about someone else?" Yin Chuan was somewhat angry, but he still took out a healing pill from his pocket and fed it to Yang Xingye. Chapter 92. Practice. At the same time, Yin Chuan supported Yang Xingye's shoulder, channeling a strand of spiritual energy into his body to help him sort out the chaotic true qi. "Master, please save Su Shu." Yang Xingye continued to plead. "She admitted to lying to you on the mountain and then told me the truth. After coming down the mountain, Miss Su spoke the truth." Yang Xingye forced himself to endure the pain, speaking intermittently. "That jade pendant was indeed stolen from the Tianhe gang, but it's not their property." Yin Chuan frowned slightly as he continued to channel spiritual energy into his disciple. "Take your time. This jade pendant was made by Miss Su's ancestor based on several tokens of the Xiankai Taoist." Yang Xingye took a deep breath and continued. "It records the exact location of the Xiankai Taoist cave, which is more precise than other tokens circulating in the martial world. It turned out that a few months ago, this jade pendant suddenly appeared in the martial world, sparking a scramble among various factions. Su Shu's master, Lu Qingsong, was a master of mechanisms who was kidnapped by mysterious individuals and forced to replicate the map on the jade pendant. However, Lu Qingsong refused to comply, and Su Shu had no choice but to search the martial world to save her master, eventually stealing it from the Tianhe gang. She lied on the mountain because she was afraid her master would also take an interest in the jade pendant. Yang Xingye smiled bitterly, and those experiences of being attacked by bandits were actually from her childhood. The person who saved her was her current master. After hearing this, Yin Chuan's eyes flickered with complexity. Then how can you be sure that what she said later was the truth? I can't be sure. Yang Xingye shook his head, but I believe her. Fool. Yin Chuan sighed. You've only known her for a few days, and you trust her so easily? You almost lost your life. A hint of color returned to Yang Xingye's pale face. Master, believe me, she is not a bad person. All right. Yin Chuan stood up. I will take you back to the villa to heal. No. Yang Xingye quickly shook his head. That group has already gone to chase Miss Su. If you don't help now, she will definitely not escape. Yin Chuan looked towards the depths of the mountain forest. It was deserted here. As long as he acted decisively, it shouldn't attract attention. Since his disciple was so persistent, and he had recently made some progress in his cultivation, it had been a while since he had fought earnestly. Then let us use the Tianhe gang members for practice. You stay here and don't wander around. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Yin Chuan leaped forward and chased after them. In the depths of the mountain forest, Su Shu was cornered at the edge of cliff. She leaned against the steep wall, tightly gripping the green jade lotus pendant, her expression anxious. Why aren't you running? Zhao Tianba sneered as he closed in. With over 20 gang members forming a fan shape around her, hand over the jade pendant, and I'll make it quick for you. Su Shu bit her lip tightly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. No way. You bitch, if it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't have let you live to amuse me. Do you really think you can run this far? Zhao Tianba chuckled lightly. But if you insist on opposing us, killing you while it's hot should be nice. Just as he finished speaking and was about to strike, a blue figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked the way. Master Yin? Zhao Tianba's expression changed drastically, but he quickly composed himself. This is a private matter for our Tianhe gang. We ask Master Yin not to interfere. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his robe billowing without wind. I originally didn't want to intervene, but since you harmed my beloved disciple, I must intervene. Zhao Tianba's eyes flickered with malice. Although Master Yin is ranked 10th on the Earth ranking, you are still alone now, and I, Zhao Tianba, am not a pushover. Plus, with my more than 20 brothers, who knows who will win? Enough nonsense. Yin Chuan coldly interrupted. Come at me together, so it's less trouble. Arrogant. I want to see what kind of strength the top 10 on the Earth ranking really has. Zhao Tianba shouted. Brothers, go for it. Over 20 gang members charged at once, surrounding Yin Chuan from all sides, the glint of swords and knives instantly enveloping him. However, Yin Chuan remained completely calm, moving like a phantom, strolling through the rain of blades. He raised his right hand slightly, and an invisible force erupted explosively, sending the 5 gang members of the front flying as if struck by lightning. Bang! With a series of muffled sounds. Another 7 or 8 gang members were casually knocked away by Yin Chuan. His movements appeared slow, but in reality, they were as fast as lightning. Each palm strike precisely hitting the opponent's acupoints. Seeing this, Zhao Tianba broke out in a cold sweat. He had wanted to see Yin Chuan's level, but did not expect him to be so powerful. If he didn't fight back, his subordinates would be wiped out. He began to channel a strange black light on his blade. Yin Chuan, don't go too far. Taste my blade. The blade sliced down like a silver thread, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air. Yin Chuan, however, did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his left hand lightly. Clang! In the clash of metal, Zhao Tianba was horrified to find that his full-powered strike was firmly caught by Yin Chuan with just one hand. At this moment, Yin Chuan's hands were enveloped in a faint golden light, and they became as translucent as jade. Is that all? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yin Chuan's mouth. Zhao Tianba's eyes flashed with fierce light as he abruptly withdrew his long knife, spinning like a top. The blade drew black arcs, carving deep marks into the surrounding trees. Don't get cocky. Take this. Black Fiend Whirlwind Slash. Zhao Tianba's blade surged like a tornado, kicking up dust and stones in its wake. Yet, Chuan merely tilted his body slightly, his right hand glowing with gold as he accurately slapped the side of the blade. Clang! A deafening sound erupted, and Zhao Tianba felt his palms tingle, almost losing grip on the handle. Gritting his teeth, he changed his move. The blade suddenly twisted in an eerie manner, striking towards Chuan's throat like a venomous snake. Black Dragon emerges to bite. This strike was fast and cunning, almost impossible to evade. However, Chuan simply tilted his head lightly, the blade brushing past his neck without even tearing his collar. Too slow, Chuan said calmly. Zhao Tianba, filled with rage and humiliation, suddenly pulled out a handful of black powder from his bosom and threw it towards Chuan's face. Black Sand Whirlwind. What mess? Chuan snorted coldly. Waving his sleeve, a gust of wind dispersing the toxic powder completely. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tianba turned his body, the blade silently stabbing towards Chuan's back. Heart-piercing black snake slash. Just as the tip of the blade was about to stab in, Chuan's figure suddenly became blurry. Zhao Tianba's strike actually missed. What? Zhao Tianba was taken aback. Here! Chuan's voice came from behind. Zhao Tianba hurriedly turned around, simultaneously blocking with his sword, only to see Chuan's right palm lightly pressing against the blade. This palm appeared slow, but seemed to contain the power of a mountain. Bang! Zhao Tianba was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 3 large trees before heavily landing on the ground. He struggled to get up but spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy completely chaotic. The knife in his hand had even broken, leaving only a half blade. You! Zhao Tianba looked in terror at the slowly approaching Chuan, finally realizing how terrifying the strength of the 10th ranked was. What other tricks do you have? Chuan walked closer. Spare me, Master Yan. Zhao Tianba knelt down, bowing his head. In order to capture this woman, I have offended you and even mistakenly injured your beloved disciple. I beg you not to hold it against us, and let us go. Spare your life? Chuan asked. You must give me a reason to spare you. I have a reason. Zhao Tianba quickly nodded. I have no deep enmity with you. It is only because of this woman that there has been some conflict. Mistakenly injuring your beloved disciple is indeed our fault, and we are willing to compensate. Please spare our lives. Chuan suddenly curled his lips and took out a black pill from his bosom. I can spare your life. Chuan brought the pill to Zhao Tianba's mouth. Looking at the pill, Zhao Tianba's eyes revealed fear. Seeing Zhao Tianba hesitate, Chuan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, if I truly wanted your life, why go through such trouble? If I had used just a bit more strength in that last palm, you would already be dead. Zhao Tianba shivered all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew Chuan's words were not false, so he trembled as he took the pill, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it. Very good. Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This pill is called the 1-month heartbreak pill. You'll be fine for 30 days. But if there is no antidote after 30 days, you will die a painful death. Zhao Tianba's face turned pale upon hearing this, ready to plead for mercy. However, Chuan continued, but if you are willing to help me with the task, not only will I give you the antidote, but I can also return the jade pendant to you. What task? Zhao Tianba asked eagerly, bowing repeatedly. I need you to help me rescue someone. Lu Qingsong. Upon hearing this, Su Shu trembled all over, looking at Chuan in disbelief. Miss Su. Chuan extended his hand. Give me the jade pendant, and I will help you rescue your master. Su Shu instinctively protected the jade pendant in front of her chest, her eyes filled with vigilance. At this moment, Yang Xing'e limped out of the forest, still bearing wounds on his face, but he said anxiously, Miss Su, trust my master. If he really wanted this jade pendant, he would have snatched it long ago. Why go through such trouble? Chuan glanced at his disciple and said lightly, I told you to wait at the mountain god temple, but you didn't listen. Yang Xing'e smiled awkwardly. It's not that I didn't listen. I was just worried about my master. If he encountered danger, I could still rush in to block a knife for him. Chuan smiled helplessly. This kid was clearly worried about this woman. Su Shu looked at Yang Xingye's concerned eyes, then at Yin Chuan's calm face, and finally made up her mind. She slowly took out the jade pendant and handed it to Yin Chuan. Senior, my master is imprisoned in the dungeon under Qianyan Mountain. Yin Chuan took the jade pendant, lightly brushed his fingers over it, and it immediately emitted a faint blue light, confirming it was indeed a good piece of jade. But that was all. Yin Chuan turned and tossed the jade pendant back to Zhao Tianba. Take it. Lead me to this Qianyan Mountain. Zhao Tianba hurriedly caught the pendant, looking at Yin Chuan in disbelief. Master, are you really giving this to me? What? Don't you want it? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. I do. Zhao Tianba quickly tucked the jade pendant into his bosom. Then Yin Chuan turned to Yang Xingye. Take her back to heal. And also inform your master that I'm going on a long trip. Yes, master. Yang Xingye immediately nodded. Su Shu was a bit worried, but now she felt she couldn't help, so she could only wait for the outcome. Thank you, senior. Su Shu bowed in gratitude to Yin Chuan, then was led away by Yang Xingye. Yin Chuan did this partly to see if what Su Shu said was true. Yang Xingye was clearly infatuated with this woman. If Su Shu's words were true, and she was indeed trying to rescue her master, then having them pair up wouldn't be a problem. But if Su Shu was lying, then she couldn't be left alive. Fortunately, Su Shu's strength was not enough, only at the second realm, so there was no need to worry for now. On the other hand, having the people from the Tianhe gang lead the way could help solve his unfamiliarity with the terrain. And using the Tianhe gang's influence to do such things would also not easily expose his identity. This so-called precious jade pendant was practically worthless to Yin Chuan. After all, the treasures of Sangnan Mountain had long been cleaned out by him. Following the Tianhe gang members down the mountain, Zhao Tianba had the injured members taken back to the camp first, then called over a dozen more to follow, to ensure Zhao Tianba could help better. Yin Chuan also gave him a healing pill, restoring 80% of his strength. Along the way, Zhao Tianba told Yin Chuan about Qianyan Mountain. In Zhao Tianba's memory, Qianyan Mountain used to produce a lot of ore, but in recent years, it seemed the mines had been exhausted, and few people went there. As for Lu Qingsong, they had never even heard of him. To avoid drawing attention, Yin Chuan also changed into a set of Tianhe gang clothing, disguising himself as a member of the Tianhe gang. The journey from Chongqing town to Qianyan Mountain was not short, roughly 800 miles, and the round trip would take more than a month. After rushing for over 10 days at the foot of Qianyan Mountain, Yin Chuan looked up at the bare mountain. The entire mountain riddled with mines, its surface exposed with red rocks, as if burned by raging fire. Master Yin, Zhao Tianba said in a low voice, I just sent someone to scout, and the entire mountain only has that largest mine entrance in front with people inside. The tents outside are all for miners, but it seems there are armored soldiers among them. There should be people from the court inside. The court? Yin Chuan frowned. Let's go and see the people directly. Zhao Tianba led the group to the entrance of the mine, and indeed they saw a team of soldiers in armor arrayed before them. The leading general, with a treasured saber at his waist, coldly scanned the crowd. Which small fry dares to trespass into a military-restricted area? Zhao Tianba's momentum immediately diminished by 3 points, and he steeled himself to step forward. This general, I am Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Tianhe gang, here to seek an audience with Mr. Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong? The black-armored general's eyes flashed with a glimmer. What do you have to do with him? Yin Chuan secretly used his spirit-seeking eye to observe. This general was roughly at the 6th realm of strength, but if a fight broke out, he should not be a match for Zhao Tianba. The soldiers, on the other hand, were only at the 1st or 2nd realms, hardly worth mentioning. However, even though the opponent was not strong, Zhao Tianba did not exhibit the demeanor of a top expert from the Earth ranking, instead appearing somewhat fearful. It seems that in this world, the court's power is very strong. Zhao Tianba hesitated to answer, and Yin Chuan suddenly stepped forward and said solemnly, General, please see clearly. We are here on someone else's behalf to redeem a person. The black-armored general suddenly sneered. Strange, it was agreed that the girl would come in person. Why has it turned into you from the Tianhe gang? Yin Chuan remained unperturbed. Miss Su was attacked and injured on the way, and entrusted us to convey the token. Is that so? The general extended his hand. Then hand over the jade pendant for verification. Chuan smiled lightly. If the general wants to verify the goods, we also want to verify the person. If Mr. Liu is safe and sound, the jade pendant will naturally be presented. Chapter 94. Court dogs the black-armored general. Upon hearing this, drew his sword with a clang, the cold light glinting sharply. A small Jianghu sect dares to negotiate terms with me? Chuan, unfazed, stepped aside to let Zhao Tianba pass. The general may not know, but this Zhao gang leader of the Tianhe gang ranks 48th on the earth ranking. A 7th realm warrior with unfathomable strength. Zhao Tianba's face turned pale upon hearing this, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He secretly glanced at Chuan. His eyes filled with pleading, hoping he would not continue. Although it was indeed the truth, he did not want to stick his head out in front of the court. The black-armored general frowned and turned to the deputy general beside him, who seemed to have a good understanding of Jianghu matters. The deputy general whispered, "General, there is indeed someone with that name on the earth ranking." The general's expression shifted between dark and light, then suddenly sneered. "So what if he is an earth ranking expert? I am Su Yao, the vanguard general under Prince Huaixiang, ordered to mine here. Prince Huaixiang is the brother of the current emperor. Even if a heaven-ranking expert comes, they must weigh their options." Chuan's heart stirred. In the cultivation world, mortal courts are merely vassals of major sects. He did not expect the court's power in this realm to be so formidable. He maintained a calm demeanor and continued to negotiate. "General, calm down. Even if Prince Huaixiang is renowned, but right now, in this desolate mountain, you only have a few dozen soldiers with you. If it really comes to blows..." Chuan deliberately paused, giving a meaningful glance at Zhao Tianba. "With our Zhao gang leader's 7th realm cultivation, it would be easy to fight against 100, rather than both sides suffer. Why not each take what we need?" Zhao Tianba hesitated, not wanting to be on the court's wanted list, but he dared not refute Chuan, and had to stiffen his chest, pretending to have the demeanor of a top expert. Su Yao narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the hilt of his sword. After a long while, he suddenly shouted, "Come, bring Lu Qingsong out." A moment later, 2 soldiers escorted an elderly man with white hair out of the mine. The old man was in ragged clothes, his hands bound with special shackles, but his gaze was still sharp as an eagle. Seeing the old man's appearance, it was indeed similar to the description given by Su Shu. "He is safe and sound," Su Yao said. "It's your turn to give me the jade pendant. Here you go." Chuan tossed a jade pendant to Su Yao, who caught it and carefully examined it under the sunlight. Then he had the deputy general open a scroll and compared it with the patterns on it, finding them identical before putting it away. "The item is fine, but the person cannot be released just yet," Su Yao said. "The general actually goes back on his word?" Chuan frowned. "If our gang leader gets angry, it won't be easy to stop him." Zhao Tianba smiled bitterly. "I will let him go, but not now," Su Yao said, "or you can persuade this old man. As long as he is willing to help us resolve that trouble, we will release him." Chuan looked at Lu Qingsong, who raised his head defiantly. "Either kill me or let me go. I will never help you court dogs." Su Yao sighed, cursing every day. "I haven't had anyone cut out his tongue, so this is already a leniency." "Busy with what?" Chuan asked. "It's fine to tell you." Su Yao said, "A tomb was discovered inside this mine, and the tomb door has mechanisms that cannot be opened by human power, which is why we brought him to open the door. As for that jade pendant, it's just that the king heard about recent rumors in Jianghu and is also interested in that Xian Kai Daoist cave. So we wanted it too. As long as this old man is willing to help us open the door, we will immediately release him. I actually understand a bit about mechanisms." Chuan smiled. "If he's unwilling to help, I will help." Su Yao narrowed his eyes, sizing Chuan up. "You, a Jianghu martial artist, also knows about mechanisms?" Chuan smiled lightly. "If the general does not believe me, let me try. If I can't open it, it won't be a loss for you." Su Yao thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let you try, but..." He sharpened his gaze and continued. "Only you can go in. Old Lu must go with you. Everyone else waits outside." Hearing this, Zhao Tianba breathed a sigh of relief, eager to stay far from this dangerous place. "All right, we will wait outside, won't go in." Under the escort of 4 elite soldiers, Chuan and Lu Qingsong walked down the dim mine passage. Along the way, the torches flickered, illuminating the jagged rock walls on both sides. "Umph, young man, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." Lu Song sneered as they walked. The mechanism on the tomb door is the Nine Palace Lock, which combines mechanisms and formations. I have studied mechanisms for 40 years and cannot easily crack it. You, the Jianghu brute, think you can open the door? Chuan was unbothered. This old man certainly had a way with words. He was clearly here to save him, yet acted as if he were an enemy. Old senior, why belittle yourself? Perhaps the younger generation will have good luck. Chuan sneered. Lu Song was so angry that his beard stood on end, arrogant. Just wait and see how you embarrass yourself. After turning a corner, they suddenly entered a vast underground space, where a huge bronze door stood 3 zhang tall in the center. The door was densely engraved with complex patterns, and in the center was a mechanism plate shaped like a 9-square grid, with a bronze knob on each square, each inscribed with different hexagrams. The 4 soldiers stopped at a distance, holding their torches warily. "That's the door. Hurry and try." Chuan approached the bronze door, reaching out to gently touch the patterns on it. It felt icy to the touch, but there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, indicating it was not the tomb of a cultivator. It was merely a lock set up with the characteristics of mechanisms combined with formations. Lu Song stood aside, seeing Chuan hesitating, his face full of ridicule. "What's wrong? Now you know it's difficult? Let me tell you. This 9-square grid needs to be turned in a specific order. One wrong step will trigger the mechanism and shoot arrows through the heart." With Lu Song's reminder, Chuan looked up and indeed saw that the top was filled with some mechanisms. "Thank you for the reminder, old senior." Chuan placed his hand on the 9-square grid, sending a wave of spiritual energy through the bronze door to explore within. Then, using his keen perception of spiritual energy, he observed the internal structure of the mechanisms. Solving this kind of thing was far simpler than deciphering the forbidden techniques within the jade slips. After thoroughly investigating the structure inside, Chuan already had a plan. This mechanism was indeed quite complex. It required connecting the 9 knobs on the mechanism in a specific combination to open the stone door. If any part went wrong, it would trigger a lethal mechanism. Without knowing the internal structure or correctly analyzing the combinations from the outside through divination, it would be nearly impossible to try out the combinations one by one, as there could be millions of them. If you can solve it, I will write my name backwards. Lu Song was